I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XXIV. It'll be a good long while before we've got anything to compare to one of the huge automated factories the Terran hegemony used to build their battle mechs in, but if the successor states had any inkling at all what we've already got in the way of armaments manufacturing capability on Neops V, they would be queuing up to try and invade us while they still could without getting their teeth kicked in. Colonel Trish Eben, 2840 CE. Project Workshop IIIA Neops Association, Neops V, 2832. Samantha Hollister had never particularly wanted any kind of long-term position in government. She found all the bureaucracy annoying as hell, but because no good deed goes unpunished, her success in chairing the old steering committee had led to her being appointed to head the Department of Trade and Industry in Giles Olson's second administration. In Hollister's opinion, appointed was a misleading description of what had actually happened, with railroaded being closer to the mark, but now 2.5 years into the job it had at least become somewhat tolerable, at least when she managed to get out from behind her desk for a reason she could justify, like an inspection tour of the expanding manufacturing facilities on Neops V. Long the industrial heart of the association, Neops V was not merely home to Project Workshop 3 but other manufacturing facilities as well. Factories that turned out ICE-powered vehicles, domestic appliances, and consumer goods surrounded Chapter House, the only city on the planet remotely worthy of the name, and away from the civilian population a pair of munitions plants that had been built by the NOM to supply their war machines with missiles and autocannon ammunition could be found. As the smallest of the 3 habitable worlds in the system, Neops V also had the lowest surface gravity, being about 2/3 that of Neops 7, or indeed Terra. That was enough to not cause major health problems for long-term residents but still made life just a little easier for construction workers and indeed mining operations. As the closest to the star, it was also the warmest of the 3, at least on the light side of the tidally locked world, and because it was far more arid than Neops 6 the weather wasn't as unpleasant either. It was always windy, of course. The atmosphere was constantly trying to transfer heat from the light side to the dark one, but at least there wasn't enough surface water to result in perpetual, torrential rain falling across much of the planet like there was on oceanic Neops 6, the least populated of the 3. A spring in her step thanks to the lower gravity, Hollister watched the workshop staff beavering away through a viewing window in the supervisor's office that overlooked the workshop, the supervisor himself down there somewhere sorting out some kind of problem. She found herself thinking upon the truth that being fortunate enough to possess the facilities like this one when civilization collapsed was what had really set Neops apart from the rest of the galaxy, well, that and not being complete lunatics bent on destruction. During the Amorous War, and then the First Succession War, the ability of these workshops to reproduce most any piece of advanced technology had allowed the association to maintain a Terran hegemony level tech base and a standard of living that most other worlds could only dream of, and they did so despite decades of isolation. Effectively a stable autarky until the SLDF in exile arrived at their doorstep, Neops was now steadily abandoning its isolationist stance, looking for resources elsewhere and building new manufacturing capability as needed. No longer were the workshops merely replacing worn-out parts or building the occasional war machine for the NOM, they were being used to create an entire interstellar industrial civilization, one piece of equipment at a time. Putting the hegemony back together like a giant kit, was how one commentator had described it. The workshops were a miracle of engineering with only one major downside. Neops had exactly 3 of them, one having been being built by the Star League on each of the habitable worlds in the system, and because they only had those 3 and a myriad of jobs for them to do, they had always a crippling industrial bottleneck. Worse than that, currently they only really had 2 available to meet orders because Project Workshop 3 on Neops V, or to be more accurate IIIA since the renaming, would be completely tied up and unavailable for other tasks until at least late 2834, or more likely early 2835. For over a year now Project Workshop IIIA had been working nearly flat out, sometimes the staff even working double shifts, to speedily construct Project Workshop IIIB, which was being installed in the identical building constructed to house it right next door. Through the viewing window, Hollister watched a hefty piece of equipment that seemed to be a powered hoist that had just been manufactured was picked up by an identical powered hoist and loaded onto a cart ready to be wheeled into the next building. It was the sort of sight that gave truth to the joke being told by the staff that Project Workshop IIIA had been turned into a von Neumann machine with unionized labor. If it had not been for the automated factory producing electronic components that had once graced Camelot Command, but was now happily working away for the association instead, they would not have been able to free up Workshop IIIA for nearly that long. There was always something important breaking down somewhere after all, but with the AutoFact churning out replacement circuit boards as required, Project Workshops I and II could just about cope with all the other work alone. Pushing IIIA hard to get IIIB finished was putting a strain on the machinery there though, for a major maintenance overhaul. Then it would be put straight back to work manufacturing IIIC, although at a rather more sedate pace. The backlog wouldn't start reducing until IIIB was online, and they certainly couldn't think about pushing ahead with another major project, like an orbital shipyard for example, until IIIC was completed and available too, but at least they were making progress. Naturally, progress would have been faster if the High Associator didn't keep coming up with new high-priority jobs for the workshops. Repairing or replacing the aging and overworked lab equipment at Frobisher would tie up a workshop for months at least, and if they were really going to go ahead with turning out iron wombs for them as well, something else was going to have to be shelved for now, most likely the manufacturing line for Aero 4 missiles that the military was pressing for. If Olsen's ambitions could be reined in a little, then eventually they would have enough workshops to do everything they wanted them for, just not for a couple more decades at least. The long-term plan was to have one new additional project workshop online every 5 years starting with IIIC, which should be up and running by 2840. They could be brought online more quickly, but then NEOPS would just run into another bottleneck instead, not enough skilled people with the necessary technical qualifications to staff them all properly. Sweating the manufacturing equipment in IIIA to breaking point to get new workshops operational ahead of schedule when you didn't have the engineers and technicians needed to run the things anyway would just be stupid. The new technical college on NEOPS 7 might have annoyed the university when some of their funding was diverted to there, but it should start churning out the people that would be needed to staff both the workshops and other factories being planned. Olsen was at least smart enough to have pushed for that, facing down the academic lobbyists who still wielded considerable influence over society. At some point it would likely be politically necessary to make a few new orbital telescopes for installation in other systems, most likely starting with Alphard for convenience, but Olsen certainly couldn't announce that anytime soon. It would be interpreted as a bribe to keep the astronomers happy. The only departments that actually were happy already, ecstatic even, were geology, because they were having money and resources thrown at them to survey new worlds for potential mineral wealth, and high-energy physics, because the SLDF wanted better lasers and particle beam weapons and had a good sum of money in their budget to fund R&D projects. The SLDF had of course stipulated that Professor Ogbert Farnstrom was not to be left unsupervised near any directed energy weapons. He might well be the smartest man in the department, perhaps even the smartest in the entire star system, which was really saying something for NEOPS, but genius or not, he was also one mech short of a full lance in their opinion. As a nuclear chemist by background herself, with contacts in several related departments, Hollister also knew that the materials science people were chasing a share of that military budget as well. Unfortunately for them, they had been told point blank that unless they could come up with how to make a better heat sink, or superior armor plate, then they weren't going to get money thrown at them anytime soon. "Excuse me, Madam Secretary," Hollister's aide interrupted her thoughts. "Yes, Daniel," Hollister replied, looking away from the viewing window towards him. The guided tour of the workshop earlier had actually turned out to be more interesting than she had expected, and afterwards she had found herself looking at the facility and the workers there with more respect. "Just to remind you that we still need to visit the new defense plant this afternoon, and that you also told the High Associator that you would make your decision today on what you think we should do about the steel shortage," the aide reminded her. Hollister checked her watch. "Still plenty of time to get to the new factory complex," she told him. "I don't want to get there too early. We'll just have to sit through another lecture about battle mech construction if we do, and probably suffer through a war story or two from the retired SLDF people they put in charge of getting it running on schedule," she replied. "If you've heard one rambling tale about righteously putting Stefan Amaris's goons to the sword, you've heard them all." "I don't know, ma'am. I think it largely depends on who's telling the story," the aide disagreed. "Some of them are pretty funny, at least they are if you can cope with the gallows humor," he opined. "What about the steel shortage?" He nudged again for a decision. Samantha Hollister sighed. "We drastically overestimated how many mining robots we could get our hands on, didn't we?" she asked rhetorically. "Ones that still worked anyway." The aide nodded. "I guess Earthworks are putting most everything they have into meeting their military contracts these days, and most of the other suppliers had their assembly lines destroyed by either Amaris or one successor state or another," he said. "We did manage to find plenty of them in scrap yards that we got cheap enough," he added in a more upbeat manner, smiling. "Most of which are going to take us forever to get running again," Hollister replied glumly. "If it wasn't for the engineering department at the university offering course credits to students if they fixed them, it would be 10 years or more before we had the number we need to meet existing resource commitments, let alone any new ones Olsen comes up with. Strange to think we've got a glut of germanium, but not enough iron of all things," Daniel remarked. "We've got more of every type of metal than we know what to do with. The problem is that most of it is stuck in floating rocks and we just don't have the manpower or the necessary EVA equipment to dig it out by hand," Hollister noted, groaning at the situation they found themselves in. Mining robots, particularly the first-rate ones made by Earthworks, could not care less if they were working in a vacuum, and they could work right around the clock without ever needing to rest bar the occasional service or repair. If they had a spare project workshop or two available, then they could made a few of their own robots to help out, but they didn't, so they couldn't. "Screw it," Hollister eventually decided after considering the options again. "I'm going to recommend we trade with the Illyrian Palatinate," she told her aide. "They've got enough in the way of steel production to meet our needs until we can get our own up to speed, and we're not exactly short of transportation to haul it back here." The aide nodded. "There is the matter of what we might have to trade for the metal to get the best deal," he pointed out. They don't have much call for germanium and that's the only thing we have to trade except for weapons. Hollister finished the sentence for him. The SLDF might not be happy about that, the aide warned. They're not using the damn things, Hollister replied, unmoved by what the military might think about it. All those Star League air lasers and autocannons are just sitting in a warehouse gathering dust since they replaced them with improved versions. It's not like they're ever intending to use them, they're already planning to replace their new gear with even newer gear, like that fancy new extended range laser they're hoping to put into mass production soon. It's more use to us now for trade than it'll ever be for our defense needs. Part of their objection is likely to be us arming a potential hostile neighbor, the aide reminded her. The Palatinate does have a history with the Star League, and it wasn't always an amiable relationship. Hollister laughed. If our military argues that the Illyrian Palatinate is a threat, then you know that they're stretching for an excuse not to give up their aging reserve stockpile of increasingly obsolescent guns, she said, amused by the very idea. Romanoff herself says she's confident that our military could give the Free Worlds League enough of a shellacking to make them back off from an attempted invasion, and the Palatinate itself barely has a military. That's why we can get a good price for our old guns from them. They have enough of a problem fighting off the larger pirate groups. We're so far out of their league we're not even playing the same sport. The aide frowned. They do have battle mechs, he pointed out. According to the data I've seen, we've got more battle mech regiments than they have battle mech companies, Hollister retorted, and that's putting aside the fact that half their hardware dates from the reunification war or earlier, she continued. Hell, I'd bet good money that the NOM could probably take them on its own these days. They're certainly much better trained and equipped than they used to be. Did you see that a NOM mech warrior got into the top 10 in the heavy battle mech division in the latest gunslinger ratings? She asked rhetorically. We all used to think of them as nothing but paper tigers, only fit for taking on pirates, but Romanoff and her people really whipped them into shape. Yeah, the aide agreed. Jason Carmichael, that mech warrior you mentioned, I've actually met him a couple of times. My sister went to school with the guy, the aide replied. Joined the NOM because his grades weren't very good according to her. She put a Newton on him to win his last match just because she knew him, got 6-to-1 odds because nobody thought a NOM guy would pull it off. It's all about the Newtons, Hollister replied, chuckling as she quoted the line from many a popular rap song, and at least one children's rhyme about the laws of motion. Don't let the Leibniz posse hear you say that, the aide warned in jest, grinning. You know the military are going to ask why we don't just import steel from somewhere else. Hollister shrugged. I'm happy to argue it out in front of the High Associator, she replied. Steel from the Palatinate is a lot cheaper than from the Free Worlds League, that's why the Merrics import from there themselves, and if we bought from the League, or the Magistracy for that matter, we'd have to pay in germanium, and do we really want either of them to know we've got that much of the stuff yet? She asked rhetorically. We had no option but to pay in germanium for the industrial plant and machinery we needed to import from them, but we're being careful to spread out our purchases over time, so it looks like we're gradually digging it up, not that we've got warehouses full of the stuff already. It's a balancing act certainly, ma'am, the aide agreed. It's really just a shame the team of geologists sent to Copernicus to investigate the iron ore deposits discovered there by the initial surveys found they weren't as sizable as first thought. Met, not every system we plant a flag on is going to be a treasure trove of easily extracted mineral wealth, Hollister replied. It was still important to claim it before someone else did. It's only one jump from AJC after all, same reason we're talking to the people on Stafford. Regarding Stafford, the Department of Agriculture is still pushing for us to move the purchase of agricultural robots to a higher priority, and we can't get any, we should build a manufacturing plant for them, the aide told her. They are adamant that Stafford is a breadbasket world waiting to happen, and it's likely Islington will be too further down the road. Robots harvesting grain from fields 20 kilometers across might make for quite the mental image, but they'll have to make do with tractors and combine harvesters for a while yet, because there is no way we'll be building our own factory for agricultural robots, or any other kind of robots, for a generation, Hollister stated flatly. NEOPS had hit the ground running when it came to industrial development, but all the infrastructure that would have to be put in place first before they could get to that stage was staggering to contemplate. Wait. Why were the Department of Agriculture looking at Islington? She asked, nonplussed. That's got to be 5 jumps from here, halfway to freaking Frobisher, for Pete's sake. It's closer than Algenib, and the people there are actually asking to be made a protectorate, so I can't imagine the High Associator not wanting to raise the Red Cameron Star over them before the next election, the aide supposed. My guess is that people are just looking at the map and assuming that we're going to claim every system rimward from here all the way to Frobisher any day now. And populate them with who exactly? Hollister asked rhetorically, rolling her eyes. I doubt they're really considering that particular issue, ma'am, Daniel, the aide told her. At the risk of a little hyperbole, people are drawn to dreams of empire and glory. It's the vision thing, aspiring to being something greater than ourselves. Hollister rolled her eyes to the ceiling. I blame Olsen and his manifest destiny shtick, she muttered to herself. All those speeches about the NEOPS Association lighting the way to a glorious future for humanity are rotting people's brains. Everyone is losing their freaking perspective and sense of scale, she continued before turning back to look through the viewing window. We're practically hand-building the future, and that takes a little time, she said drily. Daniel, the aide, laughed. Yes. Ma'am, he agreed. It's a damn good thing that the SLDF arrived with their own production lines for equipment, because I've got no idea how we would have been able to build those ourselves this century, Hollister remarked, only exaggerating a little bit. If they kick up a fuss about trading their surplus weaponry to the Palatinate, maybe we should tell them we need the steel to make all that reinforced concrete they're pushing for. That might work, ma'am, Daniel replied, thinking about it. It was a pretty smart idea to build their battle mech factory at the bottom of an old open-cast mine, but it'll need one hell of a second roof on it so it doesn't collapse when they dump a few million tons of backfill on top of it. Still a lot quicker and cheaper than digging a bunker complex that size from scratch, Hollister noted. I'll bet they're looking at all the other mines right now thinking budget Castle Bryan or whatever, so we'd better make sure they know they can't have them until they're no longer economically viable. I heard that someone was talking about maybe using fusion reactors to melt rock into lava and pouring that on top of the first couple of layers of backfill like cement, the aide told her. Stabilize the whole thing, reduce the load bearing down on the structure, and have a shield against orbital strikes and bunker busters. Hollister stared at him. Letting those old guys from the Star League Department of Mega Engineering loose in the university was not the smartest thing we have ever done, she opined. It's unleashing everyone's inner mad scientist, I swear, she said, shaking her head in disbelief. One sniff of building a secret underground lair surrounded by liquid hot magma and they all start laughing maniacally, she said. Yes, I know it won't actually still be liquid rock, she added before he could correct her. More like a layer of basalt or similar igneous rock, cooled off and set, maybe several meters deep with more backfill than dumped on top. How do you get to find out all this stuff anyway? She asked suspiciously. You're often better informed than I am. Humble minions like myself are wont to talk to humble minions in other departments, ma'am, Daniel explained. As long as it's not actually secret, we try and share useful information. What do you tell them about me? Hollister wanted to know. Nothing you need to worry about. The occasional hint that you care enough about doing your job that it annoys the crap out of you when people mess with your plans, the aide replied. Do you tell anyone how often I moan about the High Associator? No point, everyone knows that already, including him, Daniel told her. It stopped even being interesting gossip when you bawled him out over the Franca's investment thing in front of everyone in the council. That was a mistake. He cashed in on it by saying that in his administration he welcomed opposing views because in his heart he was still a scientist seeking objective truth, and if your hypothesis cannot stand up to counter-argument then it's a crappy hypothesis, Hollister complained. My life would be so much easier if he was just a blithering idiot like all too many of his predecessors, she said dejectedly. If anything, the most aggravating part of the whole thing was that he wasn't mad enough about it to hold a grudge. I suspect he's wise to any attempts you might make to get yourself replaced by someone else, the aide theorized. He knows you're far too diligent and professional to deliberately screw up, so pinning your hopes on an irreconcilable personality clash with the boss might be your escape plan, he said, smiling. We really should get moving if we want to inspect the new factory complex and still have time to get something to eat before catching the dropship back home though, ma'am, he told her. You're probably right on both. Where would I be without you, Daniel? Hollister asked, smiling back at him. Late, ma'am, you would always be running late, the aide replied. And you would have to read more of the memos that cross your desk instead of trusting me to only put the important ones in front of you, he added, knowing full well that she still occasionally checked a few of the others just to make sure he was doing his job properly. Hollister grimaced. Why anybody thinks I give enough of a crap to copy me in on what particular jump ship is going where, or recruitment decisions outside my own department, I will never know, she said, amused as to the logic there. It was one thing to be a details person, but knowing the minutiae of issues outside your own remit was all too rarely useful, at least in government anyway. In science a decent grasp of other fields could pay off on occasion. I'll say my farewells then we can get going. The VTOL ride should be fun, she said sardonically. The fierce crosswinds that were a constant feature of air travel on Neops V were something that were best avoided if you were a nervous flyer, and Hollister wasn't exactly an enthusiastic one. It's a little too far to travel by road given how valuable your time is, ma'am, Daniel replied apologetically as she headed for the door. Remind me to sign off on building more maglev on this planet, Hollister told him. Will do, the aide replied, mentally filing that instruction in the category probably not being serious, as he followed her out of the supervisor's office. One slightly hair-raising VTOL trip from the project workshop facility to a now-defunct open-cast mine later, Hollister stepped out of the tilt-rotor craft onto the landing pad where she was greeted by a handful of workers, including the man in charge of building the factory there. Hollister was pleasantly surprised to find that down at the bottom of the enormous pit that had been dug into the ground by heavy machinery the air was actually quite still, and she could not help but feel it was a pity that they intended to fill the hole back up eventually. Weather's quite decent down here, isn't it? The engineer in charge observed, seeming to read Hollister's mind somehow. Reminds you how much nearer the star we are here when you can actually feel the sunlight hitting you, and not just the breeze. Only calling it a breeze was underplaying the constant prevailing winds here, Hollister thought to herself, but she nodded anyway as she was led towards the manufacturing plant. Basically just a collection of blocky concrete buildings that were entirely lacking in external windows because they were all going to be deep underground eventually. Before they were buried, concrete arches would be constructed right over them to support a second roof above the first, this being required so that millions of tons of rock dumped on them from above as backfill didn't simply squish the factory flat, but they weren't nearly at that stage of construction yet. Inside the first and largest building, the production lines were already taking shape. Most of the engineers and technicians involved were SLDF personnel, rather than the civilians workers of the project workshops, and Hollister noted the difference in working environment almost immediately as they seemed to be operating at a near-frantic pace. Got to get everything finished ahead of schedule, the chief engineer told her. No point having new battle mechs rolling off the production line too late to influence the outcome of the war, he stated with quite some authority. You're speaking from experience, I imagine. Hollister replied, watching as a crew of engineers were assembling what she thought were a set of giant rollers for some kind of battle mech-sized conveyor belt. The chief engineer nodded. If we'd had the production lines for the pulverizer, the Stag and the Mercury 2 running on Circe a year earlier, hell maybe even only 6 months, the other clans would have been a lot more reticent to take us on, he said confidently. We were the first to get our shit together in terms of new production, excuse my language, but just not soon enough to get meaningful numbers of the new machines in the field before we really needed them. We're not exactly short on war material at the moment, Hollister pointed out. No, but if the clans find us in the next 5 years, or the Free Worlds League invades us, then having a warehouse full of brand new HSR 250DN Hussar mechs and another rolling off the line every 2 weeks is going to come in handy, the engineer suggested. With the new laser and the anti-infantry armament, they're good for more than just scouting, even if they are a great scout mech. Only one battle mech every 2 weeks? I thought production was supposed to be faster than that. Hollister queried, frowning. It's not producing the mech itself that's the problem in terms of speeding up production, the engineer told her. The Guardian ECM system it carries, and the Beagle active probe it mounts as well, take a while to put together, they're highly advanced and technically demanding pieces of kit, he said. We're only lucky that the Mercury 2 mounted both, so we already had the production lines for them, they're just not capable of turning them out as fast as we would want in an ideal galaxy. Somehow I got the impression that the tricky part was the fusion engines. Hollister responded, frowning. The extra-light fusion engines used in more advanced battle mechs like our Hussar are certainly tricky to make, the successor states were well behind the hegemony when it came to manufacturing those, but fortunately for us the Stag medium we had in production utilized a 270XL engine that has the same mass and power output as the one needed by our new Hussar, so we're just using those, the engineer told her. The production line for them is next door, he added. We should be capable of turning out one of those a week once we're operating at full production rates if we need to, the excess ones not needed for the Hussar might come in handy for other purposes. Such as? Hollister asked him, curiously. The Royal version of the Phoenix Hawk battle mech uses a 270XL engine, if we ever want to put those into production at some point, and we might because it's a good machine, the engineer told her. Until then we can also use them to replace the regular 270 fusion engines fitted to our standard model Tomahawk and Ahab aerospace fighters, upgrading them to Royal configurations with more mass available for weaponry and armor, he explained. They'll even fit into a Highlander assault, but I'm not convinced having more mass for weapons and armor is worth it in that case. XL engines can't take as much punishment as regular ones, and the Highlander is supposed to stand there and take it. It can't just run away when things get too hairy like a fighter or a fast mech can. Hollister nodded. She had heard before that there is a trade-off if you wanted one of the lighter engines in your battle mech, that being the war machine couldn't take as much abuse before it went down. Mechs with XL engines were sometimes described as glass cannons in military parlance. The extra weaponry they could mount meant they could dish it out harder, but they couldn't take it nearly as well. How much of the machine is actually going to be made here? She asked. As opposed to being merely assembled from parts made elsewhere. In some ways it's as much assembly as it is manufactured, to be honest, the engineer told her. The endo-steel frame has to be manufactured in a freefall or zero-G environment, so most of the chassis and limbs are going to be produced at the orbital facility up there and brought down by dropship, he said, pointing upwards. The fusion engines, myomer muscles, and electronics will be made in-house, but armor plate will also be made elsewhere. Another engineering team is putting up a plant that'll produce ferrofibrous armor in quantity, but I've heard a rumor that they might be running way behind schedule. If they are, we might be forced to use standard plate for the first few Hussars that roll out. Hollister frowned, thinking to herself she should look into that rumor because that was the first she had heard about it. Weaponry? She asked, moving on. One day they'll all be manufactured at a new armaments factory that will eventually be installed in one of the buildings we're putting up here, but for the foreseeable future we'll be relying on weaponry made elsewhere, the engineer replied. Once we've upgraded all the mechs belonging to the 295th, our existing armaments production capacity will be freed up, and for now we can't really justify having far more capacity to turn out weaponry than we actually have machines to hang it off, he said. I know there's a debate on whether or not to retool the line that makes the improved large laser to make the new model extended range large laser instead, or to make a whole new one, but that's not my department. I suppose the ability to make spares is the reason why you would want to keep the old line as well. Hollister asked him. That, and I guess if we ever found ourselves needing something to sell to pay the bills the successor states would offer their firstborn for them, the engineer replied, grinning. They might be a generation behind our new toy, but they're still a generation ahead of what everybody but the clans have. That was certainly worth considering as a long-term investment, Hollister considered. Mothballing rather than retooling old production lines so they could be used to make money in the future meant more upfront expenditure right now to replace them entirely, but the payoff in a few years could be truly massive. They would have to make sure that the qualitative edge over the successor states remained just as large as it was now, of course, or ideally even larger. They weren't just potential future customers, they were potential future enemies. As she was given a tour of the rest of the facility, Hollister realized that the reason everything seemed to be going too smoothly here was that the engineers and technicians putting the machinery together were the same ones who had made and assembled it in the first place way back in clan space. Not only that, they were also the people that had taken it all apart again and loaded it onto the ships which had carried it from Circe to Neops. They all seemed happy in their work too, which largely seemed to be due to the fact that all the bulky equipment weighed noticeably less here than it had the last time they had to hump it around. Note from the author. Neops V is the closest of the three habitable worlds in the Neops system to its star, and in canon seems to be the one where the association maintains most of its industry. Project Workshop 3 was where Neops manufactured their Nighthawk-powered armor in canon, though not for a couple of centuries. I'm placing Project Workshop I on Neops 7, the most populous world in the system, and Workshop 2 on Neops 6, seemingly the least populous, with the assumption that you wouldn't want all your eggs in one basket production-wise. Project Workship IIIA, formerly just 3, is currently busily putting together IIIB, and after that will make IIIC, and eventually there will also be additional workshops on the other planets too, IB, IIB etc. Given how advanced the workshops seem to be, and the requirement of trained staff to operate them, I'm running with the idea that it'll take about 5 years to add another new one each time, eventually an A, B, and C workshop on each planet, but that's for decades in the future. The only reason why they can get their version of the Royal Hussar into production this soon is because they already had a production line for a compatible fusion engine, the 270XL used in the Stag, and the ability to manufacture the specialist electronics needed for the Guardian ECM and Beagle active probe, both carried by the Mercury 2. We saw Samantha Hollister back in Part 19. She was punished for the competence she demonstrated chairing the steering committee by having a job foisted upon her by the High Associator after he won the 2830 election. Every new thing he wants done requires something else to be delayed, robbing Peter to pay Paul as it were, because Neops has limited resources. The Illyrian Palatinate was a fairly major exporter of steel to the Free Worlds League in canon, and quite unique in that the usually isolationist Neops was seeking diplomatic relations with them, so they must have been thought of by the association in a more positive light than most. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XXV. I don't know who had the idea for all of you to get the Greek letter gamma tattoos, but you'd better make sure that none of sibling company Zeta, or any of the other sickos, copy you until they're at least 18 as well. General Franklin Hallis lays down the law to sibling company Gamma, 2834 CE. Capital City Neops Association, Neops 7, 2833. The neighborhood near the university where Philomena's parents' apartment block was situated was by no means the bad part of town. Not that any part of the city was particularly run down, as Neops was too wealthy, and the building stock generally too new to have actual slums. But as she followed her two friends along the sidewalk into the indisputably good part of town, it was pretty obvious when they had got there. This was not just because of how nice the houses actually were, though they were very nice, but also from how expensive most of the cars parked outside them looked, and the fact that there seemed to be a car in front of every house, rare in a city where public transportation was good enough that most people didn't even bother to own one. If she had not been as deep in conversation as she was, Philomena might have made comment about the ornate architecture of some of the buildings, that being something that had come interest her after growing up in an underwater habitat designed by engineers that valued functionality far more than form, but at that moment she had other issues to address. I still say that I looked ridiculous, Philomena contended. If I'd known you were going to dress me up like that, I would have never agreed to wear a costume you chose, she complained. I knew I should have been more suspicious as to why you wouldn't let me see it until it was far too late to find a different outfit to wear. You looked great. Alice wholeheartedly disagreed, setting the pace because she was the shortest of the three. Everyone thought so. You won the prize for best costume, didn't you? She asked rhetorically, thinking that was a slam dunk argument in itself. The previous night's party, held at a venue hired for the purpose by one of the richer kids in class, had been entirely awesome in her opinion, and she couldn't understand why the Frobisher girl was still sore about it. You dressed me up as a character from that stupid anime cartoon from the Draconis Combine you like, Philomena exclaimed. I don't know what part was worse, the blue wig or the skirt that was so short that if I had body hair I would have needed to get it waxed. All of it, she said, grimacing. It wasn't like skirts that length were ever seen on Neops normally, especially without leggings underneath, the climate was less than suitable for them. I did warn you to wear panties that were skimpy but not too skimpy, but besides that it's not a stupid anime, it's great, Alice replied. Getting to watch that old anime series on television is the best thing about me ever coming to Neops, she defended her favorite show. Hey! Frederick objected. What about meeting me? Calm down, you make the top 3 on the list, Alice told her boyfriend. Frederick pouted. That means I don't even rate the number 2 spot, he realized. You're a great boyfriend, but you were edged out of second place by the fried chicken at Gloria's diner, Alice told him apologetically. You ranked above her bacon cheeseburgers though, she consoled him. Frederick thought about that. I'll take it, he decided eventually. You thought Philomena's costume was great, didn't you? Alice asked him, seeking an ally. Yeah, Frederick agreed, smiling and nodding enthusiastically. Philomena frowned. You don't think the blue wig looked stupid? You were wearing a wig. Frederick replied, feigning to be visibly confused. See, Philomena exclaimed, throwing up her hands. He's joking, Alice told her. Right. Yeah, Frederick said again, unconvincingly. Well, I still think it was an absolutely inspired choice of costume for the party last night, Alice declared, looking pleased with herself. Because my eyes make me look like a freaking cartoon character. Philomena retorted. Even if that wasn't hurtful, nobody was looking at my goddamn eyes. Other than the blue wig, your eyes were the best asset towards making it the costume absolutely perfect, Alice contended. In that skirt my ass was the only asset that was getting any attention unless I was stood bolt upright, Philomena muttered bitterly to herself, loud enough to be overheard. That's not true, is it? Alice checked with Frederick for verification. Frederick shrugged. Henry walking into that table just when she dropped her purse and bent down to pick it up might have been a coincidence, he posited uncertainly. Right, you're only guessing that it was because of your skirt, Alice told Philomena. No, it was definitely because of the skirt, Frederick responded. It's just that Henry told me he thought you had nice legs after he saw you in your swimming costume the first time, so it might have been them, not your ass, that caused him to not look where he was going, he suggested. Arg! Philomena exclaimed, wondering how she was going to face everyone again at school come Monday. I'm not going to forget that you didn't choose a costume for yourself that showed anything like as much skin, she told Alice menacingly. I couldn't, Alice defended herself. Frederick and I wanted matching costumes, he was Buck Rogers so I had to be Colonel Deering, she argued. That flight suit was pretty tight though, and I did unzip it a little to show some cleavage like she did in the show. You could have gone as Princess Ardala instead, Frederick suggested. All she wears is a jewel-encrusted bikini and a see-through silk skirt. Alice exclaimed. Compared to her, Philomena was dressed like a Catholic nun. Just saying, Frederick replied, wondering if he could talk her into wearing that at the next costume party they got invited to. If it wasn't for what Clarissa Anderson was wearing I would have had the sluttiest costume in the party, Philomena complained. She was not letting this go. And she is a slut so she can get away with it. Alice looked appalled. You can't say that about another girl. It demeans all of us, she chided. Even if it's true, Philomena asked, smirking. Yes. Alice exclaimed. Not that I'm saying it is, she added awkwardly. Here we are, Frederick announced, stopping outside a townhouse. My stepmom's in, that's her car, he pointed out the sleek electric vehicle parked on the road outside. She works Saturday mornings at the factory catching up on paperwork, so I wasn't sure if she would be back yet. This is your house? Philomena asked. This is really nice, she said, looking it over. It was a 3-story building made of brick and stone and far removed from the austere concrete tower block near the university where she lived with her parents. It's not really mine, I mean I've got a room here but most of the time I actually live in barracks, Frederick replied, punching a combination into an electronic keypad on the door. The door lock disengaged and Frederick pushed it open. Why do you like in barracks if you've got a room here? Philomena asked reasonably. Because he's a masochistic weirdo that likes to be woken up by bugle call at 6 a.m. Alice told her, grinning. Nat, it's the daily bed inspections and the 5K run before breakfast that I can't get enough of, Frederick replied deadpan. Give me a second, I'll make sure the coast is clear, he requested, stepping inside after cleaning his boots on the welcome mat. Are we trespassing or something? Philomena asked, concerned. Nah, he just wants to make sure that his stepmom's mom isn't visiting, Alice explained. You don't want to have to deal with that, she said. To be honest, neither does Fred, she's not a fan of you genetically engineered people. Philomena sighed. And I don't even look like a regular person like he does, she replied with a shrug. The number of people that stared at her was a lot lower now than it used to be nearly a year ago when she first came to Neops, but some people still did, and there was even a little noticeable hostility to her presence on occasion. Alice had offered to have her boyfriend beat up anyone that stepped way out of line, but that wouldn't exactly be in keeping with a desire to hold the moral high ground. All good, Frederick told them, appearing at the door again and ushering them inside. The house was even nicer on the inside than it was on the outside. How does your dad afford this place? How much do generals get paid anyway? Philomena wanted to know, checking out the expensive decor. Well, Barbara's got a good job too, but it's mostly down to the fact the bank let him have a 50-year mortgage, Frederick told her. He'll be over 100 before it's all paid off, so definitely no early retirement for him, he continued, chuckling. Barbara pretty much strong-armed him into it not long after they got hitched. He was happy enough living in married quarters in Arecibo, but they had only been married a couple of months before he knocked her up, and then she really wanted a nicer home and she was hormonal and terrifying. I was not terrifying, I was persuasive, a woman's voice interrupted them. Maybe a little terrifying, she conceded after thinking about it a little more. Wasn't expecting to see you, Frederick, thought you were spending all day at mall with Alice. I'm not staying too long, Frederick replied. Barbara, this is Philomena from school. Philomena, this is my stepmom, Barbara, she introduced them. We're all going to the movies later. I hope it's alright that I brought Alice and Philomena back here until then. Just as long as you're not expecting to bring two teenage girls into your room with door closed, it just fine, Barbara replied. Father not approve of you having more fun as teenager than he ever did, she added, trying not to laugh. Geez, Barbara, Frederick responded, blushing. Nice to meet you, Philomena, Barbara addressed the Frobisher girl, doing her best to ignore her uncanny not quite right appearance. According to Frederick, after a while you mostly stopped noticing after a while. Frederick mentioned you become friends with Alice, she said. Alice very nice girl, bad taste in men, she added, looking pointedly at the boy. Oh, come on. Frederick objected. You married Dad and I'm practically his clone. Not trying to say that my taste in men any good, Barbara countered, causing Alice to laugh. Hang up coats and hats, come through into living room, she told the girls, leading the way. Soda in fridge if you want one. Not for me thank you, Mrs. Hallis, Alice replied. It somehow felt wrong to call her Barbara like Frederick usually did himself. Although he did refer to her as his stepmom, he rarely called her mom for whatever reason, though of course he also called his father Con Hallis, General, or Sir more than he did plain Dad, and you couldn't say that their family dynamics were exactly typical in many regards. Me neither, Mrs. Hallis, Philomena added for herself, using the style of address her friend had, as they arrived at the living room, which contained some very comfortable-looking chairs and a crib that was against one wall. Is Judith awake? Frederick asked, walking across to the crib. Was a few minutes ago when I changed her diaper, Barbara replied. Hey sis, Frederick said, leaning over the crib and looking down at the baby inside. Yep, still awake and still more interested in looking at this thing than she ever is, me, he said, tapping the mobile hanging over the baby so it moved a little more. I still think that tiny model aerospace fighters and battle mechs would be better than stars and planets, he criticized it as his infant sister lay there seemingly transfixed by the random movement. Battle mechs don't even fly, Alice pointed out, going over to join him. Lambs only, obviously, Frederick replied, wondering why that needed to be explained. Or maybe regular mechs with jump jets, he added, thinking about it. Land air mechs had never really worked that all well in practice. Come take a look, she's adorable, Alice told Philomena. Wait until she throw up on you, opinion change a little, Barbara told her sagely. Baby Judith might not have been particularly interested in looking at her brother, but when Philomena's face appeared above her as well, the mobile became rather less fascinating. The infant stared at her, somehow looking almost puzzled. Everyone always stares at the eyes, Philomena wryly observed. I thought we already determined that depended on the length of the skirt. Frederick joked, earning himself a poke in the ribs from Alice for his trouble. Alternatively, she's thinking, holy crap, someone with even less hair on their head than I have instead. He then offered an alternative explanation, one that now caused Alice to glare at him. Philomena thought about that and couldn't entirely dismiss the latter theory. Having Alice stood next to her certainly made for a contrast, what with the girl's great mass of wavy copper-colored hair that was barely restrained from chaotically sticking out in all directions by several scrunchies. Naturally enough, Frederick wore his hair short in a military style, something that made his look even more like his father than he would have otherwise. The girls in his sicko tended to wear it a little longer, like Jennifer with her pixie cut, but genuinely long hair was frowned upon, not just because it looked more unkempt but because it was something to grab hold of in a fight. I saw on television news that Mother appointed ambassador from Frobisher to Neops, Philomena, Barbara commented while she slumped down on one of the chairs. Judith might be being quiet right now, but the infant had kept her up most of the previous night crying for no discernible reason and she was tired. Annoyingly, Franklin was away so he hadn't been there to do half the work. I think they're calling her envoy rather than ambassador because Frobisher is legally going to be a self-governing protectorate, not a fully independent foreign state with diplomatic recognition, Philomena replied, looking away from the baby towards its mother. That's assuming that the people back home agree to the terms your government wants us to, anyway. Do you think they might not? Alice asked, frowning. Not really. Without Neops, Frobisher is screwed 6 ways from Sunday, Philomena stated flatly. You're probably the only people that can fix all our broken equipment and almost certainly the only one that can help us out with our population issues, she continued. And that's putting aside the fact that the technology we have that does still work is becoming more and more valuable every day, valuable enough to attract pirates or worse, and we need protection from them too. Worse being the Merricks, I guess, Frederick surmised. You're further away from the Free Worlds League than we are, but just not far enough for comfort, he said while pulling faces at his baby sister to try and make her laugh. Philomena nodded. We've never been that worried about the magistracy, they've always been decent neighbors, but while the Merricks aren't Kurita or Liao, thank God, they've still done some pretty heinous stuff themselves. If they could justify to themselves the killing of billions of normal people on other hegemony worlds, then they're not going to have many qualms killing a few thousand that look like me to take what we have. Your people safe with Neops, Barbara said confidently. Anyone turn up looking to make trouble, General Romanova send my husband to teach them lesson not ever forget. Where is Dad? I thought he was off duty this weekend. Frederick asked, sticking his tongue out at baby Judith to try and get a reaction. Still off playing soldier on Rick Jane's island, should be back tonight, Barbara replied. Frederick smiled. Military training exercises aren't playing soldier, you know, he replied. Then why they call them war games then? Barbara replied, smirking. Battle mech's just big toy for overgrown boys to play with. How do you explain all the female mech warriors like General Romanov or Aunt Trish then? Frederick countered. Girls only humoring them like do always, Barbara replied, winking at Alice. Nietzsche said that men like war because only time they absolutely sure women not laughing at them behind back. Nietzsche? Philomena queried. German philosopher, 19th century, Barbara explained. She had originally started reading philosophy because she liked to quote them to people when they seemed to be assuming that because her spoken English wasn't perfect she must be stupid and ignorant, but she actually ended up enjoying it. There was more to intellectual pursuits than just studying the hard sciences regardless of what the social hierarchy on Neops thought. One day she hoped to get Frederick to look a bit further afield than Immanuel Kant and George Hegel when it came to philosophy, but it was an uphill struggle so far. The only reason she managed to get him to even read those was because Karl von Clausewitz was a fan, which he considering a ringing endorsement. After some polite chit-chat between Barbara and the girls, Frederick asked Alice and Philomena if they wanted to listen to some music in his room before they headed off to the movies. Given that his room was on the top floor, and Barbara wasn't, Philomena wasn't sure what use leaving the door open was as a deterrent to unapproved of teenage activities, but he left it open anyway. Sorry about the mess, Frederick apologized for the state of his room. What mess? Philomena asked, confused, looking around. There was barely a book, magazine, or item of clothing out of place. If anything in barracks is more than a millimeter out of place, he gets a demerit, Alice explained. You can bounce a quarter on his bed after he makes it and I swear he'll happily sit there shining boots for hours, she said, not exaggerating nearly as much as Philomena assumed she was. If you were taught to march almost as soon as you learned to walk, you'd be a bit weird too, Frederick responded with a shrug. Alice giggled. Tell her how you learned the ABCs at kindergarten, or whatever it is you weirdos called it instead, she told her boyfriend. Frederick sighed. A is for Alpha, B is for Bravo, C is for Charlie. He began. You're kidding. Philomena responded incredulously. No, really. I thought he was making it up too, so I checked with Jennifer, Alice told her. You should hear some of the nursery rhymes they were taught, like, Jack and Jill charged up the hill, to take the heavy mortar, bombs rained down and cut Jack down, and Jill came tumbling after. Philomena looked at Frederick more than slightly appalled. It's a lesson about needing cover fire to suppress enemy artillery when you attack a fortified position, Frederick explained awkwardly. It was brainwashing, Alice contended, and not entirely without cause. That's an exaggeration, Frederick replied, unconvincingly. It really isn't, Philomena agreed with Alice. Isn't that how they did it in ancient Sparta? Train the boys for war from when they were little. Not exactly. In Sparta they left it a little late to really benefit from how fast kids learn when they're young, Frederick replied. They didn't start training them until they were 7, I already knew how to read a map and call in an artillery strike by the time I was 6, he said proudly. By 7 I knew where to stab a man so he bled out fast, and I could field strip and reassemble a Mauser 960 blindfold, he said. Lasers are a good choice for teaching little kids to shoot, no recoil, although the Mauser was way too heavy for us at that age, so we usually shot it off a bench rest. The mind-blowing thing is that his people were genuinely the least unhinged clan as far as I can tell, Alice responded sadly, shaking her head. Most of the time her boyfriend came across as pretty normal, but then he told a few childhood stories, or spent the weekend playing with demolition charges, and it brought home that he really wasn't. If it wasn't for the ever-present specter of impending doom if Kerensky's clans ever found them, or one of the great houses attacked, the government would have almost certainly forced the SLDF to scrap the remaining parts of the Sikko system that were still running. Unfortunately it was a dangerous galaxy, and sibling company Gamma and the younger Sikkos might come in very handy in a few years if the Neops Association found itself in great need of some very good, and very enthusiastic, mech warriors and fighter pilots. I'm not surprised you make plastic models of battle mechs as a hobby, Philomena observed, noticing a couple of them sitting on a desk. Only the ones I've gotten to pilot, Frederick replied. That's a Locust, the first mech they let me take out, that one is a Wasp, I got to fire the guns on that one, and I'm working on a Phoenix Hawk because I got to try one out last month, but it's taking longer because I have to customize the model, he said. The one I got to take out was a Royal with an ERP-C instead of a laser, and the model shop only sells the PXH1. There's a model shop on Neops? Philomena asked, wondering how there was enough local demand to keep a business like that running. Neops 7 might have a huge population compared to Frobisher, but there were villages in some places with practically as many people living in them as on her home world. He means the toy shop downtown, Alice explained. If he calls it a model shop instead, it doesn't sound as lame. You're as bad as Barbara, Frederick muttered to himself, pouting. Philomena noticed a few photographs stuck to the far wall. Who's that with you on the beach? She asked. The picture looked recent judging by how old Frederick looked, but clearly hadn't been taken anywhere on Neops, however, way too sunny. Frederick grinned. That's not me, he replied. That is definitely you, Philomena stated with certainty. There's a Frederick Hallis in that picture, but it's not me, and it's not the one you think it is either, Frederick told her. The older guy is my grandfather, the original Frederick Hallis, the kid is my father when he was 14 or so. Philomena stared at the photograph. I know you look a lot like your dad, but are you sure you're not a clone? She asked, looking at the boy in the picture and then back to Frederick. Alice laughed. Look at the woman in that other photo next to it, the one wearing the flight suit, and then look at Fred again, she suggested. Pay attention to the eyes. They're the same, Philomena realized. Yep, exactly the same, and I don't just mean the color, Frederick told her. That's my biological mom, well kinda anyway, he continued. I'm something like 65% dad, 25% her and 10% a few other people combined, he told her. I've got her 20/10 eyesight, her reaction times and her hand-eye coordination too, they're all better than my father has. I should end up a little taller than him too when I'm fully grown, but that's because of someone included in the 10%, not because of my bio-mom. She's a pilot? Philomena asked, correctly identifying what she was wearing and the insignia upon it. You couldn't live on Neops for a while and not learn that sort of thing. Current and former SLDF personnel made up a fair proportion of the population, and there was a definite degree of militarization of society that she assumed had not existed before Frederick's people turned up. Fighter pilot, or at least she was. She was killed fighting the clans as part of the rearguard holding them off during the secession, Frederick told her. Oh, I'm sorry, Philomena replied awkwardly. It's okay, I never even met her in real life, but she was kinda my mom, so Barbara thought I should have a picture of her, and Dad managed to find a decent one in an old personnel database, Frederick said, smiling. I do see her eyes every time I look in a mirror, so I suppose I have sort of met her in a way at least, he continued. I've read her files. Day before she died she shot down a couple of snow ravens, the first of which was the 10th aerial kill of her career, making her a fighter ace twice over. She made ace the first time during Operation Klondike, so I guess they made the right decision using her genes as part of the program, which is something nice to know about myself. Philomena nodded, though unsure if she really understood exactly how his thinking processes worked there. In many ways the Iron-born kids, or kits as they preferred, were far stranger than her own people, gills and all. The culture and society on Frobisher was very much Terran hegemony in the way they did things and saw the galaxy around them, in that they were actually very much like most people on Neops that weren't of Capellan extraction, with some of the sometimes downright odd hardcore Wolverines really standing out from the crowd. That's Fred when he was 6, Alice spoke up, pointing to a larger picture, one showing 2 groups of young children formed up next to each other in front of an imposing stone building, all wearing cadet uniforms. I bet you can recognize a few other faces too, she added, grinning. Philomena took a closer look. That's Jennifer, and that's definitely Dave, she decided. I think that's Henry right there, she pointed to another child. Yep, Frederick confirmed. That's us stood outside City Hall in Bearcat, the Wolverine City on Stranomecti, the clan's capital world, he said. Just after they took that photo they stuffed us all in a VTOL for a visit to Katiosha City where they gave us a tour of the Hall of Cons, he said. We actually met the IL Con there, Nicholas Kerensky. If I'd known what was going to happen less than a year later I'd have shanked the bastard, he said regretfully. I don't recognize any of the kids in the other group stood next to yours, Philomena remarked, trying to rid herself of the mental image of an angry 6-year-old stabbing a man to death. That's sibling company Beta, the Siko just ahead of ours, so a year or so older than we were, Frederick told her. They were just regular humans like. He paused, well not like you but like Alice I suppose, he corrected what he was initially going to say. Do they go to a different school than us? Philomena asked. No, they never made it to Neops, we think they all got incinerated when Great Hope got nuked, but if any of them survived then they were probably executed after being taken prisoner, Frederick told her, something cold and dark in his eyes when he said it, though his tone remained even. Philomena stared at the photograph. But they were just little kids, she responded, appalled. They were warrior caste little kids, Frederick replied, voice still calm. Kerensky ordered that every one of us should be killed, and that everyone in one of the civilian castes, laborers, technicians, and the rest should be sterilized. When we say we were escaping from attempted genocide, we weren't kidding. Once all the Wolverines that got left behind for whatever reason eventually die of old age, will be the only ones there are anywhere. Fred helps out training the younger Sickos, don't you, Fred? Alice asked him rhetorically. Sometimes, Frederick replied. Sickos Zeta, Theta, and Iota, the Ironborn generations from 2819, 2821 and 2822, are pretty numerous compared to us Gammas. They had expanded the program a lot by the time the Zetas came along and also improved the Iron Womb tech. We give the instructors a hand with them sometimes. It's kind of fun with the Iotas, having a bunch of 11-year-olds running cadence behind you, I mean. Zeta and Theta don't treat it as more of a game than they do serious business, so you do as well. Cadence? Philomena asked. He sings a line, they all echo what he just said, Alice explained. People used to do it on Buffalo Meadows too. Usually just the adults trying to keep fit, not the kids though. Philomena nodded her understanding. She had seen some of the SLDF and NOM soldiers doing that around town on occasion but hadn't known what it was called. What about the 2820 batch? She asked Frederick. You didn't mention them. Sibling company Ada? They didn't make it out of the clan homeworlds, we're not entirely sure what happened to them, Frederick told her, immediately making Philomena regret asking because it wasn't likely to be good whatever it was. Kappa, the 2823 kits, was never really a thing, so they'll probably restart the program with that name eventually. That'll probably be delayed even longer now because they'll want to get the anti-agathic treatments working before they spend a load of resources on more Ironborn, he reasoned. Mech warriors that are still able to take the field past their 10th decade are much better value for money than ones like me that never got the gene therapy. There's actually a good chance I'll die of old age before my dad does, which kinda sucks for both of us when I think about it. I just hope we get the treatments before Judith hits puberty so she can have them. Dad really wouldn't want to outlive his baby girl too. Alice nodded. My grandfather looks the same age as my father because Pop was hegemony born, but Pops was born on Buffalo Meadows like me, she said. Developing the anti-agathic treatments, or at least making reasonable progress in that direction, was something that Philomena was hoping for too, although for a somewhat different reason. She could not help but suspect that until Frobisher and Neops were more closely intertwined at all levels that she might never be able to go home. Given what she and her parents now knew about Neops, the authorities would surely want to make sure that none of it leaked out to the wider galaxy. That meant they were going to be extremely loath to let the envoy for Frobisher and her family leave, at least not until they were certain Frobisher could be completely trusted, that trust largely predicated on utter dependency. Frobisher was probably screwed without military protection that Neops could provide. Moreover, they were definitely screwed in the long term without technical assistance from the association, including the provision of iron wombs as a remedy for Frobisher's population issues. Frobisher providing the genetic know-how to recreate hegemony anti-agathics in return would at least make the arrangement less of a one-way street, and Philomena knew it was better to be a partner than a dependent when it came to negotiation. The Neops Association wasn't some kind of authoritarian dictatorship that harbored dreams of ruling over its protectorates with an iron fist, but they definitely saw themselves as the Terra in their vision of a new hegemony. While that was probably inevitable, Philomena much preferred her homeworld to be accorded status more like a regional capital such as Tyrfing once had in that arrangement, rather than effectively being a poorly populated colonial fief like Sirius, for example. Frederick grinned. I still can't believe you call your grandfather Pop, he responded. What would you have called yours? Alice wanted to know, narrowing her eyes. Sir, he was a general, Frederick replied. My great-grandmother was a general too, but I wouldn't have called her ma'am like one of her soldiers, Alice retorted. I think I need more friends that aren't army brats, Philomena Riley suggested. Alice was certainly more civilian in outlook than the Wolverine kids, but the Buffalo Meadows people were still very SLDF in origin. Alice's great-grandmother Lee MacArthur had commanded the 295th before General Romanoff, which was why her grandfather had ended up joining that particular unit and ended up stranded in the middle of nowhere as a result. Any problems with maybe getting yourself an army brat for a boyfriend, because it sure seems like Henry likes you? Alice suggested. Nah, that's not on the cards, Frederick interrupted, he's still smarting from getting burned when he tried to make a move before. Burned? How? Philomena asked in confusion. Also, when is this supposed to have happened? She reasonably wanted to know, having no idea what he was talking about. You know, when he asked you if you wanted to grab a milkshake after school and you gave him the brush off with a lame excuse, Frederick replied. What? Philomena responded, no more enlightened than before, maybe even less so. He told me you gave him a lame excuse why you had to go straight home, Frederick persisted. You didn't give him the old I can't, I'm washing my hair line, did you? Alice asked rhetorically, because that's a crap one even if I said it and I have hair, and mine does take a long time to wash and then get dry. No, I told him the truth why I couldn't go get a milkshake. I didn't know he thought I was making it up, Philomena replied. Well, what did you tell him? Alice wanted to know. I told him that I had to go home and walk my pet fish, Philomena told them. Both my parents were working late and he needs to exercise every day, we've got a schedule for him. Alice and Frederick both stared at her. Do you know how stupid that sounds to someone that doesn't know your pet fish is amphibious and really does need to be taken out of his tank to exercise? Alice asked eventually. But everyone does know, I talked about it during biology class when we discussed xenobiology and types of alien fauna, Philomena reminded them. Frederick pursed his lips. And you're sure that wasn't when Henry was off school for a couple of days after he got that concussion playing football? He asked, trying to remember himself. Oh, Philomena responded, looking and feeling extremely perturbed as to that possibility. Telling him I've got to go home to walk my pet fish does sound pretty made up in that scenario, she admitted. To the point of insulting his intelligence, albeit because of his ignorance of your pet mudskipper, I'd say, Alice concurred. I should probably talk to him to explain, Philomena decided, wondering how best to handle that. Good idea, Alice told her drily. Frederick thought about the situation. If you want to make reparations, and maybe get asked again if you want to grab a milkshake, just wear that skirt from yesterday, he advised. I am never wearing that skirt again, Philomena told him forcefully. Okay, but don't tell Henry that, Frederick replied. You already pissed him off because he thought you insulted his intelligence with a really BS excuse for a rejection, you shouldn't break the poor guy's heart too. If looks could kill, Philomena's large caliber glare would have vaporized Frederick and blown out the wall behind him, which would have been a shame because it was a very nice house. Note from the author. Finding a leash to fit a pet Alphard mudskipper is not easy, though not as hard as teaching them tricks. Getting them to stand up on their hind flippers to beg is particularly difficult. P. It's not Philomena's fault that girls in anime shows from the Draconis Combine with all their Japanese cultural influences look more like her than they do regular humans, except the hair of course, not many bald drac anime girls. The big eyes thing in Japanese manga and anime well predates the 1980s, which is when the Battletech universe diverges from our own incidentally. Naturally, in the version of Where's Waldo books Frederick had as a small child, Waldo was in a forest wearing a camouflage ghillie suit. If sibling company Gamma were the 2816 generation, the first Wolverines from the Iron Wombs, then running with that Alpha and Beta, 2814 and 2815, were regular kids and they're generally a lot less weird. Sako Zeta, 2819, was the first after the system was properly up and running, and they and later Sakos are considerably more numerous than the Gamma kids. Part XXVI will be entirely lacking in teenage crap, but I hope you all got a few laughs out of this part regardless. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XXVI. I drive a crosscut logger mech all week to put food on the table for my family, but my ride at the weekend is a blackjack to help keep all our families safe. Slogan from a recruitment poster for the Stafford Planetary Guard, 2845 CE. Hartwood Township, Stafford 2834. Roger Callahan wasn't sure if the majority of the town's population had turned out to watch as a mark of respect, or mostly just out of curiosity, but as his 2 companies of infantry and 1 of dismounted mech warriors brought their rifles and carbines up in salute, and the Star League anthem started to play over a loudspeaker, at least the locals didn't seem to react negatively as the newly adopted flag of the Neops Association hegemony was slowly raised over their community. If he was forced to describe Hartwood in one word, it would have been rustic, thanks in large part to the fact that the vast majority of the buildings here were made of wood, even if a few of them were quite large 3-story constructions. Given the easy availability of lumber, it was unsurprising that wood was the building material of choice on Stafford, but as a result the place very much resembled the stereotypical periphery backwater, with little more technology on display than you could have seen on Terra more than 1,000 years ago. There was a certain amount of mining going on up in the mountains yonder, Callahan knew, and a few small-scale industries had been established to supply low-tech farming, logging and mining equipment, but considering that their ancestors had arrived here in interstellar spacecraft, it was hard to deny that Stafford had seen its technological level slide more than a little over the years. They hadn't been completely ignorant of events in the wider galaxy before dropships from the Neops Association started arriving regularly in the last few years. Once or twice a decade a wandering jump ship had turned up looking for trade, not to raid, and they knew from them that the Star League had fallen and the successor states had subsequently plunged the Inner Sphere into the bloodiest war in human history, so on that basis a little forced isolation wasn't a bad thing, they considered. As they had gradually regressed from computers to incandescent light bulbs powered by water wheels being as advanced as their society got, however, some pining for a long-lost golden age of less back-breaking laboring in the fields, and more microwave ovens in the kitchen, was perhaps inevitable. As the flag reached the top of the pole, a squadron of aerospace fighters hurtled overhead providing their own salute, keeping their speed below Mach 1 for the sake of both the windows in the town and everyone's hearing. simultaneously pulled up into a steep climb as they cleared the town, accelerating off into the stratosphere and finally going supersonic once they were far enough away for that to be safe. A few people clapped and cheered, which was at least encouraging. Roger Callahan cleared his throat and took a deep breath before he began his speech. By the lawful decree of High Associator Giles Olsen and the Governing Council of NEOPS, by the authority invested in me by the Star League Defense Force, and with the agreement of the Free People of Stafford, he began, as of this date I hereby declare this system a protectorate of the NEOPS Association and its native population as hegemony citizens from this time forward, he said grandly, hoping that he didn't look and sound as much of an officious, self-important idiot as he felt like he did. Standing in front of all these thousands of people in his dress uniform, a sword hanging by his side. And now, as the people of Stafford joins those of Neops, Comstock, Francas, Algenib, Copernicus, and Frobisher in becoming hegemony citizens, living safe and free under the Cameron Star, I ask all present to offer a silent prayer to the God, or gods, you may worship to watch over us all as we continue to expand outwards, bringing the light of civilization, progress, and the rule of law to those living under the shadow of tyranny, barbarity and ignorance. It wasn't the speech he might have written for himself. It frankly had the fingerprints of Giles Olsen all over it, as the man loved this kind of phrasing, but enough people in the crowd bowed their heads at this juncture for Callahan to think it hadn't been too overblown and heavy on bombastic sentiment. Getting the people of Hartwood on side in recent months by building them a school and delivering a half-dozen farm tractors and a combine harvester had certainly paid dividends, as a similar approach had done previously on Alphard and Comstock. The one slight difference in approach on Stafford was gifting a couple of dozen chainsaws to each of the larger logging camps too, while dangling the possibility of maybe even handing over a logger mech or two later if the lumberjacks supported Stafford signing up for this hegemony thing. Winning hearts and minds was also the reason that for the flag-raising ceremony they had laid on a massive barbecue for afterwards, with meat imported from Francas and beer from one of the newly expanded breweries on Alphard. Whether it tipped the balance as regards local public opinion was in question, but it most likely boosted their attendance by quite a lot. The smell of burgers, hog roast, and fried chicken drifting across the town square was certainly making Roger Callahan himself feeling pretty positive about how the day was going so far, as well as making him salivate. In order not to appear too intimidating, Callahan had left his battle mech loaded aboard the battalion dropship that had set down in a clearing a couple of kilometers out of town, but after checking with the town mayor he would likely march them around later just to remind everyone why becoming a protectorate was a good thing. The next bunch of pirates that attempted to raid Stafford would soon come to regret their choice of victim, as the SLDF was always looking for an opportunity to relieve some peacetime boredom, and more importantly get some use out of the mountain of unused war material they had to justify the government paying for. Hartwood Township was the largest city on Stafford, with a population well into the double-digit thousands if you included the farming communities and logging camps nearby that supplied it, but that had meant it had historically also been the subject of the most attention from various bands of scum with a jump ship and a few battle mechs to their name. Most of the other communities on the planet were village-sized at best, although there were a good number of them, so their combined population was larger than lived in the Neops system as a whole. Smaller communities were less attractive for pirate raids, not much to steal, not many people to take as slaves, and not as easy to spot from the air. It was thought likely that the presence of a permanent SLDF garrison would lead to greater urbanization across the planet in the future, but that cultural inertia would see Hartwood itself, the de facto planetary capital and the hub of interstellar trade, expanding first and to the greatest degree. Persuading the population that they weren't pirates had taken the first survey teams that visited Stafford quite a considerable amount of time, effort, and careful diplomacy. In one case, a gunship VTOL that was being used to scout some forested hills had even been shot at by a bunch of farmers with old hunting rifles, presumably trying to scare them off thinking they were pirates. After a couple of rounds bounced off the armored canopy, the gunship had turned back and hovered above them, the pilot on the loudspeaker patiently asking them to knock it off as they continued to fire at her tilt-rotor combat aircraft ineffectually. Eventually, the pilot's patience exhausted, the gunship had turned its 30mm autocannon on a nearby grove of trees and blasted them to kindling with a long burst, ordering the farmers to surrender, whereupon the panicked farmers immediately threw down their guns and did so as the cannon swung in their direction instead. The pilot had then landed the VTOL, walked over to the farmers and angrily told them not to do that again, especially not to anything wearing the Red Cameron Star insignia, before getting back in her aircraft, complaining on the loudspeaker about trigger-happy hillbillies with no sense of self-preservation as she flew off. Most encounters with the locals involved a lot less shooting, fortunately, and the appearance of a VTOL in the sky above soon became a welcome sight across Stafford. The extreme number of small and widely scattered settlements that were spread over the main continent had made building a medical clinic in each of them simply unviable. Neops just didn't have sufficient personnel or all the required medical equipment to spare, but fortunately someone had a bright idea on how to solve the issue. A couple of old Cobra transport VTOLs that once belonged to the NOM had each been fitted out with a small clinic and operating theater in the cargo bay, which along with a high-tech Elegus medical diagnoser and a trio of medical personnel could handle most medical issues. The VTOLs would fly around visiting each settlement every few weeks to provide basic clinical care and check UPS, and in case of emergencies a settlement could radio for urgent help. Although not the fastest machines in the sky, the Cobras had unlimited range thanks to their fusion power plants, and they could set down most anywhere, making them a good choice for the job. The SLDF had actually used a version of the very same machine for casualty evacuation where they were attached to a MASH unit, and Callahan pondered that could have been what gave someone the idea for a flying surgical and medical team flitting about the Stafford skies in the first place. Considering how little it actually cost to run the service in the big scheme of thing, it was probably the most cost-effective means NEOPS had yet devised to get the population of a world the association wanted to raise the hegemony flag over to freely agree. It also looked good in the press back home as feel-good stories in the newspapers about the association being out there saving lives as it restored civilization one world at a time made the voters, and hence the politicians, very happy. The appeal of Stafford to the NEOPS Association was due to it being a very green world, offering something that Alphard most certainly did not, a potentially massive agricultural surplus. Much of the planet's surface was covered by forest and grassland, with only a few sparse patches of desert terrain and a small quantity of tundra near the poles unsuitable for farming. It was a generally pleasant world to live on too, orbiting a G-type yellow dwarf that greatly resembled Sol in the Terran system and with similar gravity to the home world of humanity as well. Oceans covered around 2/3 of the surface, although the native fish were not regarded as particularly appetizing, so Terran species would need to be imported if they wanted to develop a large-scale fishing industry here as well as agriculture. Stafford also greatly resembled Terra in climate, not so much the climate of Terra during the present Holocene era that had lasted since the last glacial period however, but rather Terra during the latter part of the Eocene epoch some 30 million years ago. It was some 8 degrees warmer than modern-day Terra at the equator, with the levels of CO2 in the atmosphere several times higher than they had been there even before the development of fusion power had helped clean up the environment. Warm weather with decent levels of annual rainfall across much of the planet and a goodly amount of CO2 to absorb made Stafford a veritable paradise for plant life, practically a planet-scale greenhouse. Plow up some grassland, or clear a few hectares of native forest, and you could plant most any crop and reap a good harvest for yourself. It was so suitable for human colonization that it was a wonder why the total population of Stafford 3 was only slightly larger than that of Alphard 4, despite it being so much more hospitable than that arid world. There were far less pleasant planets that were much further out from the inner sphere than Stafford, which had vastly greater numbers of people living there by the early 29th century that only an unlikely chain of events could explain it. Events which had, of course, actually transpired. Jump ships belonging to the Free Worlds League exploring outwards into the periphery, looking for new worlds to eventually colonize as the Merrics gradually expanded their borders, had actually come across Stafford as early as the 2390s. Unfortunately, in 2398 the Capellan Confederation invaded Andurian, then part of the Free Worlds League, an event that is generally regarded as being the start of the age of war that kept the Merrics and every other great house far too busy fighting each other to devote as much of their resources towards outwards expansion as they had previously. A century and a half of near continuous interstellar warfare later, the age of war had eventually ground to a halt, although as much because of Terran hegemony diplomatic efforts as it was because the great powers had been struck by the sudden realization that decade after decade of fighting had not really gotten them anywhere so far, and that was unlikely to change anytime soon. After the formation of the Star League in 2570, the Free Worlds League had started to expand outwards again, though resources devoted to the reunification war of 2577 to 2597 and the costs incurred by rebuilding efforts afterwards did hamper this somewhat, and it might have come to pass that Stafford would have been colonized by the Merrics during the 27th century if not for another development, this one technological rather than political. The invention of the Jamerson-Ulikoff water purifier in 2622 made hundreds, if not thousands, of previously uninhabitable worlds already within the borders of the great powers of the inner sphere suddenly viable for colonization. Why keep pushing out into the periphery to found new colonies when you could establish them right on your own doorstep, only a jump or two away from systems you already had? It already took months to travel from one side of the Free Worlds League to the other, and shorter supply lines and trade routes were cheaper and more profitable, so it was only good economics after all. Someone eventually did land settlers on Stafford 3, which is why it had a name on the maps rather than a number, and of course why there were people there already when scouts from the NEOPS Association first got there. However, the founders had arrived only a couple of decades before the new Vandenberg uprising of 2765 had plunged the entire periphery into war, cutting them off from civilization and any further waves of colonists. From what Roger Callahan had heard, the story was much the same for Islington, another periphery world with breathable air, good soil, and a benign climate itself situated about halfway between Neops and Frobisher. Both Stafford and Islington could have been established breadbasket worlds with large populations by now if events had turned out different, but that they weren't was only good for Neops because it meant nobody had planted a flag on them yet. His orders from headquarters were to mingle and play nice with the locals, and so after all the formalities, which included a speech by the town mayor that was about 5 times as long as his own had been, Colonel Roger Callahan put on his best smile and plate of barbecue in hand he mixed with the crowd making conversation. After showing off a few battle matches later, and maybe giving a few kids a ride inside an APC or on top of a tank. The infantry and the mech warriors were planning to take each other on in a softball competition before it started to get dark, which should make for good entertainment. The locals might not play the sport themselves, but they would surely be able to tell that both sides really wanted to win, hopefully drawing a decent-sized crowd of spectators. Contact and survey teams had been visiting Stafford for a few years now. It was less than 20 light-years further out from the Neops Association than Alphard was after all, and with the exception of a few backwoods types, the populace tended to regard them with interest rather than intrigue these days, which was not to say they didn't voice doubts when they were told something that sounded deeply implausible. When you say you fought against Amaris, you mean your unit, right? Not you yourself personally. A young farmer who had come into town for the ceremony said in response to Callahan mentioning how the 11th Army had liberated Moscow from the Rimworld's Republic Army back in 2777. No, I was there, Callahan replied honestly, though if pressed for details he would have to lie and say he was with the 295th flanking to the south, rather than with the 331st assaulting the city directly from the north. Bullshit, you can't be older than what, 45? The farmer replied dubiously. I'm 75, Callahan replied, grinning. I've got kids in their late 40s, he told the farmer, wondering if it would look greedy if he went back and got some more fried chicken. He's Terran, they live forever, someone else interjected. Special drugs they never let anyone else have. They weren't available outside the Terran hegemony, but Stafford is part of the Neops Association hegemony now, so you're one of us, not one of them now, Callahan responded. Once we've reinvented the treatments, and can mass produce them cheaply enough for all, we're going to offer them to people on every world with our flag flying over it, he said, nodding towards the flagpole. I'd better warn you that they only works if you get them when you're a kid, so don't start thinking you are going to get a jab one day and live another 50 years because of it, he told them apologetically. Why does it only work on kids? The farmer wanted to know. Partially to do with telomeres, I think. You'll need to talk to someone smarter and better educated than me to explain it all to you properly though, Callahan replied. Not really my field of expertise. I shoot holes in people that are a lot larger than a needle makes for a living, he added with a grin. How much are you people going to charge for that? Someone asked suspiciously. Nothing, Callahan told him. Don't go thinking it's entirely altruistic though. If you're healthy another 50 or more years, then you're also working and paying taxes another 50 or more years, so from that standpoint it's a great investment, he said. Most people on Neops that weren't born on Terra like I was get to retire at my age with a pension. I'm not eligible for mine until I'm 125. No such thing as a free lunch, I guess, the farmer remarked. Technically you're all eating one right now, Callahan joked. The farmer smirked. Are we? I'll bet you want something in return, he suggested. He didn't like the sound of these taxes, but if you actually got something back from the government to show for what they took off you, that wasn't too bad. Maybe you're right, Callahan conceded. We need Stafford to help us feed people on worlds where it's a lot more difficult to grow food, like your neighbors Alphard and Copernicus, he said. We'll provide the tools needed to help you do that, but it's a two-way street. Alphard can provide the raw materials to feed industrial growth and you can feed the workers in their mines and factories. Working together we can make everyone better off. It's not just doing the morally right thing to help each other out, it's enlightened self-interest too. Working together we can build a better future. One that none of us could manage to achieve alone, he said. Neops is probably the only world apart from Terra itself that hasn't regressed technologically in the last half-century, but we don't have the numbers or resources to make that really count. We all need each other to make this hegemony thing work. Plenty of folks say you aren't to be trusted still, the farmer observed. I don't doubt it. But ask yourself why we're going about this the hard way instead of just making you all do what we want with battle mechs and orbital bombardment, Callahan replied. We could take the food you grow by force instead of paying for it. So why don't you? Because we're not assholes, Callahan explained earnestly. There's more than enough of them already without us joining in. I know it seems like a radical notion these days, but the galaxy might actually benefit from a little more cooperation and a lot less confrontation, he suggested. It's not that weird an idea, is it surely? He asked rhetorically. I heard someone say that you're moving people from Comstock to Alphard to work in mines and factories there. Another person asked, their tone indicating they possibly thought that was a forced transfer of labor, and Callahan was full of it. More like we offered a good wage and they queued up to board the dropship, Callahan replied honestly, smiling. Most of them signed a 5-year contract, earn enough cash to go back home and build a house, he said. Neops money is good, the paper money is backed by germanium like the Star League dollar was, and we're minting gold and silver coins now too that you can spend in places that don't take paper money, he told them. I spent some time on Comstock myself. You were lucky that you weren't as dependent on food imports as they were when the Star League fell and everyone in the inner sphere started slaughtering each other, he said with a sigh. It's taking us a while to help them put their society back together. It kind of collapsed when most of the supply shipments stopped coming, and if it wasn't for Franca's continuing to send them as much refrigerated meat as they could, hundreds of thousands more people would have starved to death. They're good people on Franca's, hard-working ranchers that look out for each other, Good meat from there too, he added, picking up a chicken leg from his plate and taking a bite out of it. That was darned neighborly of them, an older man observed. Sending food to Comstock, I mean. Callahan swallowed the chicken in his mouth and nodded. It's always nice to see that just because the great houses are selfish jerks that there's still some people that actually do give a shit about their fellow man, he agreed. If we weren't so worried about the Merricks turning up in Neops one day and doing to us what they did to the rest of the Terran hegemony, we'd have turned up here to say howdy decades ago, but after what they did to Brownsville, New Dallas, and other places, we thought it was better to keep our heads down. At least until we were strong enough to fend them off, he told them, sticking firmly to the cover story. You guys aren't worth a full-scale invasion, neither is Alphard, Comstock or Francas for that matter, but we are, because we've got more advanced technology than them. Tech that's worth stealing or just blowing all to hell to stop someone else stealing it first. I thought you had some old SLDF warships to defend yourself with already though. Someone queried. A couple of destroyers and a frigate might be enough to scare a pirate band shitless, but the Free Worlds League and the rest started the First Succession War with over 100 warships each, and we don't know how many they still have. We've got to assume dozens to play it safe, Callahan replied with a shrug. Just telling them we were neutral wasn't going to get us left in peace. We needed enough nukes stockpiled to convince them they sure as hell didn't want to stick their dicks into our hornet's nest, he said, laughing, his language a little more salty and coarse than it usually was with civilians, because he had noticed the locals often swore a lot themselves. The people nearby listening all laughed along with him. My pappy always said you can get further with a 2x4 and a kind word than you can with just a kind word, a farmhand agreed. Mine used to say that when you've got them by the balls their hearts and minds soon follow, the town mayor interjected, approaching to join them with a grin on his face. Sir, Callahan greeted him. Tried the food? He asked. I have, as well as some of that fine ale from Alphard, even if it tastes a mite different from ours, the mayor replied, a few people making room for him to stand closer to Callahan. Different grain, they grow a lot of something called fenouil because it doesn't mind drier soils than barley or wheat, Callahan explained. You'll probably make good money exporting thirstier kinds of crops to them as their population increases. Most of their planet is dry as a bone, so they have to be careful what they grow. You couldn't feed an entire planet with imported food, of course, not unless it had a small population anyway, because even a Star-Lord jump ship hauling half a dozen mule dropships could only carry about 50,000 tons of cargo per round trip, but a world or two producing an export surplus would certainly help with temporary shortfalls elsewhere. With enough irrigation projects, Alphard could potentially sustain a population in the low single-digit billions, orders of magnitude more than it did now. This, however, would require most of the northern continents there to be turned into arable farmland, an infrastructure project which would take decades to complete even if there was the manpower and heavy equipment needed to get it done, which there wasn't. If they could import enough food from Stafford to temporarily feed say another million or so workers on Alphard for a few years, on the other hand, they wouldn't just be able to staff all the mines and factories the High Associator was dreaming of, they could actually turn the planet into a populous industrial powerhouse able to feed itself. One of your survey teams suggested we might want to grow cotton for export, that needs plenty of water, rice, sugarcane, and soybeans too, the mayor told him. Not that there won't be plenty of call for wheat or maize, I guess. I like tropical fruits, so make sure to grow plenty of those too, Callahan suggested. Neops really doesn't have the climate for those. Most of the fruit we grow back home has to come from greenhouses heated by geothermal power and lit by UV lamps because we just don't get much sunlight. Yet, we noticed a lot of you people were pale like ghosts when they first started to visit, the mayor told him. At first we thought it was because you had been cooped up in spaceships for months or years on end, but then we found out we were only 3 weeks away from where you come from, and it just never gets bright there, even at midday. There's a good reason why you'll find more people living around stars like yours up there, rather than ones like ours, even though there's 10 red dwarfs like Neops in the galaxy for every yellow dwarf like Stafford, Callahan replied drily. There's no such thing as a bright summer's day, and it depresses the hell out of you if you were born and raised somewhere else like I was, he said. Doesn't bother my youngest. He's coming up 18 and doesn't really know how nice it is to spend time outside somewhere like this instead, he added, looking up at a bright blue sky instead of a dim red one. How many kids have you got, Colonel? The mayor asked him. 5, oldest 2 have kids of their own, and it don't matter if I look younger than I am. The first time one of them called me grandpa, I swear I felt goddamn ancient, Callahan said with a grimace, a few people laughing at his expression of dismay. There was a good reason why Roger Callahan was assigned to these jobs where making nice with the locals was required. It wasn't just that he had decades of command experience and could think on his feet. Callahan was amiable and friendly with a relaxed manner that made it easy for people to get on with him. If the SLDF ever wanted to provoke a war with someone, they would send the abrasive Colonel Jax Benedict instead. It paid to have a diverse group of senior officers to choose from. Someone said you've got no trees on Neops. A man that seemed to be a lumberjack from his build and clothes asked Callahan curiously. That true? Used to be until we got hold of some from another system with a star not that much hotter than ours that we're just starting to grow now, Callahan replied. It'll take a while though, too cold for them to grow near as fast as they do here. The lumberjack nodded his understanding. Best timber for construction here comes from up in the mountains where it's colder, he noted. Slower means tighter grain and denser, stronger timber than for the exact same species of tree down here closer to sea level, he said professionally. Algenib has some decent forests, not massive like yours, it's a bit cooler and drier than here, but I liked it there, Callahan told him. Reminded me of climbing trees as a little kid on Terra. Their trees look like ours? The lumberjack asked. It's surprising how much alike trees on different planets actually look, Callahan confirmed, recalling how the Circean oaks that grew in profusion in the forests around Great Hope had been named that because of just how much the alien tree resembled oak trees back on Terra. The lumberjack nodded. Convergent evolution, he explained. Plants everywhere finding the same solution for the same problem of surviving in a certain ecological niche, he said, the man surprising Callahan with his depth of scientific understanding. Learned about it in school, he said. Did you know that the horse chestnut tree on Terra is more closely related to broccoli than it is the sweet chestnut tree? He asked rhetorically. Really? Callahan replied, raising his eyebrows. Yup, the lumberjack confirmed. Convergent evolution, he said once more. Like how dolphins, sharks, and ichthyosaurs on Terra all ended up the same shape eventually, even though they all evolved from completely different species. Yeah, I knew that one, never heard the broccoli thing before though, so thanks for that, Callahan said, smiling. Don't go thinking that because we don't have fancy holographic televisions that we're all ignorant rednecks, Colonel, the mayor interjected, deciding that this was a good opportunity for him to make a point. We never stopped teaching our kids science here, we just couldn't maintain the industrial base needed to keep making all the fancy toys that you could. Fair enough, Mr. Mayor, Colonel Roger Callahan responded, mentally reassessing his view on the people of Stafford and other colonies that had technologically regressed. But trust me on this, if you think owning a holographic television is a mark of an advanced, sophisticated society, then you've never watched some of the crap the game show channel broadcasts back home on Neops, he told the man in all seriousness. Note from the author. According to Handbook, Major Periphery states the planet Stafford is one of the breadbasket worlds of the Marian hegemony, along with Islington and New Venice, which indicates that it's considerably more hospitable than most colonized worlds. Since it doesn't have a Romanesque name, I'm assuming it had a decent-sized population even before Imperator Johann O'Reilly turned up and added the world to his growing empire, but it wasn't present on the star maps before him, so it couldn't have been particularly developed. Mostly for the sake of novelty on my part. While Stafford is much like Terra, in terms of climate it's like Terra during the late Eocene rather than it is today, hotter, more humid, and with a lot more CO2 in the atmosphere, so plants love it. Having most of the people on Stafford living in small scattered communities seems like one way to avoid dealing with too many pirate raids, but it made it difficult for Neops to help each one. On Alphard, where most everybody lives in the same part of the planet, the cooler parts of the northern continents, it was easy to make medical care available to most everyone, simply by setting up hospitals and clinics in a few locations everyone could reach, but that wasn't so easy on Stafford, hence the flying doctor service in their Cobra VTOL aircraft. The Elegus medical diagnoser was a technological miracle of the golden age of the Star League, and it's a lot more portable than all the equipment it replaced. Alien trees looking much like trees on Earth on sci-fi shows doesn't require near as much suspension of belief as some may think. The horse chestnut being more closely related to broccoli than it is the sweet chestnut is apparently true. Convergent evolution at work. Stafford will export lumber as well as food to other worlds in the new hegemony. You can fell a lot more trees in a short space of time with a crosscut logger mech than you can with a chainsaw, or especially an axe, and as a bonus your part-time weekend warriors in the Planetary Guard get in plenty of cockpit time during their day jobs. And finally, as the Neops Association hegemony nears the day that it reveals itself to the wider galaxy by re-establishing HPG contact, here's the flag they're raising over their member worlds beforehand. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XXVII. She might be the one missing an eye, but the IL Khan is the one who is blind if he cannot see how completely deranged that woman is. Stefan Cage, Khan of Clan Ice Hellion, 2834 CE. Hall of Khans Strinamekti 2835. Sat in the Il Khan's chair, Nicholas Kerensky looked around the great hall, regarding not only the faces of the 19 Khans all faithfully in attendance but also the building itself. Not for the first time he judged that the engineers who had rebuilt the place after its destruction over a decade ago now had not quite gotten it right. There was, in his opinion, definitely something off, despite his explicit instructions that it should be restored to the state exactly as it was before the spite of Franklin Hallis had reduced the original hall to rubble. The problem was that he just couldn't figure out what was different from before, other than the vacant chair at the table where Sarah McKeevty had once sat. Everything was exactly as he remembered, so he couldn't get it fixed. It vexed him, as did a great number of other things these days, but that particular vexation should have been something that was easily remedied, but annoyingly wasn't. Pushing thoughts of the inexplicably imperfect building aside, Kerensky leaned forward in his chair, striking a serious pose as he meshed his fingers together on the table in front of him. My Khans, he began to speak in an authoritative voice, a tone he had secretly practiced with his late lamented wife who had coached him on how he should present himself. I assume you have all read the intelligence reports our scouts brought back from the inner sphere, Qiaf. He checked, rightly assuming they all had from their grave expressions. Usually before these meetings there was some boisterous banter between the cons, levity even, along with good-natured, or not so good-natured insults and ribbing, but today that had been entire absent as they filed in. They all chorused. Good. Then you all know why this may well be the darkest day of my life, Kerensky stated. Darker than when I lived through the occupation of Terra by the foul usurper Amaris, darker than when the Kalkas clan escaped justice, darker than when my beloved wife Jennifer died, or even than when my own father, the Great Father, died, he told them. My father was a visionary. He knew that when he led the SLDF into exile that in his absence the traitor lords would engulf the inner sphere in fire and blood, a new age of war, but I cannot believe that he would not have stayed and fought if he had known then how large the scale of slaughter was actually going to be. Most of the cons nodded their agreement as Kerensky looked near to weeping, more than one of the cons rightly assuming however he was just putting on an act, though naturally they would never voice such dangerous thoughts aloud. Billions dead, nay tens, hundreds of billions, Kerensky resumed speaking. WMD employed against civilian targets so often that I can only believe that these monsters, for monsters is what they surely are, were simply blasé about razing whole cities with thermonuclear fire or poisoning entire worlds with chemical or biological weapons, he declared. Even Amaris was not so cavalier when it came to unleashing his strategic arsenal. Savages, Khan Ellie Kinnison of the Steel Vipers responded, shaking her own head in apparent dismay though as ever her gaze was possessive regarding the Il Khan. There was a time that she had looked at him with her one working eye with fawning adoration instead, but it was self-evident to anyone paying attention that at some point she had clearly gotten her fangs into him. Those of a cynical nature assumed that she had exploited the death of the Il Khan's wife in a tragic accident to her own ends. His brother-in-law certainly thought so, but even the more naive of observers was pretty sure she was sharing the Il Khan's bed these days. It was generally considered a crying shame that Andrei Kerensky, the Il Khan's younger brother, had fallen in battle during Operation Klondike, not least because in his absence there was nobody to tell Nicholas bluntly that regardless of whether or not the woman concerned gave off vibes that she fucked like a crazed weasel, and Ellie Kinnison very much did that, you just don't stick it in the crazy. To be fair, it wasn't like Jennifer Winson had been particularly well liked either. The rumors that she was actually Jennifer Amaris certainly didn't help, and she was undeniably ruthless and calculating with great influence over her husband, but at least she wasn't completely unhinged like her replacement, and as a result her stock in the public's affection seemed to rise with each year that passed. Continuing his address to the cons, Nicholas Kerensky leaned forward. Our intelligence analysts inform me that not only was this so-called First Succession War the bloodiest in history, if you were to include the multitudes who perished due to indirect consequences, such as hunger, environmental collapse, and an inability to obtain medical care, more may have died than in all other wars humanity has ever fought. He paused for emphasis, combined he said, sounding genuinely aghast. Elizabeth Hazen, the Khan of Clan Jade Falcon, had a stony expression but her eyes were full of fury. Aaron was right, she said. We should have placed Alexander on the throne in 2781 and beaten back the barbarians when they sought to invade the Terran hegemony, she continued, everyone knowing who she meant. As the rumored lover of General Aaron de Chevalier before his death in the Pentagon Civil War, she was perhaps not the most unbiased judge of the man and his opinions, but several other cons nodded their agreement, including surprisingly Jerome Winson of Clan Wolf, who was usually a bitter rival of both Hazen herself and her clan as a whole. I long believed my father would never have accepted the role, but if he had known what we do now I am no longer so sure. Il Khan Kerensky responded. If only we could turn back time, he added wistfully. I must say however at this juncture that the news I personally found hardest to believe is that after slaughtering each other on an industrial scale for 35 years, many of their own worlds rendered as lifeless as those of the hegemony, that the ceasefire between the traitor lords lasted less than a decade before they started right up again where they left off. He exclaimed incredulously. This insane Second Succession War was already in full swing when our scouting parties arrived in the inner sphere and only seemed to be escalating when they set out for home with their findings. It is naught but madness, Con Stefan Cage of the Ice Hellions firmly agreed. A reasoned, compassionate man with a strong sense of justice, as well as being a skilled warrior proven in the field, what had occurred during their absence completely appalled him. At least we now know why we never heard of the Kalkas clan again, Kesser Jericho of Clan Coyote interjected. They must have arrived at the inner sphere and realized that there was no prospect of rallying the great houses together against us, he suggested. They would have arrived during the peace, or should I say temporary ceasefire, between the succession wars, Raymond Saints of the Fire Mandrills noted. What of it? Jericho asked rhetorically. After over 3 decades of unleashing thermonuclear fire upon each other, I doubt they were on good enough terms to suddenly bury their differences, he said wryly. They were still skirmishing with each other throughout, it seems. I assume we are all in agreement that this so-called Canada tribe was in fact the Kalkas clan gathering intelligence and supplies, Qiaf. Kerensky asked the room, once again responded to by a chorus of Af in reply. They only seemed to raid the Kuritans for supplies from what our scouts could ascertain, I have my own theory as to why, but am interested in hearing the views of others, the Il Khan requested. It may have simply been because the Draconis Combine lies closest to the Exodus Road, Stephen McKenna of the Snow Ravens replied, although if they learned of this Kent Aries massacre as we now have, that may have also played a role, he suggested. Even amidst all the other horrors, that episode stood out to me as an act of utter barbarism, he opined. You think the Kalkas clan would be so bothered by civilian deaths that would seek a measure of vengeance in their name after what they did you, your own Snow Ravens at Dira Dun, Quineg? Sandra Tseng of the Ghost Bears asked, frowning. Before looking to Tseng to reply, McKenna's gaze briefly met that of Nicholas Kerensky. Both knew that it was not a Wolverine nuclear device that had initiated over Dira Dun despite the official record. Pushing a button to incinerate people from afar is not the same as looking an unarmed man, woman, or child in the eyes before you cut them down with a sword, he told her. The Combine murdered, no, perhaps I should say they butchered tens of millions of people on Kent Aries in a way that seems to have horrified even the other traitor lords, he said. I have even more reason to hate the Kalkas clan than the rest of you, but even I will credit them with enough humanity that when they learned of Kent Aries it would have made raiding the Combine for supplies a guiltless, nay satisfying, course of action, he said. If I was there with my fleet when the people of Kent Aries were being slaughtered, I would have smashed my way to Luthien and bombarded the Imperial Palace from orbit until the rebel itself was reduced to dust, he stated through gritted teeth. Several of the Khans beat their fists on the table in thundering agreement. The blood of the first Director General still flows true, it seems, Mitchell Loris of Clan Mongoose spoke up, he and McKenna nodding to each other in what seemed like mutual respect. Kerensky frowned. Quite how or why the Snow Ravens and Clan Mongoose had grown so close in recent years was a mystery that even the Watch had failed to ascertain. After the Wolverines escaped, it had seemed initially that Loris was planning to take advantage of the weakness of the Snow Ravens to expand his clan's holdings on Circe, but then suddenly they became great allies instead. Did McKenna have something on Loris perhaps, the Il Khan wondered? Jennifer had seemed to think so before her death, and he had learned to trust her instincts as regards dark deeds and political machinations. If so, what was it? Yes. Kent Aries Seth Van Houten of Clan Burke now spoke. Surely a proof that the so-called honor of the Draconis Combine, and that of the Bushido Code of the Samurai class in particular, is a mere fiction, he said, smirking at Raymond Sains of the Fire Mandrills, who visibly bristled at the remark. Sains was himself born in the Combine to a noble samurai family and would have demanded a trial of grievance against Van Houten for this clearly deliberate public insult if he wasn't having to deal with so many internal problems and divisions within his own clan at that moment. In some ways, factions within the Fire Mandrills hated each other nearly as much as they collectively hated the Burroks, and it was a constant chore trying to keep them all in line. Despite Sains himself being raised in a culture of unthinking obedience and deference to authority, the clan he built was anything but that. Others joked that the Fire Mandrills were so fragmented internally that they were effectively the Free World's League of the Clans, and Sains himself was the Captain General with a Combine accent. In the light of this information, do we still fear an attack by the Great Houses, or are we to stand down much of our naval strength again? Jason Courage of the Widowmakers queried. Returning most of the capital ships to the Norfolk and San Diego boneyards would free up considerable manpower and resources, he pointed out. The Il Khan was wise to mobilize us against possible invasion by the traitor lords when we, lost track of the Chalchaz clan, but battlemech production suffered as a result, and that meant we could not fight trials in the number and scale we did before. Nicholas Kerensky narrowed his eyes at Courage, yearning for the day he had the opportunity to get rid of the man for good. It was only a shame that the Wolverines had not rid him of the conniving, odious creep before they escaped. It was to learn if we could do that safely that I chose to dispatch our scouting parties to reconnoiter and investigate the inner sphere, he responded. While it is true that battlemech production dropped off as resources were devoted towards our naval assets, I made sure that research and development continued as before, with no reduction in funding, so the long-term impact should be minimal. Indeed, Il Khan Kerensky Elizabeth Hazen loyally backed him up. In fact, by not building more of the older designs that were going to be rendered obsolete almost immediately, the average quality, if not the quantity, of our ground forces is rising steeply, she said, ignoring the old adage that quantity has a quality all its own. My clan's new Wakizashi assault mech is superior to any Star League era machine in the same weight class, and I will freely admit that the Ghost Bears Minsk and the Nova Cat's Vision Quest are superlative, to name but two. Jerome Winson nodded. Even the upgunned and up-armored versions of the Marauder and Battlemaster that turned them into assault mechs puts the machines we rode during Operation Klondike not so long past firmly in the shade, he agreed. To think we once considered our lighter and more compact improved versions of SLDF weaponry as the pinnacle of military science, he continued, smiling. What I would not give to have a few of our latest model ERP-C, Gauss rifle, and pulse laser designs back when we fought Amaris, he said, acknowledging the cons of the Snow Ravens, Burroks, and Coyotes in turn, their clans having developed those particular weapons. I would rank the Bane assault mech that my own clan developed as a match for any other, John Fletcher of the Hell's Horses interjected, feeling left out. If the fight took place at extreme range and finished in less than 10 minutes before the ammunition ran out, perhaps, Elizabeth Hazen responded sarcastically. Assuming that most of the autocannons did not jam after only a few salvos, she added dismissively. Only an infantryman like Fletcher with little understanding of battle mech warfare would come up with a machine that mounted 10 Ultra AC/2 autocannons as its main armament, she thought. True, in ideal circumstances they would sandblast the armor right off you at ranges where you could barely hit back, but the Bane only carried 4 tons of autocannon ammunition. Ultra autocannons chewed through ammo like it was popcorn, and they were not nearly reliable enough to entirely depend upon for her tastes anyway. The Bane is intended as part of a combined arms formation, it is not a toy for one-on-one trials against a single foe, Fletcher replied, his tone similar to what you might use to lecture an ignorant child. If the great houses of the inner sphere come for us, or the Wolverines return, neither are going to play by our rules, he said. Why do you think the Il Khan prefers us to call them the Kalkas clan? He asked rhetorically. Your words verge on praise for the ways of the Kalkas, Khan Fletcher Ellie Kinnison told him, glaring with her one good eye. A dangerous position to take, she warned coldly. Failure to recognize that an enemy is formidable is more dangerous, Fletcher retorted. I defeated many a battle mech unit of the Rim World's Republic because they thought little of infantry and tanks and paid the price for their hubris, he stated from experience. The Khan of the Hell's Horses makes a valid point, Nicholas Kerensky interjected. We learn more from our mistakes than our successes, and we underestimate our foes at our peril, he said. Although for the sake of decorum at least it behoves all to not mention the Kalkas clan by the name they had when they still had a seat at this table, he added. Kinnison appeared hurt that Kerensky had not sided with her completely, and Stephen McKenna fought back a smile not only at her expression but the thought that the Il Khan might have to metaphorically sleep on the couch tonight. It may have been politically expedient to go along with Kerensky's lies regarding what had happened at Dehra Dun, but the lack of remorse shown by the Il Khan regarding the whole affair meant that the leadership of the Snow Ravens was never going to trust the man again. His SA Khan, Joyce Merrill, had been a close friend of Khan Makivdi, and it was through that connection that McKenna discovered that Makivdi herself was not the only Khan that had issues with the way the Il Khan ran things. In fact, when Mitchell Loris had tried to exploit the temporary weakness of the Snow Ravens after the nuclear destruction of much of Dehra Dun, he had been motivated to change his plans when presented with a recording of a conversation between him and Sarah Makivdi where they both criticized the Il Khan harshly. While it was a threat of exposure that made Mitchell back down to begin with, both clans quickly realized that since neither of them were apparently deluded enough to blindly follow Nicholas Kerensky like the more sycophantic clans did, both would greatly benefit from cooperation between the like-minded rather than competition between them. When let in on the Snow Ravens' darkest secret, that it was not the Wolverines who had struck Dehra Dun but the Ravens themselves by accident when one of their aerospace fighters carrying a nuclear strike package was shot down, Mitchell had been understandably shocked for a moment, even more so when McKenna added that in retrospect he was now by no means certain who was responsible for the earlier destruction of Great Hope. It would certainly explain one mystery if the nuking of Great Hope was a set-up by either the Il Khan himself or a clan that was particularly hostile to the Wolverines. When Franklin Hallis hijacked the battleship McKenna's Pride in orbit over Strina with the notable exception of blasting the Hall of Khans, all the targets he struck with orbital bombardments were military ones as he covered the withdrawal of his people from Bearcat and their other holdings on the planet. With the firepower he had at hand it would have been trivially easy for Hallis to devastate much of the planet, but he refrained from doing so. A ruthless willingness to destroy one of your own cities to prevent it falling into enemy hands was difficult to square with a reluctance to destroy enemy cities, and although they did not know this, Stephen McKenna and Loris Mitchell were not the only Khans harboring suspicions about the whole thing. The Il Khan once again looked around the room, gauging the mood of the Khans. I believe that we have come to a crossroads as to what direction the Khans will take in the future, and indeed what it is that we fundamentally stand for and why it is so important that we do not fail, he said. My father upheld what we have come to know as the Hidden Hope Doctrine, a philosophy in which we needed to stand apart from the inner sphere, not involving ourselves in their petty squabbles, but also stand ready to defend it from an external threat if one ever arose, he continued. I believed in my father's vision, created the clans as a means to not only reunify the SLDF in exile but also to create a strong, selfless warrior society that could be the shield of humanity if the day ever came one were needed, but looking at what has befallen the inner sphere since we left, I confess to be unable to imagine what greater threat to humanity there could actually be than the fiends who falsely claim the title of First Lord, he declared. My Il Khan, you do not mean to lead us in a crusade to liberate the inner sphere surely, Quineg? Sandra Tseng asked in shock. Neg Kerensky responded to her relief. At least not yet, he added more concerningly. Even if the traitor lords were not even more nuke-happy than Amaris or the Taurians at their worst, our prospects for victory in a conventional war would be small. Our technological superiority gives our war machines a significant edge over anything they have, and the skill and valor of our warriors is unparalleled, but their numerical superiority is so great we would eventually be ground to dust against them if we launched our crusade now, he said with feigned sadness. If we are ever to be able to liberate humanity from the darkness that has befallen it, we will need to still further widen the capability gap between our equipment and theirs, and also expand our armies by at least an order of magnitude, realistically far more unless their technological regression becomes truly absurd. The Khans looked shocked. Supporting a military of that size will require a massive increase in our industrial base and a population increase far beyond what we were expecting to manage, Stephen McKenna responded. I cannot see how we could achieve such a thing this century, Perhaps not even by the end of the following one, he said doubtfully. I am under no delusions that I myself will live long enough to see the inner sphere liberated, Khan McKenna Kerensky told him honestly. The glory of that achievement will rest on the head of a future Il Khan and the leadership of the clans of that era when they march triumphantly through the streets of Terra and raise the Cameron Star over the home world of humanity once again, he said. It may not even be necessary. If the great houses come to their senses and stop slaughtering each other, then the clans can once again embrace the hidden hope doctrine rather than the crusader doctrine as I call it, but cognizant of the facts presented, can any here say in their heart of hearts that our duty lies elsewhere than ending this seemingly eternal carnage? Quineg. The Khans looked to each other before eventually responding one after another. Kerensky smiled. I am gratified we are all in accord, he said. I propose we send a second expedition at some point, this time so they can report back another 5 years on how things are developing in the inner sphere, he said. The first succession war lasted 35 years, so I do not envision the second coming to a halt anytime soon, but I do not claim omniscience, and the traitor lords might yet surprise me and seek a peaceful resolution to their petty, though bloody, disputes. Kerensky audibly sighed and shook his head sadly. To be honest, however, if the destruction wreaked by the first war was not enough to make them see sense, I do not hold out much hope of any of them having a road to Damascus moment any time soon, he said regretfully. What of the Kalkas clan? I assume our reconnaissance and intelligence gathering missions will continue to watch out for signs of them, quaff. Jason Carriage checked. Af the Il Khan confirmed. If, for example, one of the great houses were to sudden field clan weaponry of the previous generation, that which the Kalkas would have the ability to produce, I would deem that worthy of a more detailed and thorough investigation. If they aligned themselves with one of the traitor lords, they could certainly tip the balance in their favor, Jerome Winson observed. Given that they previously raided the Draconis Combine, it might be wise to keep a particularly close eye on the Lyran Commonwealth and the Federated Sons as the powers most at odds with Kurita. Their liberal ideals would align closer to that of Steiner or Davian than certain others, Ellie Kinnison concurred, saying the word liberal as if it were distasteful in the extreme. If they truly lived up to those professed ideals, Circe would have 2 fewer large craters on its surface, Colleen Schmidt of Clan Blood Spirit observed wryly, but given their evident antipathy towards the Combine I would have to agree, at least in principle, she continued. I feel I must state at this juncture, however, that as fundamental a shift in the core principles of our society as to abandon the hidden hope doctrine for a more interventionist one is a decision that should not be made lightly. I for one would wish to discuss it with my SA Khan and others before throwing my support behind it. Il Khan Kerensky nodded. The Blood Spirits were nothing if not traditionalist and conservative in their views, and he had not expected even the more radical clans to accept such a fundamental paradigm shift in their societies without time to contemplate what it might mean. Not only do I understand your position, Khan Schmidt, if anything I would encourage all here to do likewise, he responded. Until I became privy to the wretched state of the inner sphere in these dark times, I would have never considered veering so far away from the course my father laid out for us, but knowing him as I do, I cannot believe he would have expected us to dogmatically stick to his exact instructions regardless of circumstances. I believe we all expected the age of war to resume after the Exodus, in the worst-case scenario the age of war as it was before the Ares Conventions, when nuclear weapons were employed against civilian targets, if not routinely, but it seems we were all wildly optimistic, Seth Van Houten said glumly. The question I pose to you all, one that I do not expect you to be able to answer with absolute certainty without first consulting with your subordinates, is whether our people will support a crusade to free the inner sphere from the murderous tyrants who rule there, Nicholas Kerensky asked the Khans. This will not be a simple undertaking. It will require decades of planning and hard work, requiring a unity of purpose and a collective will that we have not truly enjoyed since Operation Klondike, but I cannot see how we can stand idly by knowing what we now know. All that is required for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Stephen Cage quoted something he had read once. The armies of the successor states are not merely numerous, supported by vast populations from which they can replace their losses. We must assume that you cannot fight each other for this long without learning something of the art of war, Elizabeth Hazen said thoughtfully. They hone their skills against each other with every battle. If we are not to lose our own edge, then we cannot allow ourselves to neglect our trials against each other, she opined. Hazen had always been among the most outspoken proponents of holding as many trials as possible, perhaps due to her viewing them as the gunslinger program reborn, something her old regiment the Black Watch had strongly embraced. Behind her back, however, other Khans liked to joke that a decade ago, when she had to put her money where her mouth was in the trial against the Wolverines over ownership of the Brian cache found on their territory, her Jade Falcons were brutally hammered, and instead of accepting the loss of the trial with good grace, she went crying to the Il Khan saying it wasn't fair. Particularly as an expansion in our forces would otherwise risk greatly diluting the quality of our forces when we need both quantity and quality to achieve the goal the Il Khan proposes, Ellie Kinnison added for herself. The Steel Vipers had long advocated an internal policy that advocated keeping standards as high as possible, hence the reason a smaller proportion of their SACO trainees eventually made it into the warrior caste than in any other clan, so some reluctance on her part to shift the balance from quality to quantity was understandable. Kerensky smiled. We will never have the sheer weight of numbers required to bring the 2,000 inhabited systems of the inner sphere to heel, he said. We will surely need the finest of warriors and the most advanced of weaponry to make up what we lack in manpower, so I recognize that we cannot allow a narrowing of the gap in skills and technology even as new clusters and galaxies are formed and rates of battle mech production are increased. Hazen and Kinnison seemed to accept that, and as Kerensky bade the cons to talk among themselves as to how they might wish to proceed from here, he felt a sense of relief. It seemed to be going as well as he had hoped. 12 years prior, making an example of the Wolverines had seemed to be a good way to strengthen his hold over the clans and consolidate his power base, and indeed if events had panned out differently it might well have worked, but their successful escape had instead ended up weakening his position and severely diminishing his previous aura of untrammeled authority. In retrospect, perhaps it would have been better to make an example of Clan Widowmaker for the unscrupulous and murderous actions of their Khan and his loyalists for nuking Great Hope and pinning the blame on the Makivdes people themselves, but having gone along with it at the time it was too late afterwards to backpedal. His temporary solution to shoring up his wavering power and influence had worked for a few years, drumming up fears that Franklin Hallis and the Wolverines might return any day, leading a coalition of the great houses to crush the clans. But as time passed and the feared invasion by the Inner Sphere never happened, the Ilkhan's tight grip on clan society started to weaken and people started to openly criticize his rule. The fact was Makivdi had outwitted Nicholas Kerensky. Her Operation Switchback had not only successfully extracted her people, the masterstroke of using McKenna's pride to cover their withdrawal from Strinomekti, and just how hard and effectively the Wolverine rearguard units had fought was quietly admired as tactically brilliant, even as the destructions of Great Hope and Diradun were reviled. It was also hard to ignore that the Wolverines had been ahead of the pack when it came to introducing new weaponry and equipment. Though the other clans had since overtaken them, so was the Ilkhan's perfect society truly the best model? Clan Wolverine, now known as the Kalkas clan in polite society, were surely odious and desperate, but they had quite blatantly taken on Kerensky and won, despite just how heavily the odds had seemingly been stacked against them. For all the Ilkhan's propaganda portraying their escape as craven, the fact they somehow actually brought their industrial base and workforce with them when they left made it look far more like a planned strategic withdrawal than it did a cowardly retreat. Sending an expedition to the Inner Sphere to investigate what had happened to the Wolverines had been a Hail Mary play of sorts for Nicholas Kerensky, but it had turned out better than he might have ever hoped. Despite expecting to find it war-torn, the sheer scale of destruction wrought by the First Succession War, and now seemingly being repeated in the Second, provided the Il Khan with something he could use to distract the masses and reassert his authority. The Hidden Hope doctrine was one thing, but it didn't stir the blood like the prospect of joining a righteous crusade against evil did, and with billions upon billions dead and multiple worlds aflame, it should be an easy task to get everyone angry with the murderous great houses, not him. Given how many people in clan leadership positions had been born in the Terran hegemony, how many of them had now learned what horrors had befallen their home worlds, all he needed to do was portray himself as the man to follow to achieve justice. Fortunately, most of the Khans had fought against Amaris in a full-scale war, one in which numbers and logistics mattered, so they knew it wouldn't just be a matter of loading up all their battle mechs on jump ships and heading back to the Inner Sphere. They knew they needed to build up their forces to have any chance of success, and they knew that it would take years, decades, to do so, this affording the Il Khan plenty of time to work with. If he could stay on top long enough to be lying in his grave after a death due to natural causes, that would be a successful outcome for Nicholas Kerensky. If he could leave a legacy that would see him long remembered as a great man like his father was as well, that would be even better. It was a shame his wife Jennifer was no longer at his side. He did miss both her company and her counsel greatly, but he had found some degree of comfort with Ellie Kinnison. Despite her tendency towards clinginess annoying him, and his occasional doubts as to her sanity, the woman did fuck like a crazed weasel, making it considerably easier to overlook her flaws. There was no way in hell he was going to agree to producing a child in the iron wombs with himself as gene father and her as gene mother, though. He knew both himself and Kinnison well enough to know that no good whatsoever would come of those genes being mashed together. Note from the author. And we finally get a glimpse into what's been happening back in the clan homeworlds all this time, with a look into the Hall of Khans. Lots of butterflies here, and a lot of people who were dead by now in canon but are still alive here, and one that was alive but now isn't. With the Wolverines very much not annihilated, they do not become known to the clanners as the not named clan but rather the Kalkas clan. In clan speech, Kalkas means those that challenge clan society and the caste system. We'll start with Jason Courage, Khan of Clan Widowmaker, who in canon was killed by Franklin Hallis at the Battle of Barbados in 2824. Il Khan Kerensky set it up to happen. This of course did not occur in this timeline, and the Il Khan kept it secret what had really happened at Great Hope. He was concerned that the Wolverines' successful escape weakened his position, so keeping the Widowmakers in his pocket was useful. Originally Nicholas Kerensky was killed, perhaps by accident, during a trial between Clan Wolf and Clan Widowmaker that took place in 2824, with Khan Kal Jorgensen of the Widowmakers executed as a result. This trial never takes place in this timeline, so Kerensky is still alive, and with Courage still alive, Jorgensen is only the SA Khan of the Widowmakers, and also still alive. In canon, Clan Widowmaker itself was absorbed by Clan Wolf in 2834, because of what happened to the Il Khan, but here they're still going strong. Because there was no trial of absorption, it means that Cyrus Elam, Khan of Clan Goliath Scorpion, is also still alive incidentally. Another Khan who is still alive here that wasn't by now in canon is Sandra Ross of Clan Nova Cat. She was originally killed during a series of trials after the annihilation of the Wolverines. The Nova Cats had voted that the Brian cache found on Wolverine territory should belong to them, but with the Wolverines still out there such trials were suspended because the clans feared a Wolverine-led Inner Sphere invasion. In canon after the destruction of Dira Dun the Khan of Clan Mongoose, Mitchell Loris, tried to take advantage of the weakness of Clan Snow Raven but was threatened with tapes the Snow Raven's head of Sarah McKeevdy talking to Mitchell about the IL Khan. McKeevdy was good friends with the SA Khan of the Ravens. This made Mitchell back off fast. His comments about the IL Khan must have been pretty critical, but here things have progressed even further into an alliance between the two clans. Neither trust the IL Khan one bit for good reason and they don't want to be the next clan to be made an example of. There is plenty more I could say but if I did these author's notes would be novella length, but I'll finish with Ellie Kinnison of Clan Steel Viper. In canon she became obsessed with Nicholas Kerensky to the point she tried to assassinate his wife Jennifer Winson/Amaris/Cameron, delete according to your preferred theory as to her identity, and take her place. Here she was still very much obsessed but she's the one still alive and Jennifer is not. I'll let the readership work out what might have happened during all the confusion and turmoil after the Wolverines escaped. Butterfly effects or heavy aerospace fighter effects. Please feel free to speculate and comment. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XXVIII. Given that we weren't going to let them take over running our hyperpulse generator stations, but we did want to take advantage of the new sea bill to conduct long-distance trade deals, a decision had to be made on how we were going to handle that. After some negotiations I offered to send the Prekenter back home to Hednesford where he was based with a shipment of germanium that he would effectively convert into a credit note for sea bills that we could use. I don't think he expected us to hand over $1 billion worth judging by the expression on his face but I suspect his superiors weren't too unhappy. We were certainly unhappy ourselves though when Comstar put an interdiction on the Free Worlds League a couple of years later because all our transmissions were routed through the stations there and not only were we effectively cut off too, Comstar was holding a lot of our money we now couldn't spend. Samantha Hollister, 2845 CE. Zenith Jump Point Neops System 2835. The Invader-class jump ship Hikyaku was in a better state of repairs than most of its type these days. Comstar was wealthy enough not to skimp on regular visits to a shipyard for routine maintenance checks, and as a result Prekenter Alan Stockdale was a little less nervous than he was when forced to travel on a vessel belonging to someone else, but it nevertheless came as a great relief to him when they arrived intact at their intended destination. Statistically jump ship travel was supposed to be perfectly safe as long as you didn't do something stupid like try to jump more than 30 light years, quick charge your drive, or use a pirate point, but Stockdale knew those statistics dated from the Star League era and standards had slipped since then. As a nervous interstellar traveler that it had only taken 2 jumps to get from Hednesford to their objective had also helped his mental well-being. Every additional jump was another chance for something going wrong, and the fewer the jumps the easier it was to try and ignore them. Having no desire to end up collateral damage from someone else's war being handed a cushy job as Prekenter Hednesford had come as a great relief to Alan Stockdale, even if the long journey to get there from Terra in the first place had been hellish on his nerves. Hednesford was situated on the outer edge of the Free Worlds League a long way from the front lines, and not much ever happened out there which would require him to get on a jump ship either. Thanks to having the reasonably well-trained and well-equipped 27th Merrick Militia Regiment as its garrison force, people on Hednesford didn't even have to worry about the pirate raids that were an all too common part of life that far out. Pirates like to keep clear of anyone that could shoot back. Life had, in fact, been pretty sweet and uneventful for Prekenter Alan Stockdale until the day an HPG signal arrived at Hednesford from a station that had been completely dark since the early days of the Amaris War, triggering a series of events that led to him being ordered to go make contact in person since he was the most senior member of Comstar available in the region. As Comstar continued its program of restoring the hyperpulse generator network, so many of the old Slocomnet stations having been lost over the years for various reasons including sabotage, lack of spare parts or even outright military action, there were always a few Comstar vessels traveling around the inner sphere and the closest of these was redirected to Hednesford to collect Stockdale and ferry him to where the First Circuit ordered him to go. Professional enough to do his research, Stockdale had requested to be sent everything Comstar had on file about this old Star League scientific research colony that called itself the Neops Association, and he had made sure to learn all there was to know about the place before arriving. Basically just a bunch of astronomy nerds way out in the boonies. It was pretty obvious why they had remained in hiding all these years trying not to attract anyone's attention. The only mystery as far as Stockdale was concerned was why they had been starting to make their presence felt more recently. Over the last couple of years there were reports that they had been sending ships out to trade with neighboring systems, and now they had seemingly decided to switch their HPG back on, and the authorities on Terra were somewhat curious as to why. That was the problem with systems without a Comstar presence. It was a lot easier to know what was going on there if you could secretly read all their outgoing mail, and there were also a few ROM agents disguised as technicians working in the local Comstar-controlled HPG compound. The first indication that there was a lot going on in NEOPS that Comstar wasn't aware of, and that the files the organization had on the place were far from complete, was that when the Comstar jump ship arrived it was immediately hailed by an Olympus-class recharge station at the zenith point that had not been there during the Star League era, and the second indication was a Blake-damned Essex-class destroyer floating nearby, the warship transmitting an IFF signal that identified it as the former SLS Cape Bon, now operating under NEOPS registration. What the fuck have I gotten myself into? Stockdale asked himself quietly, trying to collect his thoughts as everyone else on the ship's bridge looked to him for guidance as to what they should do now. The ship's captain said he would analyze sensor data and check the records for anything on the Cape Bon, and he was soon at work while Stockdale collected himself. Stockdale cleared his throat. "Open a channel to the Olympus," he ordered. "And do please let me know if that warship points its guns in our direction," he added, sounding considerably more blasé about the situation than he felt. As well as the station and the warship, there were also a half-dozen transport jump ships nearby, 2 of the Invader class like his own vessel, a Tramp, a pair of much larger Star-Lord vessels, and a gigantic monolith, the latter more than a little surprising in itself as they were very, very rare and equally expensive. "This is the Comstar jump ship Haikyaku, Prakentor Alan Stockdale speaking," he began in a clear, unwavering voice. "We are here on the orders of Primus Conrad Toyama to make formal diplomatic contact with the NEOPS Association and to respond in person to your HPG transmission requesting access to the Comstar network," he said, fighting back his desire to ask about the station and the warship in particular because it would be an admission he had no idea they would be there. Comstar liked to project an aura of omniscience, not dumbfounded ignorance, so acting like you weren't surprised was following standard Comstar protocols for behavior when you actually were. "Welcome to NEOPS, Prakentor Stockdale, this is NEOPS Traffic Control," a woman's voice replied. "Given that recharging your jump drive from our system's M5V Red Dwarf will take a while, you are welcome to approach and we will beam additional energy from our emitters directly to your jump sail to speed up the process," came the reply. "As you are on a diplomatic mission, not a commercial one, there will be no charge for the service," the transmission continued. "It's a free of charge, they added after a pause, laughing. "Our station commander, Captain Horatio Petroni, is requesting to talk to you, so you'll be dealing with him from now on. Have a nice day." "NEOPS Traffic Control out," the woman added. Stockdale breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the extremely unexpected presence of the warship, the locals seemed friendly enough, generous even. Comstar-controlled recharge stations in the Terran system would have wanted to be paid. "We appreciate your magnanimous offer of free access to your recharge service and will accept," he replied, grateful that it meant he would be able to return back to Hednesford quicker than he had feared. The problem with jumping into systems where the star was as small and dim as NEOPS was that it took noticeably longer to recharge your Carney Fuida drive than the usual week or so. "According to our files, your capital is, or was, on NEOPS 7, if that is still so, I would be grateful if you could arrange for me to be met by a representative from your government when my dropship arrives." "Captain Petroni here," a man's voice from the station responded this time. "My apologies, Prakentor, but foreigners are not permitted to land on any planet in the NEOPS system," sounding apologetic about it. "Given what has befallen the other worlds of the Terran hegemony, the NEOPS Association is a little paranoid about giving anyone the opportunity to mark civilian or industrial targets for orbital bombardment, or possibly learn the location of our orbital and ground-based defenses," he explained. "Any negotiations or discussions will have to take place here at the Zenith jump point, though fortunately, given the compactness of our system, you should not find the lightspeed communications delay between here and our capital nearly as grating to deal with as in most places," they continued. "You can't go get lunch and watch some TV while waiting for a reply here," he said humorously. That would be annoying, Stockdale thought to himself. Face-to-face negotiations were always to be preferred, and he was about to respond asking if he could talk to someone more senior about that when the man on the Olympus station started talking again. "Speaking of television, I'm afraid that in order to minimize possible interference with equipment related to radio astronomy, our television and audio-only entertainment signals are all carried via cable, not over the airwaves, so your crew won't be able to tune into local media if they get bored," Petroni said. "It's one reason we were able to stay under the radar all these years. NEOPS was always a lot quieter than most inhabited systems across that part of the electromagnetic spectrum. If you stay still too long around here, then I swear someone will build a Faraday cage around you," he joked. "You should read the letters of complaint in the newspapers from irate radio astronomers every time someone in the military switches on their radar. Trust me, if anyone gets painted by a targeting array in NEOPS, they had better take it seriously because nobody wants to fill out all the paperwork for the sake of bluffing." Stockdale frowned. "Some allowance will have to be made to your rules eventually due to the need to allow Comstar technicians to take over the running of your hyperpulse generator anyway, so I'm sure your government will make an exception in my case if you check with them," he suggested, not entirely sure if that last part had been a veiled threat or not given its good-natured delivery. "Why would we need Comstar to run our HPG?" the commander replied, sounding confused. "In order to ensure it is properly maintained, they are extremely complicated devices that require great expertise and careful handling," Stockdale explained. "It's something of a miracle that yours still worked when you switched it back on after so many years." Actually we didn't switch it off so much as it went wrong back in the early 2770s, and given the political situation at the time, what with Emerus and everything, we decided not to fix it until we actually needed it running again, Petroni replied. When we did, we just found the old Slocomnet people that used to run the thing and put them back to work, replaced the parts that weren't working and fired it back up. You made your own replacement parts? Stockdale asked incredulously. It's not difficult if you've got the complete blueprints and the right manufacturing facility, Captain Petroni replied conversationally. I heard that making a whole new HPG from scratch took them a while the first time, but they've gotten better at it since, he added. Prekenter Stockdale blinked and looked around the bridge to gauge the expressions of the other Comstar personnel around him. They looked as perturbed as he felt. You made your own complete HPG? He asked dubiously. Well yes, what would be the point of getting the one of Neops running again if there was nobody to talk to on it, Petroni replied. Wait. Did you think we got our HPG here running again recently so we could talk to you? He asked rhetorically. No, we got it running ages ago so we could talk to our colonies over Encomnet. We just never got around to talking to you until now because we didn't need to until we started visiting the inner sphere for trade as much. Encomnet? What in the name of Blake is Encomnet? Stockdale demanded to know. Neops Hegemony Communication Network, you know, like Slocomnet, but on a smaller scale of course, the station replied. Not all our colonies have an HPG yet, but we're getting there. Much less of a pain in the ass than having to send jump ships as message couriers all the time. Stockdale closed his eyes and took a deep breath to steady himself. You have your own colonies out here and they're linked by their own HPG network? He asked slowly. This situation went well beyond normal protocols of pretending to know all of this already. If he feigned to do so, they would wonder why Comstar had not turned up before to take over the running of this Encomnet. Well yeah, I mean it's the 29th century, not the 19th. Did you think we were using two cans and a piece of string to communicate with each other out here or something? The man on the station asked sardonically. Prekenter Alan Stockdale fought back the urge to loudly reply yes and opted for a slightly less abrasive approach. We were not aware of anyone producing hyperpulse generators other than ourselves, he said flatly instead. At this juncture I must advise you that the Communications Protocol of 2787 places all HPG facilities under the control of Comstar with a guarantee of our neutrality towards all as regards control of the hyperpulse network. As such, each of your HPG stations will need to be placed in the custodianship of Comstar as soon as is practicable in order to comply with the protocol, he informed the man. Neops is not a signatory to the Communications Protocol of 2787, and I sincerely doubt my government is stupid enough to add its signature to the others after what happened in 2823 when you shut down your HPG on their CAD just because you didn't want to pay your taxes, Petroni replied scornfully. Stockdale was taken aback. How do you know about that? He asked. They talked about it on the news channel. Just because you don't know what's happening out here doesn't mean we didn't keep a close eye on what's happening in the inner sphere. We even monitor the Comstar news network, even though your commentators self-evidently spin the news like a compact battlemech gyro, Petroni replied wryly. I might not like what the people at Encomnet charge me to send a message to my daughter working on Copernicus, but at least their news agency has some concept of journalist integrity. They pay their damn taxes and they're not owned by a foreign power. Stockdale turned to the ship's navigator and mouthed the word Copernicus to him. The navigator checked the local star charts and then shrugged to indicate he had no idea where that was. I'm not sure there is much to be gained in continuing our conversation at this time, Captain Petroni, Stockdale told him. It seemed like the man was not a fan of Comstar for some reason which the Prekenter attributed to either misinformation or considerably less probably out here from being very well informed. I look forward to hearing from your government. If you think you'll get a better reception from the organ grinder on Neops 7 than the monkey sat here, then your timing stinks because it's an election year and there's not a politician in this system that wants to look weak on either national sovereignty or allowing tax dodging right now, Petroni told him, audibly chuckling. I'll notify the authorities that you want to talk and they'll get in contact presently, but I'll warn you that if you want a treaty with us it'll have to be on much better terms than the great houses agreed to. Petroni out. Alan Stockdale turned to the captain of the Haikyaku, the next most senior Comstar official aboard, whose expression indicated he was also totally nonplussed by the situation they now found themselves in. Do you think they'd let us borrow their HPG to send a message back to Terra asking what we should do next? The captain of the jump ship suggested. Unlike many Comstar vessels, the Haikyaku had not been upgraded with a mobile HPG of its own as yet. The organization was still prioritizing resources towards getting as many of the old Slocomnet stations running again as possible. We could encrypt it, he added. It's worth considering, but I would prefer not to start negotiations with their government with us seemingly owing them a favor in return, Stockdale replied. Anyhow, for Comstar to have to ask somebody else to send an HPG transmission for them would be embarrassing for us, verging on humiliating, he added, shaking his head sadly. They still seem to regard themselves as affiliated to the Terran hegemony in some way despite its demise, the captain observed thoughtfully. I've taken a close look with optical sensors and the recharge station itself. the warship and the transport jump ships are all painted up in Star League colors and with insignia and markings matching those of the SLDF and Terran hegemony, as well as the Red Cameron Star we had heard rumors they used to identify themselves. Have you learned anything else useful about these people? Stockdale asked. The ship's captain nodded. Boy, have we, he responded knowingly. That warship, the Essex-class destroyer, the external markings on her match her IFF, that being the SLS Cape Bon, and according to our database the last thing we have on file about her is that she was attached to the 295th Battle Mech Division and was with them when they went chasing after Kerensky after being left behind in 2785. The 295th? Stockdale queried, didn't they turn Merc after they failed to find Kerensky? Perhaps some of them did, and ended up working for the Lyrans, and the rest chose to come here. The captain suggested. That Merc group, I think they call themselves Raymond's Redcoats, sure as heck aren't division-sized and don't have the warships the 295th did, he said. If so, that could explain why Neops isn't what we expected. They inherited most of an SLDF division plus their transport and warship assets. Stockdale groaned. And because they were a scientific research colony set up to be self-sufficient, one that was chock full of people with advanced degrees in physics and chemistry and whatever, they were able to keep a lot of that equipment running, he said, groaning again. Plenty of smarts, plenty of space lift and enough firepower that they didn't have to worry about anything short of a full-scale invasion by one of the great houses, and you end up with what we might be looking at right now. A little piece of the Terran hegemony still going strong out in the periphery, the captain theorized. You know, if we're right then they're not really so different than us. How so? Stockdale asked. If it wasn't for General Lauren Hayes leading her SLDF divisions to Terra in support of Jerome Blake, would civilization have survived and prospered there? The ship's captain asked rhetorically. I doubt it was just the communications protocol of 2787 that stopped the great houses invading Terra when they did the rest of the hegemony. The notion of having to deal with 8 SLDF divisions would have given them pause for thought too. Maybe if we play up that we're also a Star League remnant, Slocomnet rebranded, and push the line that we had SLDF support in establishing ourselves on Terra, that could help things run more smoothly, Stockdale said thoughtfully. That was my thinking, sir, the captain replied. Was it not Blake himself that said you catch more flies with honey than with vinegar? Not originally, Stockdale knew, but under Conrad Toyama's rule Comstar had being increasingly less secular and prone to ascribing Jerome Blake with even more wisdom than he had in real life. It was of course dangerous to say anything that might be seen as denying the man's supposed omniscience, so Stockdale nodded instead. In the wake of the so-called purification, as Toyama's purges were known, only an idiot did anything that might lead to ROM investigating them for signs of disloyalty or a lack of belief in the divine plan as set out by Blake and implemented by his successor. The chances that there wasn't a ROM agent aboard the ship were extremely slim. Perhaps there was more than one, and given that a significant proportion of the rest of the crew were potential informers that would pass along anything they heard to Comstar's intelligence branch, it was vitally important to always keep to the straight and narrow. Prekenta Rom Michelle Dupriez had eyes and ears everywhere, and the woman was dangerously competent and completely ruthless as well as being utterly loyal to Toyama. If this an election year, as the man said, then presumably they maintained a democratic system as was the norm in the Terran hegemony, Stockdale mused aloud. That may present the possibility of an alternative course of action than in other places where we seek to sway the authorities to see things our way, he suggested. Public opinion matters more in such a society than it would in the Capellan Confederation. For example, this may be a situation where the Primus might be best served by advice that we should not try and force the issue regarding the communications protocol, since an opportunity exists to exert pressure from below should we be able to appeal to the masses. I would be happy to endorse such a proposal if you wished me to do so, the ship's captain responded. Not just because he agreed but because it would see his name on a document presented to the Primus himself. We could deny them access to the Comstar network, refuse to forward on any HPG transmissions they send out, but that would antagonize them without cutting off their access to the other systems they profess to control. The Lyran alliance folded quickly when we placed an interdiction or their CAD because they could not easily govern their nation without HPG communications, but that would not be the case here. That is what makes this situation such a potential powder keg that must be treated gingerly, Stockdale concurred. We find ourselves in a situation where the thoughtful and careful employment of soft power is the safer course of action. For one thing, we still need to learn more, far more, about these people, their capabilities, and their intentions, he said before smiling as he considered the great benefit that could be gained by allowing communications from Neops to be forwarded on via the Comstar network in the interim before any agreement was actually finalized. ROM could potentially learn a great deal from reading them as they already did everyone else's mail. For that matter, investigating what these additional systems the locals profess to control could be very useful, particularly if they did not hold to the same regulations regarding letting people from elsewhere land. Given that the Primus and the First Circuit will surely wish to make the final decision anyway, then perhaps it behoves me to downplay my authority still further, he pondered aloud, smiling. Vagueness and procrastination tinged with an aura of what looks like fair-minded reasonableness while we fill in the blanks. Caution and prudence is usually the wisest course of action when dealing with the unknown, the ship's captain agreed. Spend enough time out here at the edge of civilization and you learn that lesson well, he continued. As Blake said, knowledge is power, he quoted the great man once again. And what is Comstar but that aphorism incarnate? Stockdale asked rhetorically, agreeing with the sentiment although he knew it was actually Sir Francis Bacon who wrote that centuries before the birth of Jerome Blake. Aboard the recharge station, Captain Horatio Petroni, formerly of the Potemkin-class cruiser Ulithi but long since reassigned because that vessel was mothballed for the foreseeable future, was grateful he had been advised that Comstar might be showing up in person and had been given an outline of what to say if they did. Putting them in their place without excessively antagonizing them, and giving them a few hints as to what the situation was in Neops so they could feel clever by putting two and two together, was the order of the day. If Neops simply told them this is where the 295th Battle Mech Division ended up, it would encourage them to keep digging and digging, but letting them work out a lot of things themselves based on some scattered clues and casual remarks, then hopefully they would feel pleased with themselves and subconsciously not want their theories to be wrong. Fifth-generation career military, Navy of course, hence his father lumbering him with the given name Horatio. Captain Petroni might have preferred to be still serving aboard a warship, but the recharge station was hardly a command that lacked for prestige, despite being barely halfway complete. As yet only half the recharge batteries were in place, so it could only serve 4 jump ships at once. Only a single grav deck was installed and spinning, and as yet none of the repair bays was fully operational, but externally at least it appeared complete and should suitably impress the telephone company. They would be even more impressed, or perhaps distressed, if they knew that before she was finished the station would be home to several squadrons of Voidseeker AI-controlled aerospace fighters salvaged from Camelot Command, as well as considerably more firepower of its own than a typical Olympus could boast, but that would be something they, or someone else, would have to learn the hard way. For now just encountering the Cape Bon as guardship should be enough to ensure the security of the station against anyone arriving at the zenith point with ill intent, while the rest of the system was defended by a frankly excessive number of aerospace fighters and armed dropships, not to mention several warships that were not mothballed. It looked like the government really wanted to play nice with Comstar, because after reporting back to the capital via encrypted tight beam signal, Petroni was told that Secretary Hollister herself was catching a dropship to come up and meet them, presumably with a spooky intelligence type or two in tow. There was no particular rush, of course. Even with the recharge station beaming power to the Comstar jump ship, they couldn't leave for a week anyway, but Hollister should arrive in 3 days according to her message, which Petroni took as her wanting to get the message across that Neops wasn't rejecting good relations with Comstar by denying them access to any of the planets in the system. It was just standard policy. In a similar vein, Petroni offered to send over some fresh food to the Haikyaku if they were interested, even asking if they might want a couple of crates of beer thrown in as a sign of being a good host, but Stockdale rejected the offer of the beer, thereby making himself an enemy of several of the ship's crew whose promise to abstain until off-duty was apparently just not enough for the Precentor. Truth be told, Samantha Hollister was always looking for an excuse to get away from the office, and having already told Giles Olsen that whether he was re-elected as High Associator or not there was no way she was going to stay on as Secretary of Trade and Industry, she wasn't bothered if some trivial administrative paperwork backed up in her absence. With the first of the new model Hussar light mechs now rolling off the production line, only one every 2 weeks so far, but production should be ramping up to double that by next year, Hollister was happy enough with how she had performed in the job. A few days ago she had signed off on developing a second-generation Neops Hussar with a suite of improved sensors based on those of the Stag, and that thing should far outclass anything this side of Strina for decades to come at least. Metal imports from the Illyrian Palatinate had leveled off as domestic production finally started to catch up with demand, but the prices the Illyrians charged were so low they would likely continue as long as Neops had the obsolete and replaced military hardware to trade for the imports. You could buy a lot of copper or steel for a shipment of Star League air lasers or autocannons that would otherwise gather dust in a warehouse, and some in government were starting to come around to the idea that there was a lot of potential in arms dealing, or rather arms trading and barter. The Majesty Metals and Manufacturing Corporation in the Magistracy of Canopus manufactured a tank the SLDF was well familiar with, the Manticore, as well as an aerospace fighter the Sabre, both of which were seen as suitable for equipping planetary militias. What the corporation did not, or could not manufacture was the kind of advanced late Star League equipment that equipped royal divisions, such as the ERP-C and the double heat sinks needed to operate them effectively, whereas Neops could. Neops would have to set up a few new production lines, likely on Alphard, to churn out what was to them outdated gear, but the Magistracy would love to have it. Perhaps even greeting the offer with more enthusiasm than they had shown when asked if they might be interested in purchasing Jamerson-Ulikoff water purifiers at cost when they were put into mass production. That had been an idea from the diplomatic corps. Neops could charge a fortune for the things, but they wouldn't and would even offer the blueprints for free to anyone that asked. It was part of a plan to present themselves as the Terran hegemony reborn, but a bit nicer than before, to help project a positive image in the wider galaxy. Given the number of worlds that were effectively dying for the lack of a relatively cheap, reliable source of water for agriculture these days, it seemed unlikely that the scheme would not be well received, at least by the general public at large. That was partially why they wanted access to the Comstar network and also needed to be on good terms with the phone company, at least long enough for word to spread about the purifiers, and also that Neops was looking for people to emigrate to the new hegemony anyway. They also wanted to make contact with several firms based in different parts of the inner sphere, including Terra itself, where they were likely under the thumb of Comstar, to negotiate licenses to legally build various pieces of hardware. Franklin Hallis had taken a look at a sales brochure for the relatively new Shrek tank made by Aldis on Terra and opined that by swapping out the 3 PPCs for improved PPCs or a pair of enhanced ERPCs, they would have a machine that could give armored regiments the mobile firepower to take on most anything. Of course, given the Wolverine's evident PPC obsession, that could have been some bias showing on his part. Funding the development of the improved enhanced ERPC was already eating into the military R&D budget, and Hollister had vetoed outright a request for $500 million to look into whether an enhanced naval PCC would be a complete boondoggle or not. Finding herself with some time to ponder the way things were going as the dropship ferried her to go meet the Comstar Precentor, Samantha Hollister was feeling pretty satisfied that under her watch industry was expanding, finances were secure, and she had successfully managed to convince Olsen not to expand the hegemony faster than was prudent. She only hoped that whoever took over from her as Secretary of Trade and Industry was wise enough to follow the same path, because if you weren't prepared to say no to most requests for funding, there wasn't enough germanium of Alphard to pay for anything everyone asked for. You had to be opportunistic though. The news that someone had just nuked the factory on Array in the Draconis Combine where the Maltex Corporation had made the Thug assault mech was such an opportunity. Under the circumstances, it was well worth sending Maltex an HPG asking what they might want for the blueprints and a manufacturing license, because they weren't going to be making them anymore and they would really need a cash injection right now. That Neops was perfectly happy to agree not to export the things, so if Maltex eventually got back on their feet, they wouldn't be a competitor on future sales, help seal the deal. Although Maltex did still complain about Neops being vultures when being bargained down hard in price. Comstar's new C-bill just made the whole process of transferring the money so easy too. Reading all the transmissions going back and forth, Comstar was pleased to learn that Neops would only be hand-building the things, needing a few new assaults to replace older ones that were wearing out apparently, but they greatly underestimated what hand-building meant in Neops Association terms. For that matter, if they had known what a Neops-built Royal Thug actually mounted in terms of weaponry and armor, Comstar would have been downright appalled. Note from the author. Senior Comstar officials are known as Precentors, with your rank in the organization being determined by where you are Precentor for. My OC here, Alan Stockdale, is Precentor Hednesford, so he's mid-ranking. The Hednesford system, 35LY from Neops, is important ema that the Free Worlds League kept a decent-sized garrison there, the 27th Merrick Militia, and unlike many systems on the edge of the periphery, it was never abandoned, so it's not an important backwater. At this point, Comstar is run by Conrad Toyama and still in transition from being a continuation of the old Slocomnet, as it mostly was under Jerome Blake, to becoming the fanatical, quasi-religious organization it became under Toyama's successor Raymond Karpov. Don't get me wrong, Toyama wasn't remotely nice, but it was under Karpov that Comstar went, well, full Comstar, never go full Comstar. To give one example, under Toyama Comstar technicians still just wore grey jumpsuits as a uniform, like Slocomnet did, but Karpov made them wear robes like those of a medieval monk, and failing to chant over hyperpulse generators was going to get you into a lot of trouble. Toyama dies in 2837 and then things are going to get interesting. The Olympus station at the Neops Zenith jump point looks more complete than it really is. The construction crews are working on the station at anti-jump cannon, and between GER and the presence of an Essex-class destroyer like the Cape Bon, the Comstar people are really caught out here. After receiving an HPG from a periphery station that had been dark for decades, they expected to find a tiny colony barely hanging on, but instead ran into a hitherto unknown interstellar nation. Given that much of the reputation Comstar and ROM has for excellence in intelligence gathering is simply down to reading everyone's mail, the notion that they might let Neops forward their hyperpulse messages via the Comstar network isn't too implausible. They really want to read them, although at some point they are going to insist on taking over Encomnet, and won't like the response. The Comstar C-bill was introduced in 2835 and helped a lot with cross-border commerce. Each power has its own currency. Another thing that happened in 2835 was the destruction of the Thug factory on Array belonging to the Maltex Corporation. Despite being based in the Draconis Combine, after their factory was destroyed, Maltex gave Earthworks Incorporated a license to produce the Thug in the Free Worlds League, albeit a downgraded version, so Hollister isn't the only opportunist vulture out there. The Wolverines having a thing for PPCs seems like a quirk they'd have, so them hankering for the Shrek seems apt. It's made by Aldis, a company based on Comstar-controlled Terra. Oh yeah, and here's the updated map for 2835. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XXIX. Genetic engineering is a valuable tool, but it needs to be heavily regulated and closely monitored, and if you think otherwise, I don't think you've been paying close enough attention. High Associator Giles Olsen, 2838 CE. Reek Jane's Island Training Grounds, Neops 7 2835. Mech warrior Henry Callahan would have preferred to be in the cockpit of almost any other machine than the one he was right that moment, partially because the mongoose battle mech he was piloting had neither the armor nor the armament for taking on the IP-4 Phoenix Hawk that had appeared in front of him, but mostly because piloting a totem mech of Clan Mongoose made his flesh crawl. It wasn't even one of the Monday 66B Royal versions of the mongoose, that at least would have been packing an extended range large laser and the heatsinks to use it, but with only his trio of medium lasers to play with, Henry couldn't use his speed advantage to open up the range and hope for a few lucky hits. He could run, but that would allow the opposition Phoenix Hawk to flank Bravo lands to the west and put shots into their sides and rear, making it an unacceptable choice. They themselves were slugging it out with a couple of enemy Dervish mediums and a Flashman heavy, so they couldn't come to his aid, and the rest of his own lands had already been knocked out by a strafing run by a trio of Stuka aerospace fighters. Practically screaming warnings to Bravo lands over the comms, Henry poured on the speed to make himself a more difficult target as he exchanged fire with the Phoenix Hawk. Naturally, everyone was using lasers at their low-powered training setting, but it still looked spectacular enough in the reddish twilight of early evening on Neops. The exercise simulated an environment with extremely hard jamming going on, so the computers in the comms system would not let you talk to anyone more than a click away. This meant Henry couldn't reach either the battalion or regimental commander to warn them that the opposition had realized there was a weak point in the line and they were pushing it hard. All he could do was hope that someone else noticed the developing situation and had advised the senior officers. Perhaps one of the pilots contesting for air superiority above his head was making sure to keep an eye on the ground too, because aerial observation was part of their job description. You never realized how much easier this all was with well-informed command and control from above until you didn't have that, a little voice in the back of Henry's mind observed as he continued to exchange fire with the Phoenix Hawk. It helped you gain a much better appreciation of what Karl von Clausewitz had called the fog of war, when you lacked the near omniscience you had fighting a battle when all the sensors and electronic displays were working properly. Radio comms were crystal clear and you had a senior officer with a fancy battle computer next to him feeding him tactical data automatically sorted in order of importance. Not that Henry remembered von Clausewitz's book on war all that fondly from having its sections from it read to him as a bedtime story when he was little. It required more concentration than The Art of War by Sun Tzu ever had, so it made it more difficult to get to sleep. Of course, if you wanted nightmares, there was always Des Principes de la Guerre by Ferdinand Foch that seemed to argue that with enough moral courage, esprit de corps and personal élan, an attacking force could overwhelm any defender through sheer momentum. Given that the repeating rifle, machine gun, and quick-fire artillery had all been invented before Foch wrote the book, and trench warfare was already very much a thing, Henry could only wonder as to the man's sanity or intelligence. With the outbreak of Terra's First World War, General Foch's theories had run headlong into reality and proved about as successful in practice as you would expect. A bullet doesn't care how brave or skilled you are, it only cares if you are in its way. As simulated damage built up and the cockpit display started to light up with warnings, Henry was still calm enough to register another enemy machine closing in, and he started to react to the new threat when a burst from an AC-20 impacted all over the torso of his mongoose, and it was deemed by the computer to have been knocked out with its pilot killed. Since it was only an exercise, not a real battle, the AC-20 rounds were flashbangs rather than the heap, high explosive armor piercing, they would have been otherwise, but they were still heavy enough that Henry's light mech had rocked a little with the impact. The mongoose was only a 25-tonner, and although the muzzle velocity of an AC-20 wasn't that high by autocannon standards, a shell that was at least 150 mm in caliber, the actual size depending on the model of AC-20 in question, had plenty of kinetic energy. Henry sighed as his mech automatically shut down and he lost the ability to communicate with any live mechs on his own team. Dead men don't talk. The radio switched over to the band dead combatants were on, and Henry heard laughter over his headphones. As Major Prigioni would say, Mech Warrior Callahan sleeps with the fishes. Henry recognized Fred's voice. Yeah, and he's dead too, Dave Robertson added for himself, laughing. That joke was funnier the first 3 times you guys said it, Henry growled back at them. Hey man, don't date a chick with gills if you can't take a joke, Dave responded, still cackling away. At least I'm not going steady with my right hand like you are, Robertson, Henry retorted. Gross, Katrina's voice interjected. Henry could well imagine her look of distaste. He had known the girl his whole life. You were lucky as hell avoiding that strafing run that got the rest of us, Henry, she observed. Luck? No, it was pure skill, Henry lied. How his mech had managed to avoid getting tagged by any of the weapons being fired at it during the strafing run was a miracle. A Stuka mounted 4 enhanced ERP-Cs in the wings and either a Gauss rifle or an AC-20 in the nose, any of which could bring down a mongoose with little trouble. Hell, a Stuka with that loadout would give an Atlas assault mech nightmares. If we were lucky, Henry would have been knocked out and you would have still been alive, caught, Frederick suggested. That Talon you're in might have taken out the Phoenix Hawk Henry was tussling with. Maybe if she didn't shoot like a girl, Dave responded. I'm a better shot than you are, Robertson, Katrina defended herself. That was the main reason they had assigned her the only mech in the lance that mounted an ERP-C, she could get the best use out of the thing at long range. Which was not to say that any of the former sub-cadets were actually bad shots, they were all in fact exceptional marksmen both in and out of a battle mech, it was just that Katrina had the highest scores of any of them on the range. Henry thought it was because the girl had just a little more patience when it came to lining up her shots before pulling the trigger or pressing the button. A thought struck Henry that it was actually pretty funny that being objectively some of the most highly skilled mech warriors on the planet, if lacking practical experience in combat, their lance had been unceremoniously smeared by a few fighter jocks and they could have done very little about it. As an object lesson in why combined arms warfare was the way to do things, it ranked up there with last week's exercise during which the Lance Jennifer was walked into a simulated minefield and was then virtually plastered by artillery while they tried to pick their way through it. No doubt about it, Henry decided, never leave home without a few riflemen mechs to provide air defense and some combat engineers to sweep for mines. The scuttlebutt said that once a few more project workshops were up and running, General Romanoff intended to start hand-building small numbers of various machines for niche purposes, and that these would include a few lances of the Rifleman II design that had never made it into mass production by the Star League. The successor states might not have as many warships as they used to these days, but they still had plenty of aerospace fighters, and keeping them off her mech warriors while they brought their superior firepower to bear on enemy ground forces was not a part of modern warfare to be ignored. Even a big, 100-ton Stuka would not enjoy coming in on an attack run and being lit up by twin large pulse lasers and a pair of LB-10X autocannons spitting flak while they were trying to line up their shot. Anything smaller would likely hightail it out of there straight away, because aerospace fighters don't just shut down when enough internal systems are crippled, as happens in a battle mech. Well, they do, but after that they crash into the ground hard. Obtaining useful salvage from a knocked-out enemy mech after a battle is very much the norm. Finding anything in a wrecked aerospace fighter that remains in one piece after the airframe intersected with the ground at high speed was miraculous. "Wanna hit the bar later to drown our sorrows?" Fred asked the rest of the Lance in a deadpan tone of voice. "I'd prefer not to get thrown in the glass house, thanks, Hallis," Henry replied evenly. "Come on, it'll be fun," Dave said. "We could get t-shirts made with Instant Maniac, just add alcohol printed on them," he joked. "That's not funny, Robertson," Katrina complained. "To be fair, the expression on that cop's face when you body slammed him was pretty hilarious from where I was standing," Frederick disagreed. "You started that shit, Hallis. All you had to do was go quietly when he wanted to slap the cuffs on you for throwing that poor off-duty nom schmuck through the bar window, but no, you had to yell out Wolverines and then we couldn't not get involved," Henry complained. "You have free will, don't you?" Fred asked rhetorically. "I think it's now well established that we don't, Fred." "Not really, not unless we're both sober and not under stress," Henry replied flatly. "If that judge hadn't accepted the testimony from those geneticists that jerk who stuck those modified warrior and fight or flight genes in us messed up, we would have all been behind bars instead of being sentenced to the army instead. We were all going to join the army when we graduated high school anyway, so no harm, no foul," Dave contended. "I would have liked the choice," Henry muttered. Philomena was a few months into her bioscience degree now, and he had considered going to university with her, albeit studying a different subject, when the fallout from Gamma Siko's 18th birthday celebration the year before had ruled that out completely. They had always known that the geneticists who spliced them together had tweaked their fight-or-flight instinct, attempting to make the future warriors of Clan Wolverine more closely resemble the temperament of their totem animal that never backed down from an opponent regardless of how much bigger and more powerful it was than them it was. What had not become apparent until they were old enough to drink was that one of those modified genes reacted badly to alcohol, very badly. All having the same birthday, all having been decanted from the iron wombs on the same day, and what with the legal age to drink being 18 on Neops, they had decided to all go to a bar to celebrate. After a few drinks they had all become pretty rowdy, but the trigger to what happened next was when one of the off-duty Nom infantry who were drinking at the same bar accidentally jostled Fred, spilling his drink. Angry words were exchanged, threats made, a punch thrown, and then Frederick Hallis went completely mental and threw a man through the bar window. Several of the Nom people ended up hospitalized before the police arrived mob-handed, the first of them being assaulted by a cute teenage blonde with her hair in braids before electric stun guns and batons were employed to restore order and restrain a bunch of very drunk genetically engineered lunatics. They were all just lucky that the judge decided that fines, a few weeks community service and a minimum of 30 years in the army was the appropriate sentence and not jail. What likely swayed her was the argument that since it was Franklin Hallis and his people that had made these ticking time bombs, then he should be the one to have to deal with this shit. Naturally, the judge also ruled that everyone from Siko Gamma, as well as the other younger kids with the same modified genes, was now legally obliged to never touch alcohol for their entire lives. It clearly impaired their higher functions and lowered their inhibitions in such a way as their instincts became unrestrained, and their instincts were not those appropriate to a civilized society. Just because it was pretty cool to watch a nature documentary where a transplanted Terran Wolverine took on a ghost bear several times its size on Strinomecti, the bear retreating from the sharp teeth, vicious claws and sheer ferocity of the smaller animal, did not mean it was a good idea to let human versions of the things run around free and unfettered. At least the genetic engineers that made the Ironborn kits had stripped out the genes linked to alcoholism and addictive behavior, so it wasn't as difficult to get them to abstain as it might have been otherwise. "Do you think we'll still get a place on the next cohort being run through the Gunslinger program after this fiasco?" Katrina asked. "Only if we do a lot better tomorrow. There's a lot of others wanting on the list and they've all got seniority on us, most have seen a little action too," Fred replied glumly. "Face it, until we get to tussle with some pirates ourselves, all that talk about how skilled we are is just talk. I know I've said it before, but I'm not sure that hammering some third-rate mech warriors in fourth-rate machines is really the best arbiter of ability, Henry maintained. If you put the kids from Zeta or Iota Sickos in SLDF Royals, I'd bet they'd tear the average pirate command apart, and most of them aren't old enough to shave. Romanoff is old school, that's why she made us go through basic training and then the trainee mech warriors course, even though we could have taught those classes, Katrina observed. Dave laughed. Do you remember the expression on Jennifer's face when that sergeant started showing us how to strip down and clean a rifle? If she had just kept her mouth shut instead of telling him she could do that blindfold when she was 8 not 18, she would have done a lot fewer push-ups that week, Fred recalled, laughing himself. Those drill instructors didn't like us very much, Katrina remembered. They sure as shit didn't after you dislocated that one's shoulder caught, Henry replied flatly. He shouldn't have told me to try and break free of his hold. It wasn't my fault, I'm stronger and faster than I look, and I caught him by surprise getting the leverage before he could counter my move, Katrina replied. Unarmed combat instructor, my ass, she muttered to herself just loud enough for the others to hear. Exercise should finish soon. If we're quick we can get back to barracks first and hit the showers before the hot water runs out, Dave suggested. That was one benefit of driving a fast, light mech. The guys and gals in larger, slower machines had to eat your dust. The hot water doesn't run out here, you idiot. They pump cold water into the ground through one hole and hot water comes out of another hole drilled next to it, Fred told him. It's unlimited free geothermal energy. Didn't you notice all the freaking volcanoes around here? More to the point, how did he not notice that the water sometimes smells sulfurous and put 2 and 2 together, Henry asked. Is that what that smell is? I thought it was someone's shitty deodorant, Dave replied. Only if there's a brand called Dante, the 10th level of fragrance, you bozo, Cott responded curtly. General opinion was that Dave might have gotten S.A. con Dwight Robertson's good looks but clearly not his brains. Fred I fact personally theorized one of the other genetic donors concerned might have even been an ice hellion somehow because those guys were dense. When the exercise ended, somehow amazingly their side had apparently won despite their own minimal contribution to the victory. The 4 of them trudged their mechs back towards barracks for a shower followed by chow time, Henry thinking more about the fog of war and force multipliers. At the lowest level, just having good sensors on your mech mattered a lot. If you ran into an enemy hunchback, then knowing whether it was a HBK-4G with an AC/20 or one of the HBK-4H models being fielded now that swapped the big gun for a longer ranged but less devastatingly punchy AC/10 could save your life. On that note, the recent intelligence briefing that the Beagle active probe was no longer being produced by any of the great houses was definitely good news for Neops, because it meant that the new model Hussar in production that did mount 1 was even more of a force multiplier now than it had been when approved for production. If the inner sphere was starting to fall behind that far in electronics, then it also explained why General Romanoff was starting to make noise about not just wanting those Rifleman 2 mechs for additional air defense capabilities but also a handful of the CP-10Z model of the Cyclops. It wasn't so much that they needed yet another assault mech type in service for fighting it out on the front lines, it was that the CP-10Z was equipped with a Tacticon B2000 battle computer that enabled the senior officer sat in the cockpit to effectively command an entire brigade from their chair, put all the regimental and battalion commanders in a Highlander, or ideally a more modern command mech like the Nightstar if enough of them could be made, and command and control would be greatly enhanced. Naturally, if they were going to be turning out the Rifleman 2, Cyclops, and maybe even a short production run of the Nightstar, then Franklin Hallis's dream of getting his hands on a few lances of new-built Devastator assaults was going to have to be put on hold. They were at least going to get to field a larger number of the lighter and considerably cheaper Thug assault now instead, of course, the license having been brought for a fraction of its true worth from the poor Maltex Corporation, who badly needed any money they could get urgently, but the Thug was no Devastator, unfortunately. Compared to what they had to spend to get the license and technical package for the Blackjack, the Thug was actually expensive though. General Motors had been clearly amazed that anyone actually wanted to make the Blackjack again, given the mech's piss-poor reputation, and knowing that any they made themselves just weren't going to sell, they let it go for a song. The fact that GM had fixed all the main problems with the design of the machine decades ago had been no help to the company because its rep was already considered unsalvageable by that point. There had been a lot of lousy battle mech designs over the years, but the early versions of the Blackjack were pretty unique in that most people expected to be handed a brand new machine that didn't suffer from the armor being too brittle and falling off in chunks when struck by an impact, or the feet not being undersized so the thing had problems staying upright on even moderately broken ground. If you wanted a machine that potential foes would badly underestimate, then the Blackjack was a good way to go. However, not only wasn't it going to randomly fall over in Neop's service, nor was its armor plate about as useful as cardboard. By replacing the standard AC/2 pop guns with an improved AC/5 designed to look as much like the original armament as possible, the Blackjack in use by planetary militias in the Neops hegemony would not be the machine the enemy was expecting. If the other side underestimated you, then the chances of them being sloppy and unprofessional went up sharply, and they would pay for that badly once the autocannon rounds started to fly. At least with Comstar playing nice, at least for now, Neops was able to make diplomatic overtures to the great houses and strike deals with companies throughout the inner sphere and near periphery without having to send jump ships hundreds of light years. The High Associator had agreed that NEOPS would neither offer to sell HPG technology, blueprints, or manuals to the powers who had signed up to the Communications Protocol of 2787 in return for access to the Comstar network while further negotiations were ongoing, and presumably Comstar was happy with the opportunity to read NEOPS's mail. Most of the great houses barely acknowledged NEOPS coming to them to say hello, with only the Free Worlds League paying too much attention because of their geographical position and the fact they realized now who it was that had brought the rights to the Alphard Trading Corporation operating in that part of space. AFWL flagged jumpship had arrived in NEOPS to take a look, seemed suitably surprised to run into the Cape Bon and then headed back to Merrick territory only to appear again a month later in the Alphard system where it was told that if it wanted to trade then it would have to go through proper channels via NEOPS. The High Associator did manage to score some diplomatic points with House Merrick when revealing that the NEOPS military was actually the old 295th Battle Mech Division, which then led on to them learning that the people pretending to be the old 295th, the mercenary regiment Raymond's Redcoats, were actually the 38th Amorous Fusiliers who had turned pirate as the Cameron's Curse before rebranding again and going legit. Since Raymond's Redcoats worked for the Lyran Commonwealth, it meant that Merrick propaganda had some fun attacking their long-term enemy for being the kind of people that would happily employ pirates and war criminals, and they actually went so far as to send an HPG to Jenna Romanoff asking for her to comment personally. All Romanoff had to say on the matter was that if any of Raymond's Redcoats ever got within 3 jumps of NEOPS territory then she would have them seized, put up against a wall and then shot for sullying the good name of her command. After that everything had soon calmed back down as the entire inner sphere, including the Free Worlds League, went back to focusing on the war. It wasn't like these periphery weirdos claiming to be the Star League or the Terran Hegemony Reborn or whatever, really mattered in the big scheme of things. Ongoing contact with the rest of human space wasn't even the lead news item on NEOPS for all that long. After the re-election of Giles Olsen to what would be his final term of office according to the NEOPS constitution, the next news item of interest was the discovery of large deposits of diamonds and fire opals on Galileo, and then the discovery of another Star League science colony near Frobisher known by the codename Project Sagittarius Umbrella. The locals called it McKeevedy's Folly, which is why they freaked when they saw the name tag on one of the SLDF people sent out to investigate further. It wasn't Jennifer's fault that she apparently had a distant cousin who put Ogbert Farnstrom in the shade when it came to the top 10 rankings of mad scientists, was it? Note from the author. Wanting to imitate some of the traits of their totem animal is very much a clan thing, and the Wolverines wanting to add a little of the personality and attitude of the Mustlid Gilugulu into their warrior caste while meddling with their DNA strikes me as very plausible. There are in fact several known warrior genes, the most well-known of which relates to MAOA, but a couple of particularly interesting variants were found during a study of Finnish males in prison for violent crime. It was discovered that if they carried 2 particular genes they were 13 times more likely to have a history of repeat violent behavior, and that being drunk had a triggering effect. There's another similar warrior gene found in the Maori of New Zealand apparently. The now adult kids of Siko Gamma have a severely borked fight or flight response even when sober, and their warrior genes go completely off the rails when they're drunk. Still, if you want to see some really crazy genetic engineering then just visit McKeevedy's Folly, where it makes what the Star League were up to on Frobisher look entirely reasonable. Jenna Romanoff hankering for small numbers of the Cyclops as a brigade command mech and the Rifleman 2 for air defense is a good, rational choice. Her also wanting the heads of Raymond's Redcoats on a stick is more of a personal thing. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XXX. Not long after we landed at the largest settlement, Camp McKeevedy, aerial recon found signs of human life over at Fartown settlement on the other end of the continent. Leaving Major Gao to investigate Camp McKeevedy further, we relocated the dropship to Fartown, where we met our first group of locals who seemed not too sure if they should feel really happy to see us or really mad that it had taken the Star League 80 years to come back for them. They also reacted poorly to meeting mech warrior Jennifer McKeevedy for perhaps understandable but nevertheless irrational reasons, because blaming her in any way for a distant cousin of her grandfather going batshit crazy before her mother was even born isn't all that fair, to say the least. Colonel Rory Falstaff, 2838 CE. Outskirts of Fartown, Project Sagittarius Umbrella, McKeevedy's Folly, 2836. This was by no means the way that Frederick Hallis expected to die, though he was pretty sure he was about to. Sure, he was sat in the cockpit of a mech fighting for his life as he always assumed he would be, but whenever he had idly pondered his eventual fate his imagination had conjured visions of fighting to the last against overwhelming odds, his crippled battle mech surrounded by the wrecks of Clanner or maybe Merrick machines as he screamed defiance to his last breath. What he had not expected was to be pounced upon by 35 tons of carnivorous flightless bird as his wasp idly strolled down a canyon, and to meet his end lying on his back, battle mech limbs flailing away ineffectually, expecting to be torn apart and eaten any moment. The gyros and Myanmar muscles of his 20-ton mech had been completely unable to deal with the collision, and the impact had sent him crashing to the ground, at which point the goddamn bird jumped on top on him and started clawing at his upper torso and cockpit, massive talons raking great tears in the armor. Instead of screams of defiance, he was mostly yelling for help on the radio and asking anyone that might be close enough to help to get this fucking thing off of me. while still struggling to break free. Given the size of the area that needed to be covered for the reconnaissance sweep, and that the perceived likelihood of encountering a meaningful threat was zero, the scout lance had spread out to cover more ground, so he wasn't sure how quickly any of his lance mates could get there. An aerial survey would have gone much faster, of course, but from above you might not be able to spot any old Star League equipment that might be worth salvaging, simply because it was powered down and most everything was covered in a layer of snow and ice. Finding people had been somewhat easier from the air. The campfires they lit at night had glowed in infrared, and establishing there were largish groups living in or around what had once been the settlements of Fartown and Strangetown had been easy enough, if surprising, but while the operation had turned into a rescue mission, the original purpose of the expedition was to retrieve any tech that might be found. The world officially known as Project Sagittarius Umbrella was the type of place that reminded you why the Vikings believed hell was cold, not hot. As snow fell all around amidst the orange sky of the system's K-type star, it looked the part of a personal Ragnarok for Frederick Hallis, but being slain by the serpent Hormungandr would have a certain dignity to it that getting killed and eaten by a giant chicken would not. With the right arm of his mech, the one with the medium laser mounted on it, pinned, and the safeties on the SRM launcher refusing to let him fire any missiles because the computer detected something right on top of them, that being a battle-mech-sized abomination of science, all he could do was start punching the creature repeatedly with his mech's left fist, wishing the thing's neck wasn't so long that he couldn't reach up and poke it in the eye. If he had been in something larger, like a thug for example, he could have throttled the thing, or at least pushed it off him, but he wasn't. The little voice in the back of his head that was now chiding him for not believing the locals when they said the so-called Thunderbird was this big was not helping matters either. At the time, assuming that they were exaggerating when talking about hulking 10-meter-tall predatory birds had seemed like a safe bet, but if he got out of this alive, Frederick swore to his creator that the next time a fisherman boasted of the size of the one that got away, he would believe him. Frederick's creator not being a deity, but rather a former clan Wolverine geneticist named Vaughn, who was currently to be found a couple of thousand light years away in the clan home worlds, was entirely unaware of the young mech warrior's vow. Of course, Vaughn had chosen not to join the Switchback fleet back in 2823, because he was old and thought his place should go to someone younger, and he had been captured by some warriors belonging to clan Ghost Bear. Subsequently being conscripted into their own scientist caste had grated, though not of course as much as that the bastards had also chemically sterilized him and every other captured member of the Wolverine's civilian castes as per the Ilkhan's orders. At the exact moment Frederick Hallis was fighting for his life against an angry avian monstrosity, Dr. Vaughn was dying of natural causes in a hospital on Arcadia, the medical staff there wondering why he had this weirdly triumphant look on his face. Vaughn's only regret was that he wouldn't be there to see the faces of the spook teddies when they found out he had been secretly splicing the DNA of warrior caste Wolverines into canister-born Ghost Bears all this time. It gave him great comfort as he prepared to meet his own maker that the Ilkhan-fellating sons of bitches would surely be apoplectic with rage. Meanwhile, still pinned and fervently wishing he was in a crosscut logger mech rather than a wasp right now, because a mech-sized chainsaw and a huge claw would have absolutely rocked in this situation, Frederick decided. He suddenly realized that one of the Thunderbird's legs had shifted, so it was now just behind his battle mech's right foot, and he immediately hit his jump jets. The Rawling 52 jump jets being designed to lift an upright 20-ton wasp vertically into the air, not to propel the currently horizontal mech with a 35-ton bird on top of it anywhere useful. They weren't quite powerful enough to throw the beast off him, as they simply didn't have enough thrust. However, when the superheated plasma washed over the Thunderbird's lower leg, it let out a deafening screech of pain and jumped clear, which was still a pretty good outcome from Fred's perspective. It would take a while to get back up, and his SRM launcher wasn't at the right angle to fire, but with his other arm now free, Frederick raised it and fired the medium laser mounted on its forearm right into the Thunderbird's chest. The thing was far too damn big for that to drop it, but it screeched in pain once again as the laser scorched into it, moisture in its flesh instantly boiling and causing a ragged wound that was half bloody gore and half charred overcooked meat. Frederick was lining up another shot when two streams of tracer fire from a pair of machine guns coming from the left just outside his field of view stitched their way across the Thunderbird, which screeched yet again and span to face the new threat. When they had handed one of the new model Hussar scout mechs to Jennifer McKeevety for this mission, the intention had been to see how it coped with the extremely harsh weather conditions known to exist on the world. It had not been so they could find out how well it did in a fight with a monster from a low-budget Monster Hollow movie, but as it turned out, a pair of 50 caliber machine guns proved pretty effective at getting its attention at least, if not downing it, because while those were rounds that were excellent at carving up infantry, carving a turkey this size was another matter entirely. Holding the fire button down, McKeevety hosed her dual 50 calories over the Thunderbird, realizing after a few seconds that they just weren't penetrating deep enough to hit any vital organs. While they surely hurt, and sheer cumulative damage would eventually bring it crashing down, so far all she was managing to do was make it extremely pissed off. The Thunderbird charged her, which while frightening in the extreme brought it close enough for her to use the other weapon the NEOPS designers had added to the HSR 250 DBN model of the Hussar to give it a secondary role as an anti-infantry mech. The flamer mounted just under the cockpit sent out a huge plume of plasma fed straight from the fusion reactor, the flame so hot that up close it could not only melt flesh, it would make lead run like water and aluminium burn. The Thunderbird had no concept of firearms, but fire itself was something else entirely, because like most animals it was instinctively terrified of it. For the first time it was the one that was scared as Jennifer McKeeves' hussar bathed it in hot plasma. It still wouldn't goddamn die though. More than twice the mass of a Giganotosaurus, the largest carnivorous dinosaur ever discovered in the Terra fossil record, a creature that had once strode across the home world of the human race like a colossus, the Thunderbird was going to need more than mere anti-infantry weapons to bring it down. Jennifer swung around the 4-ton extended-range large laser mounted on a turret atop the hussar and taking careful aim shot the Thunderbird in the head. 35 tons of genetically engineered flightless bird crashed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, feathers still burning thanks to the flamer and blood running out of the myriad holes punched in its flesh by the machine guns. Grateful to be alive, Frederick Hallis was still riding his mech and struggling the thing back onto its feet when he heard Jennifer's voice over the radio. "Well, that's going to make for a good war story to tell at the bar after a few drinks," she said. "I mean, if we were actually allowed to go to a bar for a few drinks," she added wryly. "Fucking thing came out of nowhere," Fred replied, steadying his breathing as he defended how he gotten himself into the situation. "I don't think the sensors flag up biologicals as a potential threat even if they're the size of a freaking Whitworth," Jennifer replied, accepting his excuse. To be fair, if you were in a battle mech, even a light one, the chances of there being a predatory animal which represented an actual threat were pretty slim. There were a few places where that wasn't the case, of course. During the Star League era, wealthy big game hunters were known to travel to a world dubbed Hunter's Paradise where they could take on huge reptilian megasaurs with anti-mech weaponry, but that was hardly the normal state of affairs. They both knew from his reports that Major Gao's recon team had run into a pack of local hook wolves a couple of days before while scouting around the original Star League settlement on the planet, but the dire wolf-sized predators with oversized talons had proved no match for their Mauser 960 laser rifles. Of course, if they had met a Thunderbird instead, their rifles and grenade launchers would not have been much help, and they would have had to hope their single Chevalier light tank and a few shoulder-launched SRMs were up to the job. "You know, I may be starting to reassess my views on the merits of genetic engineering," Fred joked. His mech now stood up as he looked at the corpse of the Thunderbird. "Oh, and I've got to say that your family's inclination to ignore those in authority when they think they're wrong isn't always a good thing," he added, his subsequent laughter as much stress relief as it was a belief it was all that funny. "Bite me, Fred," Jennifer replied. "You do know I just saved your life, right?" she added, thinking that should warrant him giving her a break on the jokes and wry comments she had to put up with since they had arrived on Sagittarius Umbrella and managed to locate some locals. Seriously, they find a planet that's actually named after a member of her family, she thought to herself bitterly, albeit a distant cousin, and it's called McKeeves' Folly because he went full-on mad scientist to the point that the geneticists on Frobisher who were making fish people would have regarded him as nuttier than a packet of almonds. Alpheus McKeeves might have been a certified genius, a pioneer in, and a master of the field of genetic engineering, but his reputation had suffered a little due to his also being certifiably insane. Fred pursed his lips looking at the Thunderbird. "You know, if we had like half a ton of Gloria's secret herbs and spices it would go a long way to getting me over the trauma of nearly being lunch for Emuzilla," he told her, making light of the situation. "You want to eat it?" Jennifer responded nonplussed. "It only seems fair under the circumstances," Fred replied. "You know, the BRV aboard the dropship could pick this thing up and then haul it back to Fartown. We know the locals hunt the little ones, the regular moas, for food. They might appreciate the feast." Jennifer thought about that. The battle mech recovery vehicle on their fortress could certainly manage that. Although huge by the standards of any animal that wasn't aquatic in nature, there were some shark-like alien species on other worlds that could eat a Thunderbird for a snack. The bird was still lighter than some of the machines a BRV was designed to lift off the ground and carry it back for repairs. "Okay, but I want to get a photograph of the thing with me standing beside it before anyone starts carving off any chunks for the barbecue," she replied. "It's not like I've got anywhere to put it if I had it stuffed and mounted, so I want one souvenir at least." "Flamer ruined it, and besides which if you brought that back to Neops and presented it to a taxidermist the poor guy would have a heart attack," Frederick observed. "You want to get on the dropship band and tell them to send out the BRV?" Jennifer thought about that. "I'd best tell them to bring an escort along in case of another Thunderbird, the Shadow Hawk should do, and it could help load the bird onto the trailer," she replied. They had a Lancelot and a hoplite aboard the dropship too, but while they had more firepower than the Shadow Hawk they didn't have hands. Their lone assault mech did have hands, but that would be overkill and would also mean having to deal with Billy the Kid, who had been assigned to this mission for the same reason the Gammas had. For all their undeniable skill in the cockpit they were all kind of a pain in the ass, albeit for different reasons. "Good thing we brought along a few bigger machines in case we ran into pirates," Frederick observed. The SLDF had dusted off a few different battle mechs that had been placed in mothballs a couple of years back for this mission, types that they didn't have in large enough numbers to keep them in regular service but weren't rare enough that spare parts to repair them or keep them running were unavailable. The comments made by the mech warrior at the controls of the Shadow Hawk, a cranky old veteran from the 295th nearing retirement, when he arrived an hour later and saw the dead Thunderbird were pretty amusing, though what the combat engineers crewing the BRV had to say about having to recover a dead bird instead of a broken mech was funnier, even if they gave Frederick some shit about the mess the thing had made of his wasp. Frederick and his mech returned to the Fartown settlement with the BRV while Jennifer signaled the other 2 members of the Lance to join her so they could continue their recon together as a unit, the 3 light battle mechs sticking together for safety in case another Thunderbird appeared. By the time the now 3 mech Lance returned to Fartown, the orange sun was setting and the glow of several large campfires in the middle of what had once been the town square was easily spotted from a distance. The locals were usually loath to make their presence quite so obvious to all the hostile wildlife, but they rightly assumed that the Fortress-class dropship now towering over the ruins of the old settlement would be more than sufficient to ward off any threat. If it wasn't for the presence of the massive atmosphere processor positioned just outside the settlement, the Fortress would have dominated the skyline of the whole area, but by comparison to the gigantic piece of terraforming equipment, even a dropship near 100 meters in height and wider than that in breadth looked tiny. The Star League's Department of Mega Engineering had tended not to mess around when handed an assignment, and 2 more of the things could be easily seen from orbit, each with another settlement constructed beside it, once drawing power from the fusion reactors then powered the gigantic machines. The terraforming equipment had been shut down since well before the Amorous War, of course, its work incomplete as the Star League abandoned the project, though it might have restarted at some point if not for the war, but even as it rusted and decayed it remained the treasure trove of technology that had drawn Neops to send an expedition to retrieve as much of it as they could. As she dismounted her hussar near the camp, if Jennifer had been expecting any gratitude from the 100 or so who had set up home in the mostly ruined settlement about all the meat she had provided for the feast underway, she was sorely disappointed. The oldest of the grown-up locals still looked at her with expressions of either distrust or dismay, while the little kids regarded her like she was more to be feared than the Thunderbird was. Somehow Jennifer had found herself in the only place in the galaxy where the McKeevedy name was hated even more than it was on Strina Mekti. What were the chances? Jennifer's heartfelt protest that if someone named Smith kicked your cat you wouldn't hold it against everyone named Smith, would you, fell on deaf ears unfortunately. Not that anyone owned a cat on Sagittarius Umbrella, they used to have some pet cats in the past, but they were easy prey for the hook wolves apparently. At least I got to slay the feathery dragon, Jennifer decided, finding some solace in that at least, as she was handed a plate of roast Thunderbird by one of the dropship crew whose turn it was to help the ship's cook feed everyone. A couple of the medics were still performing medical checks on the locals and providing treatment where needed, while Colonel Falstaff commanding the expedition was talking to the tribal elders, that being an odd description for a couple of guys with doctorates in genetics and a female xenobiologist, all 3 of them pushing 100 years old and unlike most Terran-born people very much looking it because the last few decades had been hellish for them. Between the testimony of people who had actually been there to witness what had happened on the planet decades before, plus the files, data, and records retrieved by Major Gao's recon team at the main settlement Camp McKeevedy, Colonel Falstaff decided he had a decent understanding of what had transpired. It was a tale worthy of a bad science fiction novel, or a better-than-average movie, and made this mission a couple of orders of magnitude more interesting than he had ever expected it to be when General Romanoff gave him the assignment to travel down here and look around. With Frobisher signed up for the hegemony, the SLDF Navy had begun scouting the systems around them, and eventually, 2 jumps out from there to rimward and anti-spineward, the Tramp-class jump ship being used to survey the area discovered a system that had clearly been settled at some point. This turned out to be the K4V Orange Dwarf system that the Star League Department of Mega Engineering had named Project Sagittarius Umbrella, and the reason the Tramp immediately knew that the place was worth investigating was the huge orbital mirrors that Slowdome had placed above the second planet in the system to warm it with additional sunlight. At some point in the past someone had raided and then orbitally bombarded a Star League facility situated on the planet's moon, but enough had remained behind to help answer a few questions and indicated that there might still be a fair amount of terraforming equipment and other useful salvage to be had down on the planet itself. It seemed that a couple of centuries ago the Star League Exploratory Brigade had discovered another potentially habitable world not far from Frobisher, but they had initially rejected it as suitable for colonization because it was in the midst of an ice age. This glacial period was so severe that the world looked to be on the verge of slipping into a so-called cryogenian era, such as happened on Terra 700 million years ago when the whole planet froze over, so it wasn't exactly prime for human settlement. The Star League Department of Mega Engineering took a look themselves and thought, ice ages are easy to fix, and set to work reversing the cooling trend, starting with the orbital mirrors but also setting up atmosphere processors that would increase the levels of carbon dioxide in the air to foster a beneficial greenhouse effect. The additional heat directed at the oceans had resulted in more storms, of course, and an increase in precipitation, both rain and snow, but that was better than the northern and southern ice caps meeting at the equator, which is what would have happened eventually without the Department of Mega Engineering, who continued to live up to their unofficial motto of, the impossible we do immediately, the merely difficult was finished the day before yesterday. With the ice being slowly pushed back instead of expanding, it would take centuries to complete the job, but Slowdome wasn't in a rush. The Star League then turned its attention to the native fauna living on the planet. There were fish living in the mostly frozen oceans, though not ones you would want to eat because the natural antifreeze they had evolved was toxic as hell, while the large continent on the equator, the only one on the planet that wasn't just glaciers and tundra, still harbored various bird species, though many had already died out. The man they put in charge of repopulating the now warming planet with animal life took a look at the remaining native species, those who had managed to survive the climatic catastrophe, and finding them uniquely suited to being genetically engineered, he was struck by the possibility he could create, or rather recreate, new/old life here. Quite what the Star League thought when Dr. Alpheus McKeevety and his team announced that they had brought back the extinct Terran dodo, releasing the species into the wild before starting work on bringing back the equally extinct passenger pigeon, the bush moa, and then the giant moa was sadly lost to history, but a reasonable assumption would be, that's actually pretty neat, but we don't remember asking you to do that. And while we're on the subject, who said you were in charge of the whole planet, including the terraforming teams, and not just the biologists? We've had complaints from the engineers about you bossing them around. After forces unknown attacked the facility on the moon in 2752, Falstaff theorized it would have been the Rim World's Republic because Amaris was very active in the periphery even well before his coup. The Star League had decided to shelve Project Sagittarius Umbrella and recalled McKeevety, his research team, and the terraforming crews. McKeevety and many of his team, however, had refused to go, opting to stay behind with their families to continue their work. Unfortunately for the other volunteers, while Alpheus McKeevety had always skirted the line between genius and insanity, he now, totally unsupervised by any higher authority and unrestricted in what he could choose to do, crossed so far over that line you would need a carny Fuita drive to jump back there. Always somewhat driven, not to mention dictatorial and authoritarian in his approach to his staff, with the Star League stepping back, McKeevety quickly went full-blown tyrant and mad scientist. Since bringing back extinct species of Terran birds had been working so well, why not bring back some extinct mammals too, he decided. Thus it was that McKeevety recreated the mammoth, the giant ground sloth, the auroch, the quagga, and then, because they would need predators to keep their numbers in check, the dire wolf. Recreated as best he could visually, at least, because deep down they were genetically still local bird life, not Terran mammals, and without ongoing intervention they would gradually start reverting to more bird-like features, such as feathers replacing fur, for example. Alpheus McKeevety dived into his great purpose. McKeevety's staff started to become increasingly concerned when he decided that he needed another carnivore, and so, abandoning his policy of simply copying extinct Terran life, he created what came to be called the saber-beaked toucan. Then he came of the opinion that the merely 2-meter-tall giant moa just wasn't impressive enough and started splicing together what became the thunderbird, retaining some moa-like features but crossed with those of the extinct Furus racidae family from South America, more usually known as the terror birds. The terror birds of prehistoric Terra had only reached 3 meters in height, of course, which in itself had made them the apex predator of their age, but that just wasn't enough for Alpheus McKeevety. He more than tripled that height with the thunderbird, figuring that the aurochs, mammoths, and the giant ground sloths were all big enough to represent a suitable species of prey animal for his masterpiece. The first sign that, as expected, his experiments to create mammalian species weren't genetically stable came pretty early, as his dire wolf gradually evolved, or perhaps de-evolved, into what became the hook wolf, which kept all the sharp teeth but whose claws became long, vicious talons. Naturally, McKeevety's reaction wasn't to question his methods but rather to look for new avenues of research instead. Alpheus McKeevety's next wave of experiments involved splicing animal and human DNA together, his source of human DNA being his staff and their families regardless of their personal feelings on the matter. When this came to light, most of them decided enough was enough, concluding that their boss was completely knucking futs, and grabbing everything they could carry they fled to the hills, leaving behind McKeevety and the handful of people still inexplicably loyal to him and his vision behind. Unfortunately, the loyalists were the only ones with guns, or otherwise the rebels would have approached the situation somewhat differently, put a few bullets into the lunatic and his minions, and then renamed Camp McKeevety something else. McKeevety lived nearly another 3 decades after most of his people deserted him, sliding further into madness and obsession as the years passed. Major Gao's team had found indications that the man finally ended it by committing suicide in 2783, leaving behind a mass of potentially valuable genetics research, numerous new or occasionally new species, the most insane diaries this side of Stefan Amaris's personal journals, and having become the boogeyman for what eventually became several human tribes on the planet. During the 8 decades since they, very sensibly, deserted Camp McKeevety for the safety of the wilderness, where they only had to worry about genetically engineered super predators, not a deranged scientist and his equally crazed minions, the human population of the world now known as McKeevety's Folly had grown to perhaps a couple of hundred people. Most lived in large groups near the old Fartown and Strange Town settlements, but a couple of small bands of hunter-gatherers roamed the forests looking to animals to eat while trying not to be eaten by other animals. Naturally, the locals had always felt pretty sorry for themselves, regretting that they or their ancestors had not left with the people that returned home as ordered back in the 2750s. Their reaction to being told by Colonel Falstaff and the others that most of the Terran hegemony had been blasted to radioactive, poisoned rubble in their absence, and so in a way being stranded on this frozen hellhole of a planet being chased by battle mech-sized carnivorous birds wasn't an entirely unfortunate turn of events, had been utter disbelief, and in a couple of cases complete nervous breakdown. Falstaff had told them the SLDF would ferry them all back to Neops to start a new life in just about the one place in the galaxy that resembled the Terran hegemony the oldest among them still resembled, and they seemed happy enough about that at least. Unlike most everyone else that visited Neops 7, they wouldn't even find it all that chilly, which was a definite bonus. As regards salvage, other than the fortress, the LF tramp jump ship which had transported them to Sagittarius Umbrella had brought along a mule transport dropship, but such was the volume of equipment that appeared to be worth carting back to Neops. Colonel Falstaff was of the opinion that they might need to dust off one, or perhaps both, of the huge Potemkin-class cruisers for a second far larger expedition. With the solar mirrors still in orbit, Makivti's folly grew slightly warmer each year. Within a couple of centuries it should be on the cool side of temperate, and someone might look again at colonizing the world if they could deal with the problematic wildlife, but for now everything Slowdome had left behind was of far more use elsewhere. After discussing it with a few of the locals, Colonel Rory Falstaff determined what was the most valuable items he could load on the mule, after making space for all the people and some of their personal possessions of course, and he set about making plans to dismantle some of the equipment at Camp Makivti for transport. There was one other matter he decided that needed to be addressed, something that might make operations on this planet easier for subsequent salvaging operations. The Thunderbird, soon to be officially named Makivti's Thunderbird much to Jennifer's chagrin, was going to be a pain in the ass for anyone trying to work in the zones they inhabited, which covered quite a large area because they were usually solitary and had their own hunting grounds. The problem was that the creatures regarded anything other than another Thunderbird as a potential meal, and they were big enough to make that happen. Doubting that the civilian authorities would be happy if he just wiped the species out with heavy weaponry, airstrikes would have made that a safe and relatively easy task. Alas, Falstaff sought suggestions from his people as to how to go about putting the Thunderbirds in their rightful place, that place being lower than humanity on the food chain. Based on their prior experience, Jennifer and Frederick suggested flamers. The creatures definitely feared fire, but Colonel Falstaff concluded that accidentally risked burning down the forests where Thunderbirds like to hunt, prey being more common there. The civilians back home wouldn't like them setting all the trees alight either, most likely, Rory Falstaff decided sadly, just before he realized they were thinking about this all wrong. If the Thunderbird feared no other creature in its native environment, what they needed to do was make it afraid of something even bigger and meaner, so when one of them showed up it would run away, making the area safe to work in. Doing it right would require something that looked the part and walked in with exactly the right attitude, and Falstaff realized he had exactly what he needed to achieve that. The locals warned that it was mating season, when the Thunderbirds were not only more aggressive but could be encountered in groups. At this time of year nobody walked into the region east of Fartown they called the Moalands, they said, to which Falstaff replied that was because you needed to walk in looking like you gave no fucks whatsoever and would eat them if they started something. On their very last day on the planet, with Colonel Falstaff and Major Gao observing from overhead in a VTOL, as per his orders, mech warrior Wilhelm Sampson set about teaching the Thunderbirds of Makivti's folly some manners. The Moalands were no stranger to the sound of the stomping feet of massive creatures. In fact, the Thunderbirds had helpfully made their own wide trails into the forests and had created large clearings where they fought each other for mating privileges, but that day something a lot heavier than a Thunderbird was on the move. Sampson, aka Billy the Kid, had been told he needed to try and put some attitude into the way he drove his mech, and that shouldn't be too difficult given just how cocky and arrogant he was in or out of a cockpit. Orders were to walk in like he owned the place, let the oversized chickens know who was boss, beat up a few of them if he had to, don't use your guns unless you really have to, Falstaff ordered. Realizing that he needed to be in the right frame of mind as well as the right machine, Sampson had grinned as he worked out his game plan. If the colonel wanted attitude, then he was going to get it. The Thunderbirds couldn't hear the music Billy the Kid was playing in the cockpit of his 12-meter-tall, 100-ton assault mech as he stomped through the forest, but Falstaff and Gao could over the radio, and despite finding it hysterically funny, both had to admit they didn't think that anyone apart from Sampson could make an Atlas strut. Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a woman's man, no time to talk. Music loud and women warm, I've been kicked around since I was born. Appearing in a huge clearing where half a dozen Thunderbirds were screeching at each other in a mating display, the first of them that saw the Atlas immediately charged at Sampson, who kept walking straight towards it. As it neared, the battle mech opened its right hand and twisted its torso as it brought up its arm. Sampson backhanded the Thunderbird just as it reached him, sending the creature flying away stunned as he smoothly pimp-slapped it while on the move. The Atlas stopped, beckoning the other Thunderbirds to attack as well with one hand while clenching its other into a fist. The video recording of the next 10 minutes taken from the VTOL ensured that Sampson's celebrity status as the best mech warrior in the SLDF would endure long after his death, with the still image of him throttling one Thunderbird with his left hand of his Atlas while punching out another with his right, ending up as a poster on many a kid's bedroom wall. By the time it was all over, one Thunderbird was unconscious, the rest were limping away, the clearing was covered in feathers, and Colonel Falstaff was wondering how much they would pay on Solaris for a few of these things, because watching that beat mech versus mech gladiatorial combat all to hell entertainment-wise. He wasn't the only one to think so, and in later years the staff of Makivti's Folly Planetary Wildlife Preserve found themselves fighting off poachers trying to steal Thunderbird eggs all the time. Fortunately, seeing as how they were the only park rangers in the galaxy that operated assault mechs in order to keep the animals in line, that wasn't as big of a problem as it could have been otherwise. Note from the author. The story of Project Sagittarius Umbrella, otherwise known as Makivti's Folly, is given in Touring the Stars, McKeevedy's Folly, where we learn of what mad scientist Alpheus McKeevedy got up to on the world that ended up bearing his name. Maybe if he had stuck to recreating the dodo and the rest it would have been one thing, but when you're splicing together 35-ton thunderbirds and seeing your staff as convenient sources of human DNA for new experiments, you might have gone a little too far. From a distance, the 10-meter-tall thunderbird looks a lot like an extremely oversized giant moa apparently, but in terms of attitude it's more like a terror bird. Other extinct Terran birds that Alpheus McKeevedy decided to bring back included the dodo, the passenger pigeon and the bush moa before he moved on to mammals like the giant ground sloth and the quagga. I can't help but suspect that McKeevedy's version of the auroch might have looked like a big cow, but it still tasted like chicken, not beef. Sagittarius Umbrella was a project of the Star League's Department of Mega Engineering, Slow Dome, for who fixing a planet well on its way to becoming like the cryogenian period of Earth was a dawdle, a few orbital mirrors to push back the glaciers and ice sheets to start. Someone attacked their base on the planet's moon in the 2750s, which, along with disquieting rumors about Alpheus McKeevedy, caused them to shelve the project, with some people refusing to leave. The Star League might have come back to check on them one day, but the amorous war messed up a lot of plans. According to Betrayal of Ideals clan Wolverine geneticist Dr. Vaughn chose to remain behind when Operation Switchback was being put together because he was an old man and there was limited space on the ships. Sarah McKeevedy considered him a genius, and apparently so did Clan Ghost Bear, because after they captured him they put him to work on their own genetics projects. In canon they found out what Vaughn had been doing in 2839, but it was too late to punish him for it because he had died 3 years earlier. There is some indication that the Wolverines may have had the edge on the other clans as regards genetic engineering. The other clans certainly seemed to think so at least, and after the Wolverines constructed a new genetics research facility in Bearcat, the Wolverine city on Strinamecti, Clan Wolf challenged for the research, fighting a trial over it. They lost, that being something that happened a lot to clans fighting trials against the Wolverines at the time. The Atlas assault mech was designed to look intimidating. Strutting along to the Bee Gees and slapping the shit out of Thunderbirds was not in the requirements that Alexander Kerensky set for the machine, but with the right person in the cockpit it can do it. Here's a map of McKeevedy's Folly, or rather the continent on the equator that's not completely covered in ice like the rest of the planet. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XXXI. It was towards the end of his final term as High Associator that Giles Olsen introduced tax breaks for any family on Neops that had more than 4 children, which in conjunction with increasing use of ironwombs finally solved the SLDF's ongoing manpower problems, albeit 20 years later. It was just as well because, as the Second Succession War started to draw to a close, the Free Worlds League wasn't quite as preoccupied with their borders with the Lyran Commonwealth and Capellan Confederation as they had been, and it dawned on them that the ever-expanding Neops Association hegemony on their periphery border were the only people who still knew how all the old Star League technology worked. Stephen J. Tran, Red Star Rising, A History of Neops 2800-2900, Neops Press, 2915. Robert H. Goddard Spaceport, Neops 7, Neops Association 2836. Donuts. General Franklin Hallis queried as he sat down with the others at the conference table, finding a large box of them open in front of him. "Since you're all coming to me for once, I thought I should be a good host," Admiral Bremen replied. Being situated out of town, it was usually easier for him to travel into the capital than for everyone else to come to him at fleet headquarters, but since at least part of the meeting would concern the deployment of a much heftier chunk of fleet assets away from Neops than was typical these days, the Navy was getting center stage for once. "Meaning that when we hold the meeting of the Joint Chiefs at Army HQ we're not good hosts," General Romanoff responded drily. "I would never say that," Jenna Bremen replied sweetly. "I would. I've tasted the coffee served at SLDF Army HQ," Brigadier General Nellis stated for himself, reaching for a donut. "Yeah, well, you don't report to her, Craig," Bremen pointed out. "God bless the chain of command and the militia being in a separate one," Nellis joked, taking a bite out of his donut. "You know, instead of slumming it we could always meet more often at NOM HQ," he suggested. Unlike the SLDF offices, the various buildings belonging to the Neops Association militia weren't put up in a rush, and it showed. He had by far the nicest headquarters of any of them and the largest office. Romanoff chuckled. "Don't push your luck, Craig," she warned Nellis. "Whoever takes over from Olsen in a few years could decide they want NOM fully integrated with the real military, and I might seek revenge for the snark you direct my way and requisition your desk." "I'll take my chances with that," Nellis replied, letting the real military crack slide. "Just not with that lousy coffee you keep giving me," he joked. "Nice donuts, by the way," he added. "Bremen must have gotten them from one of the better bakeries in town." "You'll find the coffee's pretty good too," Bremen told them all. "There's a place on Stafford where they grow some top quality beans and they're looking to expand and start exporting. I got one of my jump ship crews to bring me back some to see if it deserved the hype, and it does." "They're already selling tea from Stafford in town," Hallis remarked. "Barbara prefers it to coffee, but personally I need my caffeine fix or I get tetchy," he said. "And sleepy," he added. "Seems like you can grow most anything there. Good soil, great climate," Bremen noted, within 5 years it would be the breadbasket of the hegemony, maybe sooner if they could get enough agromechs and the workers to operate them. Incidentally, how's your boy doing, Franklin? I've been meaning to ask since they all got back from Slowdome's dark secret and I heard about their wild safari adventures. He's fine, Hallis replied, reaching for a donut. I don't think he'll ever look at birds the same way again though, he added with a grimace. Yet, nearly being eaten by a giant chicken seems like something that'll stick with a man, Nellis observed thoughtfully, and all too accurately. I'll bet he'll have to put up with people making jokes about it for the best of his life too. Maybe, maybe not, Hallis replied. This might be one of those things where people worrying that you could snap without warning and maim them could be of some benefit to the kid. Bremen laughed. They always say don't poke the bear, but poking the angry Wolverine is a lot more hazardous, he joked. Bears back off if it's just not worth the hassle. Hallis grinned. Rory Falstaff said the Thunderbird was just lucky that Fred wasn't drunk, because if he had been then Jennifer would have had to save the bird from him because he would have opened the cockpit and taken it on with his combat knife. Romanoff chuckled. Jokes aside, I can't believe the damage that goddamn monster did to that wasp, she said, shaking her head in amazement having seen the photographs taken after the encounter. What kind of madman thinks it's a good idea to create something like that anyway? She asked rhetorically. Forget Frankenstein's monster, or anything cooked up by Dr. Morrow, it seems like Alpheus McKeevedy's real-life career puts all the fictional mad scientists in the shade, Hallis stated without hyperbole. Who knew that Frobisher was where the Star League sent the sane and reasonable genetic engineers? He asked rhetorically. Until now I thought those lunatics that bred the hell's horses were as bad as it gets in terms of splicing together an animal, Bremen chipped in, but boy was I wrong about that, he freely admitted his failure of imagination. Hell's horses? Isn't that one of the clans? Nellis queried, confused. Yep, but they're named for a species that was created in a lab and some wackadoodle set free on Circe, Bremen told him. Extremely aggressive carnivorous horses designed with greater lung capacity and endurance. They can't even be domesticated because some jerk added in some compatible zebra DNA because reasons. Meat-eating horses. Nellis responded in disbelief. Don't they teach ethics to people going into the field of genetic engineering, or, you know, common sense? He asked rhetorically, rolling his eyes. Hallis nodded. Damn things were a nightmare for livestock farmers because they're so fast, he recalled. We used to shoot them on sight. John Fletcher, the Khan of the Hell's Horses, loved them though, released them into the wild on Nellis too, their capital world, so not all the blame can be put on the scientists, he said. Remember that it was Sarah and Dwight that prompted our old chief geneticist to start working on the extra genes that went into Fred and the other kids though, so not everything is the fault of the people wearing the lab coats. Our own chief geek guy was supposedly one of top men in the field, a no bullshit genius, though I only actually met him a couple of times myself. Once when they were taking DNA samples to create Fred, the other time after a trial of possession on Strinomecti when he shook my hand for winning and keeping his research notes out of other people's hands. Was that the time when you put your foot up the ass of that wolf who was trying to get hold of our genetics research data? Bremen asked curiously. Yeah, Star Colonel Ferris Ward, one of their Ristars supposedly, Hallis confirmed. They wanted access to the data in the new genetics facility we built in Bearcat not long after Klondike. They had the idea we were pulling ahead of the other clans in genetic engineering as well as in introducing new weaponry, and they didn't want to fall behind. I bid a lance. He started his bidding at a star and 2 points because we had heavier machines, and then he bid away 2 mechs to show that he was honorable, and confident of winning. He told the story with a broad smile. We took out 4 of their mechs for the loss of 2 of ours, and then finding himself in a thug up against my pulverizer and Trish in an exterminator, he brought up the 2 extra mechs he had originally bid away. And that was allowed? Romanoff queried. I thought clan trials were supposed to be fair. It's allowed, but there's no honor in winning if you have to bring in your reserves, so it's not done very often, Hallis explained. Trish and I whooped them all anyway, he noted, grinning. We knew the ground, and having an enhanced ERP-C let me shoot up his thug at a range he couldn't shoot back nearly as effectively, he explained, then smiled. He called me a Ristar too, which I thought was pretty funny because I was already in my 40s. Probably didn't know you were Terran-born, thought you were a normal person like me that actually looks their age, the Neops-born Craig Nellis complained. Not that I'm bitter about it or anything. He added, pretending to scowl at the 3 SLDF officers. Romanoff herself was well into her late 90s now, but sure as hell didn't look or move like it. So, do you want to kick this off, Jenna, before I depress myself further thinking about my bad back and stuff knees? You mentioned some news we'd all want to hear. He prompted Romanoff to start the meeting. She liked a certain amount of informality and friendly banter in the way she ran things, off the battlefield at least, and preferred to have everyone relaxed. Serving through the bloodbath of the amorous war had stripped her of any tendencies towards being a martinet with a stick up her ass that she might have started out with out of the academy, and in some ways Nellis was actually the most strict and formal of any of them because he wanted the Nom to always look and act like a real army, not some periphery rabble. Both Romanoff and Hallis had always considered the Nom to be an unknown quantity until they saw some of them in action against the Blood Rain on Algenib, after that they knew they weren't just parade ground soldiers even if only their aerospace forces had ever seen action, taking out the occasional pirate raid into Neops before they got anywhere near a planet. Romanov nodded. Okay. To start with, I've got some good news and some bad news, she said. Good news for all of us but bad news for you, I'm afraid, Jacob. Someone found out about my coffee smuggling operation and I'm being court-martialed. Bremen joked. That was going to pay for my early retirement and a big ranch on Francas. Nah, and if the coffee's good enough I'll sideline any investigation Jag conducts into it, Romanov replied, smiling. The R&D people think they've figured out how to make the double heatsinks Halis's people put in the bull shark economically, she announced. The ones that are only 2/3 the size of Star League DHS. Nellis queried, surprised. Like a lot of the bleeding-edge technology mounted on the bull shark prototype, they were a prime example of blank check tech in that they showed what you could achieve if you just threw money at a problem. Unfortunately, reproducing those systems at the affordable price needed for mass production without bankrupting the economy had proven tricky to say the least. Those are the ones, Romanov confirmed. I'll not claim to really understand the science, but supposedly the problem was while the boron arsenide crystals they use are better than graphite used in regular heatsinks, or the polymer crystals from our current DHS, growing the flawless Ba crystals needed to make them work was really problematic, she said, understating just how difficult it was to solve. The failure rate during manufacture was so high that the unit cost for every working boron arsenide DHS was enormous, but like I said, they think they've figured out the process now. So, what's the catch? From your expression I'm guessing there's a catch. Bremen rightly assumed. We'll have to grow the crystals for the new double heatsinks in freefall, and within an extremely powerful and finely tuned magnetic field, Romanov told him. It's a good thing we've got access to plenty of niobium from Alphard because I'm told we'll need it to make the superconductive magnets required, but we're also going to need a whole new orbital manufacturing facility to make these things. Which means everything already queued up for our zero-G construction teams to do after they're finished at AJC is going to get bumped again, Bremen groaned, quickly putting 2 and 2 together. I'm never going to get my goddamn shipyard, am I? He said in exasperation, throwing up his hands. Most of Camelot Command has been sitting in crates waiting to be unpacked and put back together for years. All we need is a pressurized dock and a frame to put it inside and we could start cranking our warships. Hell, we've actually got the blueprints for anything the size of a Black Lion-class battlecruiser or smaller programmed into the auto FAC already. Not for a while yet, Jacob, sorry, Romanov confirmed. I know the latest plan was to start putting the thing together once the recharge station at AJC was complete enough to be at least partially operational, and we had an Alliance-class station built for dropship repair and manufacture, but if we can get those new heatsinks into production within the next decade or so it'll make another wave of upgrades to our machines viable. ERPCs and our new extended-range lasers run hot. If we can deal with that then we can hang them off a lot more machines. What about our existing DHS manufacture? Nellis queried. The older model of double heatsinks were already being cranked out in quantity. We'll still be making them for the Blackjack and any other machine we'll be handing over to planetary militias, probably for aerospace fighters and dropships too because volume isn't at a premium with them, Romanov told him. We'll likely also export any excess production to the magistracy because it'll make good money and without DHS they'll be less interested in buying ERPCs from us they can't use. Only the original Star League ERPC designs of course, and we'll definitely be overcharging because nobody else is selling those to the Canopans, Halis added. Not as much as we could because the government wants to stay on good terms with the magistracy, he said. The magistracy was one of the few powers that weren't monumental assholes with a military that considered it war crime o'clock 24/7, moreover they had a lot more to offer in terms of trade than the Illyrians for example. It certainly said something positive about them that, despite knowing about Frobisher for years, they didn't invade to try and seize any Star League tech there. Chances were any of the 5 great houses would have done so in their place, the Taurians too most likely, although in their particular case the opportunity to stick it to the Star League one more time would have been part of the motivation. Romanov frowned. I should probably warn you now that if our materials science people come up with a better endosteel in the next few years we'll probably want to put that into the production as well before we start building a shipyard, she told Bremen. I mean we've already got a better endosteel than the Star League ever did but, as you know, we just can't afford to make it. Too much beryllium, Halis observed glumly. That was another advance incorporated into the bull shark that was too damn expensive to put into mass production. Generally the cost of the raw materials wasn't a major expense when building battle mechs, not compared to the fusion engine, the weapons, and the electronics anyway, but when the endoskeleton was mostly made of a metal that was twice as expensive by weight as some precious metals, including the silver Neops made some of its various dollar denomination coins out of, things were a little different. You're not planning on bumping my Alliance too, I hope? Bremen checked. Ignoring the fact we've been putting a lot of mileage on some of our dropships, and they'd all benefit from regular maintenance, we've been dangling a lot of money in front of Federated Boeing Interstellar to get the licenses and blueprints for the Cargo King and Cargo Master, and if we can start getting those into service it'll help with our manpower issues. No, I've talked to Olsen and he still wants to prioritize dropship maintenance and production over the new heat sinks, Romanov replied. He's got a point. Our existing battle mechs are already well beyond anything anyone has except the clans, and we're already looking to replace any older model extended range and pulse lasers mounted on our current mechs with the new models over the next few years anyway, so I couldn't exactly argue that the army was being starved of resources, she said honestly. Increasing internal and external interstellar trade in particular is going to need more transport dropships, and I think we'd all prefer not to have to convert any of our overlords or unions to cargo haulers. How did Fed Boeing respond to that incidentally, the Cargo King offer I mean? Nellis asked Bremen. Some pissant periphery nation wanting to build high-tech dropships that the Federated Sons wouldn't stump up the money for. Surprise mostly, and at first I think they thought we were just pulling their leg, Bremen told him, smiling. It was only when Comstar confirmed that we had a serious line of credit with them that Fed Boeing took us at all seriously, although they still doubt our ability to make them even if we get the technical package, he continued. Our last HPG to them said that if we couldn't then it was our problem not theirs and they'd still have the money in the bank, so what did it matter? Think the government of the Federated Sons will block the deal? Hallis asked out of interest. They might nix us getting the cargo master blueprints on principle, it's a military dropship after all, even if a cargo hauler not a mech carrier, but maybe not because we're a long way from them and it'll mean money going into Federated Boeing that they don't have to stump up themselves, Bremen replied. Budgets are tight in wartime, and while the Davians want to keep them turning out the jump ships and dropships they need for the war, they'll not want to subsidize them more than they have to, he continued. The Fed Boeing shipyards were hit hard during the First Succession War. The Drax crippled their orbital facility at Galax and it would have cost them a lot to get them running again, so a few extra bucks coming in to make the company's bottom line look better, and them paying a little more in taxes as a result, might outweigh other considerations. If they were closer we could pay them in germanium instead of C-bills. If you're making jump ships you can never get enough germanium, Nellis rightly observed. Bremen sighed. Meanwhile we've got the stuff coming out of our ears and no shipyard to turn it into jump ships, he said glumly. Don't whine, Jacob, it's beneath you, Romanoff responded, trying not to chuckle at the dejected expression on his face. Bremen looked at her askance. Do you have any idea how much we could sell an invader for these days? He asked rhetorically, let alone a Star Lord. It's not like I was planning on putting warships into production, he stated flatly. At least not anytime soon, he thought to himself. He had some people quietly working on a design for a modified Black Lion that swapped out some of the naval autocannon for lasers that would make more effective against fighters, albeit at the expense of making it a little less punchy in a fight against another warship. Less than what we'll be able to in a few more years if those idiots in charge of the great houses keep blowing each other up, Romanoff pointed out. Anyhow, I thought the High Associator wanted the yard to start off building some kind of mining stations at first to go chew up the asteroids at AJC, and anywhere else that there's plenty of floating rocks. I've got a team designing them. We'll probably just go with a scaled-up Torian Snowden with more firepower and twice as many mining robots, assuming that we can get the robots, that is, Bremen replied. Getting engineering students to make them for academic credits and a few bucks in their pockets isn't exactly mass production, and Earthworks isn't making and selling very many new ones these days. They might be making even fewer soon. I heard they did what we did and brought the license to make the Thug from Maltax, Romanoff told him. Those'll sell better than robots, most people can't maintain themselves. Bremen pursed his lips. If they're not going to be making the robots, maybe we should offer to buy the tooling from Earthworks FWL and make them ourselves, he suggested. It's not military equipment, so a truce is less likely to interfere, and we could sweeten the deal by offering them a percentage on any robot we export back to the inner sphere, maybe even having Earthworks as our licensed dealer. They've got the showrooms already. Hallis thought about that. I can't imagine they'd go for it, he replied eventually. Sell us a production license maybe, but not hand over the whole production line. They might still be hoping that the war will end eventually and be planning to switch back to peacetime production as soon as it does, he added, Romanoff looking like she agreed. We could always give it a try at least, Bremen suggested. We're certainly in no position to build another factory from scratch ourselves anytime soon, probably not until we've got all the mines, or processing plants and the rest built on Alphard, not to mention the Blackjack manufacturing facility, he continued. Heck, we'd need a project workshop or two to make the tooling, and they're booked up even further ahead than the zero-G construction crews are, he reminded everyone. If we only had to put up a building around tooling that we imported from elsewhere we could do it though, like we have with heavy industrial machinery we bought from the magistracy. I'll pass on the suggestion to the Department of Trade and Industry, Romanoff told him, but even if Earthworks is willing, our side might be wary of making another big foreign purchase because we don't want people to know just how large our financial reserves really are. It might make us look worth invading, she suggested. We've all read the latest intelligence reports on the first and second battles of Takhanov in 32 and 33. Davian and Liao both deployed several warships to the campaign, which to me says that they've still got plenty of naval assets in reserve. Bremen sighed. You're probably right, he agreed. If I was the Federated Sons I wouldn't send warships at the Capellans unless I could afford to lose them and still repel another major attack by Luthien, who are an existential threat to New Avalon in a way that Xi'an just isn't, he reasoned. We've got to assume the other successor states have naval reserves too, including our friendly neighbor the Free Worlds League, so keeping our heads down until we're certain we can beat them in a stand-up naval fight before they get close enough to Neops 7 to launch nuclear strikes is certainly prudent. I still think if they ever jump in we should just give them a look at Zughofer Weir, Bismarck, and Thunderer and offer to accept their surrender. It's not like they'll know they're all mothballed, Nellis suggested, grinning. Can you imagine the expressions on their faces, especially if we had Michigan and Buccaneer bearing down on them from the other direction, Bremen concurred. I'd still keep Yukon and Saratoga hidden though. No need to give anyone the opportunity to find out that we're the Canada Tribe. Comster and the Combine would both go apeshit, he said lightheartedly before adopted a more serious tone. Don't go thinking that the Merricks don't have anything in their fleet we have to worry about though, he warned. While everyone thinks they lost all their Atrus-class battleships during the First Succession War, that can't be taken as gospel because we're not entirely certain how many they built in the first place, or if they had enough spare parts stockpiled to put any of the ones reported as crippled and beyond repair back into service. Bremen leaned forward in his chair. I wouldn't want to be in an Atrus if I was up against a McKenna, a Texas, or even a Lyran Thurcad, but she's a step up on most cruisers, or even a Monsoon, and she'll utterly stomp most frigates and destroyers, he said. My nightmare scenario would be an Atrus jumping in alongside one of the old Aegis-class heavy cruisers they got from the Terran Hegemony as surplus, the Samarkand II carrier they bought from the Drax to provide fighter support, plus one of those big goddamn Soil class with the mass driver and the heavy naval Gauss rifles. The Soil isn't too hard to take on if it doesn't have any support, but if it does, and it can stand back and put those big guns to work, it's an actual threat to anything we have. Romanoff nodded. She had read the reports from Bremen and ran through the war games and simulations he had been running as to how an attempted invasion of Neops by the Free Worlds League might go. The Merricks have certainly gotten their kicks using them to bombard planets into submission, and without leaving behind any nasty radioactive fallout, she observed with distaste. We know they started upgrading their old League-class destroyers with naval Gauss rifles just before the Amorous War too, and continued the program while we were busy taking back the hegemony, so those things are punchier than I'd like as well, Bremen noted. We're mostly going off open source intelligence, media reports, and the like, but there are reports of an upgraded League-class destroyer taking on a Capellan Du Shiwang nearly twice her tonnage and winning. I mean, the Du Shiwang class are absolute pieces of crap by battleship standards, but they are still battleships. Since we're already talking warships, are you sure you don't want to send both Potemkins to Makivdi's Folly to collect the salvage there instead of making several trips with Rawhide alone? Romanoff asked. Bremen nodded. I know it got her here from Buffalo Meadows, but what we did to KF Drive on Ulithi to get her running was only supposed to be a temporary fix, and I'd soon as not push our luck by sending her off on another long journey down to Makivdi's Folly and back, he replied. The James Sever has a decent cargo capacity, so she can help with the haulage as well as provide an escort to Rawhide and the transport jump ship going with them. Sending a monolith along? Hallis queried. Yes, probably the Maverick, Bremen confirmed. Sorry, I should call her the El Capitan now, he corrected himself. Much like the Congress-class frigate Rickenbacker had been renamed James Sever for security reasons, the three Monolith-class transport jump ships in the fleet had been recently renamed El Capitan, Uluru, and Kalamos. It was supposed to be bad luck to rename a ship, of course, but if the somehow clans ever found out that Neops was operating a bunch of vessels with the same names as ones that had belonged to Clan Wolverine, then that would be even less fortuitous. Remember to tell them to take a detour on the way back to fly the flag at Frobisher, Romanoff instructed. Let them know we're not kidding about having a hell of a navy. Will do, Bremen replied. The odd thing was they weren't actually retrieving all the old Slowdome equipment from Makivdi's Folly because they needed it anytime soon, other than for some of the genetic engineering equipment that Frobisher might want for spare parts anyway. It was all just going to be put in storage once it all got back to Neops. They just wanted to grab it all before anyone else did, assuming that at some point they would find a use for it, and of course it was worth an absolute fortune. Who are you putting in command of the naval squadron? Hallis asked. Commodore Mbeki. She knows a Potemkin inside and out and she's been itching for a detached command, Bremen replied. I assume you're sending Rory Falstaff back as the ranking army officer since he's already familiar with the ground. Apart from an extra detachment of engineers, and some academics that insist on going to look at the place themselves, it'll be the same team as before, only with more heavy and assault mechs and fewer lights. Now we know that the local wildlife looks at a 20 or 30 tonner like Craig is looking at those donuts, Hallis confirmed, chuckling. Only machines with hands so they can help load cargo as well as slug the occasional Thunderbird that gets uppity. Where are you scraping up the crew for Rawhide and all those dropships from anyway? Nellis asked curiously. I know she's been in mothballs too since she returned from Camelot Command. Most of them are retired spacers that were too old to get work in the zero-G construction crews. Some are volunteers from Saratoga and Yukon who are bored sitting around waiting for something to do while we keep them in active reserve. The rest are people with Potemkin experience that we can't do without to actually make her run, so I had to pull them from whatever else they were doing, Bremen explained. I'm going to have to pull Captain Petroni off of commanding the recharge station because he's the expert on Potemkin jump drives and I need him. Who are you putting in charge of the station while he's gone? Hallis asked. Actually, I was wondering if Craig might have someone in the NOM aerospace contingent that might want the job as station commander until Petroni gets back? One of your dropship captains maybe? Bremen suggested. He's coming up on retirement anyway, so someone younger getting up to speed on how the station operates is probably a good thing. Petroni's staff will still be there to help out, of course. Naturally, we'd have to clear it with both the High Associator and yourself, Jenna. Romanoff shrugged. It's been suggested to me more than once by government officials that NOM should be the one running the place anyway, at least once it's finished, so I'd be fine with that, she replied. The only reason the SLDF took over the running of the place to start with was because it was our people building it, but it's not like it's ever going to leave the NEOPS system, so it being a NOM asset makes sense. It's already tied into traffic control and the sensor grid your people still operate and maintain, because what you had already was better than anything we knew how to put together. Going to be lots of SLDF people coming up on retirement in the next 10 years, good thing that we've got a large tranche of SICO kids that'll reach 18 soon to help plug the gaps, Hallis remarked. You'll not hear me say this too often, but thank God for Nikki K ordering us to go all out on the clan breeding program in 2819. Zeta sibling company will be old enough to join up before the end of next year, and Theta and Iota 2 and 3 years after that, he said. Fuck him for us not having Eta Sico too, though, he added venomously. None of the Ironborn kids from 2820 had made it out of clan territory. It's not all good demographically after that though, is it? Romanoff pointed out. You Wolverines weren't having many children at all over the 5 years from 23 to 28, natural and Ironborn both, and that'll come back and bite us on the ass in the early to mid-40s. Depends how successful we are in recruiting people born on NEOPS, plenty of third-generation Capellan immigrants starting to come of age around then. I guess we just need to work on our recruiting strategy, Hallis replied. Just remember that I'm planning on signing up plenty of them for the NOM too, Nellis interjected. One more full-strength regiment and I'll actually be a brigadier general with a full brigade to command, and without having to fudge things by including my aerospace assets. Where are you planning to find the battle mechs for that? Hallis asked him. Those jackrabbit mechs you got from the Blood Rain bin breeding. He joked. Well, for a start, if you're going to keep turning out those new Hussar lights, you're not going to need all the ones you're using now, are you? Nellis asked rhetorically. Your people can't stand using the mongoose anyway, and there's not many of Jenna's bunch still driving lights. Romanoff sighed. I do miss my old reaction times, she said wistfully. Heavies and assaults are definitely more our speed these days. The mongoose is primarily a recon mech like the Hussar though, so it shouldn't cause a major capability gap if we replace one with the other, and I'm open to the idea of gifting them to the NOM eventually. Great, Nellis responded, smiling. So, about those awesome assaults you put in mothballs. Don't push your luck, Craig, Romanoff told him flatly. They might not have had enough of the AWS-8Q in inventory to choose to keep it in general service, but they were too good not to keep for a rainy day, or rather a day enemy mechs were raining from the skies. Had to ask, Nellis replied with a shrug. They were about to start discussing the next item on the agenda when they were interrupted by a knock on the door. This had better be good, Bremen muttered before loudly calling out, enter. A young woman wearing the uniform of a naval lieutenant opened the door clutching a piece of paper. I'm very sorry to interrupt, she began, trying not to sound too nervous, facing 3 generals and an admiral, but we've just received an HPG communication addressed to General Romanoff that I thought you might want to hear. Romanoff frowned. Who is it from? She asked. A Major Samuel Tyson, who claims to be the commanding officer of what's left of the mercenary regiment Tyson's Troublemakers, formerly commanded by his mother, ma'am, the lieutenant replied. Romanoff looked around the room blankly. Never heard of them, she said, looking to see if anyone else had. Apparently Tyson's Troublemakers were originally the SLDF's 23rd Heavy Assault Regiment, being attached to XXVII Corps, 11th Army. He said his mother knew you, or at least her regiment served alongside the 295th on Apollo, and he's wondering if NEOPS might be looking to hire a small mercenary command for garrison duties. How small? Romanoff asked. I get the impression from the HPG that they're down to a handful of lances. The regiment effectively ceased to exist as an effective command working for the Federated Sons during the First Succession War, and the survivors have been taking whatever jobs they could ever since, but you can read it yourself, ma'am, the lieutenant replied, approaching her and handing it over. Thank you, Lieutenant. You're dismissed, Bremen told her, the junior officer saluting and heading out the door, closing it behind her. An old XXVII Corps unit? That's a blast from the past, Romanoff said, reading through the communication. Got to wonder if it's a trick to try and get someone onto NEOPS by claiming to be the son of somebody I might have known. It's possible, Hallis replied, scratching his chin. Of course, if they're genuine we could take it as a sign that the 11th Army was destined to reform, he said, smiling to let the others know he wasn't being exactly serious. Looks like they found out about us from some propaganda that's been spreading across the inner sphere, Romanoff explained, still reading. My announcement that Raymond's Redcoats aren't the 295th, and that as the division's commanding officer I'm pissed that they pretended to be, caught some traction among people that don't like the Lyrans and are enjoying the opportunity to give them shit for hiring a bunch of former pirates and war criminals. All we need now is to find someone from Lee Corps as well, and we'll be on our way to getting the whole band back together, Bremen said, laughing. I think that every unit from Lee Corps was either destroyed fighting Amaris or left with Kerensky, so not much chance of that, Hallis replied. Seemed like half the people running clans were from the 146th Royals, they were in Lee Corps unit. Clearly the 146th were the black sheep of the 11th Army family then, Nellis observed, reaching for yet another donut. You know, if we did hire a small merc outfit that might be useful misdirection, make people think that we're not strong enough to garrison all our worlds, Romanov suggested, pursing her lips. I mean, I wouldn't want them on Neops for security reasons, but we could stick them on Galileo to help secure the place from anyone looking to make a score stealing from the Diamond and Fire Opal mines. Olsen wants to start digging there. Assuming we can trust them not to steal the gems themselves, Nellis warned. If they think they do that and get a dropship off the planet without it getting shot down, then they're in for a nasty shock, but I'd prefer to give them the benefit of the doubt, Romanov replied. If they still think of themselves as being the 23rd Heavy Assault in some way, then they're still Star League, and putting the Star League back together is what we're about, isn't it? She asked rhetorically. For some reason Franklin Hallis felt like he should say Scylla at this point, which bothered him a little because he thought he had shaken off that sort of ritualistic clanner crap by now. Note from the author. Alpheus McKeevety wasn't the only genetic engineer with some strange ideas. Whoever made the Hell's Horses species, and whoever went on to release them into the wild, clearly had a screw loose. Hell's Horses cannot be domesticated. This makes them more like the zebra than the regular horse, but this being due in part to them having some zebra DNA is just my personal guess. The zebra can't be domesticated either. When Clan Wolf challenged for access to the data being stored at their new genetics facility in Bearcat on Strinamekti in 2822, it was Franklin Hallis that defeated them in the trial of possession. This was while he was still only just a Star Colonel. In the original canon timeline, Star Colonel Ferris Ward, who he defeated that day, was later the man that ended up killing him at the Battle of Barbados in 2824. Double heat sinks, DHS, either the Star League type or the more advanced clan model, don't have to be made in freefall. A technological divergence here is that the new Neops version of the DHS, which uses boron arsenide crystals because of their excellent thermal conductivity, does. Growing semiconductor crystals in a strong magnetic field within a microgravity environment really does affect how they turn out. It's not just random trainobabble on my part. The metal niobium, which is canonically mined on Alphard, is really used to make superconductive magnets too. Being strapped for manpower, resources, and production capability every time Neops finds itself with another high-priority project, the only projects get postponed. In the case of them needing a new orbital factory for the next generation of DHS, it means that the plans for a shipyard get delayed again, although they're still going ahead with an Alliance space station where they eventually hope to build the Cargo Master and Cargo King under license. If they ever do get a shipyard as well as jump ships and warships, they'll be constructing portable mining platforms much like the Snowden, although larger. Warships were still very much a thing in the first half of the Succession War, although some types like the Atrus-class battleship were all gone by then, not that Bremen will know that for absolute certain. While they no longer had any battleships by this point, the Free Worlds League did still have the Aegis and Soil classes of heavy cruisers in service in the 2830s, the Soil being favored for orbital bombardment missions, the League-class destroyer and possibly a Samarkand II carrier. The mercenary company Tyson's Troublemakers, formerly the 23rd Heavy Assault Regiment of the SLDF, was destroyed fighting for the Federated Sons in the First Succession War. Having a handful of them survive is just my way of getting a unit from XXVII Corps of the 11th Army along for the ride. Originally 3 battalions, they're down to not much more than 3 lenses by 2836 and really looking to work for someone that they hope won't get the rest of them killed too. When you look at who had connections to the 146th Royal Battlemech Division at some point, and how many of them ended up in senior roles in clan society, including Nicholas Kerensky himself, it starts to look like some kind of secret society. You heard it here first, the clans were just a front for the 146th and their nefarious plans for galactic domination. P. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XXXII. After the Comstar War, the successor states thought of the organization very differently, having seen what could happen to you if you provoked them. Everyone feared a Comstar interdiction, and because of this, kissing Raymond Karpoff's ass, diplomatically at least, became a leading pastime of many a leader of a great house. None would admit it publicly, of course, but they all likely harbored a certain amount of jealousy towards a certain small, but growing, periphery nation that was at best grudgingly polite to Comstar and on occasion treated Karpoff like he was something nasty they had stepped in. His backpedaling on his threat to cut off access to the Comstar network to Neops was generally regarded as hilarious in diplomatic circles, mostly because it happened so fast after Encomnet contacted Atrus asking if the Free Worlds League might be interested in changing their HPG service provider. Stephen J. Tran, Red Star Rising, A History of Neops 2800 to 2900, Neops Press, 2915. Association Council Building NEOPS Association, NEOPS 7, 2837. Giles Olsen, High Associator of the NEOPS Associator and de facto Director General of a reborn Terran hegemony, had been expecting, or at least hoping, that his last term in office was going to be largely uneventful, but so far it had proven to be anything but. With the NEOPS constitution barring him from running for a fourth term, he was generally regarded as a lame duck High Associator, one that was no longer able to push any more long-term policy decisions through the council because he wouldn't be there after 2840 to see them get done. In some ways that meant he was forced to act like High Associators had before the SLDF turned up in 2827, that being as a boring technocrat making short-term decisions concerning routine day-to-day issues. Admittedly, even the routine day-to-day issues were still a great deal more consequential and broader in scope than they used to be. Deciding on whether or not to hire that tiny mercenary outfit that was now supposedly slowly making its way towards NEOPS across the inner sphere, their single dropship hitching a ride on jump ships that happened to be heading this way, was a step up from choosing whether or not to raise the highway speed limits or not, as he had done back in 2826 in his first term, but it still paled by comparison to the day he had pointed at several places on a star map and ordered the SLDF to raise the Red Cameron Star over these systems before the end of the year. Retirement was going to be very boring, Olsen thought sadly. The money would likely be better. Several companies were itching to give him a seat on their boards of directors to cash in on his name recognition and political contacts, but he wouldn't be the one calling the shots, and he knew that he was going to miss that. His wife was suggesting he should write a book, and with his kids now all grown-up, grandchildren to fuss over were probably going to become part of his life soon, but while that would be nice, he doubted it would match the heady thrill of the day he ordered General Romanoff to take a task force and go kick the shit out of the blood rain. Exercising power was a rush, an addictive one even, which was why it was such a good idea to have term limits and a separation of powers in government. Someone gifted with untrammeled authority for an unlimited time lacking checks and balances was just another Stefan Amaris or Nicholas Kerensky in waiting. Leaders operating in a system where there were few if any limits on their power were the reasons why this sort of thing happened, Olsen thought to himself as he stared at Admiral Bremen in astonishment. Charles Merrick did what? He asked, nonplussed, not for the first time wondering why it was always Jacob Bremen who reported the weird stuff. It wasn't like Romanoff and Hallis didn't also take turns coming to his office to answer questions and brief him on events, it was just that the really interesting events never seemed to be happening when they did. You heard right the first time, sir, Bremen replied, wondering why it was always his turn to report to the High Associator when unusual things were afoot. He had his Navy blow up the Comstar facility orbiting Orient, he repeated himself. The estimated fatalities lie somewhere between 300 and 400, including both Comstar personnel and visiting civilians, and there are even rumors that his own sister Jeanette might have been aboard. She signed up with Comstar years ago, caused something of a ruckus when she did because she was the heir apparent, not her brother. Olsen blinked. I'm guessing Comstar took him blowing up their space station badly, he responded wryly after a pause while he got to grips with the information. Yes sir, Bremen confirmed, fairly redundantly. They've put the whole of the Free Worlds League under interdiction, ordered their people to disable every HPG they have there and then to go to ground. That's the reason our communications with the inner sphere suddenly cut out 3 weeks back, because all our external HPG communications route through Merrick territory. Great. So, we're basically just collateral damage for the whole thing, Olsen concluded, groaning. Why the hell did the Captain General do something like that anyway? He reasonably wanted to know. It wasn't like the phone company was well liked politically, although they had been successful in making themselves look reasonable and fair to a lot of regular folks in the inner sphere who bought into their propaganda that they were neutral to a fault. Attacking them with warships, however, went far beyond the usual bitching about their expanding power and influence, their secretive ways, and of course how much they charged for long-distance calls. According to the jump ship we sent to Hednesford to try and find out why we stopped getting HPGs from there, it's because Charles Merrick found out somehow that Comstar have been informing the Lyrans and Capellans about where the Free Worlds League military has been deploying its forces, allowing them to gain the upper hand in recent engagements, Bremen told him. The League has been using jump ships as message couriers to mitigate the problem of the HPG network down, so I guess he wasn't stupid enough to think Comstar would let his retaliation slide, and he quietly put a contingency plan in place before he pulled the trigger. There's no way that he has enough spare jump ship capacity to make up for the Comstar network, surely? Olsen queried, frowning. That would have been barely doable even before the inner sphere was littered with the wreckage of jump ships destroyed in the fighting, as it was these days. No sir, not even close. Probably barely enough to stay in occasional touch with even a relatively important system like Hednesford, and certainly not what he needs to effectively fight a war, Bremen replied. The longer the interdiction stays in place, the less coordinated the Free World's military will be, and frankly it'll fuck their civilian economy sideways, excuse my language. Cutting your nose off to spite your face, Olsen muttered to himself. Okay, I can see why he'd be pissed at Comstar for ratting him out to his enemies, I sure as hell would be in his place, but I'd hope I'd have the good sense just to send a strongly worded diplomatic note while I worked out a way to retaliate without fucking my own nation over in the process. Language excused, he responded, shaking his head in disbelief. On the plus side, we know for certain that the Free Worlds is still operating warships now, even if they haven't been throwing them at the other powers quite as much recently, Bremen remarked, thinking that knowledge should be of use to him if anyone started talking about cutting his fleet numbers again. Drastic overkill against a Comstar space station though, so I guess the Captain General really wanted to send a message. If that message was I'm too angry to be calculating and pragmatic about this, then he succeeded stupendously, Olsen replied sardonically. I suspect that SAFE, his intelligence agency, would have advocated arranging a few accidents for Comstar people instead, and maybe a series of more overt, but still deniable assassinations of Toyama's people that wouldn't stop until the Lion Commonwealth and the Capellan Confederation stopped being inexplicably well informed of where the Free Worlds League military was deployed. Bremen hypothesized an alternate course of action the Merricks might have taken instead. Nobody rates SAFE all that highly in the intelligence community, but arranging a few unfortunate traffic accidents, burglaries gone wrong or whatever should be within their capabilities. That all sounds like something that could have come straight from the mouth of the galaxy's most terrifying purveyor of fast food, Olsen replied, chuckling. I've been known to sit in on the occasional lecture she's been giving to our trainee spooks, Bremen admitted, smiling. I've heard Franklin Hallis bemoan the fact that he didn't have Gloria's resume to hand when Khan McKeevty assigned him the job of dealing with Kerensky's spies, because if he had, half the clan watch would have ended up mysteriously disappearing, along with Jason Courage, he said, smiling. I'll have to disagree with you on Gloria being the galaxy's most terrifying purveyor of fast food though. I suspect that the CEO of Triple F Burgers has a body count that rivals that of Stefan Amaris, albeit coronary heart disease rather than garrote related. Olsen laughed. You know, a few ranchers on Francas and a couple of businessmen on Comstock contacted us about arranging a loan so they could start a similar burger chain, he told the Admiral. They're saying they want to establish a franchise on every hegemony world before someone else has the idea. Bremen thought about that. Makes a change from people wanting money to build a new armaments factory, I suppose, he replied eventually. I just hope they come up with a better slogan than Triple F. I mean, it's accurate, but your local meat animal in a bun just lacks a certain something. Yeah, but if they somehow expanded out here, I'd love to try out their branch on McKeevty's Folly selling mammoth burgers and Thunderbird nuggets, Olsen replied. Of course, all the animals on McKeevty's Folly taste like chicken, even the ones that look like cows. Really? That's news to me, Bremen replied quizzically. I held a reception for the people we rescued from there, got to chat to them informally for a few hours after I managed to get the press to stop asking them stupid questions, Olsen told him. They're a weird bunch, the tribals from Folly, I mean, scientifically literate hunter-gatherers. Integrating them into our society might take a while, at least for the ones born there after they fled Alpheus McKeevty and his vision. At least there's only a couple of hundred of them, not like when my people showed up needing a whole new city to be built to house us all, Bremen observed. You know, when I drive through Arecibo these days, it's hard to believe that not much more than 10 years ago it was just an empty plain with a river running through it. Olsen nodded. It's been a busy decade for all of us, he agreed. I guess we've got no idea how long it'll be before the Comstar interdiction ends. Can we route signals through the magistracy instead? Bremen shook his head apologetically. Even if we rush getting the HPG station on Francas completed, it's still more than 50 light-years from there to Thraxa in the magistracy, so we'd need a relay station between them, he explained. We've got a mobile HPG we could use for that if we had to, but do we really want Comstar to know for certain that we have one of those? He asked rhetorically. Perhaps not, Olsen considered. The Comstar station on Thraxa would have to be told what system they needed to send HPGs to in order to reach Neops, and they would soon realize there was just a temporary relay there, not a colony. Politically it might even be better if we remained cut off. It'll give us the opportunity to bitch out Comstar royally and give us some ammunition when we start negotiating with them again. I mean, they interdicted the Thurcad system once, and now it's a whole successor state, albeit with better justification this time perhaps, so us being even more stridently opposed to handing over our communications network to Jerome Blake's fan club shouldn't exactly surprise them under the circumstances. Might be useful politically, but economically it's going to be a pain in the ass, Sir, Bremen warned. We were just getting used to how convenient it was to send an HPG to someone to make a deal on getting some industrial plant and machinery delivered, and now it's back to sending jump ships on errands that might take months, and they might still come back empty if they can't strike a bargain. I'll admit I'm personally annoyed by the timing, because we had only just agreed terms with Federated Boeing on licensing the Cargo King. So we may, or may not have paid them for the blueprints and technical data, and they may, or may not have tried sending us the first batch via HPG, Olsen responded with a sigh. We may have gotten the plans for less money than I feared they would cost. Not that they were exactly cheap by any means, but I guess now we're in a Schrodinger's production license situation. We weren't going to be able to start production until the Alliance station was built anyway, but the longer our engineers have to study the plans before we start making the tooling, the smoother it'll likely go, Bremen observed. Because of the additional complexity of these designs compared to that of dropships we currently operate, we're bound to hit some snags even with the university offering technical assistance with regards to the robotic systems. Olsen sighed before something else occurred to him. This is going to screw the magistracy and the Illyrians too, he realized. Most of their external trade is with the Free Worlds League for obvious geographical reasons, and they've always been connected to them by HPG, so it'll disrupt their economies a lot more than it does ours. You're probably right. I mean, the size of the magistracy's internal market, and the fact they can still trade with the Capellans probably gives their economy some resilience, but the Palatinate isn't so lucky. Other than what they've been selling us recently, shipping refined metals and ores to the Merrics is basically Illyria's only source of income. Right, and if the interdiction goes on for months they're going to be in dire straits, Olsen surmised. I mean, unless someone else steps in and supplants the Free Worlds League as their biggest trade partner. This could actually be an opportunity for us as well as an inconvenience, he said deviously. The merchant families that effectively control the Illyrian Palatinate see the galaxy in terms of profit and trade, rather than power and influence, and if we can get our foot firmly in the door while the Merrics are too distracted to care, we could come out of the other side of this in a much stronger position regionally. I suspect that if we wanted to pull the Illyrians permanently into our sphere of influence we would need to do more than just continue to trade them our obsolete guns for resources, even though both sides have been doing pretty well out of that arrangement so far, Bremen responded thoughtfully. I know they've been getting hit by more pirate raids recently than they used to, which I guess is why they were happy to barter steel for some old laser cannon, although I wonder if the pirates might decide to prey on the Merrics for a while instead, taking advantage of the HPG blackout. They might be looking to expand their militia forces even further though, and we can help with that. By shipping them a load of more modern military hardware. Olsen guessed. Stuff we have mothballed. No, we offer to loan them some money, a loan to be paid back over a long time at a very low interest rate, so they can buy military hardware from the magistracy, Bremen explained. Then we offer to help them maintain that equipment going forward for free, he said. I know that Majesty Metals and Manufacturing make a version of the Manticore tank, and our army uses that one too, so that might be what we'll want to suggest because we have people trained to keep those running already. So, we score points with the magistracy and the Palatinate, as well as a hold over the latter because they owe us money and need us to keep their shiny new tanks running, Olsen put it together. Jacob, have you ever considered a career in politics by any chance, because that's pretty sharp, he told him appreciatively. Politics? No sir, Bremen denied. On an entirely unrelated matter, when does your term as High Associator end anyway? He deadpanned. Trust me, you'd hate it, Olsen told him sincerely. I'll have to run this past the Department of Trade and Industry, as well as the Diplomatic Corps of course, but we've definitely got the financial reserves to run with this. The Mint has been churning out gold and silver coins for trading with anyone that still doesn't accept C-bills, so we can even offer hard specie currency to the Palatinate to buy what they usually sell to the Free Worlds League if we have to, he said. If we start purchasing the bulk of their resource production, then subsequently begin voicing concern to them about their piracy issues, offering the loan to help mitigate the situation, that should sound reasonable, he continued. After all, we're just making sure our supply of raw materials isn't threatened and being good neighbors as well. No ulterior motives whatsoever, Bremen concurred, smirking. The Illyria Palatinate probably was among the best neighbors you could hope for in the inner sphere, but if they could steer it towards being a client state, not just a friendly one that could serve the interests of Neops very well in the long term. Returning to the interdiction issue, if we do rush completion of the Comstock HPG station, I assume we can use a jump ship to transfer messages on from there to Thraxa. Olsen checked. Yes sir, I've already notified one of our 3 tramp jump ships, the Tremolino, that we'll likely need to transfer her from her regular duties, Bremen replied. She's got an LF battery so she can make it from Comstock to Thraxa to carry urgent messages faster than most anything else we have, although it's right at the limit of her double jump range. Technically just beyond it, to be honest, which isn't exactly ideal. Beyond it? Olsen queried. It's just under 60 light years from Comstock to Thraxa, but there isn't a convenient star exactly halfway between them, so Tremolino will have to do one jump of just barely under 30 light years and one of just over 30, Olsen explained. 30.48 light years to be precise, which is over the recommended jump limit, if only slightly. Isn't that dangerous? Olsen asked, frowning. He knew that while the 30 light-year limit was technically arbitrary, since it factored in a safety margin of the true limit, there was a reason why jump ships only rarely pushed their drives hard, because doing so also meant pushing their luck. Any jump over 30 does carry some additional risk, but in reality it only gets noticeably dangerous much over 31 and insanely dangerous past 33, Bremen explained. Back when I was just a Lieutenant JG fighting Amaris in the last years of the war, the ship I was on had to carry out a jump from Sky to Mizar, and then a second jump onto Nasakan to deliver urgent supplies. Both jumps were over 30 light years, nearly 31 for Sky to Mizar, but other than there being a lot more praying aboard than usual, it went smoothly enough, he said. I'm choosing Tremolino for the job because her jump drive was fully serviced at Camelot Command before we left there, and also because by random chance she's done fewer jumps than the other tramps since we got to Neops. That should further reduce the chances of a jump drive malfunction to an acceptable level. Why not jump into interstellar space for the first leg of the journey, that way there wouldn't be any jumps over 30 light-years? Olsen asked. I know that's done sometimes. It's just standard policy. If your ship suffers a mechanical breakdown in interstellar space, potentially light-years from the nearest star, then you're considerably more screwed than if it happens in a star system, especially one that people know to look for you in if you don't make a planned rendezvous, Olsen explained. If Tremolino was going to have to jump very much further, I would actually go with the interstellar jump option as the safer one, but as I noted, the math says that a 30.48 light-year jump isn't particularly risky, it's just riskier than 30 light-years or less. Olsen frowned. I assume the more times she makes the trip between Comstock and Thraxa, the riskier it will become due to putting strain on the drive. He checked. Yes sir, it's not a long-term solution by any means. For that matter, unless the message is considered urgent, we'll probably want to do it the slow way. 3 shorter jumps or about 6 weeks there and back if you prefer. The High Associator nodded his understanding and agreement. As regards drive maintenance in the broader sense, if we have to do this a while, do you think perhaps we should reconsider completing the jump ship repair bay on the recharge station before constructing the drop ship yard, or perhaps the additional orbital factory needed for these fancy new heat sinks? Olsen asked. Oddly enough, even if it was operation now, it wouldn't help matters much, Bremen replied with a shrug. The repair bay on an Olympus is only big enough to service a regular civilian jump ship like a merchant or an invader. You just can't fit something larger than normal like a tramp or a Star Lord inside the bay. We actually considered completely revising and enlarging the Olympus at one point, but it would have delayed both the design work and construction, and at the time we began the project we were hoping to get started on the full-sized shipyard a lot earlier than we intend to now. There was always something messing up the schedule and biting you on the ass soon enough as a result, Olsen thought to himself glumly. How long would it actually take to build the shipyard itself? He asked. Too long to be worth rushing that instead. Even though it'll be mostly a case of constructing a really large pressure hull and reassembling the shipyard we salvaged from Camelot Command in it, so it's not nearly as big a job as it would be from scratch, the damn thing is still huge and extremely complicated, Bremen replied. If we threw everything we had at it starting tomorrow morning, it would still be a matter of years, not months before it was fully operational, he explained. Also, since we're planning to build it larger than the Camelot yard originally was, so we can work on something larger than a Black Lion, we're going to need a few custom parts from the project workshops, which would necessitate putting some of their existing work on hold as well. We should have started on the new project workshops sooner, Olsen said regretfully. Workshop IIIB was up and running now, and IIIC should be online before his term of office expired in 2840 as well, but it would be another 20 years after that until they were all completed, and they would largely stop being the industrial bottleneck they were now. Bremen doubted they could have gone much faster than they did in reality, but nonetheless generally agreed with the sentiment. As you know, the second shipyard we're planning down the road is going to be unpressurized and quite a lot smaller. It'll be for the construction and maintenance of civilian jump ships only, so it won't have to be big enough to fit a McKenna inside, but it'll still take longer to construct than the first one, however, he noted. On a related matter, and since we've been talking about Tremolino, given how useful we've been finding her and his sister ships, we might want to consider building ourselves a 4th LF Tramp before we start producing other types of jump ships for export in the second yard. Between the lithium fusion battery, and the heavier than usual armament for a jump ship, they've really earned their keep because we can use them for jobs that would have otherwise needed a warship. You're the expert, so I'll trust your opinion on that, Admiral, but I'll be long out of office by the time we get around to jump ship production, so it's not me you'll have to convince, Olsen replied. Of course, but if you could do me a favor and put something on the record about it being advisable, it might make it easier for me to push the idea later, Bremen suggested. The army will likely point out how many battle mechs they could buy with the same money, but unless we're invaded they'd just gather dust in storage, while we'll always have a use for a LF Tramp. Even if it's just acting as a glorified message courier because the damn HPG net was shut down, Olsen observed with a chuckle, accepting the man's point. Probably not as exciting for the crew as when we send them out to survey distant systems for resources, and they end up tripping over old slow dome projects instead, but not every jump is an adventure, sometimes it just means delivering the mail, Bremen replied, smiling. There was a little more at stake here than his just getting his hands on another speedy jump ship though. The new tramp would, by necessity, require a lithium fusion battery to be made for her, and after that it should be easier to get a larger LF battery approved to upgrade Michigan now that they had some experience with that. Of course, since the battlecruiser would have to be placed in a yard to have that battery fitted, it wasn't a small job by any means. Why not take the opportunity to make some other relatively minor upgrades at the same time? Of course, compared to cutting a Black Lion open to install a lithium fusion battery, just about anything was relatively minor, including the weapon refit Bremen wanted for her. Dismounting a few of her naval cannon for laser armament more suited for dealing with enemy fighters would give Michigan more utility as a fleet asset, as would the LF battery of course, and with Bismarck mothballed there was already a convenient source of NL-45S and heatsinks just floating there. That was a project for the future, of course, Bremen knew. With so many spacers assigned to the salvage mission to Folly, crews that we don't expect to see back until the end of the year at the earliest, we are really pushed for fleet manpower at the moment. Incidentally, he pointed out, I'm going to have to pull some crew from Michigan and Buccaneer in order to replace Tremolino on the Copernicus Franca's run with another ship, which will be the old Star Lord we captured from the Blood Rain. I thought that wasn't in the best state of repair. Olsen recalled being told that its jump drive is alright, it just needs an overhaul of just about everything else, including a lot of the plumbing in the crew quarters, which particularly sucks because normally crewing a Star Lord is a pretty sweet crew assignment, Bremen told him. I get the impression that the pirates just crapped in bags and ditched them out the airlock, he added, grimacing. I've held off on officially renaming her the Richard Cameron until we can make her worthy of bearing the name of a First Lord of the Star Lord. Some might consider a crappy ship a suitable name for a crappy First Lord, Olsen observed wryly. I might be one of those to agree, Bremen admitted, although I'm sure many would take offense. To be frank, his historical reputation benefited greatly from his being shot in the head by Stefan Ammer, as he opined, Olsen looking like he agreed with the sentiment. We've still got a couple of monoliths in reserve in case we need to transport an expeditionary force, plus the warships of course, so our ability to deploy military assets as needed isn't compromised, but if we keep expanding our holdings we might have to get that old Leviathan running again soon. Does that thing even still work? Olsen queried. Just because it hasn't moved since it carried the Capellan refugees here is no reason to believe it can't still make a jump, but I'd certainly want our maintenance crews to perform a thorough inspection before we tried, Bremen replied. It might be worth using it for the Neops AJC run because there's going to be an Olympus at both ends of the trip with engineers to hand to help keep an eye on the old girl, even if she's too big to actually dock in the repair bay. I suspect we'll be increasing using AJC as a trade hub in the long term anyway because she's one jump from Neops, Alphard, Stafford, and Copernicus, and the Leviathan being able to haul 8 dropships of cargo back to Neops in one hit will be very useful. That's almost as much as 3 invaders could manage together. When we find we're having to use a Potemkin for that run instead, I'll start to think we might have become a little too successful in extracting resources from the colonies, Olsen joked. That behemoth of a military's transport jump ship, officially designated a heavy cruiser because of its armament, could carry some 25 dropships and had an internal cargo bay the size of a cathedral by all accounts. Give me 400 iron wombs to breed the crew, and 20 years for them to grow up while I train them how to crew the thing, and we can do it, Bremen replied, amused by the suggestion. At the moment I'm just trying to recruit new sailors faster than they retire. All the kids want to drive a mech or fly an aerospace fighter, and the ones that do volunteer for the Navy want to crew a warship, not a cargo freighter. 400. Olsen repeated the figure, laughing. I only opened the new factory making them last month, and that'll only be turning out 50 iron wombs a year until we can open a second line, which could take another 5 years or more, he said. For that matter, we've already promised the first 100 of the things off the line to Frobisher anyway, and I'm sure the army expect the lion's share of ironborn after that because the 295th are getting old. All too true, alas. But we are going to have to make sure that the Navy gets enough personnel and resources not to have to make any further cuts because we're already stretched way too thin, as the current situation demonstrates, Bremen stated seriously. We're expanding territory fast, and while we started this thing with far more starlift that we had a use for, that's not going to be the case forever. I mean, what's happening with the Comstar interdiction and the Folly mission is a temporary shortage, but a few years down the line it'll be the norm, and you can't suddenly build new jump ships, or even dropships, in a hurry. Point made, Admiral, point made, Olsen replied. At least we don't have to worry about the Free Worlds League invading us for a while. No, they're going to be very busy keeping the Lyrans and Capellans from stomping them until Comstar turn the HPGs back on, which won't happen until Charles Merrick swallows his pride and makes some serious restitution, I imagine, Bremen reasoned. That's why I'm not as reluctant to transfer crew from our cruisers as I would be normally. His fleet are going to be very preoccupied for a while. Indeed. The interdiction might be inconvenient for us, but I'll guess it'll be disastrous for them, Olsen surmised. I hope it doesn't last too long though. I'd like to be the one to tell Comstar after what you just did to the Free Worlds League. Are you fucking kidding? The next time they insist on taking over Encomnet. If the interdiction lasts until the next election, then I doubt the Free Worlds League will even exist as a viable state, but my guess is that Comstar would end it unilaterally as a gesture of reconciliation well before that happens, because it's not in their interests for the balance of power in the inner sphere to alter that much. Always thinking strategically, aren't you, Jacob? Olsen remarked. It's literally my job, sir, Bremen replied with a shrug. Assuming that all the great powers are selfing, underhanded and duplicitous is just a result of my paying attention. Note from the author. The Comstar War of 2837 to 2838 and the interdiction placed on the entire Free Worlds League likely changed the way an awful lot of people thought about Comstar and its intelligence arm ROM, though it likely changed few minds about SAFE because they weren't thought of very highly already. Captain General Charles Merrick was perhaps being a tad hypocritical because he had no problem with Comstar feeding him intelligence on his foes, but when they did the reverse, that was grounds for bringing in warships to blow up the Orient Orbital HPG station. Admittedly, his own sister Jeanette being involved probably aggrieved him greatly. Lacking HPG communication, the ability of the FWL to coordinate their military went to hell, and soon resulted in sweeping gains by the Lyran Commonwealth and Capellan Confederation, which hoovered up multiple worlds. The civilian economy of the League fared little better, financial markets crashed and production dropped through the floor. Unfortunately for the Illyrian Palatinate, the Free Worlds League was by far their biggest, and closest, trade partners, so their economy would have been collateral damage in the Comstar War. The magistracy of Canopus would have also been hit, but not quite as hard, and their borders go out close enough to the Capellan Confederation to route HPGs that way instead of through the FWL. There are canon examples of jump ships making jumps of, just, over 30 ly in Battletech, but it's not something anyone likes to do. The chances of a misjump, a catastrophic one, go up the further above the safe limit you attempt. Comstock is just about close enough to Thraxa to make it in 2 jumps, but you certainly wouldn't want to make a habit of it. Unfortunately for the Palatinate, their neighbor directly cowards is the Circinus Federation, which treats piracy as a means to earn a steady income. They might not have as much worth stealing as the Lyrans and Merrics, but they don't have as much military hardware to defend themselves with either. Triple F Burgers, based out of the Federated Suns, is a large, interplanetary fast food chain. Because not every world has the same livestock, what you get in your burger varies world to world. There are of course rumors that Hansa Davian of the Federated Suns personally preferred Arby's, particularly after a hard day of throttling Capellans. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XXXIII. Unless you want Encomnet to build its first HPG outside of the hegemony on Thraxa, then kindly make sure to properly maintain your hyperpulse generator there. We're not going back to the days when we had to route all our damn communications through the Free Worlds League. HPG sent to Raymond Karpov, Primus of Comstar, by the Director of Encomnet, 2840 CE. Comstar HPG Station Thraxa 2837. There were times when Therese Cervoni was glad she captained a transport jump ship, albeit one able to defend itself from typical periphery threats, and not an actual warship, and this was definitely one of those occasions. If NAS Tremolino had mounted heavy naval weaponry, she would have been tempted to threaten to pull a Charles Merrick and blast the hyperpulse generator facility to rubble from orbit. Not that it would likely require anywhere near that level of firepower to bring the place down. An old Slocomnet station that Comstar had simply changed the sign on out front, having seemingly done little and anything else to renovate the building. Judging by the state of the place, it dated from the time before Amaris, when the Star League Ministry of Communications had used their vast funding and resources to place HPGs practically everywhere. The idea being to tie humanity together with universal communication, linked by hyperpulse generators that could send a message from the magistracy of Canopus over 1,000 light-years to the Outworlds Alliance in mere hours. The Amaris War and then the First Succession War had wreaked havoc on the network, not merely because of stations destroyed in the fighting, but in terms of the availability of replacement parts for when HPGs broke down. The magistracy of Canopus had been spared the orbital bombardments and wholesale deployment of WMD, which had riven the inner sphere, but their HPG stations had still gradually fallen into disrepair, with fewer and fewer of them still operational, and Comstar concentrating its efforts closer to Terra, where the vast bulk of humanity still resided despite the tens of billions of dead. With a population still yet to reach the double-digit millions, though it should reach that mark well before the end of the century thanks to low but steady growth, Thraxa was not important enough for Comstar to prioritize keeping its HPG running if anything expensive to fix ever went wrong with it. If the Magistrix sitting on the throne of Canopus was willing to pay herself, then Comstar would be only too happy to install a brand new HPG on Thraxa, of course, but that just wasn't going to happen because the world wasn't rich or populous enough to warrant that kind of spending by central government. Naturally, Thraxa not being rich was also the reason why the locals couldn't just pay themselves either, hyperpulse generators being expensive as hell, though not as cripplingly expensive as Comstar claimed they were. All everyone on Thraxa could do was hope that their old HPG kept running, knowing that one day it would pack up for the last time and they would join all the other worlds that used to be linked to the rest of the galaxy by more than the occasional jump ship visit but no longer was. Knowing that there was no point spending money on fresh paint or new furniture, the Comstar station on Thraxa was therefore drab and run down, as was the office of the local precentor when Therese Cervoni requested to talk to him personally. At least it was warm in there, unlike the lobby to the building where the electric heaters seemed to have failed. Being cold in a building which actually housed its own fusion reactor to power the HPG was ludicrous. After exchanging pleasantries, including a diplomatic offer of condolence for the death of Primus Conrad Toyama, who had apparently passed away shortly after Neops was cut off from the Comstar network, things soon became much less pleasant and civil because what the local precentor had to say was not what Cervoni wanted to hear. Standing up and leaning forward over the desk so as to glare down at the Comstar functionary sitting there, Cervoni trusted her body language and demeanor left him in no doubts as to her feelings on the matter. "What do you mean you insist on payment up front for any HPG messages we send?" she asked through gritted teeth. "The Neops Association is literally hundreds of millions of C-bills in credit in the account we hold with Comstar." The very young man holding the title Precentor Thraxa smiled up at her, ignoring her anger. No, the NEOPS Association is hundreds of millions of C-bills in credit with the account they opened with our Hednesford HPG station, he replied placidly. That was a special arrangement with the Precenter there, not with Comstar as a whole. Frankly, you were lucky the First Circuit agreed to honor the agreement because it was a highly unorthodox one, especially given that your government owns and operates its own, legally dubious, independent HPG network. Legally dubious? Cervoni queried, narrowing her eyes. Well, yes, clearly, the Comstar bureaucrat contended. As a non-signatory to the Communications Protocol of 2787, the legality of your network is greatly in doubt. Or, less subjectively, as a non-signatory to the Communications Protocol of 2787, it does not apply to us whatsoever since we are entirely outside any jurisdiction or legal authority it has over the dumbasses that did sign it, Cervoni countered. With the Free Worlds League in particular likely regretting ever doing so right now, she added coldly. The Precenter smiled again. I feel confident that the interdiction will end soon once the Captain General admits his full culpability for the current unpleasantness, and makes suitable restitution, he said with certainty. Once that happens you can resume accessing the Comstar network via Hednesford as before, he continued. Naturally, once that temporary arrangement ceases and we absorb your Encomnet, your account with the Hednesford station will be transferred to Comstar as a whole and you will be able to access the funds from any Comstar PHG facility. Are you actually trying to say that Comstar Hednesford is separate from the rest of Comstar? Cervoni growled. Oh, dear me, no, the Precenter denied that was the case, shaking his head. It's rather that your account with Comstar Hednesford is entirely separate from the rest of Comstar, he explained. As a special arrangement, a courtesy really, funds are transferred from your account to Comstar as and when this is appropriate. Comstar does not actually hold the money for you as such, only Comstar Hednesford. Cervoni took a deep breath to steady herself. Well, can we transfer some of the money from our account at Hednesford to a new account on Thraxa then please? She requested. Given that there is already precedent for Comstar facilities doing so. Possibly, with the agreement of the First Circuit, and not until our Hednesford facility is operational again and reconnected to the Comstar network of course, so that an electronic transfer can be made, Precenter Thraxa told her. If Hednesford is back on the freaking network we won't need an account here. Cervoni exclaimed. Yes, I do see your problem but I'm afraid I'm entirely unable to help, the Precenter responded, sounding genuinely apologetic about it, which only made it worse. It's conceivable that a direct appeal from NEOPS to our new Primus could speed up the process, or at least help it go more smoothly, he suggested. I must caution however that given our ongoing dispute with the Free Worlds League all his attention is likely fixed on resolving that particular issue as a matter of priority, with what remains of his time devoted towards a smooth transfer of power and what immediate personnel changes and new appointments he may make to wish within the organization. Cervoni sighed. At least this wasn't the first time Comstar had seen a change at the top, she considered, looking on the bright side, so hopefully it wouldn't take them too long to sort themselves out internally. The death of Toyama had come much earlier than might be expected though. He was only 85 when he passed, which was very young for someone both born in the Terran hegemony and with access to the finest healthcare available. Considering that his predecessor Jerome Blake, also hegemony born, had only made it to a mere 80 had to make you wonder if the top job at Comstar was bad for your health. At least the new guy Karpov might be an improvement on Toyama, Cervoni considered. Toyama had been an extreme hardliner to the point that he had purged Comstar of anyone that disagreed with him, and very much looked to be trying to turn them into some kind of weird cult. If Karpov was more measured and moderate, the change of leadership should at least give Comstar an opportunity to offer Charles Merrick an olive branch, pinning the blame for the espionage directed at the Free Worlds League on Toyama, giving Merrick a diplomatic way out of this mess without looking weak. Of course, if Karpov was just as crazy as Toyama, that wasn't going to happen. Conceivably he might even be more of a loon of a predecessor, though that was hard to imagine. You do realize that Comstar is effectively preventing us accessing our own money, right? Cervoni checked, trying a different tack. We would argue that the intransigence of the Free Worlds League is preventing you accessing that money. Perhaps the NEOPS Association could take it up with Charles Merrick. The Comstar official suggested. Apply some diplomatic pressure for him to back down and apologize for the good of all concerned. Yeah, maybe we should send him an HPG, Cervoni responded sarcastically. Fine, I'm under orders to send out some urgent messages and then wait here on Thraxa for the replies, so I'll go back to my dropship, pick up some money and return here. We don't accept whatever it is you use for money on NEOPS. It's not on my approved currency list, so you might need to exchange it for MC dollars first, assuming the local banks are willing to accept your bills, the Precenter advised. We use the NEOPS dollar, Cervoni told him, straightening up. Ah, how many of those are there to a C-bill out of curiosity? The Precenter asked. Captain Therese Cervoni was unable to stop herself from smirking. 0.98. We keep trying to peg it to the C-bill to simplify external trade, but Comstar money is flakier than ours and doesn't hold its value as well, she replied. That's what happens when your paper money isn't backed by germanium like ours is, I guess. To say that the value of a C-bill was somewhat arbitrary was putting it mildly. Comstar valued the C-bill as being 1 millisecond of HPG transmission time, that being equivalent to about a page of text, but because they determined their own profit margin for sending HPGs, the whole thing was just a little suspect. Effectively, they just decided that their C-bill was worth the same in purchasing power as a Star League dollar before Amaris, and then declared that was worth 1 millisecond of HPG time. People old enough to remember sending HPGs back then tended to point out that Slocomnet charged rather less than $1 for sending a page of text, but they were ignored. Turning on her heels to leave the man's office, thinking that the place had seen better days, to be honest, as it was well overdue some redecorating, Cervoni hoped that last jibe had hurt. "It's all about the Newtons," she said, knowing full well the reference would be lost on the man but enjoying saying it anyway. Hopefully a local bank would accept a stack of $100 bills printed in the association, even if Neop's currency had the head of a physicist from the previous millennium on them rather than a dead mage's tricks like their own currency, but if not, the strongbox on the dropship also contained a bag of $50 gold coins that they were unlikely to turn down. Technically the money had been handed over to Cervoni to pay for anything she found for sale on Thraxa that she thought Neops would benefit from, old mining equipment for example, given that it was known they mined coal here, but hopes of making the trip back to Comstock with a lucky find like a broken but reparable mining robot were being dashed by the need to hand over even more money to the phone company. Uncertain if the issue was simply a matter of officious bureaucracy, or a more nefarious attempt to push Neops into the Comstar fold for the sake of expediency, Cervoni chose to assume the latter, applying Hanlon's law to the situation. Never attribute to malice what can be adequately explained by stupidity, as the dictum went. While it was true that Comstar was prone towards the nefarious, just ask Charles Merrick, they were also the inheritors of the traditions of the old Star League civil service, which was legendarily bureaucratic to the point of being downright obstructionist if you didn't correctly fill out the paperwork. Her marine bodyguard had waited outside after the taxi from the spaceport dropped them off, being unwilling to relinquish his sidearm as a requirement to enter the Comstar facility. It had proven to be surprisingly easy to get permission from the authorities at the port for him to leave there armed, with the locals not seeming too fussed about it at all. As it turned out, there was a native ursine-like predator known as the snow bear which was known on occasion to wander into town, and while it was illegal to go out and hunt them as they were a protected species, the locals didn't expect anyone encountering one of the things by accident to just let it eat them. As such, going around armed just in case was considered perfectly acceptable here, even if you weren't a local or even a magistracy citizen. Not that a few rounds from the Marine's gyrojet pistol would do much more than make a snow bear very annoyed, they were the size of a grizzly and more badly tempered, but the sound might scare one off, hopefully. Caroni found the Marine where she had left him, although no longer alone, as he seemed to be talking to a local. The woman in question wearing what looked like a well-tailored business suit in the current magistracy style with an expensive jacket worn over it. "Captain Cervoni," the Marine greeted her. "The young lady here wishes to speak with you," he told her. "She's been waiting a while," he added. "I guess that Thraxans are just as used to the cold as we are," Cervoni replied, taking turns standing guard outside fleet headquarters on Neop's toughened-up SLDF Marines very effectively. "Captain Therese Cervoni of the Neops Association jump ship Tremolino," she introduced herself. "And you are?" "Gillian Maynard, the Lady Gillian Maynard in the service of Sarah Trussell, Duchess of Thraxa," the woman introduced herself formally, handing over a business card which Cervoni took and glanced at it. "Your physically imposing manservant was just remarking how similar our world is to yours. A little too cold for comfort and orbiting a red dwarf star." "Yes," Cervoni confirmed. "Although Corporal Kent is a Marine attached to my command, not my manservant," she corrected the woman. She was right about him being physically imposing, however, which was why Cervoni chose him to play bodyguard in the first place, nearly 2 meters in height, and he lifted weights as a hobby. "May I ask why you wished to see me?" "The Duchess bade me to invite you to dinner at her home this evening. We assumed that you would be staying on Thraxa overnight, given it will take longer for your jump vessel to recharge its drive than it will for your dropship to return to it at the jump point if you left today, or even tomorrow," Maynard replied. Cervoni raised her eyebrows. "I hope it's not rude to ask why the ruler of this planet is extending such an offer to a mere jump ship captain." Maynard smiled. "Ah, but you are not just a mere jump ship captain. We are given to understand that you are a serving officer in the Neops Navy, correct?" "Technically I'm a serving officer in the SLDF Navy, which is considered seconded to the military of the Neops Association, that being the lawful inheritor of the authority of both the Star League and the Terran hegemony." "A grand position for Neops to claim for itself," Maynard replied, seemingly amused by the claim. "Not really, it's more the case of us being all that's left of the Star League and the Terran hegemony, so it landed with us by default," Cervoni responded with a smile. Maynard smiled herself. "The Terran hegemony in exile, as it were," she said. "Not really. You can't be in exile if you never actually left where you started at," Cervoni contended. "Neops was always a Terran hegemony colony and never ceased to be one, either legally or through force majeure. The Cameron Star was never lowered over Neops." "But you did change its color," Maynard pointed out. "Sometimes a rebranding exercise is good for business," Cervoni joked. "The Cameron Star still makes some people out here in the periphery a little nervous." "Indeed, Being forced to join the Star League at bayonet point will have that effect, Maynard responded wryly. Should I assume that you will be accepting the invitation? Under the circumstances, how could I not? Cervoni asked rhetorically. Neops values good relations with its neighbors, and a rejection would be extremely rude if nothing else, given that we are guests on your world. Excellent. If you wish, I will have a car collect you at the spaceport this evening to transport you to the ducal estate. Feel free to bring your corporal along as bodyguard if you wish. I'll make my own way, thank you, but I do appreciate the offer. What time should I get there? Honestly, I'm not quite sure, it's all being arranged in something of a hurry. I'll send a message to you via the starport security staff to let you know when that's been decided, Maynard replied. As government employees, much like myself, they're all at the beck and call of the Duchess, she said. I do know that it will be a formal, or at least semi-formal affair, Maynard noted. I hope you have something other than your duty uniform with you. She checked. I never travel without my full dress uniform, Cervoni replied. It was going to need to be dragged out of the bottom of her trunk and pressed though, and her boots probably needed a polish, not to mention the sword and scabbard that was always plus supposed to be worn with her dress whites. Excellent, Maynard responded, smiling. I'll see you at the estate later, she said. I'd offer you both a lift back to the port to save you having to hail a taxi, but I'm afraid I need to be on the other side of town within the hour for a meeting with the board of one of our mining companies. We're fine with a taxi, Cervoni replied. All good then, Maynard replied. Toodaloo, she said, heading off towards where a pricey-looking ground car was parked nearby, either her personal conveyance or perhaps a government-issued vehicle if she worked for the planetary ruler. Ciao, Cervoni called after her, assuming that Toodaloo was local slang for goodbye. When she first came up to me and told me she was a member of the local nobility, I thought she was going to order me to marry her or something, Corporal Kent said quietly. They do that here, right? They do, and men aren't allowed to reject the proposal, Cervoni told him. I'm pretty sure that only applies to magistracy citizens though, she added. Were you disappointed she didn't? Nah, but she wouldn't have liked my girlfriend coming down here all the way from Neops, demanding a trial of refusal based on prior ownership and kicking her ass if it had gone that way, Kent replied. I'm not even kidding. My girl's a combat engineer and she stresses the combat in the title when she's mad. Cervoni laughed, imagining how a member of the local nobility might react to a challenge by an angry Wolverine girl. Yeah, we all have our weird cultural quirks, don't we? She remarked, hoping that a taxi would come by soon she could flag down. Fortunately, the Comstar facility was situated in the planetary capital of Thraxa, which with a population almost as large as the whole of Neops 7 was actually a fair-sized and bustling city, despite its being surrounded by a frozen wasteland. Have you noticed we're getting a lot more looks from people in the street, and in passing cars, now ma'am? Kent asked. Word must have spread about the mule that sat down at the spaceport in SLDF olive livery and with red Cameron stars painted on the side of it, Cervoni reasoned. The people at port probably got straight on the phone to the press, or maybe just their friends, after letting the government know we'd landed. Are we really that interesting? The Star League remnant with warships and its own HPG network? We probably are, particularly in a backwater like this, Cervoni surmised. Assuming they aren't idiots, they probably figured out when we jumped in that we only came here to use their HPG because of the interdiction cutting us off, and they would have to be serious idiots not to have put 2 and 2 together after we came straight here to the Comstar building after landing. Corporal Kent nodded. I'll bet that the Duchess is thinking that if Comstar and Charkeys Merrick don't settle their differences anytime soon, then this won't be the only time they see us. She might be after a trade deal maybe. We've probably got more to offer them than the reverse, but hauling our asses back and forth to Comstock just to deliver the mail would be a hell of a waste of a jump ship, so if we can arrange something with the locals that would be good, Cervoni replied. I do like the look of some of those fur hats I've seen people wear, those would definitely sell back home. I was hoping to try out the local hooch and could have offered an opinion of whether or not that was worth importing too, but I guess I'm playing bodyguard again tonight, ma'am, Kent said glumly. We'll still be here for a couple more days at least, so I'll make sure that you're off duty and on shore leave tomorrow night, Cervoni told him. Just the hooch you want to try out? I'd bet a lot of the crew want to check out the brothels. All fully legal here in the magistracy, catering to all tastes, she noted. As long as everyone involved was of legal age, consented, and there was no exploitation going on, then in Canopus space the motto was anything goes. Corporal Kent grimaced. My girlfriend would hack my balls off with a blunt entrenching tool, he said, expression indicating that it wasn't just hyperbole on his part. Cervoni nodded. Best just stick to alcohol then, she advised. Yes ma'am, Kent concurred, wondering how much trouble he would be in if he just went to a strip club instead of a brothel. The rumors of girls dressed up as cats pole dancing, with body modifications including functional tails and mobile ears, was just something he needed to see for himself. The stories about fake mermaids dancing half-naked in glass tanks too only made him wonder how much a chick from Frobisher could make in a month in the magistracy, though not having hair or a tail like a fish probably damaged their earning potential, he considered idly. After an afternoon spent traveling back to the starport, collecting a briefcase full of cash, plus a bag of gold coins just in case, finding a bank where she could exchange Neop's currency for C-bills, returning to the Comstar HPG station to send the messages she was on Thraxa to dispatch, and then making her dress uniform look halfway presentable. Cervoni only hoped that her unexpected dinner with the Duchess of Thraxa was going to go smoothly. At least she was in a position to make small talk about the similarities and differences between Neops and Thraxa over dinner, Cervoni considered, as she also brushed up on her magistracy-related history and political knowledge. The local star was an M1V red dwarf, hotter and larger than the M5V Neops, but not so much hotter and larger that most people hailing from more typical inhabited worlds would necessarily notice the difference. Thraxa was also a far less crowded system than Neops, which packed 7 planets around it, with most people living on the 7th, while the inhabited world here was only the second out from the star. Given that it was also orbiting a hotter and larger star, you might expect that Thraxa 2 would be considerably warmer than Neops 7, but it actually orbited slightly further out from its sun, resulting in them both having very similar surface temperatures. Always planned to be as self-sufficient as possible going forward, the people who first settled Thraxa had reserved what land there was near the equator for farming, clearing areas of the forests there both for crops and livestock grazing, while building most of their suitably well-insulated cities out on the otherwise useless tundra. Thraxa having a surface that was 80% ocean, frozen or otherwise, and much of the land covered by glaciers, mountains, and permafrost, it was easy to understand why what soil there was which was available for the plow or sheep farming was not wasted by covering it in concrete. If not for all the geothermal activity underground, Neops would likely look much the same, but volcanoes and hot springs are a useful antidote to permafrost. Despite both being cold worlds under a red sun, the indigenous fauna and flora of Neops 7 and Thraxa 2 were also rather different. While the cold seas of both worlds harbored plenty of life, although Neops had nothing to match the terrifying sea serpent known as the Thraxa devourer, the fauna on Neops had never emerged onto the land, while on Thraxa it had, including large megafauna like the aforementioned snow bear and the caribou like Tazcan. It was also believed that Thraxa 2 had been rather warmer in the past, with much of what was now merely frozen tundra once covered by far more extensive forests than those which could now only be found at the equator. This theory was backed fairly conclusively by the discovery of large coal deposits deep underground all over the place, which the locals exploited both to keep warm and to power their small industrial base. Neops of course had no coal, or large fossil fuel deposits of any kind for that matter, but being more geologically active and technologically advanced, it found that geothermal power and nuclear fusion reactors did the job of stopping the population from freezing to death pretty effectively without them. Considering the wider political scene, Cervoni knew that the magistracy was actually about as good a star nation as any to have on your border, being neither militarily expansionist and aggressive nor tyrannical and authoritarian. They were certainly a bit weird, and not just because of their female-dominated society and their strangely meritocratic non-hereditary aristocracy, but their libertarian and frankly libertine ways too. At least you could always safely assume that if the magistracy armed forces were shooting at someone, that their enemy probably started it and likely deserved being shot at. That was not to say that the magistracy was quick to forgive, or wont to let past transgressions go, however. Despite strong trade links, they still refused to permit the Free Worlds League to open an embassy on Canopus, holding on to a grievance that dated back to the Reunification War when the Merrics had invaded them on behalf of the Star League, and they were certainly no fan of the Terran hegemony either for much the same reason. Several systems which had once belonged to the magistracy had been annexed by the Free Worlds League at the end of the Reunification War, the spoils of siding with House Cameron, and the magistracy still regarded them as under foreign occupation nearly 2.5 centuries later. That did not mean, however, that Canopus planned to try reconquer them. That wasn't really their way. Instead, they were counting on the Free Worlds League to collapse one day so they could just walk back in. Sitting back and waiting for the Free Worlds League to implode was not quite as optimistic a plan as some might assume it was. The League might be the oldest of the great powers, but despite that it was legendarily chaotic, fractious, and unstable. Each Magistrix in turn was playing the long game, betting that the magistracy would win in the end by just outlasting the Merrick bastards, and the smart money agreed that they just might, especially now that the Comstar interdiction was wreaking havoc on the fortunes of Atrus. While technically the magistracy had set out the Amorous War, having in fact joined the Periphery uprising against Star League rule at first, when Kerensky and Amorous went head-to-head, the ruling Magistrix at the time, Janina Centrella, had supplied what intelligence she had on Amorous's plans to the SLDF. Additionally, she hadn't blocked Majesty Metals and Manufacturing from supplying Kerensky's forces with arms they needed to fight the Rim World's Republic, as, while she was no friend to the Camerons and their supporters, the Star League with Stefan Amorous on the throne was objectively worse. Naturally, the other major periphery power, the Taurian Concordat, had just sat back through the whole thing, gleefully munching on popcorn as the Star League tore itself apart. Fortunately for Therese Cervoni, once properly arranged, the dinner was scheduled for fairly late, giving her plenty of time to get ready, although the whole time she hoped that her lack of a grasp of high-class social etiquette as it existed in the magistracy of Canopus was not going to bite her on the ass. The government back home was keen to maintain good relations with the magistracy since they were both more populous and economically developed than the Illyrian Palatinate, and hadn't rendered several Terran hegemony worlds lifeless with WMD like the Free Worlds League, so a diplomatic faux pas could really hurt her career. With so many of the senior officers in the Navy getting on in years, Cervoni, herself born on Stranamakti in the early years of the clans, had her sights set on captaining a warship before she turned 50, and with so many of the things in mothballs that was by no means an easy goal to achieve. The taxi that transported Captain Cervoni and her marine bodyguard to the large estate belonging to the Duchess of Thraxa was allowed to enter the gates, ferrying them down a long colonnaded driveway to the large mansion belonging to the Trussell family, where they got out and paid the driver in local script, tipping generously of course. Whilst in theory the title of Duke of Thraxa was not hereditary, every duke and duchess in the planet's history had come from the Trussell family, largely because of tradition and the fact they had the money to make sure that the tradition was continued. In that they were much like the Centrella family that ruled the magistracy as a whole. Technically you didn't have to be a daughter of the Centrella dynasty to be appointed the magistrix, but it wasn't a coincidence that they all had been. The latest scion of House Trussell, Duchess Sarah Trussell, personally greeted Captain Cervoni at the door to the mansion and ushered her inside, while a servant smoothly led Corporal Kent away, the Duchess assuring Cervoni the marine would be properly fed and kept entertained while they dined. Over a less formal and ornate dinner than Cervoni had feared, one which included plenty of local dishes, it became quickly apparent that the Duchess was indeed hoping to establish a friendly trading relationship with Neops, grasping the Comstar interdiction as an opportunity to get her foot in the door. Until now, jump ships from the association had been mostly trading with more populous and industrialist worlds in the magistracy like Ballad, a regional capital a few jumps from Frobisher, or even Canopus itself, but the closest place to Neops with an HPG that still connected to the Comstar network was Thraxa, and the Duchess was well aware of that fact. Would it not be more convenient to everyone if all the trade between the Neops Association and the magistracy of Canopus was carried out via Thraxa, the Duchess suggested? Neops could order equipment from Majesty Metals and Manufacturing on Dunyanshire, for example, have them delivered to Thraxa by local shipping and then collected by the next jump ship coming from Neops to access the HPH network. With Thraxa as a trade hub for goods going in both directions, it would be convenient for all concerned, and although Thraxa would naturally expect to profit from this, handling charges, storage fees, limited tariffs etc., surely such a system would be beneficial for everyone. Cervoni was in no position to actually make any such agreement, of course, but she did promise to pass the suggestion on to her superiors and said if nothing else Thraxa would surely find a market for her fur exports and Tascan meat in Neops. The smoky flavor of the meat from the caribou-like native herbivore was extremely palatable, quite unlike anything Cervoni had eaten before, and although far more expensive than beef or venison from Francas, it would still find many fans, she decided. All in all, it was a good evening, and Captain Cervoni was pretty sure that if any such trade agreement was made, it would look good on her record. It wasn't all good news to report when she returned to Hegemony Space, however. When the replies to the HPGs she sent out arrived back at Thraxa, it turned out that the money transferred to Federated Boeing Interstellar for the license to build the Cargo King and Cargo Master had not gone through before the interdiction was put in place. Federated Boeing wouldn't hand over the license without the money, and Comstar insisted that the money sat with their Hednesford station where it could not be accessed by anyone. Several months later, with the interdiction still in place, and Comstar still refusing to budge, Captain Cervoni jumped into the Thraxa system with 1 billion C-bills worth of germanium bars. Driving from the starport to the Comstar facility in a wheeled SLDF APC acting as a security van, thanks to the kind permission of the Duchess, Cervoni swore to herself that if the local precenter refused to take the germanium because it wasn't on his list of approved currency, then she was going to make him goddamn eat it. Note from the author. Thraxa 2 in the magistracy of Canopus is a cold world orbiting a red dwarf star like Neops 7, but the systems are actually quite different. Neops is crowded, Thraxa is not. Ruled by a duchess from the Trussell family, the world was always intended to be as self-sufficient as possible despite its climate, and the locals are known for being stubborn and independently minded. Thraxa has coal deposits, sheep farming and exports furs and Tascan meat. A matriarchal society under House Centrella family, the magistracy was brought into the Star League by force during the reunification war of 2577 to 2597 and is no fan of the Terran hegemony. However, they don't like the Free Words League either, and are happy to trade with them. So Neops regarding itself as Star League/Terran hegemony is no bar to making a business deal. Back in the Star League days, the Ministry of Communication had Slocomnet built HPG stations all over the place, but during the Amorous War, and the Succession Wars, many of these fell into disrepair, especially in the periphery. In canon, Thraxa had no HPG by 3025, but with a population barely into the double-digit millions and a small economy, Comstar wasn't going to put much effort into keeping the old Slocomnet station running, so that's hardly a surprise. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XXXIV. It wasn't so much the start of a beautiful friendship, but the Comstar War did at least cement relations between Neops and the Free Worlds League into a mutually beneficial, and usually civil, acquaintance. Stephen J. Tran, Red Star Rising, A History of Neops 2800 to 2900, Neops Press, 2915. Zenith Jump Point Neops System 2838. Lieutenant Colonel Mary Heath had never expected to rise above the rank of major during her service with the NEOPS Association militia. There were just too many junior officers chasing too few senior positions, but the expansion of the NOM in terms of personnel and responsibilities over the last decade had changed her career trajectory considerably. Oddly enough, her career had however come full circle in a way. When the SLDF jumped in back in 2827, she had been the officer with responsibility for making sure the system was being constantly monitored for inbound jump ships, and then 10 years later she found herself doing the same thing again. Back then of course her office had been in militia headquarters on NEOPS 7, and now it was on a shiny new million-ton Olympus recharge station at the Zenith jump point. She didn't used to have several squadrons of aerospace fighters at her direct command, many of them packing nuclear ordnance either, but fundamentally it was the same job. Keep an eye on things, and if anyone jumped in with evil intent, ensure they were warned that NEOPS was not the typical periphery world and things would end badly for the interloper if they didn't reconsider their plans and get lost. Heath had been appointed commander of the station after Captain Petroni was reassigned to the salvage mission to Makivdi's Folly. Transferring the Olympus from SLDF to NOM control had always been the long-term plan, but with Petroni needed to make sure the Potemkin assigned to the mission kept working, the transfer went ahead earlier than it would have been otherwise. Brigadier General Nellis offered the job to Heath, and since it came with a promotion and more money, as well as being a choice posting in itself, she jumped at the opportunity. Not that it was an exactly action-packed assignment. While there were inordinately more ships jumping in and out of NEOPS these days, the vast majority of them were SLDF intended to keep to a tight schedule. There were a few periphery merchants and traders who had started making semi-regular visits, and the occasional cargo jump ship from the Free Worlds League delivering an order of industrial machinery or the like, but the latter were far fewer than they had been before the Comstar interdiction for obvious reasons. The engineers had finally gotten the second gravity ring finished and spinning, so the Olympus station was better off for living space than it had been, but the repair bays and the rest of the recharge batteries were still waiting on the work crews needed to finish them being available. At the current rate that the government keep finding new high-priority jobs for the zero-G construction teams, any dreams of building a second Olympus station for NEOPS at the Nadir point were idle to the point of near fantasy, but then again just having one would have been thought of as miraculous not all that long ago. There was at least a decent chance that the Void Seeker hangar salvaged from Camelot Command might be retrofitted to the station sometime before Heath was due to retire. Fully automated, the hangar could not only launch and recover the drone fighters, it could also refuel, rearm, and if necessary also repair them, which would free up a lot of maintenance crews as well as pilots assigned to the station. Void Seekers were bad news, at least if they were gunning for you. Based upon the Stingray aerospace fighter, they mounted a more powerful XL fusion engine, superior sensors, and plenty of firepower, which in conjunction with the fact that the computer controlling the fighter was utterly fearless and could take a lot more Gs while maneuvering than a human pilot could, had left a lot of SLDF fighter jocks from the Amorous War either dead or suffering from SDS-related PTSD. Until the robots took over, however, the fighters assigned to the station were a mix of older types belonging to the NOM, mostly Eagle, and Ahab heavies for dropship and jump ship busting, and some of the faster Lightning for anti-fighter work. They had all been upgraded in recent years with improved weaponry, plus more heatsinks and armor, so the Olympus was by no means poorly defended, but Heath would have preferred some of those souped-up royals the SLDF were using every time an unscheduled and unknown vessel jumped in. Naturally there was always a destroyer nearby just in case, either the Essex-2 Cape Bon or the Lola 3 Protector, with the other usually to be found at the Nadir point, but they could be called away in theory, leaving the Olympus to defend itself. Not that an absent destroyer was an issue when the sensors on the Olympus detected an emergence wave forming several thousand kilometers away, and an alert was automatically sent to Heath's noteputer. A second update, a manual one this time sent by the duty officer, then reported that Protector was already starting to swing around ready to accelerate towards where the inbound vessel would arrive if needed. Thank God for paranoid SLDF types always on the lookout for invading clanners or a Merrick task force, Heath thought to herself, leaving her office and heading down the corridor to the control center while the computers tied into the sensors would be attempting to establish the likely mass of the inbound and how far away it might have been jumping from. One thing that differentiated this particular Olympus station from the standard design was the recent addition of a very large optical telescope installed in a turret-like mounting atop the station, and by the time Heath arrived at the control center it too was pointing at where the emergence wave was forming. Supposedly the mirror for the big reflecting telescope had been deemed imperfect when it was manufactured, which was why it had been rejected by the university, but just because it wasn't considered good enough to take high-resolution photographs of stars on the other side of the universe, that didn't mean it wasn't good enough for other things. The operator just had to remember to zoom out the image when taking a look at a ship which had appeared on this side of the zenith point if they wanted to identify the type of vessel, not count the rivets in the hull. "What have we got?" Heath asked the control room staff. "Best guess is an invader, jumping in from Romita," the duty officer reported. "IR signature detected. Yes, it's an invader," they confirmed as the electromagnetic interference from the jump cleared up and the computer collated the data coming in from the suite of sensors directed at where the unknown had just appeared. "IFF?" Heath queried. "Invader transponder is squawking that it's the Free Worlds Navy jump ship Dark Regret. Hell of a thing to name a ship, although I'd bet the Free Worlds League has regretted a lot of the things it has done in the past," Heath replied. Transmit the standard greeting from NEOPS traffic control and inform them of the local rules regarding our restricted airspace. If they look like they're planning to try and send a dropship down to NEOPS in violation of our regulations, ask part2 to paint them with her targeting radar. That should make them behave. Nothing happened for the next few minutes as the invader was greeted and informed of the rules visiting ships had to obey in this system, and they signaled back their intention to comply. This wasn't the first Free Worlds ship to visit NEOPS since HPG contact with Hednesford was made, although they were certainly a rarity, and it was the first since Heath took over. "We're being hailed by the Merrick jump ship," the communications officer announced. "They want to talk to the station commander." "Okay, let's hear what they have to say," Heath replied, putting on a headset microphone. "This is Lieutenant Colonel Mary Heath of the NEOPS Association Militia, commander of the Zenith Recharge Station," she announced herself. "How can I be of assistance today?" she added politely. "This is Garth Merrick, son of Charles Merrick, Captain General of the Free Worlds League. I am here on a diplomatic mission on behalf of my father and request an audience with a senior representative of your government. Ideally your high associator." "Holy shit!" one of the control room staff exclaimed as Heath herself looked a little stunned for a moment before she collected her wits. "Taking you at your word that this is a diplomatic mission, the NEOPS Association is pleased to welcome you to our home system. In accordance with our custom for such visitors, the Dark Regret may approach the station, whereupon we will begin beaming power to your jump sail with no payment for the service required," Heath signaled back. "It takes a while to recharge your drives normally here. Our M5V class star is a little on the dim side, particularly compared to an F4V like Atrus," she continued. "I will forward on your request for an audience, however my government may wish you to present some credentials to verify your identity before agreeing to do so. Asking me to confirm my identity seems entirely reasonable under the circumstances. I'll await the response from your government with the appropriate level of patience and understanding," the man claiming to be Garth Merrick replied. "Incidentally, we weren't aware you possessed a Lola 3 class destroyer as well as the Essex-2, a previous Free Worlds vessel reported encountering here. I'm now wondering how substantial your fleet of warships actually is." "Well, if you'd jumped in last week you'd have met our vast fleet of Luxor-class heavy cruisers," Heath responded wryly. "And there I was under the impression that every single one of those had been lost fighting Amaris." "Drat, you've seen through my clever ruse," Heath replied, chuckling. "Would you believe a squadron of battleships?" she asked. "Those left with Kerensky. That's what the secret Cameron Air really running NEOPS wanted you to think," Heath told him. "But keep that to yourself. Pa, everyone knows that Comstar is hiding the secret Cameron Air on Mars, along with the cryogenically frozen body of Jerome Blake, while they try and figure out how to cure him of the genetic disorder that killed him." "You've got me. Apparently I need to prepare a more convincing bluff," Heath replied, a couple of the station command crew visibly trying not to crack up laughing. Whoever came up with the notion that a refuge in audacity approach to keeping the great houses ignorant of NEOPS possessing several full-sized battlewagons was a genius in Heath's mind. Any intelligence operative of the great houses who came to believe that NEOPS had a lot more naval strength than they were letting on was bound to have to deal with a skeptical superior retorting that the analyst or operative in question was suffering from a sense of humor failure because NEOPS was always making jokes about their secret battleships, and of course their cabal of Cameron's survivors plotting a second reunification war. "Does Comstar know about your second destroyer, may I ask?" "Probably. It's not really a secret and we've always assumed they had access to a lot of the old SLDF records. The two of them were assigned to the 295th as divisional escort ships, which is how they ended up here," Heath explained, truthfully though with a hell of a lot of backstory being left out. "They never passed on the information." "Yeah, I guess they only hand over military intelligence like that to the Lyrans and Capellans," Heath responded laughing, unable to resist yanking his chain. "Too soon," she added after a few seconds of radio silence from the other end. While the supposed Garth Merrick had evidently not liked the last dig at the Free Worlds League and its current Comstar-related predicament, the fact remained that he had been very friendly and congenial, indicating he really wanted to be on good terms with NEOPS, even to the point of bantering with a military officer from a pissant periphery state. It didn't take a genius to work out why he was here, of course. Thanks to the interdiction, Charles Merrick and the Free Worlds League was getting their ass kicked by Steiner and Liao, and they were clearly having little luck in restoring the HPG net. Seizing control of the abandoned HPG stations wasn't the problem. It wasn't like Comstar kept military garrisons there to defend them, rather it was a combination of both sabotage and the League's own lack of technical knowledge regarding how an hyperpulse generator operated in practice, as opposed to theory. There were still plenty of physicists on Atrus who understood the equations set down by Carney and Fueda. Knowing exactly how the math applied to the practical engineering was another matter entirely. Of course, if the inner sphere continued to blast itself into a pre-industrial society, one also severely lacking in higher education facilities thanks to a surfeit of funding and a surplus of radioactive craters, before too long they wouldn't have the physicists either. They hadn't quite regressed to that level as yet, but the Second Succession War was still less than a decade old, and if the first was any indication, it might have another quarter-century left in it before everyone ran out ammunition, manpower, money, or just the will to keep banging their heads against a brick wall. That was a problem for the future, however. What Charles Merrick needed right now was people that didn't belong to Comstar but were apparently well informed enough about the operation, maintenance, and indeed manufacture of hyperpulse generators to have their own HPG network. If it had taken SAFE this long to realize that people like that could be found only a single jump from Free World's territory, it seemed that their reputation as being the worst intelligence agency in the inner sphere was well founded. Unless it had just taken Charles Merrick this long to swallow his pride and approach some podunk periphery nation for help, of course, that couldn't be discounted. Lieutenant Colonel Heath had of course been advised that the Free Worlds League might well come knocking on NEOP's door looking for some HPG-related assistance as the interdiction wore on. That Charles Merrick would send one of his own children to do so did come as something of a surprise though, and could be seen as either desperation or astuteness on his part. Given that he had blasted the Orient Comstar station with warships, most observers on NEOPS tended to discount the suggestion that he was a particularly astute or pragmatic man, which meant he was getting desperate. Hopefully not desperate enough to make threats if NEOPS didn't concede to his requests, or possibly outright demands, although with the Free Worlds League military currently getting hammered into the ground by their rivals, what reserves they had were barely in a fit state to invade the Illyrian Palatinate, let alone the NEOPS Association. With the Olympus station relaying the conversation back to NEOPS 7, it wasn't long until instructions to Heath on how to proceed from that point on arrived from Brigadier General Nellis. For a start, play nice and express some non-committal platitudes about how sad it was that the Free Worlds League was suffering because of underhanded Comstar shenanigans. As regards the current military situation, with the League being invaded from two directions, feel free to disparage the Capellans, Nellis advised. People on NEOPS didn't care for their caste-like servitor system and predilection for biological warfare and didn't mind one bit if the Capellan government knew it, but don't badmouth the Lyrans. After all, the Steiners weren't complete assholes, they represented a big potential market in the future and they might already be holding a grudge about the outing of Raymond's redcoats, so diplomatically it was best to play nice with them as well. NEOPS didn't really care for any of the successor states, but there were clearly lesser evils among them and the government and military were pragmatic enough to differentiate. The Free Worlds League itself was objectively a better neighbor than the Capellan Confederation or the Draconis Combine would be, the inability of the realm of House Merrick to ever get its shit together politically being an absolute blessing. Having a united, well-run and frankly less fractious and disorganized state than the Free Worlds League on the border would be of far greater concern than what they had now, so long may the status quo continue. A joke being told at SLDF headquarters was that in the past NEOPS could have carved off a small chunk off the Free Worlds League and a truce wouldn't have realized for 5 years. With the HPG network down, it would be so long before they noticed they might not be absolutely sure if worlds like Revel and Stettin ever actually belonged to them, or there was something wrong with the old maps. When the Dark Regret got close enough to the station to begin receiving beamed power to its jump sails, at this point so close that it noticed the telescope array on top of the Olympus and had to be reassured that it wasn't a gigantic naval laser pointed right at them, Heath sent over a shuttle to confirm the identity of the man purporting to be Garth Merrick. Joking that he could have just shown himself at a viewing port and held up his identity documents so the big telescope could have read them, instead Garth Merrick willingly presented his credentials to the inspection team sent over to the ship and was told that despite them being accepted, and his being granted diplomatic status, he would still not be allowed to travel onto NEOPS 7. However, given the unusual circumstances, and the fact it would only take a couple of days to make the journey, High Associator Giles Olsen was willing to meet him personally aboard the recharge station and a dropship was being prepared to ferry him there with all haste. Since, even with power being beamed from the station, it would take much longer than that before the Dark Regret would be ready to head home anyway, Garth Merrick seemed perfectly fine with the proposal and expressed his thanks that Olsen was willing to make the trip. Live face-to-face contact was preferable to electronic communication, even if NEOPS still had the fancy holographic projectors that were quickly falling out of use across much of the inner sphere. Fortunately for Olsen, the journey from NEOPS 7 up to the Zenith point also gave him plenty of time to analyze the situation, run through various possible scenarios on how this might go and consider a number of proposals on how to proceed. Arriving at the Zenith station aboard a Confederate-class military dropship, the only one the NOM owned and operated, escorted by an SLDF Titan, Giles Olsen was pleased that preparations for hosting the meeting aboard the station were well in hand, with Lieutenant Colonel Heath having prepared a conference room as well as temporary quarters for the Free Worlders if they needed them. With a diameter of just over 1,200 meters, and also unusually wide, the main rotating grav deck of an Olympus made living and working aboard such a station quite pleasant compared to most space stations. Eventually the grav deck would even house stores and other businesses to cater for visiting jump ship and drop ship crews, but as yet most of the floor space was unused other than as temporary extra storage space for goods being imported and exported from NEOPS. As Garth Merrick, his bodyguard, and an advisor were escorted through the station, they had arrived via one of their own shuttles which was now docked in a vacant small craft bay. Merrick made note of the fact that everything seemed to be brand new and freshly painted. This confirmed the report prepared for him by SAFE that NEOPS had only recently constructed the station and seemed to back up their theory that it was as yet the only recharge station these people had. There certainly wasn't another such station at their colony Alphard, a Free Worlds jump ship having visited there to see what was going on in the system, given that NEOPS had purchased the rights to the defunct branch of the Alphard Trading Corporation that once operated there, so their resources were not unlimited, Merrick surmised. Still, just to have built one of these things, said a great deal about their industrial depth, and along with their operating their own HPG net indicated that there was more to these Neops people than just a few inherited warships. Ushered into a somewhat utilitarian conference room, a large rectangular steel table in the middle with some rather uncomfortable Duraluminium chairs lining each side, Merrick and his advisor took a seat while the bodyguard stood off to one side back against a wall. They had let the bodyguard keep his sidearm, though given the number of armed NOM and SLDF military personnel infesting the station that was likely because they didn't think he represented much of a threat, and while they waited Merrick made a mental note to ask why the Neops Association militia had not been fully integrated into the SLDF structure when General Romanoff and her people arrived. Olsen did not keep them waiting long, and he entered wearing an expensive-looking and well-cut business suit accompanied by a man wearing SLDF dress uniform, the star of a brigadier general on his collar. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Olsen began, smiling. "Giles Olsen, High Associator of the Neops Association," he introduced himself. "May I present Brigadier General Hal Franklin of the SLDF, General Romanoff's second-in-command," he continued, indicating his companion. "Garth Merrick, here representing my father Charles Merrick, Captain General of the Free Worlds League." Merrick introduced himself in turn, shaking hands with Olsen, who couldn't help but note how young he was, barely into his early 30s if that. "My companion Elise Stewart, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs." "A pleasure," Olsen responded, smiling at the woman. "Your cousin is the Earl of Stewart, I believe?" He checked. "Second cousin many times removed," the woman replied, smiling back. "Still, having all this aristocracy around makes a humble scientist-turned-politician like myself feel positively plebeian," Olsen joked. "What about you, General Franklin?" he asked the military officer by his side. "The Neops Association knows no lord but the First Lord of the Star League, whose name is Cameron." Brigadier General Hal Franklin, aka Lieutenant General Franklin Hallis, growled. Olsen sighed. "You'll have to forgive the SLDF people their ways," he said apologetically. "It's been said that diplomacy is the art of saying good doggy while looking for a big stick, while the military only emphasizes wielding the big stick," he observed. "Our military intelligence people have gotten it into their heads that you might intend to threaten us into handing over hyperpulse generators so you can better prosecute your war against the other great houses, and I confess it has our forces rather on edge." "The Free Worlds League has no such plans," Garth Merrick denied. "Wonderful news," Olsen responded with a broad smile. "Naturally we would sabotage all our equipment to prevent it being seized in such a manner, and I would so hate to have to counter with a threat to turn every Merrick-controlled world within 60 light-years into radioactive rubble," he said brightly. The youngest Merrick son raised his eyebrows. "That would seem an overreaction," he opined. "After what you people did to New Dallas and Brownsville." "Like fuck it is," Hallis retorted. "We've spent over 40 years stockpiling enough megatonnage to make sure that if the same thing happens to us you'll goddamn regret it," he stated venomously. "That's enough, General," Olsen told him curtly. "My apologies, sir," Hallis replied, hoping that he was playing his role nearly as well as Olsen was his. "I'm afraid that given our lack of what the military tells me is called strategic depth, our defense policy leans heavily towards unleashing Armageddon if it looks like what happened to the rest of the Terran hegemony might happen to us," Olsen explained. "Our star may be dim, but that does not mean that our final rage against the dying of the light would not be very bright indeed." "You consider yourselves the dying ember of the Terran hegemony and the Star League then, I assume?" Elise Stewart asked. "Dying? No, not hardly," Olsen replied. "More like the spark that relit what will one day become a raging inferno lighting the way to the future," he said before chuckling. "You know, if I was allowed to stand for re-election that line would have definitely been recycled into a speech, but as it is I'll just have to save it for my memoirs," he continued. "Oh, in case you don't know, I'm serving out my last term in office. Our constitution only permits the High Associator to be re-elected twice, so come the next election in 2840 I'm back to being a private citizen. It's actually quite liberating in a way. I don't have to schmooze with people I don't like or pretend to agree with random nut jobs I run into out on the street anymore." "Term limits? Not very Terran of you," Stewart observed. "The positions of First Lord and the Director General of the hegemony may have been lifetime appointments, and the elected members of the High Council certainly had no term limits, but there's always room for innovation and improvement in government," Olsen replied. "Our system certainly makes it trickier for one man or woman to so entrench themselves in authority that they become some kind of tyrannical dictator. I'll choose to assume that by tyrannical dictator you are referencing those sat on the throne of the Draconis Combine or the Capellan Confederation, rather than my father," Garth Merrick remarked. "No offense, but honestly I can't see the Free Worlds League as being centralized or organized enough for any Captain General to meet the usual criteria," Olsen replied. "That's really not meant as an insult, by the way. Your Parliament and Regional Power Blocks act as somewhat of a check on your leadership that is sorely lacking in other places. If you want to see true totalitarianism in action, look at what happened on Kent Ares." "We don't like you for what you did, not who you are," Franklin Hallis interjected. "It's an important distinction. We don't like the Capellan Confederation for who, and what, they are, which is the reason why we're prepared to be accommodating, if not necessarily in the manner you're hoping for," Olsen told Garth Merrick. "I'll cut to the chase. no, we won't give you HPGs or technical assistance on how to get ones you've seized from Comstar running again, not because we like Comstar, in fact at the moment we're extremely ill-disposed towards them, but because we signed an agreement with them that gave us access to their network as long as we didn't provide hyperpulse technology to any other state. Merrick frowned. But aren't you currently unable to access the Comstar network because your only HPG link operates through the Free Worlds League that they've put under interdiction? He queried. Doesn't that mean they broke the agreement between you? We can still access it in a roundabout manner through the magistracy, though there are related financial matters which we are extremely aggrieved about, Olsen replied. Frankly, it's a pain in the ass, but we have business dealings with parties beyond the local area and losing Comstar network access would have a negative effect on our economy. We could certainly make it worth your while, Merrick persisted. Even a handful of HPGs or a few manuals would help swing the war back the other way, he said. It's going badly for us, as I'm sure you realize, he admitted. Worth our while in the short term perhaps, but not in the long term, I suspect, Olsen replied. Comstar is not to be trusted, Merrick declared. Do you doubt that they passed on our military secrets to our enemies, thus violating their supposed neutrality? He asked, feigned indignance ignoring the fact that in secret they had previously informed the Free Worlds League of what the other successor states were up to first. Oh, we believe you about that. The only thing we're not sure of is why you thought they wouldn't, Olsen replied, chuckling. Look, if you feel obliged to make threats at this point to try and get what you want, then please go ahead, but it won't get you what you want, while it will mean I don't tell you my proposal on how we might be of assistance otherwise. Elise Stewart and Garth Merrick looked at each other before turning back towards Olsen. What proposal? Merrick asked curiously. Okay, assuming threats are off the table, then allow me to present a scenario, Olsen began. Let's say that hypothetically the NEOPS Association was interested in purchasing Stingray aerospace fighters, from Andurian Aerotech. I'm told they have a manufacturing facility for them on Westover 4 jumps from here, he continued, looking to Hallis for confirmation, the military officer nodding. Now, what with the war going on, and your ability to transport raw materials around restricted by the need to use jump ships to carry messages, not just haul cargo, Andurian is currently in no position to oblige. Woe is NEOPS. Garth Merrick looked puzzled. I'm not sure where you're going with this, he admitted. Now you see, while NEOPS does not have a production line for the Stingray, or any aerospace fighter type for that matter, we do have a certain amount of indigenous arms production, which includes the ability to manufacture particle projector cannon, Olsen continued. A weapon that I believe the Stingray mounts but is in somewhat short supply in the Free Worlds League at the best of times. Too many of them going into the awesome, I guess, Hallis Riley observed. I don't know where you got the mistaken idea that the Free Worlds League was lacking in PPC production, Merrick replied flatly. Well, one indication was the way you've been noted as replacing the PPC on your examples of the Black Knight with a large laser, which you wouldn't be doing if you had PPCs to spare, Hallis responded. Now, to be fair, it's not that you don't make a lot of PPCs, it's more likely that your problem is that so many of the machines you rely on mount them. You've got 2 factories making the Awesome, 2 making Marauders, other factories making the Thug, Warhammer, Battlemaster, and Griffin. Well, I've made my point, but when added to all that the fact that your primary medium aerospace fighter also mounts a PPC, it's not surprising that production doesn't meet demand. Indeed. So what if NEOPS was to try and speed up Stingray production, in particular by shipping PPCs to Westover, purely for our own benefit of course, helping to clear the production backlog so we get ours sooner, Olsen suggested. Of course, there is also the matter of how we would pay for these aerospace fighters once they were complete. I mean, with the HPG net down, we can't simply transfer C-bills now, can we? He asked rhetorically. We might even have to resort to barter. Bartering what? More PPCs, obviously, Olsen replied, smiling. And I mean, we're not actually in any rush to receive our new fighters right now, so if we had to wait a couple of years for the first batch, that would be fine, even though we would make full payment in advance. Full payment in the form of PPCs, Garth Merrick replied, playing along. Indeed, Olsen confirmed. Naturally we would deliver the PPCs to Westover ourselves, perhaps in a jump ship that was honestly too large for the assigned task and might be forced to pick up and transport other cargo along the way to make the trip worthwhile. We were thinking about a monolith following a very roundabout route from here to Westover and then back again. Got any cargo that needs moving between any of the systems between here and there? Hallis asked. I mean, what with so many of your jump ships busy elsewhere, you must. Nothing military, of course. We're strictly neutral and trust that any encrypted communications we might carry along with us for you would not violate that status either, Olsen added for himself. You don't see the PPCs you're moving in this hypothetical scenario as being military cargo? Elise Stewart asked knowingly. Nah, just trade goods because we can't pay in C-bills, Olsen replied. Wholly the property of the NEOPS Association until they get to Westover, at which time what happens to them is none of our business, he said. Just to be clear, this proposal should not be taken as a sign that we like you, it's more that we don't like Comstar, particularly not at the moment. Do you mind me asking how it is you seem to have this PPC production capability that must be beyond your own needs? Garth Merrick asked. Not at all, we made some weapon production lines to replace worn-out hardware. You've got to remember all our machines date from the Amorous War or just afterwards, and plan to sell any excess production, perhaps to the magistracy or even to yourselves eventually," Olsen replied. "I'm sure you know we also purchased a license to produce the Thug, and we were going to need PPCs for those as well, of course." Elise Stewart frowned. "You realize that getting our hands on more PPCs, and a little more transport capability, isn't going to help enough for us to beat back the Lyrans and Capellans?" she asked. "Yes, but other than offer our thoughts and prayers there isn't much more we can do without breaking our agreement with Comstar, as I said," Olsen replied apologetically. "Even if we could scrape up a handful of HPGs for you, and maybe offer technical assistance, it's extremely doubtful we could swing the war back in your favor anyway, not at this point. When you eventually throw in the towel we don't want to be the next ones interdicted." "Honestly I'm not sure that my father will think this is a good enough response from Neops," Merrick suggested. "If he thinks you're bluffing about your purported nuclear arsenal he might order more direct methods to force you to comply with his demands. Then he'll find out that we're not bluffing and the Free Worlds League is in no fit state right now to deal with what we'll do to every one of your worlds within reach of our military," Olsen replied flatly. "If he's trying to save his domain then getting a fair chunk of it orbitally bombarded because his warships are tied up elsewhere is not the way. Perhaps we should throw them another bone, the one we discussed earlier," Hallis said to Olsen. Olsen nodded. "As well as the PPCs we have limited ERP-C production and can provide some of them, along with double heat sinks, that Brigadier Franklin advises you could secretly mount to some of your new build Marauder mechs after they've left the factory. A MAD 3R with those would basically be a downgraded Royal Marauder, just without the ferrofibrous armor," Hallis explained. "It's not a war-winning weapon, but if you suddenly deployed say a company of the things onto the battlefield one day, maybe even painted up in SLDF colors, it might make your opposition think you'd found a big Star League cache and cause them to halt their advance. It's not like they've got Comstar feeding them intelligence on all your dispositions right now. By limited we mean we're hand-building them," Olsen lied, "so don't go thinking we can ramp up production and help you turn the tide with hundreds of pseudo-royals," he said. "My advice would be to sue for peace while you've still got a star nation that's mostly intact. Presumably you're hand-building ERP-Cs for some of your hand-built Thug assaults," Merrick surmised. "That makes sense under the circumstances," he reasoned. "What exactly would you want for these ERP-Cs and heat sinks?" Stewart queried. "Ongoing courteous relations with the Free Worlds League and for you not to tell anyone where you got them," Olsen replied. "You can tell Comstar about the normal PPCs though, in fact we'd actually like you to, once you're back on speaking terms, we're trying to make a point there that there are consequences to messing with us." Garth Merrick looked thoughtful. "I've got to admit this is not what I thought I would be discussing with you when I arrived at Neops," he told them honestly. "To be frank we certainly never expected an actual member of the Merrick family to come to us looking for help, so these are untested waters for all of us," Giles Olsen replied with a shrug. "There is one thing though, I was wary of asking this earlier because I feared it might sound crass, but under the circumstances for the life of me I don't know whether I should offer my condolences for the death of your Aunt Jeanette or not," he added awkwardly. Note from the author. Despite his relative youth, Garth Merrick, youngest son of Charles Merrick, seems to have been the one responsible for the Free Worlds League getting off as likely as they did after losing the Comstar War. Instead of his father sending him off to negotiate with the Primus Raymond Karpov and the First Circuit as in canon, he is dispatched to Neops first to try and get some HPGs, or technical assistance. Neops does not want to break their agreement with Comstar, but they are angry enough with them to offer the Free Worlds League some help of a different kind. The FWL suffered an ongoing shortage of PPCs through the succession wars, which only got worse over time, needing to replace the PPC on some of their Black Knight mechs with a large laser as early as 2809, and the first succession war was just one example. By 2873 they also ended up having to produce a model of the Marauder without PPCs, and in 2915 a type of Banshee without them. It wasn't that they didn't make a lot of PPCs, it was that so many of their most numerically important machines used them, including the awesome Witch-mounted 3, that they rarely had enough, thus often having to substitute in lasers and LRMs instead. If their PPC supply was such a logistical bottleneck at the best of times, it must have been surely even worse during the Comstar War/interdiction, so an additional supply of particle projector cannon could have an outsized, if still far from war-winning, effect. It also amuses Neops that if asked why they're giving the FWL PPCs they can blame Comstar. "We're not giving them PPCs, we used them as currency. We wanted to pay for new fighters and C-bills instead, but we couldn't because of the interdiction. The Stingray is a decent aerospace fighter with a lot of punch, but if you don't have enough PPCs for all your mechs, having your primary medium fighter mount one as well isn't great logistically. One of the factories that makes the Stingray is on Westover, only 4 jumps from Neops, so it's pretty close. A monolith taking a less than direct route there in bed could haul a lot of cargo between different inhabited systems, which might be handy if the ships usually flying between them are unavailable. Neops could easily provide a lot more ERP-Cs than they are too, but not letting the FWL know that is rather important. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XXXV. If you want to keep people from trying to steal the diamonds you've just dug out of your mine, then I cannot endorse too highly the method of having a Battlemaster stood outside the building they're stored in. Major Marcelo Gao, 2840 CE. Ennis City Spaceport Westover System 2838. When they said this planet made Alphard look temperate, I thought they were joking, Captain Ann Blood complained, looking across the great flat expanse of concrete which constituted the Ennis Spaceport. The sun was beating down like an orbital strike and she wondered if she shouldn't have tried to borrow a sombrero from one of the crew of the Saratoga before coming here. Yeah ma'am, but it's a dry heat, her longtime aide responded, trying to strike a more optimistic note. Remember when we visited Frobisher the first time? That felt worse than this, what with the humidity on the island where we landed, he recalled. True enough, Blood conceded. Humidity was not something you had to contend with on Westover 4. It was a good 10 degrees warmer at the equator than Alphard was, and the oceans covered even less of the surface, resulting in a planet that was absolutely parched. Even stood at the bottom of one of the cargo ramps, sheltering in the shadow of the mule they had arrived in, the air temperature was scorching, and it felt like the breeze was trying to strip your skin of any moisture it had. Cargo handlers with a forklift and a loader had already collected the crates of PPCs they had transported here from Neops earlier in the day, and the dropship had been fully refueled and resupplied immediately afterwards, but until the FWL authorities got their act together they couldn't leave as yet. If I ever had to perform manual labor here, I think I'd need to borrow a cooling suit and a portable battery pack to power it, Blood remarked, watching some poor unfortunates manually loading another dropship situated a few hundred meters away. This was definitely a place where one of those fancy new Cargo King dropships that Neops was supposed to start producing soon, which did all that for you, would come in handy. Wouldn't it be easier to just get the Marine detachment to do it? Oh, they'd all be dead of heat exhaustion before I resorted to humping crates around myself, Blood replied, grinning. Privilege of rank. Yes ma'am, her aide replied. If they don't start emptying this place of dropships soon, there won't be anywhere for anyone else to land, he observed. Despite covering a vast area, the Ennis Spaceport was near full to capacity with grounded dropships, all waiting for a jump ship to turn up and collect them, which hadn't come. There were literally dozens of the things stretching out for kilometers in all directions, all baking in the sun with people visibly milling around them or heading for the terminal facility where there was at least air conditioning. With the Free Worlds League diverting jump ships to carry urgent messages, and requisitioning others to move fresh military units and the necessary logistics for them up to the ever-deteriorating front lines, interstellar traffic in Merrick space was a total mess. Naturally it was civilian cargo that took the lowest priority, but as shipments of food and raw materials stopped arrived, that had eventually started to affect armaments production too. Naturally Andurian Aerotech was given the highest priority for any jump ships that were available, with most any invader or merchant class vessel that arrived in the Westover system being requisitioned to carry disassembled Stingray and Reaver aerospace fighters, or just spare parts for them, up to where they were needed. Quite a few of the PPCs that Blood had delivered would likely just be shipped straight back out too, many ending up being used to replace damaged ones on battle mechs fighting the Lyrans or Capellans, but what House Merrick did with them after Neops delivered the things was none of her business. The fact that even in times like these the Merrick bureaucracy was still almost as bad as ever did not speak well of the Free Worlds League. Blood had a monolith jump ship with empty docking ports available and had filed a flight plan back to Neops which included a stop-off at Les Novo, the regional capital with a population in the billions, and they had yet to sort out which dropships they wanted her to take there, leaving both Blood and her jump ship stood idle while they made up their minds. Having filed her flight plan well over a week ago now, while still en route from the jump point to the planet, Captain Blood was frankly less than impressed by their efficiency. It was probably all down to having people in authority that were too used to passing on orders from above, rather than use their personal initiative. Without constant instructions coming from Atrus via HPG, much of the system ground to a halt, and too many of those who were supposed to be in leadership positions were incapable of leading. It made Blood wonder how a completely top-down, centrally planned society like the Capellans would cope with a Comstar interdiction. She could easily imagine it seizing up completely without orders flowing constantly from Xi'an, mostly because everyone was too afraid of being shot if they did something the Chancellor didn't like, and he, or she, wasn't telling them what that actually was. The Federated Suns would likely cope the best. Their governmental structure was more decentralized and their military expected their commanders to use some personal initiative. The Dracs were top-down, but cut off from orders their military would just throw themselves at the nearest enemy planet relentlessly anyway, as always. Meanwhile, if they were cut off from the generals giving orders, the armies of the Lyran Commonwealth would probably enjoy their greatest military successes of the war. The local bars near the port were probably busy catering to all the dropship crews left stranded there waiting patiently for a ride. Those waiting impatiently instead wouldn't get out of there any quicker, so why not just go get a drink? At least Ennis, the capital city of Westover, could easily accommodate a few extra sailors with nothing to do. Ennis had been built on the continent of Dorset because it was closer to the North Pole than the planet's other continent, Bournemouth, although being cooled by the standards of Westover 4 meant very little to most visitors because it was still a damn furnace. With something like 1 in 9 of the planet's inhabitants living there, Ennis was a full-fledged metropolis of a city, and even though the spaceport was well outside of town, you couldn't possibly miss the skyscrapers off in the distance. Taking advantage of the abundant sunshine, solar panels seemed to carpet every city roof when seen from the air, and it had made for quite a sight when coming into land. The gigantic factory complex belonging to Andurian Aerospace also lay outside of town, although away from the spaceport, and a maglev line linked the port, the city, and the factories. Fortunately for Westover, it was 7 jumps from the nearest Steiner-controlled system, and the nearest Capellans were more like 10 jumps away, so it had managed to get through the succession wars as yet unbombarded and with its infrastructure intact. The local militia garrison wasn't too large or well equipped in terms of battle mechs, but then it didn't really need to be, not just because it was so far from the front lines, but because no pirate in their right mind would risk running into all the aerospace fighters Andurian could put in the air if they had to. They didn't just make them here, they tested them here, and the test pilots employed by the firm would be only too happy to shoot up a few uninvited guests. If it wasn't so damn arid, Westover would actually be one of the nicest places in the Free Worlds League to live. As it was, the locals did always enjoy mocking visitors who complained about the heat when it wasn't even midday yet. In some ways it was a good thing that it took nearly 2 weeks to make the journey by dropship from the jump point to the planet, because at least it had given the crew of Blood's own dropship a chance to acclimatize somewhat. Blood had gradually raised the temperature aboard the Mule by a little every day, so the hot air rushing in when they opened the airlock on arrival didn't hit them all like a hammer, but for anyone that lived on a world like Neops 7, this one was still hellish. Orbiting a F6V type star, larger, hotter, and overall nearly 3 times as luminous as Terra, let alone a dinky little red dwarf like Neops, Westover 4 had been settled originally because it was mineral rich and over the years had become something of an industrial powerhouse. Considering it had been colonized for over 300 years and was economically developed, you might expect it to have a larger population than it did, though at 160 million it certainly wasn't tiny, but there just wasn't the available farmland or water resources to support many more inhabitants than that. If it wasn't for imports of tri-fill water purifiers from the Curtis Hydroponics Company based in the Paradise System 5 jumps away, Westover wouldn't even be able to support that many people. Although inferior to the Jamerson-Ulikov system developed by the Star League a few years later, the tri-fill purifiers did have a couple of advantages over the JU as far as Westover was concerned. Firstly, they were made on a planet belonging to the Free Worlds League, and secondly, the Free Worlds League had destroyed the factories on Brownsville that made the Jamerson-Ulikovs with nuclear weapons to stop the Capellans getting them, so it was trifill or nothing. "Is that an ice cream truck?" Blood exclaimed, spotting what appeared to be just that driving across the port towards one of the larger dropships, a hulking mammoth. "That guy is going to make a fortune selling out here," her aide replied. "I guess he drove out from the city when he realized how many potential customers there were at the port." Blood pursed her lips. "Do you think the locals would regard it as an act of war if I sent over a few Marines to requisition the thing?" she asked. "Probably. I guess Admiral Bremen would be kinda ticked off if I did that," Blood reasoned. "He wouldn't be best pleased, ma'am." "Career-ending move probably," Blood thought aloud, pretending to be still considering it. "Life-ending. He'd have you shot," the aide stated sincerely. Captain Blood nodded. "Probably not worth it," she decided after weighing it all up in her mind. "Next time we come here we should bring an industrial ice cream maker and a walk-in refrigerator full of cold beer," she decided. "I'll make a note, ma'am," her aide replied, grinning. "If you're thinking about selling some of the ice cream and beer to people on other dropships, we'll also need some Merrick Eagles to bribe someone in local government for a business license. It's the cost of doing business in the Free Worlds League where nothing is free and there's always a noble or civil servant with a palm that needs greasing. Yet, if they ever find a way to tax the black economy here, they'd be able to outspend the Steiner and Liao combined in terms of military budget." Blood responded only half in jest. "Best not start a war over ice cream," she decided. "I'm still in with a chance of getting to command a warship before I retire," she added. Being transferred from command of a Star-Lord jumpship to a much larger monolith 2 years ago had already been effectively a promotion for Captain Blood, although she had certainly done a great deal more traveling in her previous vessel. There weren't too many jobs which required a jumpship that big and expensive to run, so her command, the Uluru, had been practically in mothballs when the order came down that they wanted a monolith to make cargo runs into, and partially around, the Free Worlds League. The return of the large salvage operation sent down to Makivti's Folly had freed up some personnel, so at least Uluru had a full complement of crew for her and the 2 Neop-Sondan-operated dropships she was hauling, but most of her docking callers would be assigned to FWL dropships as she jumped around Merrick space doing a favor for the League. On the way here, Blood had picked up 4 dropships full of parts and raw materials at Hednesford and transported them on to Kendall, where a company called Brooks Incorporated had a factory that made combat vehicles. Then she hauled mining equipment from Kendall to Jubka via New Galicia and then refined metals from Jubka onto Westover via Turov. It was certainly an extremely indirect route to take, but Andurian Aerotech apparently needed the metals from Jubka for Stingray production as much as they needed the cargo of PPCs from Neops, and the High Associator was more than willing to put plenty of time, money, and resources into getting back at Comstar. It had been another Neops-operated monolith, the Kalamos, which had delivered the first batch of PPCs to Westover a few months back, taking the direct route to get them there as quickly as possible, though the ship's journey home was somewhat circuitous as it hauled cargo for the Free Worlds League. This PPC shipment had been publicly announced, NEOPS issuing a statement intersphere-wide via the Thraxa HPG that it was forced to pay for a purchase of Stingray aerospace fighters by bartering weapons because it was unable to do so with C-bills thanks to the interdiction, and stating that this did not mean NEOPS was politically aligned with the Free Worlds League. If Comstar interdicted any other successor state in the future, NEOPS would happily pay them in weapons as well if requested when purchasing goods or services. The other secret cargo of ERPCs and double heatsinks Calamos had also been hauling to Westover was quietly passed over to some spooky safe-looking individuals. Unmarked trucks had arrived in the dead of night while spaceport security were told to look the other way, or else, and the crew of the dropship from Calamos loaded them as fast as possible before anyone tested the or else. Blood turned as one of the dropship crew came running down the loading ramp behind her, the sound of boots hitting the metal decking hard to ignore. "Excuse me, Captain, I thought you should hear this," the crewman announced himself, reaching her. "It just said on local radio that a jump ship that just arrived in system brought news that Charles Merrick is dead," he announced. "Had a stroke, or a brain aneurysm or something apparently," he told her. "A brain aneurysm?" Blood repeated quizzically. "Yes, Captain," the crewman confirmed. Captain Anne Blood rolled her eyes. "Did they say what caliber it was?" she asked sardonically. "No, Captain," the crewman replied, trying not to laugh. "You think someone offed him?" Blood's aide asked. "Merrick's gone," Merrick, Blood responded wryly, shaking her head. "My guess is that he was too stubborn to negotiate with Comstar and one of his kids decided he had to go while there was still a Free Worlds League actually worth inheriting," she suggested. "Poor bastard couldn't have been too much older than I am. If it wasn't natural causes it could have been someone from their parliament that did it instead, or maybe Safe," the aide suggested. "Safe would have missed," Blood joked. It was perhaps exaggerated how bad the intelligence service of the Free Worlds League actually were at their jobs, but it was difficult to argue that their record was spotty at best. Supposedly it all dated back to 2735 when Bertram Merrick had the Intelligence Act of 2735 passed in the wake of a bloody Merrick civil war. The act had borked Safe by cutting their budget severely, increasing parliamentary oversight, and restricted their internal security role. Although the act hadn't been strictly enforced since the days of Kenyon Merrick and his infamous Resolution 288, the document which effectively granted him dictatorial powers, the consequences to Safe being severely hamstrung a century ago were still being felt as it had given their rivals in other nations a huge advantage over them for decades. According to the radio, his oldest son Gerald is being recalled to Atrus from the front lines. They'll probably officially declare him the next Captain General as soon as he gets home, the crewman told them. His sister Philippa is supposedly holding the reins on Atrus for now. With the HPG net down, and with Steiner and Liao on the rampage, nobody is going to want to cause any more disruption, so their parliament will probably let things slide procedurally until the Free Worlds League's not quite so deep in the shit, Blood reasoned. It'll be interesting to see how long they leave it before they open a dialogue with Comstar, she pondered aloud. They won't want to do it straight away because it'll look too much like someone got rid of Charles for just that reason, but the quicker they come to terms with Karpov the better it'll be for the League overall, she said before turning to the crewman who had brought the news. Get back to the radio and if you hear anything else important let me know, she ordered. Yes, Captain, the crewman replied, turning on his heels and running back up the ramp. Might be interesting to see how the locals take the news, Blood remarked. Even loyalists must have been thinking that Chuck Merrick screwed the pooch by starting a fight with Comstar without much of a plan on how to win it other than cross his fingers and hope for the best. He probably thought Safe and his technical people would do better at getting the hyperpulse generators up and working again, her aide replied. Betting the fate of your entire nation on wishful thinking, without a good backup plan if destiny isn't in your corner, is pretty foolhardy if you ask me, Blood opined. Of course, expecting rationality and pragmatism from someone that orders a Comstar station to be blasted to fragments in a fit of pique, rather than retaliate for being screwed over in a more restrained and less overt manner, is probably asking too much of the late Captain General. Someone should have drummed into him at an early age that revenge is a dish best served cold. Like a banana split. Banana split? I'm having trouble making myself stop thinking about ice cream, Blood admitted. So I assumed, ma'am, her aide replied, grinning. As for Charles Merrick, when he was basically raised by his grandfather, that being Kenyon Merrick it might be too much to hope that he would have been taught nuance and subtlety, let alone self-control, he suggested wryly. With Charles's father Thaddeus usually away serving in the FWL Navy during the First Succession War, and his uncle Carl having been killed in action fighting the Lyrans, most of the influence on Charles's early life on Atrus had come from Kenyon, and while Kenyon was a decent enough military strategist, his diplomatic skills were somewhat lacking to say the least. Yeah, I guess, Blood conceded. They say Kenyon could walk into a room with half a dozen strangers in it and walk out again 5 minutes later after somehow having made 7 new enemies. House Merrick has definitely produced some interesting rulers over the centuries, the aide observed, shaking his head sadly. How they survived this long when it only took one Cretan in charge to bring down the Terran hegemony is a mystery. Cretan? That's no way to refer to First Lord Richard Cameron, Blood chided. He was always more of a bozo. I stand corrected, ma'am. Captain and Blood looked around again. With the sun shifting in the sky as the day wore on, they wouldn't be in the shadow of the dropship much longer, and there was no way she was wanted to deal with direct sunlight. Westover was a place where everyone wore sunglasses during the day, not just visitors from place like Neops where you could actually look directly at the sun safely enough. Is that hovercraft heading our way? She asked, noticing an approaching vehicle that was kicking up a lot of dust as it went. It looked like a type the SLDF used, a Gabriel if she remembered correctly, but despite being armed, with a turret mounting a laser visibly atop the thing, it wasn't painted up in Star League olive drab, or FWL colors either. Looks like it, her aide replied as the Gabriel slowed to a halt and stopped next to the ramp. Fusion powered, with powerful electric motors driving the fans keeping it in the air, it normally ran pretty silently compared to an ICE-powered machine, although if Blood recalled that if you angled the fans in the correct, or rather incorrect way, the machine would howl its way along like an archangel blowing a trumpet heralding the end of days. The hovercraft set down and the door opened. A one-person vehicle, the turret was fully automated and controlled by its own targeting computer, so only a driver was necessary. The single occupant climbed out, revealing it to be a man in early middle age wearing lightweight military fatigues. Squinting against the sun until he could move into the shadow of the dropship, the stranger looked up at the large Red Cameron Star insignia painted on the side of the mule before approaching Blood and her aide. You're from Neops, right? He asked, expression indicating he was really hoping they were. Yes, Blood confirmed, frowning. Oh, thank God! The man exclaimed, now looking visibly relieved. We had no idea how the hell we were going to make the last few jumps. I'm sorry, who are you exactly? Blood wanted to know, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. Major Sam Tyson, commanding officer of Tyson's Troublemakers, the man replied. Your government hired us for a planetary garrison contract just before Comstar pulled the plug on the HPG network in Free World's territory, and we've been trying to get to you ever since, he explained. You have no idea what a pain in the ass it's been, he added, groaning. I was told by port authorities that your commanding officer is a Captain Blood. Can I speak to him, please? He requested. It's Captain Blood, not Blood, and you're speaking to her right now, and Blood replied, tapping the name tag on her uniform. Sorry. I was kinda expecting a guy with an eye patch, the man claiming to be Major Samuel Tyson replied awkwardly. We don't have our own jump ship, so we usually get around by catching a ride on a civilian jump ship heading our way. Takes a while but not usually this long. All the usual shipping routes are disrupted all to hell, and we couldn't reach you via HPG to let you know what was happening, he said. We started out in Federated Suns territory, crossed the border into Merrick space easily enough on a cargo hauler. They don't shoot at each other very much, so there's always some cross-border trade, but then it all became a nightmare of a journey. We ended up backtracking at least twice to try and get a connecting jump ship that would get us closer to the periphery. Got stuck on Regulus for over a month, thought we'd be stranded on Gibson forever until we managed to wrangle a couple of free docking ports on an invader heading from there to here to deliver a dropship full of medium lasers and urgently pick up some PPCs or something. Sounds like quite the trip, Blood responded, still not sure of the man. If I ever write an autobiography it'll fill a whole chapter, Tyson told her. We had to sell our Padilla on Gibson to cover our expenses, not that we had many Aero 4s left for it anyway. Your government transferred enough C-bills as an advance to cover our expected travel costs, and fortunately we exchanged them for Merrick Eagles before we set out, but our journey took a lot longer and was a lot less direct than it should have been, he said, groaning again. If you're heading back to Neops, and have a couple of free slots on your jump ship, can we get a ride? He asked hopefully. If not, can you tell your government where we are and why we never turned up on time? Blood nodded. I'll need to see some credentials, and inspect your dropships, but if you're who you say you are we can get you back to Neops where another jump ship will take you on to where the government want you to be, she replied. We were told it was a planet called Galileo, but I checked and I couldn't find it on a map, Tyson told her. You wouldn't, it's one of our newer colonies 3 jump spin ward of Neops, Blood explained. I'll warn you that we don't know how long we'll be stuck on Westover yet though. We're still waiting on the locals to tell us what dropships they want us to haul to Les Novo on the way back home, she said. With our dropship, and your 2, we've still got the docking ports for another 6 on my jump ship, so I'm hoping they don't want us to move more than that. Tyson raised his eyebrows. You've got a monolith? He asked in surprise. Those were rare, although thinking about it, if the 295th ended up on Neops they must have brought a lot of jump ships with them just to haul the whole division along. Sure do. Traded up from commanding a Star Lord a few years ago, Blood replied. They gave my old boat to my former first officer. I think they've got him hauling cargo from Neops to Copernicus these days. Never heard of that system either, Tyson admitted. When his contract with Neops was agreed he had tried to learn as much as he could about the place, and the region around it, but there wasn't much available. We took that one over a while back. It's not as far out as Galileo, and the population is larger, so we garrison it ourselves, Blood told him. You can always tell the systems we named ourselves, NEOPS was founded by astronomers and such, so the government names everything after famous historical ones, she explained. So what dropships are you operating? She asked out of professional interest as well as curiosity. We've got a dictator and an intruder, Tyson replied. The troublemakers used to have 2 more dictators, an overlord and a triumph as well, but that was back in my mother's day when we were a full regiment with a star lord of our own. Davian kept throwing us at the Drax until we were all that's left, less than 4 lances of mechs, a few tanks and a couple of aerospace fighters. Most of the people we've got on the intruder are our dependents, so don't go thinking it's full of infantry, we're down to not much more than a platoon of them, he told her. Nearly half of our mechs are assaults though, and there's a lance of heavies on top of that, so we're a lot punchier than most merc companies our size. The troublemakers started out as a heavy assault regiment with the SLDF, so if your people hired us to fight off pirates we'll scare the ever-loving shit out of most bands, he declared with some justification. We're just not in a fit state to face a combined sort of light regiment anymore, and we're looking for a less dangerous job, he admitted. Too many widows and orphans to take care of already, if you know what I mean. What happened to your jump ship? Blood asked. It got nuked, Tyson replied flatly. Juicer target for the Drax than the Fedcom invaders it was with at the time, I guess. Our overlord and one of our dictators were still attached at the time, so they went up too. Not exactly the troublemaker's best day, he added sadly. Guess not, Blood sympathized. Did you hear about Charles Merrick? She asked, realizing he might not have done. No. What about him? Tyson replied. He died, just came over the radio. Brain aneurysm or something supposedly, Blood told him. Tyson looked momentarily surprised, then frowned before rolling his eyes. At least they didn't say that he fell down an elevator shaft onto some bullets, he quipped. I wonder if he was killed because he was, or wasn't, going to make peace with Comstar. He asked rhetorically. Probably the latter. Looks like his son Gerald is taking over, assuming their parliament doesn't try and interfere, Blood told him. They'd better not for the sake of the League. The last thing these people need is more chaos and disorder. We saw enough of that traveling from one side of Merrick space to the other. If they end up with internal civil strife because different factions are fighting for the crown as well, the Lyrans and the Cappies will carve up their territory like a roast turkey, Tyson stated with certainty. Our dropships are way over on the other side of the port. We weren't dropping off cargo, so we got assigned the pads furthest from the buildings. If you've got transport I can lead you over there in my Gabe if you want to check us out. I wouldn't suggest walking there, not in this heat. We've got an all-terrain jeep up in the bay. I'll get it unloaded, just keep your speed down. It's not exactly fast, Blood replied, nodded to her aide to go get that done. It's got a folding roof that can keep the sun off at least. Tyson grinned. We put an old chunk of armor plate outside yesterday so the kids could fry eggs on it. Made a change from a barbecue party, he said, laughing. Had to make sure they stayed in the shade as much as possible though. One of my people decided to try and get a tan when we first got here after getting really pale from being cooped up in the ship. She was in the medbay on the intruder recovering from sunburn and heat stroke after not much more than an hour outside midday. They've got quite some sun here, Blood agreed. Yours is a red dwarf, right? This must really hit you guys hard, Tyson surmised. Blood nodded. It's not exactly what we're used to, she confirmed. Some of our marine detachment spent some time on one of our colonies, Alfard, which is almost as hot and dry as this, but Westover is definitely something special, all right, she agreed. Oh, we might be getting out of here quicker than I feared. I guess this is the news I was waiting for on what dropships I'm hauling away, she said, spotting another ground vehicle heading towards them. This one a small 4-wheeled ATV painted up in FWLM colors and carrying 2 men wearing militia uniforms. The ATV pulled up and the 2 men dismounted. Captain Blood. One of the 2 queried. He was wearing the insignia of a lieutenant colonel, which put him at equivalent rank to a naval captain. The other seemed to be a corporal who had been driving. It's spelled and pronounced Blood, the woman in question corrected him, indicating her name patch. How can I help you? She asked. Lieutenant Colonel Moretti, Free Worlds League Militia, he introduced himself. We need you to transport 8 dropships to Escobus urgently, he told her. No can do, that's in completely the wrong direction, Blood replied. We're heading back to Neops, with a diversion out to Les Novo a little out of our way to help you guys out before we do. I filed my flight plan with the authorities, check with them. Moretti narrowed his eyes. Those plans have changed, he told her. We have a large shipment of military equipment that is needed there with all haste. Military equipment? Well, that makes it a double no can do because Neops is neutral and we won't haul that kind of cargo for the Free Worlds League, or anyone else, Blood responded. This isn't a request, it's an order, Moretti told her with an edge to his tone of voice. You work for us, he added curtly. Blood laughed. I'm not part of your military, and I'm not even one of your citizens, so you can't give me orders, she replied, amused rather than intimidated by his attitude. And as to where you got the idea that we work for you, I've got no idea, she continued. Our agreement with your government does not include provisions for what you're requesting, so it's not happening. Still happy to transport a few dropships to Les Novo, or even Gazabad because it's between here and there, but I'm sure as shit not carrying military hardware halfway to the Capellan Confederation because you ask me to. Don't make me seize your vessel, Moretti growled. I can have a company of infantry here in 30 minutes, he threatened. Try it and my monolith will jump away and your government won't get another shipment of PPCs until they apologize in writing and you're busted to buck private and sent to fight a Lyran battle mech regiment on your own armed with nothing but a sharp stick, Blood replied, completely unintimidated by his tone and posture. More to the point, I can have a company of battle mechs here in less than 10 minutes, Tyson interjected, looking Moretti in the eye. Who the fuck are you? Moretti wanted to know. Major Samuel Tyson, commanding officer Tyson's Troublemakers. Under contract to the Neops Association, which makes her fight my fight, he stated with conviction. Never heard of you, Moretti retorted. That's because until now we were contracted by the Federated Sons, where we've been taking on Drac Sword of Light regiments and Capellan regulars, so if you think we sweat some planetary militia that's never been within a 2-month journey of the front, then you're sadly mistaken, Tyson told him flatly. If you don't believe me, talk to the guys in the building that inspected our dropships on arrival. Make sure to ask about my assault mechs. While you're at it, check the paperwork regarding the terms of the agreement we made with Garth Merrick, Blood advised, slightly surprised but grateful for Tyson's intervention. Technically his mercenaries were only obliged to defend Neops' interests on Galileo. Garth Merrick was only acting on behalf of his father and the Captain General had died, or hadn't you heard? Moretti persisted. We had, which I think puts Gerald Merrick in charge, and I can't see him breaking an agreement made by his little brother, especially when you need our PPCs to hold back the armies currently pushing you back to Atrus, Blood replied. Find a ship registered in the Free Worlds League and get them to take your dropships to Escobus or wherever. None of them are big enough to carry them all, Moretti replied, sounding a little less sure of himself now. Then requisition more than one, Blood told him. Is there anything else? She asked sardonically. You haven't heard the last of this, Moretti spat, turning on his heels and heading back to his ATV, his driver following. We'll see, Blood called after him. What a schmuck, she opined more quietly to Tyson. You know, if he calls in air support we're screwed, Tyson noted. For that matter, I'm not being paid enough to take on the entire garrison. He's not going to want to take the risk of this all blowing up in his face, Blood said confidently. I'll tell my people what's going on, and after that, if the jeep's ready, I'll follow you over to your dropships. While I'm waiting, I think I'll intercept that ice cream truck and steer them towards our intruder. The kids love it, Tyson decided, looking over to where the thing was parked next to the mammoth yonder. Shouldn't take long. Good plan. Pick me up a cone, any flavor but mint, Blood requested, heading up the ramp. Will do, Tyson replied, laughing at just how earnest she sounded about it. Blood stopped and turned around. Oh yeah, just one more thing, Major, she said. Yeah. Welcome back to the 11th Army, Blood told him. Note from the author. Westover is a very hot and dry planet and one of the places where Andurian Aerotech manufactures the Stingray and Reaver aerospace fighters. The capital city Ennis is where you can find the factories as well as the militia garrison. Given that the planet is an industrial exporter with a fair-sized population, it seems logical that the Ennis spaceport is pretty big. Across much of the inner sphere, worlds as arid as Westover were abandoned once the Jamerson-Ulikoff water purifiers once made on Brownsville became unavailable, but the Free Worlds League had indigenous production of the slightly older tri-fill purifiers thanks to Curtis Hydroponics on Paradise, so they didn't suffer as badly as their rivals. In normal times it would not have taken Tyson's Troublemakers anywhere near this long to make such a journey. They're a shadow of their former SLDF selves by this point, no jump ship, only 2 dropships, and they're not even carrying as many mechs and combat vehicles as their dictator and intruder could. All the spare infantry bays on the intruder are useful accommodation for their dependents though. Captain Blood is right about what Charles Merrick not dying of natural causes. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XXXVI. So there I was, reading through the flowery prose that litters Farnstrom's notes on his idea for a new type of fusion engine when I came to the part that said, until, from the midst of this darkness, a sudden light broke in upon me. A light so brilliant and wondrous, and yet so simple. Change the poles from plus to minus and from minus to plus. I alone succeeded in discovering the secret of containing superheated plasma with an energy field. Nay, even more so, I myself became capable of generating limitless energy in a lighter and more compact design, and then I closed the notebook as I suddenly realized. It could work. Dr. Nathan Jones Meng PhD, CO inventor of the Energy Damped Light Fusion Engine, 2855 AC. Association Council Building Neops Association, Neops 7, 2838. The Uluru jumped out an hour ago with the next shipment of PPCs to Westover, Sir Admiral Jacob Bremen reported. Captain Blood seemed enthusiastic to see what the reaction will be when she sets down there in a fortress rather than a mule, or for that matter if they'll deign to ask why she's also hauling along a Titan to protect her jump ship. Hopefully the reaction will be not to try and strong-arm the periphery riffraff again, High Associator Giles Olsen replied, leaning back in his chair and folding his arms in front of him. If they don't take the hint next time, send a destroyer escort. Unlikely to be necessary, Bremen responded confidently. Even having to use most of the vehicle bays as cargo space for crates of PPCs, a company of mixed heavy and assault mechs and 3 platoons of infantry should dissuade another attempt to Shanghai one of our vessels, especially given just how much firepower the dropship itself brings to the party. Olsen nodded. Blood knows that I expect everyone to adhere to the strict rules of engagement I set down. He checked. They have to use force first and our response needs to be proportionate. Yes sir, Bremen confirmed. We're assuming that the authorities in the Free Worlds League don't actually want to stir up more trouble, and that it was simply some clueless muppet trying to make a name for himself who tried to requisition our jump ship. Given that they're still begging for any more ERPCs and double heat sinks we can send, offering to rubber stamp any more purchases of military hardware we make after the interdiction is lifted if we can, I'd have to agree, Olsen replied. Reports from the front are sketchy of course, but it does seem that the ploy to try and trick Xi'an into thinking Atrus had discovered a cache of royal marauders that Kerensky left behind worked, or at least it worked well enough to get them to pause their offensive temporarily, Bremen replied. The Tremolino came back from Thraxa where it was being talked about in the news media, even the Comstar News Bureau was covering the story, so it's safe to say it's getting inner sphere-wide coverage. General Hallis is probably feeling pleased with himself for coming up with the ruse. He doesn't think it'll work for very long, Olsen replied. It was just the shock effect of a company of the things suddenly appearing on the field and shooting up a bunch of Capellan troops that caused Xi'an to overreact, he believes. The 3rd Liao Guards, we think, Bremen recalled reading the briefing himself, grateful that he had done so despite it being more of interest to senior army officers, rather than the naval ones, who like to keep an eye on inner sphere military developments. It wasn't actually his turn as one of the Joint Chiefs to brief the High Associator. General Romanov should have been there that day instead, but she was still on a dropship heading back from the recharge station and had asked him to go in her stead. The TONE of Capellan units usually leans lighter than the norm as regards numbers of heavies and assaults, so a few supposed royal marauders with ERPCs and the heatsinks to use them would have hit them hard, as long as the man or woman at the controls made sure not to close the range down and throw away their advantage anyway. Wouldn't have worked nearly as well against a Lyran unit. Those people bring enough metal to the field to soak up the punishment. I know that ERPCs were always rarer in the house militaries than in the SLDF, but are they really scarce enough to represent that much of an advantage? Olsen queried. Bremen shrugged. Most of the factories that made them didn't survive Amaris and the First Succession War, so they're not seen that often on the battlefield anymore, we believe, if still available if you've got money to burn, he replied. A bunch of mechs mounting them all turning up at once hasn't been a thing for a while. Give it a couple more decades of the great houses bludgeoning each other, and we might be the only people still making any of them at all, he theorized. Probably true of the Gauss rifle too, which is the real long-range heavy hitter, but the sheer size of those things restricted how many machines ever mounted one even before the nukes started flying. Battlefield ranges are going to shrink down over the next few years, mark my words. That'll only increase our qualitative tactical advantage, which is fortunate because it'll take decades before we'll be able to appreciatively move forward in quantitative terms. You're probably already aware, but General Romanov is starting to think that in the interim it might be an idea to hire more mercenaries for garrison duty, at least on the worlds where we can't establish a worthwhile planetary militia, Olsen told him. There's bound to be a few more decent quality PMCs out there who are battered enough from being repeatedly thrown at one successor state or another to be seeking safer employment for a while, even if we're not paying the same rates as the great houses. It's probably necessary if we're going to keep expanding our territory at the current rate. I'm not sure we can count on being lucky enough to find decent ones going as cheap as the troublemakers though, Bremen replied doubtfully. Romanov seemed impressed enough by the Tyson and his people after she headed up to the recharge station to meet them personally. They set out on a jump ship heading to Galileo just before Blood headed off in the other direction. Once they're established, most of our own garrison will be relocated, leaving only a liaison officer and a token SLDF presence, he said before frowning. We had our medical staff on the Olympus station check out the troublemakers and their dependents. Physically they're well enough. Fortunately their intruder dropship has decent medical facilities and a surgical unit that could deal with a lot of issues, but a fair few of their troops show definite signs of PTSD, which could have been part of Tyson's motivation to get them as far away from the front lines as possible. Olsen thought about that. The PTSD is understandable given that some of them might have been fighting non-stop for decades, I suppose, he reasoned. We should have our liaison keep an eye on them to see if it's affecting their work badly enough for us to want to intervene, even if that intervention is just us finding them a shrink, he decided. As for Romanov going to see them personally, that seems appropriate. Well, it does, just as long as it wasn't just an excuse to avoid this meeting, Olsen replied, smiling. I'd hate to think she thought of them as merely a necessary evil. The annoying baggage of civilian oversight and control of the military. Perhaps more of an inconvenience than an evil, Bremen suggested. All of the Joint Chiefs usually bemoan time being taken from their day to meet politicians so often, though briefing the High Associator wasn't nearly as bad as some of the conferences with the Minister of Trade and Industry, the Diplomatic Corps, or even worse, the Council's Military Oversight Committee were. They use up more of our time than you might think. we all try to make sure we're as up-to-date as possible on reading our own intel briefings so we don't look incompetent when you ask a defense-related question we can't answer. Olsen laughed. You know I don't actually expect you to be omniscient, he replied. You don't? I'll let military R&D know that they can reduce funding to Project Crystal Ball, it's really been eating into our budget, Bremen joked. On a more serious matter, I don't know if you've already heard through other channels, but it's now looking like the Blackjack factory on Alphard will be finished before you leave office. I know you wanted an excuse to visit Alphard while you were still High Associator, so if you fancied a ribbon-cutting ceremony to open the place officially you could go with that. Olsen raised his eyebrows. I thought there was some hold-ups on that. He asked, surprised. Turns out that making an improved AC/5 autocannon look like a standard AC/2 while not being excessively expensive to make wasn't as difficult as they thought it was going to be, and they should have them into production a few months ahead of schedule, Bremen explained. It might be a little touch and go getting the new plant on Alphard for producing ferrofibrous armor finished on time, but if needs be we can make it in our existing facility on Neops V as a stopgap. Won't that mean scaling back Hussar production? Olsen queried. Is General Romanov okay with that? Bremen shook his head. If we run the Neops V armor forges to capacity we can churn out something like 4 times the tonnage of plate we need for Hussar production, he replied. The overcapacity allows for production of spare armor plates for various machines to be stockpiled in case of battle damage, as well as an ongoing series of upgrades to our existing mechs. Quite a few of the SLDF and NOM machines in service still use standard armor that we can upgrade to ferrofibrous, so we'll be gradually doing that over the next few years. It won't increase their survivability as much as the new weaponry did their firepower, but it'll still bolster our qualitative edge over the great houses. Very well. I suppose since the endosteel skeletons for the Blackjack will have to made in Neops until we build an orbital factory in Alphard anyway, importing the armor for them as well isn't such a big deal, Olsen reasoned. Although we could delay building the shipyard again to get that factory built earlier, he suggested, keeping a straight face as long as he could while watching for Bremen's reaction. High Associator, I must object. Bremen responded in horror, jumping to his feet. Your face. Olsen said, bursting out in laughter. Bremen sat back down. That wasn't funny, sir, he complained, realizing that Olsen was just yanking his chain. Oh, it really was, Admiral, it really was, Olsen disagreed, grinning. We'll have to agree to differ, Bremen stated flatly. Since we're already talking about the Blackjack factory on Alphard, I received an interesting piece of unsolicited advice from a certain individual that works in the fast food industry a few days ago while picking up a bucket of fried chicken on the way home from work, Olsen told him. Gloria presumably, Bremen surmised while being mildly amused by the notion of any of the rulers of the successor states, or even just the Duke or Baron of a more populous world, doing something like that themselves. In some ways being the High Associator of Neops was more akin to being the mayor of a city than it was the head of state of an interstellar power, albeit city mayors didn't usually have capital warships and a large stockpile of nuclear weapons at their command. Right. My wife went to see a movie with her sister and I'm far too inept in the kitchen to risk trying to make my own dinner, he explained his visit to the diner in question. It wasn't like he hadn't ever tried to cook, it just always seemed to go wrong, something he attributed to it being more of an art than a science. She suggested that only people with both parents and at least 3 of 4 grandparents born on one of the hegemony worlds should be allowed to work in, or have access to, any of our factories working in the defense industry. Senior positions to require both parents and all 4 grandparents to be hegemony born, with a similar setup in the various planetary militias. I can see that being a pain in the ass for both Rom and Safe, who are probably the most likely to be spying on us. No getting to nose around our defense plants and military bases by just applying for a job or a spot in the militia. Bremen considered the idea. She also thinks we should take fingerprints, a photograph, and a DNA sample from everyone that visits one of our worlds because it'll give spooky types on clandestine assignments palpitations and wouldn't take very long to do, Olsen told him. Retinal scans as well if the hardware can be made available. Bremen sighed. Presumably everyone gets an ID card with their photo on it and their fingerprints, genetic markers, and retinal scan encoded on the thing too. In Gloria's utopian vision of making life awkward for malevolent interlopers, he asked rhetorically. Good guess. I think she was about to suggest everyone getting a barcode tattooed on their forehead, but my chicken order was ready so I managed to beat a hasty retreat, Olsen replied. It's still far from my weirdest encounter with a member of the public this week though. During my lunch break on Tuesday I went out to buy myself a new set of shoes. The new imports from Comstock are just so well made and so cheap I couldn't resist, and I ran into that lunatic Farnstrom, he recalled with a grimace. He managed to corner me before I could beat a hasty retreat and he started to rant about how nobody was taking his new idea of how to make a completely new type of fusion engine seriously. You know he is a genius, Bremen noted. I mean he's clearly crazier as a sack of Archer Razor cats, but our people working on the next generation of directed energy weapons have told me that if you ignore the fact he's got more issues than Stellar Geographic, he's actually been very helpful at solving problems they send him to look over. He said he could turn the Steiner Stadium on Solaris 7 into a fusion engine, Or at least that's what I managed to make out from what he was saying while I was desperately trying to make my escape, Olsen told him drily, wishing not for the first time that his security detail wasn't just one guy under orders to be restrained with the public. Bremen blinked. Okay, that does sound pretty unhinged, he conceded. I gave him my usual response, put a proposal in writing and I'll have someone take a look at it, Olsen said, sighing. You better actually have someone do that just to be rid of him for a while, you know, Bremen advised. It's been a decade now and he's still hassling me for a naval laser to play with. He's persistent all right, even his staunchest critics have never accused the man of being a quitter, Olsen concurred. Oh, I missed out the part where he said he'd need $200 million and a bunch of lab assistants for some proof-of-concept experiments for the engine, he added, rolling his eyes. I mean, we've got the money in the reserves, the germanium mine on Alphard is the gift that keeps on giving and our asteroid mining turns up plenty of precious metals, but I'm pretty sure it would be akin to just piling up several tons worth of newtons, pouring biodiesel all over them and striking a match. There's a lot of places that regard a lot of the experiments done purely out of scientific curiosity in much the same way, you know, Bremen pointed out. Luddites and scientific Philistines all, Olsen responded haughtily. Science for science's sake forever and always, he declared, holding one hand aloft, index finger raised. Bremen fought back a smirk. Isn't that what Alpheus McKeevdy was all about? He asked, getting in a little revenge for Olsen's earlier chain yanking. High Associator Giles Olsen narrowed his eyes. That's different. He was certifiably insane, he retorted. Have you read the passages from his diaries we allowed the press to publish? Yes sir, although according to General Hallis the part about creating a modified terror bird as a riding animal isn't quite as nuts as it sounds, Bremen replied. Apparently there's a planet in the Outworlds Alliance where they ride an animal not too dissimilar in size and shape to a terror bird called the Terek. The local militias use them for mounted infantry units. They're supposedly very effective in the light scouting role because they can handle terrain a lot of other things can't. Seriously? Olsen asked dubiously. The Free Worlds League uses Branth mounted infantry on Lopez. Is a man riding a big carnivorous bird really that much weirder than one riding what's effectively a dragon? Bremen asked rhetorically. Talking of big birds, and press articles, is he council really considering importing a few breeding pairs of giant moas from McKeevdy's Folly? It's been discussed. They'll be okay with our climate and a meat animal we can raise locally will mean we won't be so reliant on imports. They're supposed to taste pretty good according to the people that went there, Olsen confirmed. As the forests we've started to plant expand we could release the moas into them for some additional biodiversity, he added. Planting the tree species from Buffalo Meadows had worked out better than expected, with them adjusting quite well to their new environment, and the biology department at the university was now pushing to import additional species from Thraxa that might do even better, Thraxa being more similar to Neops 7 than Buffalo Meadows was in terms of temperature and the sunlight it received. Just as long as people don't get a hankering for roast thunderbird, because I'd rather not have any of those running free here, Bremen opined. The second mission to the Folly, as some were starting to call it now, had returned with hundreds of hours of footage of the things going about their business, including them preying upon the poor recreated mammoths and aurochs they like to eat by preference. No thunderbirds, but someone in Nam that read about the hook wolf wonders if they could be domesticated, Olsen replied. A dire wolf-sized pseudocanid with huge talons would make for one hell of a guard dog, they think, so they wrote it up as a suggestion. They're supposed to be pretty smart, smarter than you'd think. The hook wolves or Nam people, Bremen asked, humorous. Sorry, knee-jerk inter-service rivalry, he apologized for the attempted joke. Olsen ignored him. Apparently Alpheus McKeevdy used Terran corvids like the Raven as a model for their intelligence. They might actually be considerably more intelligent than actual dogs. The people we rescued from there certainly believe so. They didn't fall for traps like other predators like the toucan tiger did, they were smarter and more perceptive. Bremen thought about that for a while and wasn't sure he liked it one bit. Just as long as nobody sees fit to splice in some extra DNA to give them opposable thumbs too, he replied, thinking that this all sounded far too much like the basis of a schlocky monster movie for comfort. Then he wondered how well Night of the Hook Wolves would do at the box office and whether or not he should find a scriptwriter. If they're that smart, are we sure that the Hook Wolves weren't one of McKeevdy's experiments that used human DNA, because I'm pretty sure that would violate an awful lot of old Terran hegemony laws? He asked. Oh, we'd make sure the things are fully sequenced to make sure they weren't before even considering the idea of domesticating them or breeding more, Olsen reassured him. When it comes to genetic engineering I always lean towards measured caution. It's gotten me labeled a Luddite myself more than once by the more fundamentalist crowd at the university. Only seconds ago you were saying science for science's sake forever and always, sir, Bremen reminded him. Yeah, but I've always detected a hint of witchcraft about genetic engineering, not science, Olsen replied, and, not entirely in jest. I mean, as a nuclear chemist by training I'm all right with alchemy. I've turned base metal into gold myself with a particle accelerator, but splicing together different DNA strands to create some kind of chimera strikes me as different. Perhaps we should verify that the bubble, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble which resulted in the Frobisher people didn't involve Eye of Newt, Bremen joked. Their eyes are way too big for that, Olsen replied, laughing. Also, it's actually double toil and trouble in Macbeth, he corrected him. Really? Bremen responded, pretty sure it wasn't. Olsen nodded. Yes, really. Bet you $10 I'm right, he said confidently. You're on. Great, you'll be paying for my next bucket of fried chicken, Olsen said happily, his utter confidence causing Bremen to start to doubt his memory. Returning to the subject of our shipping particle projector cannon to the Merricks, if that's going to continue once the interdiction is listed, we're really going to want to open another production line, Bremen advised. It didn't take too much effort to get our existing production line for improved PPCs to churn out standard ones instead. Most of the difference between them is simply using more advanced materials and a few higher grade components in the improved version, but a factory on Alphard for standard PPCs would free up our high-tech PPC manufacturing facility for actual high-tech production work, not monkey models for export. Olsen looked thoughtful. To be honest, I'm wary of supplying PPCs to the Free Worlds League in the long term, he said. If we did that, it might damage our relations with the other great houses, make us look less even-handed and more like a supporter, or even a puppet, of the Merricks, he suggested. The profit margin might not be nearly as good, but the Department of Trade and Industry is pushing for us to only export non-military technology to the successor states. Advanced medical equipment like the Eligus diagnoser is increasingly a rarity out there, and even things like good quality scannalizers aren't as ubiquitous as they used to be. If we wanted to make money from sales of non-military technology, we should just charge for the Jamerson Ulikovs we'll have in mass production soon, Bremen opined. Yes, I know it's a hearts and minds thing to sell them at cost, and offer the blueprints to anyone that wants them, but there's dying desert planets across the inner sphere that would offer up their firstborn for the things. The goodwill and higher profile is worth more than the money. We have the latter, it's the former we're still short on, Admiral Olsen noted. The Terran hegemony chose to make the JU a restricted black box technology, something that annoyed a lot of people. Offering the design freely could be a priceless PR victory. One that we could also use to show up Comstar because they could have chosen to do the same and didn't, letting whole planets dry up into dust, he said before smiling. Seeing as how we were already planning to put the things into mass production for our own use, making more for export just lowers unit costs. Alphard sure as hell would benefit from a greater availability of fresh water. Kepler too, if we ever get around to planting a flag there, Bremen replied. Deserts that make the Sahara on Terra look like the sand bunker on a golf course. Until I get definite confirmation from the geological survey teams that there's the large deposits of oil and reservoirs of natural gas they think might be there, Kepler is way down the list of systems we want to claim, Olsen told him. To be frank, even if it is confirmed, how the hell we'd find the spare capacity to build and staff the drilling rigs, refineries and chemical plants that we'd need to exploit them within the next decade years, I've got no idea. The only reason we've been able to find people to volunteer to work the mines on Galileo is because we've put them on a bonus scheme. I'm guessing it's not that they get to keep every third diamond they dig up. Bremen asked with a chuckle. Nah, they get shares in the mining company and a plot of land to build their own home there, Olsen explained. Lots of interest from people already working the mines on Alphard to relocate to Galileo, so much that we might have to turn most of them down unless we can get the workers from the Illyrian Palatinate we're hoping for. Bremen nodded. How are negotiations going with that anyway? Some of the merchant families are still worried that if they facilitate some of their mining workforce emigrating to Alphard to work for us, that they won't want to come back, so we're not sure how many guest workers we're going to be able to get, Olsen told him. Offering them a financial loan at well below market rates so they can purchase military equipment from the magistracy is helping to sway some opinions though. Whoever came up with that idea deserves a promotion if you ask me, Bremen opined. That would be you, Olsen pointed out. Fleet Admiral Jacob Bremen has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Wouldn't that make you senior to General Romanoff? I just really want to make sure that my shipyard doesn't get delayed again just because the army comes up with a fancy new widget they want to get into production ASAP, Bremen told him. Like what? Farnstrom's new type of fusion engine? Olsen asked wryly. I'm more worried about this Project Hiddle proposal that just crossed my desk at the moment, Bremen replied seriously. The Star League R&D people already did a lot of the preliminary work on that, and it does seem like something that can be gotten to work, assuming they can figure out the electronics used in the Starfire 2500 missiles anyway, he said. How in the hell they made electronics that good so compact is a mystery that's been baffling our people since we found all those headhunters in the first place. It was the Star League, they threw money at it, Olsen replied. A lot more than we've got, germanium mines or no. True, but copying it shouldn't be nearly as difficult as inventing it was, surely. Bremen asked rhetorically. Our new lighter model of street missile launcher is basically just a copy of the one the Star Adders came up with not long before the secession. Reverse engineering isn't usually nearly such a pain in the ass as it's been with the Starfires, and even once we've managed that, we still need to get it to work with the follow the leader system. From what Olsen knew of such things, that was true, so he nodded his agreement. Did you get hold of the new street tech in one of those trials you people did? He asked out of curiosity. Nah, during the withdrawal from Strinomecti we were exchanging fire with just about everyone, and our people had the presence of mind to steal anything interesting they ran across, Bremen explained. Thanks to General Hallis and the orbital fire support he was laying down, our people's fighting retreat to the dropships was orderly enough that they could bring along some souvenirs as well as themselves. You've got to hand it to the man, whether it's bamboozling Capellans with fake royal marauders, or hijacking a battleship being used as an orbital tomb and turning its guns on the planet below, he definitely thinks outside the box, Olsen observed. Sarah made a good choice when she picked him to replace poor Dwight as SA Khan, Bremen agreed. Of course, she was the one that set up the clan in such a way that the open-minded, not the mentally rigid, rose up the ranks to begin with, which is why Franklin was next in line in the first place, he continued. I doubt I'd have made it all the way to Star Admiral rank in most other clans myself. She expected me to argue with her on naval matters and usually deferred to my expertise, rather than just do what I was told like a good little drone. I've got to ask, as someone that knew Sarah McKeevy, is the Jennifer girl as much like her in personality as she looks? Olsen queried. He had seen images of the former Khan of the Wolverines and had met her sort of clone many times, and now in her early 20s they looked practically identical. I'd say yes, but as I never knew Sarah as a kid, you'd probably be better off asking Roger Callahan for his perspective as they grew up together, Bremen replied. Before I forget to ask, General Hallis wanted me to check if you're still interested in observing a live fire exercise, because he's planning on running a big one next month. On Rickjane's Island presumably, not Neops V. Olsen asked. Because of the very different environmental conditions there, the SLDF had recently established another training ground on the warmest of the 3 habitable worlds in the system. Rickjane's was a spectacular backdrop, what with the volcanoes, but the troops needed to be familiar with other environments according to the senior staff. In the longer term, Romanoff wanted more training facilities in the dry box canyons of Alfard and the forests of Stafford as well, but that was something Olsen's successor as High Associator would have to agree, because not only were there always financial costs involved, any large tracts of land given to the military were obviously unavailable for other purposes. Yes, on Rickjane's, Bremen confirmed. No need for a dropship trip to get there, just a VTOL ride. Sounds good to me, Olsen replied. I'd like to observe the gunslinger training program in action while I'm there too, if that's possible. It sounds entertaining. I don't think it's as fun for those going through it, they're under a lot of pressure to perform and improve their skills, but I'm sure Franklin would be happy to oblige your request to watch the mech jocks being scored for speed and accuracy as they run around blasting holographic projections, Bremen responded before smiling. Back in the clan homeworlds that sort of thing was done with real mechs, not holograms. Having to fix all the unnecessary damage probably made the technician cast hate the warrior cast's guts. I doubt the accountants were happy about it either, Olsen assumed. If we'd had a bookkeeping cast they'd have stayed quiet for fear of getting shot, much the same way as anyone with an understanding of economics kept their mouth shut when Nicky K laid out his vision of clan society, Bremen told him. Do you want to go through the latest budget requests now? I promise there's nothing in there about blowing up perfectly good machines just because some bozo thinks it makes for more realistic training. Not the part of these meetings I enjoy, but does it? Olsen queried. Make for more realistic training, I mean. Perhaps a little. The holograms don't come apart like a real mech hit by an AC-20 would, for example, but to be honest the goal was ritual not realism, Bremen replied. Clanner society is a lot like Comstar is increasingly becoming, it's a secular religion with its own hold writ and arcane practices. Olsen frowned. Not that secular, Comstar I mean, they've actually anointed the late Conrad Toyama as a saint, and from what we're hearing I'm pretty sure their new Primus thinks he's the damn Pope, he replied, rolling his eyes. I mean, Toyama had his people chanting instruction manuals, but I'm not sure if he believed in it all himself or if it was just an act. Karpov we're not too sure of, at least judging by some of what he's been saying, couching their disagreement with the Free Worlds League in some very flowery religious prose. I'm waiting for him to say that not accepting the communications protocol of 2787 is blasphemy against the words of the blessed Blake. I'll start to worry when he launches a crusade against the heretics with their own HPGs and we hear Comstar mech warriors bellowing Blake's Volt as they go into battle, Bremen joked. Note from the author. Cargo is not typically transported in a Fortress-class military dropship, but if you want to make sure nobody is going to try and steal your ship on arrival, sending one that is very heavily armed is a way to do it. Major Tyson made a positive enough impression to sway a few opinions regarding the hiring of more mercenaries while the demographics of Neops catches up with their off-world commitments, although being a former SLDF unit helps perceptions. Galileo, Pompey, being rich in diamonds and fire opals, and Kepler, Horatius, having large deposits of oil and natural gas comes from Handbook, Major Periphery States. The hegemony worlds were extremely blessed in mineral wealth. Certain corvids like the crow and raven are very intelligent and might be the smartest animals apart from primates. A direwolf-like flightless avian like the hook wolf having corvid-like intelligence seems like something Alpheus McKeevy might come up with. It's frankly less nuts than the human-animal hybrids he was canonically experimenting with. If Farnstrom was less of a mad angry scientist, people might listen to him more. He's come up with the idea for the light fusion engine, here to be called the energy-damped light fusion engine, a couple of 100 years before it appeared in canon. The LFE came about because Wolf's Dragoons couldn't get hold of the special materials needed for Clan Extra Light fusion engines anymore and needed a substitute. The LFE isn't as good as a Clan X LFE, but it's capable of taking hits without exploding that a Star League X LFE cannot, making it a good compromise design. The light fusion engine utilizes technology that was actually developed to stop spectators watching the Solaris games at the Steiner Stadium from getting hit by stray PPC fires, so Farnstrom's description of how his idea works isn't actually as crazy as it sounds. Fans of the movie Young Frankenstein may recognize part of the quote at the start of the chapter. "I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while." Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XXXVII. Neops was in an arms race against an opponent that they knew was already one lap ahead of them. That the opponent in question was situated thousands of light years away did not enter into their calculations when determining how much effort they wanted to devote into weapon research and development. Already a generation or two more advanced in military technology than the successor states of the late 2820s to start with, by the end of the Second Succession War 40 years later the great houses had fallen back a generation, whereas Neops had continued to move ahead. The end result of this growing disparity was of course that when Neops finally came to blows with one of the great houses, the war was exactly as one-sided as most people in the inner sphere expected it to be, just in completely the other direction. Stephen J. Tran, Red Star Rising, A History of Neops 2800-2900, Neops Press, 2915. Military Research and Development Facility Neops Association, Neops v. 2839. Most of the people that worked there now called the place the Skunk Works, though it was likely that many of them knew the centuries-old origin of the nickname. General Jenna Romanoff considered as she prepared for her first visit. Now past her 100th birthday and starting to feel old, though like most of those born on Terra she looked great for her age, she was starting to feel the need to make sure everything was running as it should be so that when she eventually retired and handed over command to Franklin Hallis the transition should be smooth. Romanoff had also come around to the idea that she might want to leave a more personal legacy behind in the form of children, with the Ironwombs taking care of that. One thing she did not want to deal with at this age was actually raising them, which meant surreptitiously looking around for a family that might take on that responsibility for her, and once she got back to Neops 7 she planned to talk to a few people about that. Not that she was in any hurry to rush back there. If nothing else, the lower gravity on Neops V put a spring in her step that made her feel 80 again, and she resolved to go for a run later, one that wouldn't leave her knees begging for mercy. Decades spent as a reluctant farmer on Buffalo Meadows had messed up her joints more than PT during her military career ever did. It was pretty obvious from her perspective now why the usual career move was to run away from the family farm to go join the army, not the other way around. That was exactly what Brigadier Nellis had done himself, of course, his brother inheriting the farm as a result, their respective time as farmers resulting in an occasional conversation between Romanoff and Nellis about soil pH or crop yields in a red dwarf system that tended to bore General Hallis and Admiral Bremen completely out of their minds. As for Hallis himself, if she wasn't suspicious that as soon as she was out of the picture he and his ilk would create a Romanoff blood name, as some of them had already suggested, thinking that she would love the idea for some reason, Jenna Romanoff might have been more inclined to go the Sicko route for her potential ironborn offspring. As it was, however, she had strong reservations about the whole thing and was hoping to find a young family that was looking to expand, and hopefully not just to get that tax break Olsen had brought in for people with a lot of kids. Still, all of that could wait until she got back home. For now all her focus should be directed towards her informal inspection of the Neops V Skunk Works. Relocated from its original and temporary home on Neops 7 to larger and more secure premises, the R&D facility Romanoff was visiting that day was still being expanded as funding became available, although being mostly below the surface you wouldn't be able to tell that from the air, or from orbit. For the first 10 years or so after the SLDF had arrived, research and development of more advanced weaponry had been restricted due to the need to direct what money and resources that were available into projects that gave the best bang for the buck. Upgrading the battle mechs and aerospace fighters of the 295th and NOM up to the standards of the Wolverine machines would increase the combat potential of the SLDF quicker and more cheaply than anything else. For one thing, Hallis's people had arrived with the factories needed to do so already, and for this reason further development of most of the next generation clan equipment that had been in prototype stage at the start of the 2820s had been given a low priority. The second generation of extended range large laser had been in prototype before Operation Klondike, a period when the clans still cooperated on research as Nicholas Kerensky was prioritizing retaking the Pentagon worlds over competition between the clans, so despite it being a Clan Nova Cat project, the Wolverines had known enough above it to get them into production in time to equip the Hussar HSR 250DN. Other equipment not so far down the development path at the time of the secession, such as the new model of Gauss rifle Clan Burke were supposed to be working on, for example, were more of an unknown quantity. In that particular case, as with others, it wasn't deemed worth the amount of effort that would have been required to try and catch up with the Burroks anytime soon, especially given that the improved Gauss rifle the Wolverines already had was itself an advance on Star League equipment anyway. Of course, as the point neared that all of the SLDF machines had been brought up to the latest clan spec circa 2823, Kerensky's people having surely advanced on from there themselves in the interim. The priority was now to make sure Neops didn't fall too behind the clans, and that meant creating the skunk works, taking another look at the tech which had been in various stages of design in the period between Operation Klondike and Operation Switchback. After 16 years of effectively treading water in weapons development, the men and women who had once put Clan Wolverine at the forefront of military technology were now being put back to work in order to catch up with the frontrunners again, and they all knew how important a task it was. Thanks to experienced civil engineers and construction workers, some of whom had once been involved in building the secure Brian caches in the Pentagon worlds, and greatly assisted by imported heavy machinery Neops had purchased from the magistracy, the Skunk Works facility was dug in deep and when completed could likely withstand anything short of a nuclear warhead in the hundreds of kilotons range set to surface burst. It was certainly no Castle Brian, the legendarily tough fortifications of the Star League, but it was intended to be a tough nut to crack nonetheless, and was about as good as it could be, given the allocated budget and the number of personnel who could be spared for its construction anyway. Situated over 100 kilometers from Chapter House, the industrial town where the large majority of the factories belonging to the Neops Association had been sited until the SLDF turned up 12 years before, there was no road leading to the facility, so getting there required a VTOL or a dropship, and that day Jenna Romanoff had arrived in one of the former, catching a ride there in a Vector after visiting the Hussar manufacturing plant earlier on. Amazingly, despite the mech factory having been up and running for a few years now, they had only just finished backfilling the old open cast mine it had been built at the bottom of, although to be fair, part of that was down to the difficulty of periodically melting large amounts of rock into lava and pouring it in like cement to help hold the bulk of the material together. The Vector had set down next to a drab, nondescript building on the surface that housed the main elevators, and from there Romanoff was ushered down to the main complex and then through several grey concrete-lined tunnels to where the new battlemech prototype she had been asked to check out before moving over to the Directed Energy Weapons Research Bureau she was mainly there to see was waiting. Apparently the mech would have to be dismantled to get it out of there, as the 200-ton capacity cargo elevator to that level wasn't expected to be installed and running for another 6 months, but the huge cavern-like space where it had been put together for initial testing was more than large enough to put the thing through its paces. As she entered the room following the technician who had been sent to guide her from the entrance, Romanoff found herself looking at the prototype of the next model of Hussar and had to agree that they were right, that you couldn't possibly mistake it for the one currently in production. All the additional aerials and that protruded from the rear torso, and the others sticking out of the turret on top, made the thing very distinctive even from a distance. Once you got closer, a trained eye could also pick out changes made to several of the sensors that seemed to have been taken from a different machine entirely, this being obvious from the fact they were painted a different color than SLDF olive drab. General Romanoff, a man in a khaki jumpsuit unadorned by anything but a name badge, came up to greet her. Dr. Richard Fraser, project lead, he introduced himself. Nice to meet you in person at last, Romanoff replied. So, this is the new toy? She asked. Yes ma'am, it took us a while to integrate all the new electronic systems, but we've finally got something superior enough to the HSR 250DN to warrant replacing it in production, he said happily. The 250 has only been in production a couple of years, Romanoff pointed out. Hard to believe it's already outdated enough to warrant replacement, she said doubtfully. Oh, but it is, Fraser replied confidently. Fortunately we'll be able to retrofit the new electronics package from this model into the current one, so those already built aren't going to be obsolete and fit for the junkyard before they've barely seen service, he told her. I should probably send a note of thanks to Samantha Hollister for agreeing to fund the project before she retired from the Department of Trade and Industry. Without her backing and belief in what we were trying to accomplish, we couldn't have made it this far so fast. Romanoff dearly hoped he was right about being able to refit the Hussar 250 to the new proposed spec, because the bean counters at the Treasury would go nuts about all the money wasted on them if he wasn't. Okay, run me through it. What's so special about this thing anyway? She wanted to know. Fraser smiled, clearly proud of his creation. In simple terms, it's the way we've integrated the mech's own sensors and communications systems with the Beagle Active Probe and the Guardian ECM so that it's more than the sum of its parts, he began to explain. As you likely know already, the Hussar was originally designed with an improved communications system to assist with its scouting role, and also make it somewhat more resistant to ECM jamming. What you may not know, because it wasn't an SLDF design but a Clan Wolverine one, is that the Stag had both an improved communication system and an improved sensor suite, which together made it one of the most sophisticated battle mechs ever made, at least as regards its electronics. I did know that, Romanoff told him, although the SLDF had mothballed such machines for fear of the clans noticing them, somehow she had studied them intently. The Stag was particularly interesting to her because somehow the scientists and technicians of Clan Wolverine had taken a poorly regarded mech like the Vulcan and somehow used it as the basis for a far, far superior machine. The additional aerials required for the comms and sensors are the reason you called it the Stag in the first place, she recalled. They're supposed to look a little like antlers. Right, Fraser confirmed, smile widening. I actually designed those systems for the Stag myself, though it wasn't me that came up with the name. Romanoff looked up at the prototype. To cut a long story short, I'm assuming you are going to tell me you've stuffed the sensor and communication systems from the Stag into a Hussar, she assumed. Well yes, but actually no, Fraser replied, shaking his head. The Hussar carries a Beagle active probe and a Guardian ECM system, and the electronic suites on the Stag weren't optimized for integration with those, so it would have been suboptimal to do so. I'm confused, Romanoff admitted. Okay, so basically we worked our way around the problem, ma'am, Fraser told her. Like the Hussar, the Mercury 2 mounts both a Beagle and a Guardian, with its electronics designed to work with them from the ground up. And since I also helped design the sensors and comms for the Mercury 2, and I was far too lazy to start again completely from scratch in doing so, at their core they're near identical to those of the Stag, he explained. Ah, so you kludged together the electronics from the Stag and the Mercury 2 and then stuffed them into the Hussar after ripping out the original electronics? Romanoff now concluded. I wouldn't use the word kludge myself, but essentially yes, Fraser replied, somewhat defensively. We had to beef up the power distribution system to the electronics a little because they pull a lot more watts now than normal, and as you can see we needed extra antennae as on the Stag, but what we've been calling the Hussar 260 now has not only the best comms on the battlefield, it basically sneers at most ECM jamming and has superlative ECCM of its own. It also has sensors with an additional 50% effective range over the original Royal Hussar, the HSR 200DB or our own HSR 250DN. He declared proudly. It's now the ultimate in scout matches, he claimed with some justification. One of the technicians stood nearby, coughed, and once Fraser looked her way she mouthed a couple of words at him. Fraser glared at the woman concerned, who was giving him a disparaging look in return. On the recommendation of our Mech Warrior test pilot, some of the team have been calling it the Winged Hussar because they think the extra antennae look a little like, well, like wings, and apparently that's got some kind of significance in military history, Fraser told Romanoff reluctantly. He didn't actually like the name himself, but had promised his staff to do so and they would be annoyed with him if he didn't. It does, Romanoff told him. Who's the Mech Warrior? She asked out of interest. Jackie Mrazkiewicz, she's not around today, I don't know if you know her. Fraser replied. Not personally, but her surname may explain why she'd be pushing to call it the Winged Hussar because it's a Polish thing, Romanoff told him. Some of her ancestors may have charged down some of mine on horseback during the 17th century. That is when they weren't charging down Swedes, Ottomans, or whoever else was in front of them anyway, she said wryly. The so-called Winged Hussars were the elite of the Polish heavy cavalry, probably the best in the whole of Europe at the time, which is saying something because Europe in that era very much resembled the age of war with everyone fighting everyone else, all the time, so the military art was highly developed. The military art, not the military science? Fraser queried. My field became a little more scientific and rigorous in approach a little later in the 18th and 19th centuries, Romanoff replied. Better firearms and artillery, not to mention better trained and drilled infantry, made a glorious 7th century heavy cavalry charge that would have still resembled something from the Middle Ages considerably less viable as a tactic, she continued before chuckling. Sorry if I'm rambling a little, I'm getting old, but I can still remember all those lectures I had to sit through at Sandhurst Military Academy a lifetime ago. It's surprising how relevant they can be to modern warfare. Modern warfare also being a science, not an art, no doubt, Fraser supposed. It is for us. I'm not entirely sure about much of the inner sphere, or the clans for that matter. They seem to be lurching back towards feudalism and knightly chivalric orders at a rate of knots, Romanoff told him. There were militaries 1,000 years ago with a greater understanding of combined arms warfare than you'd see in some battles these days. I mean, honorable single combat mostly went out the window before the Winged Hussars were a thing, but somehow they've made a comeback. It's ridiculous. Amateurish even. Fraser nodded. Well, I can only hope that the force multiplier that the Hussar 260 represents as a superior scout mech only bolsters our own scientific and professional military strength, he said. I can send you a full report on the machine, of course, full technical specifications and our estimates as to how soon we can replace the 250DN in production, he said. Fortunately, because we already have the production lines for the electronic systems of the Stag and Mercury 2 in storage, we'll not be starting from scratch and won't need to wait for a project workshop to be available. That's very much a good thing, they're already at capacity and booked up for years, Romanoff replied. Am I right that you were also involved in developing the pulverizer? She asked him. Only tangentially, I helped out a little integrating its Guardian ECM into its comms and sensors, Fraser replied. Why? I was wondering why the enhanced ERP-C on the pulverizer is more accurate than the one on the Stag 2, idle curiosity really, Romanoff told him. Jones should know, he helped design the ERP-C and was more heavily involved with the pulverizer than I was, Fraser replied. Jones. Nathan Jones, he's part of the team working on the next generation ERP-C that I think you're scheduled to take a look at later, so you should be able to have a word with him, Fraser replied. For now though, I'll give you a quick look in the cockpit of the 260DN and answer any questions you may have about it. Different cockpit layout from the current 250DN, I guess. Romanoff surmised. Slightly, we've tried to keep them very similar for the sake of the Mech Warriors transitioning from one to the other, Fraser replied. The sensor screen is laid out a little differently, and there are a few more buttons on the comms system, but Roskewis herself doesn't think it's too cluttered or confusing for that to represent a problem. I'll jump in the chair, take a proper look, Romanov told him, always happy to get the opportunity to sit inside a battle mech and not behind a desk. So, what's next for you and your team after this? She asked out of interest as she headed towards the ladder set up to facilitate reaching the cockpit. We're going to take another look at both the Guardian ECM and the Beagle active probe. Preliminary work indicates it might be possible to shave half a ton in weight off both, and if we can do that then it'll make the proposed Hussar HSR 265DN less risky. Romanov stopped in her tracks at the bottom of the ladder. What the hell is the HSR 265DN? She wanted to know. It's essentially the HSR 260DN only with target acquisition gear mounted coaxially to the ER large laser, Fraser explained. We could do that now, but we'd have to remove some of the other weaponry, or shave off a ton of armor, and that would make the machine either less useful for anti-infantry work or more fragile. If we can save the weight on the Guardian and Beagle instead, we get the tag without making sacrifices elsewhere, so there's no downside, he continued. Unfortunately, we've got no idea how and when exactly we're going to achieve that goal as yet. It could potentially take another decade or more of R&D, which is why we don't recommend waiting for that new tech to be available as well before switching production from the current machine. As the saying goes, perfect is the enemy of good enough, and the 260 with its superior sensors and comms is more than good enough. After all, we already have other scout vehicles equipped with tags such as the Zephyr hovercraft that can plug the capability gap in the interim. Romanov thought about all that. With the tag fitted, the ability of the Hussar to not only scout but also paint targets for guided artillery munitions like the Arrow 4 could represent a huge potential tactical advantage in the long term, especially if used in conjunction with the longer-ranged sensors. A scenario where one of these things detected enemy machines waiting in ambush before it could be sprung, and then marked them itself for long-range bombardment to turn the tables was just perfect. Although there was still a definite flaw to what Fraser had been saying before, General Romanov realized. If the HSR 265DN is going to be superior to this 260DN, then the 260 isn't the ultimate in scout mechs, it's the penultimate in scout mechs. Romanov corrected his earlier statement, giving him a look that she hoped conveyed the wisdom of old age and not that she was a pedantic jerk. Fraser thought about that. Yes ma'am, he conceded the point. You are technically correct, the best kind of correct, he praised her. Details matter, Romanov replied, starting to climb the ladder. Also, on my authority as head of the Joint Chiefs and acting commanding officer of the 11th Army, we're going with calling this thing the Winged Hussar, she told him, tone indicating that this was her final word on the matter. Fraser sighed. Lieutenant Roskewis will be thrilled to hear that when she arrives back here, he replied flatly, clearly less than enthused himself as he followed her up the ladder so he could guide her around the new cockpit layout. After half an hour looking over the HSR 260DN Winged Hussar, concluding that it was indeed well worth switching production to it from the current model, Romanov was guided to another part of the complex where they were working on the new model of Streak SRM. Finding herself looking with amusement at the sign hung outside which said "Calm down, it's not rocket science." No, wait, it is rocket science. You should be nervous, she was grinning as the door was opened for her. Originally a project of Clan Star Adder, which had produced a prototype a couple of years before Operation Klondike and had the thing in production for their own battle mechs before the Wolverines declared independence, the new model of Streak SRM launcher was not only lighter than its Star League-era progenitor, it also utilized the longer-ranged missile originally developed for the improved SRM so it could reach out further. The launcher that they demonstrated to Romanov was a Streak SRM-6 that weighed 30% less than the system it was intended to replace and carried missiles that had 30% more effective range. It was in fact so superior that the only reason it had not been brought into service years before was that it would require a whole new production line, and NEOPS was in no position until now to free up some time in a project workshop for that. It was of course another example of perfect is the enemy of good enough in that the Wolverines had arrived with a production line for the improved SRM, and getting those churned out in sufficient number to upgrade SLDF machines could be done right away without delaying other vital work. With Project Workshop IIIC coming online next year, there was finally a little headroom, which meant they could put the new Streak launchers and missiles into production. Thus the Skunk Works was making sure they were fully ready for that, with the production model available that had all the kinks sorted out. As she was shown around and talked to the scientists and engineers of the rocket development team, Romanov was also told that their next project after the Streak was to perfect the improved LRM launcher, which had only ever been intended to be an interim design. As far as Romanov could tell, the only major difference was that the perfected launcher would do away with the problem LRMs usually had of having a minimum range below which they couldn't hit a target, the missiles arcing up over them. It wasn't remotely as much of a leap in armaments technology as the improved LRM launcher had been over the standard type, the former being only half the weight of the latter, but Romanov was assured that they could still use the existing ILRM production line to make the new launchers when they out of prototype, so the switch wasn't going to draw excessive resources away from elsewhere for little return and shouldn't take too long to put into service. Another longer-term project the Rocketeers, as they apparently like to call themselves, were hoping to get to eventually was an improved Arrow 4 launcher and missile. They were confident they could knock at least couple of tons of weight off the launcher by utilizing the new lightweight alloys available, and if the superior rocket engine design of the improved SRM could be scaled up, they could increase the effective range as well. Given that the proposed tag-equipped HSR-265DN would synergize nicely with a better Aero 4 system, Romanov suggested that they might want to touch base with Dr. Fraser and put in a joint request for funding when they got to that stage. Querying as to their input into Project Hittle, the rocket scientists had laughed and assured her that they could have a compatible SRM and LRM ready years, if not decades, before the people still trying to figure out the electronics on the Starfire Seeker had achieved their goal. For that matter, the small team who had studied the advanced tandem charge warhead used by the Headhunter had already completed their work and had a reversed engineered copy ready for testing. The next stop on her tour brought General Romanov to where the team working on laser weaponry were eagerly waiting to show off their new extended range medium laser. A prototype of the weapon had arrived on Neops along with the Wolverines, but while replacing all the standard medium lasers in the arsenal with longer ranged ones would have been the ideal, it simply wasn't developed enough to do that back in 2827. While the prototype had been the same size as the weapon it was supposed to replace, it massed another half-ton, making one-for-one switching out of the old for the new problematic even if they had arrived with a production line for them, which they did not. The chances were considered likely that the other clans had a perfected ER medium laser with that extra half-ton shaved off before the SLDF even reached Neops, with the Jade Falcons openly known to be leading in the race to get there first, so while it was welcome to finally catch up, not doing so until a decade and a half later was hardly ideal. Still, the new weapon was now finally ready for production, the same size and weight as the venerable medium laser, 40% more powerful and with 30% more effective range. As a downside, it also produced a lot more waste heat, but double heatsinks could cope with that, especially the next generation boron arsenide ones, so Romanov was more than happy with the design. On a less positive note, development of better pulse lasers was not nearly so far along. They thought they could have something better than the improved large pulse laser in a year or two, but anything smaller than that was going to take a lot more R&D. Well, you go to war with the lasers you have, not the lasers you wished you had, and the lasers they had were still going to be damn good as long as they played to their strengths, Romanov knew. Fortunately, the new extended-range large laser and enhanced ERP-C had already pushed SLDF tactics heavily towards fighting at a distance and avoiding close-up brawling, so shorter-ranged weaponry like pulse lasers were only nice to have, not a necessity. The team working on ballistic weaponry were apologetic that they hadn't yet made any progress into developing successors to the various types of improved autocannon that the clans came up with over 30 years ago. This was partially down to the fact that they had spent a couple of years coming up with a prototype, then a production model of a Class 5 autocannon that looked like a Class 2 for the new Blackjack, but they also freely admitted that because Clan Wolverine had concentrated most of its efforts towards directed energy weapons, they were behind the curve as regards the development of new LBX and Ultra types. They did have examples of prototype LBX and Ultra type autocannons the clans had fielded for Klondike, so they weren't entirely starting from scratch. Now they were in a position to start working to perfect them. However, the engineer that Romanov had a frank discussion with about it admitted that if they had a greatly superior weapon ready for production within the next 10 years, she would be very much surprised. In large part that was due to the need to develop new alloys and ceramics in order to shave off a useful amount of weight from gun barrels, and unfortunately all the good materials science people were already assigned to developing a better endosteel and new types of armor plate. Asked by Romanov if she thought the clans themselves would already have better autocannon by now, the engineer had replied with a flat yes, with the only doubt being whether clans Coyote or Mongoose would have gotten theirs into production first. The engineer hoped it was Mongoose because it had become widely known in Wolverine circles since the secession that their Khan, Mitchell Loris, had privately agreed with Khan McKeevty that Nicholas Kerensky was a tyrannical nutjob, which raised Loris and his clan quite a lot in people's estimations. It was a little annoying that the Skunk Works ballistics engineers couldn't say when they might be able to come up with a successor to the improved Gauss rifle either, because that was a long-range weapon that would fit in very well with current SLDF tactical doctrine, but at least the team working on the new particle projector cannon were able to claim with some justification that they now had something just as hard-hitting and with longer range. If the astronomers and astrophysicists were still considered the pinnacle of Neops society, being seen as an elite set higher on the social ladder than other academics, let alone the bulk of the population, within the military R&D community it was the particle projector cannon people who were the rock stars, and when Romanov reached their department it showed in just how well funded they seemed to be. When Clan Wolverine unveiled their enhanced ERP-C, EERPPC, in late 2822, the other clans had been shocked, but if they had known that it was only ever intended to be an interim production weapon while McKeevty's people worked on its replacement, they would have been appalled. If not for the malevolence of Jason Courage of the Widowmakers, and the political machinations of Il Khan Kerensky, the more powerful improved enhanced ERP-C, IEERPPC, would have likely been in production by early 2824, and that weapon would itself have been potentially succeeded by a more compact version in preliminary development sometime the year after. Unfortunately, in reality, the need to pack up and get the hell out of Dodge in a hurry as Sarah McKeevy initiated Operation Switchback had abruptly halted the research, and since the production line for the EERPPC was what they had when they got to NEOPS, the EERPPC was what they ran with when upgrading all the MECHs, aerospace fighters, and dropships they had. They had actually had a working production-ready improved enhanced ERPC over a year ago. Romanov had seen one tested, but resources being diverted to produce Star League-era ERPCs for export, and a decision being taken to run up a good stockpile of spare enhanced ERPCs before switching over to its replacement, meant that they had only recently ended production of those, with the factory currently in the process of being retooled for its successor. Jenna Romanov wasn't on NEOPS V to see that particular weapon though, she was there to see what they eventually intended to replace that with. Or rather, the two different weapons they intended to replace it with. Firstly, the Compact Extended Range Particle Projector Cannon, or CERPPC, had the firepower of the IEERPPC but in a lighter, and yes, more compact package, and the Skunk Works already had a working prototype that Romanov would get to see in action. According to the design team, ideally they would have skipped the IEERPPC entirely and gone straight from the EERPPC to the CERPPC, but the lightweight alloys and ceramics and an entirely new type of capacitor needed to make the latter meant it would need a whole new production line, whereas you could make the IEERPPC on the one they already had with only minimal retooling. Since the CERPPC wasn't actually more powerful than the IEERPPC, and you could have the latter in service a lot faster and with far less capital outlay for new plant and machinery, the compact version was going to be shelved for now. Maybe by 2850, with even more project workshops available, it might make sense to put them into production, but for now there were just better things to do with the available resources. One of those things was to take another look at the IEERPPC and consider, what if instead of making it smaller and lighter you kept it the same size and looked at what you could achieve in terms of making it hit harder or reach out further. This was when Romanov got to meet Nathan Jones, once the wunderkind of particle projector cannon research, who had helped invent the improved PPC in his early 20s, the enhanced ERPC in his mid-20s, and after over a decade of not being able to develop the particle projector cannon still further, much to his chagrin, was finally back doing what he was best at. At least thanks to the university, he had managed to get his Meng degree and then his doctorate in the interim, so the time hadn't been totally wasted, though Jones would have enjoyed it more if not for that lunatic who lectured in high-energy physics. "What kind of maniac marks you down for poor penmanship?" Jones had complained at being handed a grade of A on a test where all the answers were correct just because the handwriting wasn't neat enough. Jones suspected it was because physicists like Farnstrom don't like to think that mere engineers such as himself could be just as smart as they were. "Nathan Jones?" Romanov queried, spotting his name badge. "Hey lady, you call him Dr. Jones?" A young man with a Capellan accent interrupted indignantly. The fact that second and even some third-generation Capellans still didn't have the native accent of Star League English spoke to the fact NEOPS society had yet to fully integrate. "It's all right, kid," Jones told him. "Can you go make sure that the firing range is ready for the next test of the CERPPC?" he requested. "Yes sir," the young man replied, dashing off. "Yes, I'm Nathan Jones," the man confirmed. "Sorry about that, General Romanov, that was my lab assistant Juan," he explained. "He's very loyal." "Nice to meet you, Dr. Jones," Romanov replied, smiling. "Dr. Fraser, I guess you know him, told me earlier that you worked on integrating the enhanced ERPC with the pulverizer and the Stag too." "I did, but that feels like a lifetime ago now," Jones confirmed. "It was less than 20 years ago, and to an old fart like me 40 years ago feels like the week before last," Romanov joked. "It's just idle curiosity, but I was wondering why the same weapon on the pulverizer was noticeably more accurate than on the Stag," she asked. "Was it just because the one on the pulverizer was torso mounted?" "Sort of," Jones replied, thinking back to when he worked on it. "We basically built the pulverizer around the gun using a special harness, rather than installing it as on most machines. The Stag 2 was basically just a rebuilt Stag with a bigger engine and the EERPPC arm mounted." "Thought it must be something like that," Romanov replied. "When we were retrofitting our hand-built Devastator assaults to carry the EERPPC, I was involved in that too. We tried to do the same thing with them as on the pulverizer," he told her. "Its PPC bays also being torso mounted, we hoped it might be possible, but we found we couldn't without rebuilding the whole mech, which wasn't an option," Jones recalled. "If we decide to start making the Devastator again, we could probably make the brand new ones using the torso weapon bay design from the pulverizer though, except for it having two of them, not one of course." "Interesting," Romanov replied thoughtfully. "I'd love to think that by the time we've got something like the Devastator coming off the production line, the new toy we're working on will be ready, but don't get your hopes up," Jones told her. "The LRPPC will require as much of a technological leap over the CERPPC as it did over the original PPC though, so if it's available before I'm thinking about retirement, I'll be feeling pretty pleased with myself." Romanov nodded. "But you're sure the proposed long-range PPC is actually viable?" she asked. "Oh, quite sure, as long as we don't set our sights too high on what's actually achievable," Jones replied confidently. The current design goals of perhaps 10% more range and firepower than the IEERPPC in a weapon of the same mass and volume isn't the really tricky part, it'll be achieving it while not producing truly excessive amounts of waste heat that'll be more difficult, he said. The new model of double heatsink we'll have soon can only help so much. We want something that's efficient enough that the mech warrior at the controls of the machine carrying one doesn't have to fear pressing the fire button repeatedly for fear of being roasted alive in his cockpit. If we didn't have to worry about that, we'd just slap on a big capacitor and a longer barrel and be done with it, but we want a good weapon, not a kludge. Admiral Bremen mentioned something about the technology being developed for the LRPPC possibly being applicable to naval use. Bremen recalled. Do you know anything about that? Yes, it was probably my initial thoughts about that put to paper which he read, Jones confirmed. It's very early days of course, but our initial work indicates that several of the various new designs for parts that'll come together to form the LRPPC will likely scale up better than what we use now. If so, it'll make the proposed enhanced naval PPC considerably more viable as something to look into in the future, he said. It definitely won't be something we can just retrofit into current naval PPCs though, they'll have to be built entirely from scratch. Push another 20% more wattage into the big guns on the Zughofer and they'd explode, which is kinda suboptimal, he added wryly. Oh well, I'm sure the Admiral would find something to do with all the old naval PPCs after they've been taken out and replaced with better ones, Romanoff reasoned. Best if he did, Jones responded. Even only counting heavy NPPCs there's 48 on the Zug and 16 each on Bismarck, Rawhide, and Ulysses, so it would be a hell of a shame to just scrap them all, he opined. They're each worth more than a Thug assault, he continued. Talking about the Thug, since we're going to be essentially hand-building them in a project workshop, rather than mass-produce them on a production line, as an experiment it's been suggested we fit their arms with the hot swap modular weapon bays they developed for the Stuka from the ones on the old Mercury and the Dragoon. If so, we're really going to want to make sure that the power couplings are beefed up because if not they won't be able to mount an LRPPC later on. They'll pull a lot more wattage than anything we use now, and why not future-proof them, I say. Certainly sounds like the thing to do. If you send the suggestion through channels I'll give my endorsement, Romanoff replied. Great, Jones replied smiling. The CERPPC should be ready by now if you want to watch it burn clean through some heavy armor plate, he suggested. Does as much effective damage to armor plate as a Gauss rifle, but it's far smaller and only masses a third as much. Could have used one of those fighting Amaras, Romanoff replied with a sigh. Though on the bright side there were still plenty of other people worth shooting at, she considered. Note from the author. In the game of Battletech some machines have design quirks, these being positive or negative and reflecting something different about that particular mech or aerospace fighter. In the case of the Stag developed by Clan Wolverine, it has the improved communications and improved sensors design quirks reflecting it possessing to superior electronics suites to most mechs. The Hussar also has improved communications, useful for a scout mech, but switching it out for the even better electronics used by the Stag seemed like something they might want to do. I can't imagine that the Wolverine scientists and technicians that designed the electronics for the Stag weren't also the people that did so for the Beagle and Guardian equipped Mercury too, so if anyone could kludge them together it should be the people that made the things in the first place. Adding target acquisition gear, TAG, to the new HSR-260DN winged Hussar to create the HSR-265DN would be a useful next step. Clan Wolverine always favored the use of artillery, but in order to find the weight needed to mount it they need both a lighter Beagle and Guardian unless they want to downgrade the machine in other areas. In canon the clans managed to lighten both the ECM and probe to 1 ton by 2832, Neops is playing catch up here. Neops is also behind the clans in several other fields of military research at this point. For example, they've just gotten a new Streak SRM that the clans had over a decade earlier. The weapons where prototypes existed before they left in 2823 they're not quite so far behind in, e.g. there were prototype clan extended range medium lasers during Operation Klondike, but in others such as Gauss rifles, the modern clan version dating to 2828, or medium pulse lasers, in clan service 2827, it'll be a while before they catch up. Despite inventing the enhanced ERPC, EERPPC, in the first place they're even behind on those at this point, with Clan Snowraven coming up with the more powerful, lighter, and smaller Clan ERPC, SERPC, in 2826, presumably using captured Wolverine R&D. If you want the in-game stats, the improved enhanced ERPC, IEERPPC, is a 15 damage EERPPC while the compact ERPC, CERPPC, is, well it's a SERP basically. Known by the nickname Indiana Minnesota Jones at university while getting his PhD, what Dr. Nathan Jones doesn't know about particle projector cannon isn't worth knowing. There had to be a reason why Clan Wolverine was ahead in PPC tech, he's got a lot to do with it. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XXXVIII. To quote a distant relation of mine, only those are fit to live who are not afraid to die. General Lee MacArthur, 2764 CE. Illyria 3 Illyrian Palatinate 2839. Dave Robertson leaned back against the stack of ammunition crates which had just been unloaded from the mule cargo dropship that had accompanied the SLDF overlord beside it here and idly wondered if the cute blonde local girl who had been driving the forklift was single. The contingent of the NEOPS military dispatched to Illyria was there to help train the Illyrian militia in the use of the Manticore tank in preparation for a number of those being delivered from the magistracy, but until they were needed for that the kids of what was once Siko Gamma were stood idle and were currently very bored. The Treadheads had more to do of course. They had unloaded their tanks as soon as they arrived while the mechs were left aboard the ship until they were needed. At least it was warm, and sunny enough that most of the NEOPS people were wearing sunglasses to deal with the glare from the system's G4V star, but that only raised a few questions in Robertson's mind that he wondered if his two companions could answer. You know what I don't understand, Dave began to speak. Pretty much everything as far as I can determine, Frederick Hallis interjected before Robertson could continue. Hallis himself had opened one of the crates and was inspecting the contents. According to the markings on the crate they were training SRMs that lacked warheads, but it was always a good idea to check if that was really what was in them. He wasn't entirely sure if the local militia people could tell the difference between training munitions and live rounds and if they might be shot at him later. He wanted some reassurance. What I don't understand, Robertson continued, ignoring the snark, is how a planet with a breathable atmosphere, a pretty decent climate, and which was colonized nearly 500 years ago can still have less than 250,000 people living on it, Robertson asked rhetorically. When they said we'd be setting down at a militia training ground few clicks north of the planetary capital I was expecting a city, not a town. It's not even a big town, he complained, having seen it from the air as the two NEOPS dropships came into land earlier that morning. Ah, yet I see what the problem is, Henry Callahan spoke up. They hide that kind of information in books, he told his friend while looking over towards the collection of wooden huts and a number of hangars yonder that constituted the military base, such as it was. The Illyrian militia wasn't exactly well funded, leading them to also being poorly trained and equipped. And one thing that brought that fact neatly into focus were the Merkava 8 tanks they still used that dated from the early days of the Age of War and hadn't been updated since, one of which could be seen parked next to an Apostle SPG which was even older. You're right, Frederick concurred with Henry. Now you see, Dave, a book is like a comic, only with less pictures and more words, he explained in as serious a tone as he could muster. Fuck you both very much, Robertson responded, glaring at them. Seriously, I mean it's not exactly Terra, or Stafford, but this place is way nicer than any planet in NEOPS. Hell, a lot more people live on goddamn Alphard than here, and that's mostly desert. Are most of the people here sterile or something? Henry sighed. No, they have kids, they just tend to leave when they're old enough because their prospects are shit, he explained. You know how the Palatinate is an oligarchy founded by a bunch of merchant families back in the 24th century? Well, those same families still run the place, and if you're not born into one of them there's not much chance of getting very far in life. Unless you're happy working as a miner for crappy wages until the day you die, you hitch a ride on the next jump ship going somewhere else and never look back. It's not an actual dictatorship or anything, so they don't try to force people to stay, and the ruling families aren't tyrannical and oppressive enough for the majority to rise up and overthrow them, so they just ended up stuck in the current social stasis, Frederick added. If the Free Worlds League hadn't thrown in the towel at the end of last year, that might have all changed, because most people that emigrated from Illyria usually went there, and the League was starting to look a lot less attractive a place to move to as their economy collapsed, but I guess now the status quo is going to return, he surmised. Not necessarily, I can see people from here migrating to one of our colonies in future, Henry disagreed. We've already got guest workers from Palatinate worlds taking 5-year contracts on Alphard, some of them might decide to stay. Certainly possible, Frederick had to admit. The only working stiffs who earn a decent wage here are the ones that work in the drop shipyard down on the southern continent. The Star League built it for them when it was still trying to win hearts and minds in the periphery, not just keep them in line with threats of sending in the fleet if they misbehaved. If I'm remembering right, they only make the Denise class here though. The Terran hegemony didn't want them having too much useful infrastructure all the way out here, he added with a wry smile. The Denise class dropship wasn't a bad design per se, it was just a little basic technologically and a lot smaller than something like a mule, the mainstay of cargo transportation in the inner sphere. Okay, since you two seem to know everything there is to know about this place, what is there to do in terms of having some fun? Dave asked the most important question as far as he was concerned. Not much for us, given that we're not allowed to drink, unlike the tank crews who I know are planning on going into town this evening to try out the bars, but if we're stuck here for months, which is on the cards, and Comstar get around to restoring the HPG net all the way out to Illyria soon, they'll likely restart the annual MechWarrior games they usually host here that got shelved during the interdiction because they couldn't advertise or send out invites, Henry replied. It's like the poor man's Solaris games. Decent prizes for the victors and the locals make bank from spectators who come here to watch and gamble, he explained. It's a damn shame we can't roll up in the bull shark prototype and stomp everyone. Why not? It's not like the clanners ever saw the thing in action, Dave asked. Reasonably, he thought. Anyone looking at a bull shark next to a picture of a pulverizer or even a Mercury 2 is going to notice immediately how Clan Wolverine the styling is, and the winner of the Assault Class Division is going to get their picture splashed all over the inner sphere. Henry replied, as ever the voice of reason. If we weren't worried about that shit, we'd stick Billy the Kid in the thing, send him off to Solaris and bet 10 billion on the funny-looking mech driven by the guy with the big mouth. Yeah, it would be our biggest earner since we found the germanium stockpile on Alphard. Frederick agreed. Talking of gambling and the interdiction being lifted, bet you both $50 that Illyria gets back on the network before we do, he wagered. The longer they leave it until they get the Hednesford HPG station running, the more pressure the phone company thinks we're under, he said. Although it had been a few months now since Captain General Gerald Merrick sent his little brother Garth to Terra to negotiate an end to the Comstar War, much of the Free Worlds League was yet to have a working HPG station again. Much of that was likely due to how seriously some of them had been sabotaged to stop the FWL using them, but SLDF intelligence suspected that Primus Raymond Karpov was slow-walking repairs to punish the Merricks for not bending the knee low enough during peace negotiations. From what Neops could tell, young Garth Merrick had done a great job on his people's behalf, getting Comstar to restore the hyperpulse generator network without having to kowtow in a humiliating fashion and not having to agree to pay excessive financial damages into the bargain. In this he was likely helped somewhat by the slight rally in the military fortunes of the League due to all the extra PPCs arriving from Neops, Neops itself hoping that the Merricks would remember that. No bet, Comstar are dicks and they think they can get what they want from us by being dicks, Dave replied flatly, Henry nodding his agreement. Hey, the girls are back, he noticed, pointing to where Jennifer and Katrina were heading back their way after going to meet with Major MacArthur, who was in charge of the training mission, with the captain commanding the tanks as his second in command. Although the SLDF overlord had transported 2 companies of mechs and only a single company of tanks to Illyria, each Manticore having 4 crew meant that the tankers made up the bulk of SLDF army personnel. Why did you ask Cott to go with Jennifer instead of you anyway, Fred? He asked curiously. You usually jump at the chance to play wingman. Frederick sighed. I don't think the Major likes me, he explained. What makes you think so? Henry asked. Because Alice told me he doesn't like me, Frederick replied matter-of-factly. Ah, I guess he's still not come around to the idea that his precious granddaughter is dating some soulless, gene-spliced freak of science, Henry surmised. Why would that bother him? Dave asked, feigning mystification. She's a redhead, so it's not like she's got a soul either, he pointed out, confident he was far enough away from Fred to avoid a punch if one was thrown his way in response. Realizing that Dave was out of arm's reach, Frederick let that one slide. It's not the genetic engineering, it's being a Hallis, he explained. Supposedly way back when Lee MacArthur, Alice's great-grandmother, commanded the 295th, my grandfather, who still commanded the 331st back then, made some joke at a party about the 295th losing their royal status and asked if they'd checked the back of the sofa. You're kidding? Henry asked incredulously. Nope, I guess they'd all had a few drinks, so it sounded funnier at the time, and a whole bunch of generals laughed their asses off, which really pissed off Lee MacArthur because she was pushing hard for the 295th to get their royal title back and thought it was a personal attack or something, not just a stupid joke, Frederick told him. She was the reason the 295th started a policy of only recruiting from Terran hegemony worlds, something General Romanoff continued, he added. In order to even be considered for royal status as an SLDF unit, it was a requirement that the unit's personnel were from the hegemony itself, not just a Star League member state. House Cameron only wanted the best gear going to the troops they considered most loyal to themselves. In many ways the royal SLDF units like the 331st were just the pre-Star League Terran hegemony armed forces wearing different badges on their uniforms. So, she told her son that Frederick Hallis was an asshole, and then decades later his granddaughter gets involved with another Frederick Hallis, the grandson of the original, Dave concluded. That's hilarious. He declared, laughing. It really is a small galaxy, Henry observed. What are the chances? I'd prefer not to know, Frederick replied honestly. It's got to be improbable enough to make me believe in fate, or that there's some deity messing with me personally. It wasn't a deity that put you and Alice together, it was Jennifer, Henry noted just as the girl herself arrived at the scene. Are you denying my divinity again, Henry? Didn't I warn you about that before? Jennifer McKeevety asked deadpan. Do I have to send a lightning bolt your way? Or PPC fire, which is pretty much the same thing, she joked. What are we talking about? Major MacArthur doesn't like Fred, Dave explained. Because he's fucking his granddaughter. Katrina assumed. Don't look at me like that, Fred. You are, she responded to the look he sent her way. When we got back from the folly the second time, I think you two must have spent your entire 3 weeks leave in the sack. I'm not saying it's not true, I just didn't like the phrasing, Frederick told her. It's not like Henry wasn't doing the same when he got back from there too. Henry shook his head. Nope. I mean I would have, but Philomena couldn't get the time off college, he responded sadly. On the plus side, I never have to worry about her family not liking me because I'm genetically engineered, not with her dad being a genetic engineer. Maybe he thinks you're not spliced up enough though, Jennifer suggested wryly. So was caught right about that being the reason the Major doesn't like you? She asked Frederick. That's probably got a lot to do with it, but the whole story is funnier if you ask me, Henry replied instead. So, what plans does the Major have for us? He asked her. Lights and mediums are playing OP for tomorrow as expected, I get to sit that out, Jennifer replied. Once the Treadheads have finished teaching the locals how to operate a manticore well enough to turn the turret, aim the gun and not drive off a cliff, the Major wants you lot to play pirate. Run around a little exchanging directed energy weapon fire with the tanks to show them what it's like. Dialed down guns I hope, Frederick checked, tongue-in-cheek. Maybe not the ones being shot at you, what with Major MacArthur being in charge, Dave suggested, grinning. Frederick thought about that. Anyone wanna swap mechs? He asked hopefully. No, he knows you're the one assigned the Phoenix Hawk, so I sure as hell don't want to be in it, Henry replied. Normally I'd swap a Locust for just about anything but not today, sorry Fred, Dave added for himself. Katrina shook her head. You'll take my Griffin from my cold dead hands. The PPC is love, the PPC is life, she declared reverently. Spoken like a true Wolverine, Jennifer observed appreciatively. As for the Orion they assigned me for this operation, if you think I'm giving up the first heavy they ever put in my hands, then you're crazy, Fred. Even though I honestly doubt the Major wants you dead, she told him. Slightly maimed maybe, but not dead, too much paperwork, she added after a little more thought. Did you get to talk to any of the locals? Henry asked Katrina. Nah, not really. They're mostly too busy trying to learn as much as they can from our tankers to socialize much, Katrina replied. Major MacArthur is hoping that we can get the militia up to speed quickly so we can all pack up and go home. When their own tanks finally arrive from the magistracy, they'll be looking for a training cadre of instructors and mechanics to stay here for a year or so as longer-term advisors, but that's not our problem. I'm just glad we're only here for the crash course, Manticore Tank Operations 101 and basic anti-mech tactics if you've got a tank with a good gun and decent armor to put up against them. The Illyrian tank crews have got to be pretty stoked about switching up from a Merkava with an AC/5 to a Manticore with a PPC, right? Dave asked. I sure as hell would be. They are, Jennifer confirmed before suddenly laughing. One of the locals asked why we don't just hand over a few of our own tanks to the Palatinate right now, replacing them with ones from Majesty Metals and manufacturing when they're available. I'm guessing that the Major didn't tell them it's because our ones might look normal, and have the same controls as a regular Manticore, but they're actually upgraded, Henry responded, grinning. Yeah, we definitely don't want to get involved in a conversation that includes the question improved PPC? What's an improved PPC, do we? Katrina asked rhetorically, grimacing at the thought. I'm just glad someone had the sense to put the original SRM launchers back in temporarily, so we don't have anyone asking why our missiles are making hits so much further away than any of theirs ever have. It's just lucky that someone had the sense not to sell off all the old surplus just in case, Henry added. Although since we've been mostly offloading it to the Palatinate anyway, it still ended up at the same destination. Yeah, I saw a local carrying a shoulder-launched SRM tube just now that still had NEOPS Association militia stamped on the side of it, Katrina told them. I asked him about the thing and he said they traded a drop shipload of copper ingots for a bunch of them a couple of years back. I'll bet the nom grunt that used to hump it around was only too happy to swap it for an improved SRM, she rightly supposed. Infantry always wanted to stay as far away from the mech or tank they were shooting at as they could. Less chance of being seen before they can pull the trigger and duck back into their foxhole. Infantry could take on battle mechs and win, but typically they always took heavy losses doing so unless supported by their own mechs, or some decent tanks, which is where the Manticore would come into play. Given that the vast majority of threats the Illyrian militia would ever likely have to face in their new tanks when they arrived would be pirate raiders and aging machines, the mechs sent along to act as an opposing force, or OPFOR, to the tankers that Katrina and the other were driving consisted almost entirely of designs which were both common and at least a couple of centuries old. A Manticore with its fairly heavy armor, PPC main gun and pair of missile launchers was enough of a handful that your average pirate band with merely a few mediocre light and medium mechs wouldn't want to tangle with one. You wouldn't want to take out a Manticore tank against a trained successor state regular in a Marauder heavy, but your average pirate mech warrior in an old Locust or Wasp would hightail it straight out of there as soon as one turned up. The locals needed to know how to deal with something nastier as well just in case, hence Jennifer being assigned an Orion, and Major MacArthur himself had brought along his personal Highlander assault, but the vast majority of the two companies of mechs loaded aboard the Overlord were vintage mediums and lights. Which of course turned out to less than ideal in hindsight when fate intervened. They were supposed to be there to train some militia though, of course, not fight an actual battle, so you couldn't fairly pin the blame for that on the people who decided which machines to break out of storage for this mission. When's chow time? Dave asked. It's like Scandinavian food here, like in the Rasselhog worlds. He asked. Smorgasbord and whatever. I think so, Henry replied uncertainly. Hey, do you remember those supplies we looted from that dropship at Svelvik? We ended up flushing all those tins of fermented herring out the airlock because every time we opened one every compartment on Saratoga ended up smelling like rotting fish. It's called surströmming and we didn't loot it, we requisitioned it, Jennifer corrected him. Star Captain Francis had been very insistent on that point when Yukon and the so-called Canada tribe had been raiding the Draconis Combine for supplies back before they made contact with the Switchback fleet. I might not have remembered the name but I remember it really put me off the sushi we got off that Drac transport we ran into a few weeks later, Henry recalled. Although it was funny when Fred ate that wasabi ball by accident. Accident my ass, Kat told me she'd already eaten one and it was really tasty, Fred complained. No, I said I'd eaten some of it, with something else, not the whole damn thing on its own, Katrina defended herself. But I agree with Henry, it was funny watching you gag, you had exactly the same expression as when they exposed us to that tear gas to see how we'd stand up to it. Less crying from the tear gas though, Dave added, grinning. Frederick Hallis was about to call his Trothkin a bunch of assholes when an SLDF corporal came sprinting towards them from the Overlord after practically bounding down the loading ramp. Major MacArthur was just on the radio, the corporal yelled at them. He says you all need to stand to and get ready for action. I was just with him and he said he didn't need us until tomorrow, Jennifer replied, frowning. It's not for training, the corporal responded, expression grave. The locals just detected a pair of jump ships arriving at the closest Lagrange point, the corporal explained. The Palatinate is assuming they're pirates and so is Major MacArthur. As per standing orders, all SLDF forces are to prepare for combat immediately. Pirates? Holy shit! Frederick Hallis exclaimed. I thought they didn't hit Illyria itself too often, less militia to deal with on the other Palatinate colonies. I've got no idea, just passing on the orders. I need to get back to the ship, help make sure the aerospace fighters are going to be ready for launch if needed, the corporal replied before turning on his heels and heading back towards the Overlord as fast as he could. Crap. Our mechs are all preloaded with training rounds, Jennifer realized. We need to help the maintenance guys swap them out for live ammo, she said, chasing on after the corporal with the others immediately following on behind. How much live ammunition have we got aboard anyway? Katrina asked Henry as they ran, knowing that he kept track of things like that. It had been joked before that someone must have accidentally added some DNA from a logistics officer into the mix when they made him. Most mech warriors didn't care much about such things until they were promoted to a rank where it was their job to care. Enough SRMs and LRMs for 1 or 2 battles, maybe the same for autocannon rounds, Henry replied. After that it'll be lasers and PPCs only unless the locals have enough compatible ammo in the right calibers to spare, he continued. We weren't here to fight a war after all, he remarked as they arrived at the dropship and headed up the ramp towards the mech bays, which were already a hive of activity as the technicians and mechanics prepared the 2 companies of battle mechs aboard for combat operations, not training. All Frederick could think about was what the chances were of pirates deciding to raid Illyria just then, and wondered if it could really just be a coincidence. It wasn't actually a coincidence as such, but the chain of events that had led to the raiders arriving that day wasn't actually due to the SLDF being there at the same time, but rather to the reason the SLDF was there, that being the shipment of tanks from the magistracy expected to arrive later that year, not that Frederick or any of the others knew that at the time. If you wanted to obtain good plunder you needed good intel, a good habit of effective pirates being to maintain a network of informers, and as rumors of the Palatinate being expected to receive a large shipment of arms spread, it seemed like a good idea to hit them before that happened. The timing also being influenced by the prospect of seizing an unusually rewarding quantity and quality of loot if they made their move now, before the Free Worlds League was back on its feet. As for where exactly in the system they jumped in, although it was always safer to utilize the standard jump points, these being positions above or below the star at a distance far enough out that the gravity was weak enough not to mess with the hyperspace bubble generated by a KF drive, there were downsides to that if your intentions were less than honorable. Since accidentally jumping into a gravity well would likely kill you, most people much preferred a days-long dropship ride from the zenith or nadir points to the planet they were heading to, rather than risk life and limb at a so-called pirate point. Pirates themselves of course found it safer overall to take that risk, however, because it gave the locals far less time to prepare their defenses. Uninvited guests with hostile intentions tended to believe they were more likely to get killed by fully mobilized and entrenched militia than they were by some navigation officer screwing up his jump calculations. Illyria 3 had a decent-sized moon, Gentius, which meant it also had a decent-sized L4 Lagrange point you could choose to jump into instead of the standard jump points, at least if you had faith in both your math and your map of the system anyway. It would still be hours before the dropships they launched made planetfall, but if they had chosen to use the standard jump points instead it would have taken nearly 8 days, and nobody in their right mind wanted to give an opponent that much prep time. Even part-time militia with obsolete weaponry could put up a decent fight if they were dug in like a Kayamban tick, and nobody in their right mind wanted a hard fight if they could have an easy one instead. As the SLDF personnel went about the business of rearming their machines for war, not training, many of them were thinking that it was a shame Illyria lacked the plethora of optical telescopes to be found back home in Neops, because it would have been nice to know exactly what they might be facing, and perhaps who these interlopers actually were. Any orbital telescope would have quickly ascertained that the two jump ships consisted of a pair of invader-class vessels, and a decent one with good resolution would have revealed that despite having 6 docking collars between them they were only hauling 4 dropships that day, a Union, a pair of the smaller Leopard class plus an old jumbo cargo hauler. Something that the telescope could not have told them was who these people actually were, as neither of the jump ships and none of the dropships they arrived with carried any external markings, not even the ones you would typically find on pirate vessels, stylized Jolly Rogers and the like. They were in fact pirates, although conversely on a different day they might have been part of a mercenary regiment that was officially registered with Comstar's Mercenary Review Board, while on yet another they might even be the armed forces of the Circinus Federation, a proper nation-state with an elected government and everything. They were the Black Warriors, mech warriors who wore a lot of different hats, both metaphorically and literally, because as well as being pirates/mercenaries/soldiers they eschewed any kind of consistent uniform policy, each of them dressing how they wished, although within reason, as their officers still expected them to look at least vaguely military and not a complete clown show. Unlike most other periphery nations, the Circinus Federation, situated not far from the Illyrian Palatinate, had found an effective way to pay for the upkeep of a military that was surprisingly well trained and equipped relative to the size of their population. Send it off to steal from other people so that it was entirely self-financing, and as a bonus gained plenty of combat experience. The armed forces of Circinus, the aforementioned Black Warriors, did very well out of the arrangement. They had a safe and secure home world to operate from, and where they could raise a family, they could always count on bonus payments from successful raids to top up their otherwise meager pay, and the frequent combat operations kept them sharp and combat effective. The president of Circinus also did very well out of it. Money and resources flowed in from elsewhere to keep the economy ticking over nicely, making their world wealthier than the average agrarian planet and thus ensuring they remained popular with the voters, while they also didn't have to worry about other pirates preying upon their citizens either, as none of them would goddamn dare. The Black Warriors were savvy enough not to shit where they eat, and they didn't let anyone else do so either. The taxpayers and ordinary citizens of Circinus did very well out of it too. Well enough that they didn't ask their political and military leaders any awkward questions as to where all the money came from to pay for things like new roads and irrigation canals being built, and why, unlike other periphery worlds, their planet never seemed to get raided by assholes cosplaying 17th century buccaneers. Everybody else unfortunate enough to live within a few jumps of Circinus did very badly out of it, of course, but it wasn't like they got a vote or a claim of a share of the ill-gotten gains, so their opinion on the matter didn't carry much weight with the commanding officer of the Black Warriors, the president, or Circinus, or the willfully ignorant citizenry of Circinus. By tradition the Black Warriors were always led by a member of the Syrian family, although that day it was the daughter of the current commander rather than Colonel Syrian himself who was in charge. Major Angelica Syrian needed to demonstrate she was worthy of taking over once her father was either killed in action or retired, and if everything went according to plan this operation would go a long way towards firmly cementing her place in the line of succession. For most of the last 2 years the Black Warriors had been raiding the Free Worlds League, both taking advantage of the chaos in their ranks caused by the Comstar interdiction and also taking revenge for the way the Merrics had treated the founder of the Black Warriors, Angelica's grandfather Zachariah Syrian. The grudge the Black Warriors held against the Free Worlds League verged on an outright vendetta or blood feud. According to their version of events, Zachariah Syrian and his mercenary regiment had been badly mistreated, insulted, and abused while they were in the service of the League not long before the Amorous coup, leading to the Black Warriors breaking their contract and heading out to the periphery to look for a new home. That was not to say that the Black Warriors didn't attack other people as well. If a Lyran-controlled world was a particularly juicy target they would happily raid House Steiner as well, despite Steiner and Merrick being enemies, but that was just paying the bills, whereas raiding a Merrick planet always brought a smile to the faces of the Syrian family and their followers. If the intel was right, the payday from hitting Illyria was well worth giving up the opportunity to raid one more Merrick system before it had its HPG restored, and Angelica Syrian had faith in her sources. In normal times each of the Denise class dropships which were produced at a low rate on Illyria were exported almost as soon as they were completed, typically sold on to customers in the Free Worlds League or occasionally a periphery-based merchant trader. With the interdiction, however, and the economy of the FWL having effectively ground to a halt, there were currently 2 brand new Denise class ships sat on a pad waiting for a buyer and a third currently being assembled. Those 2 completed dropships were worth over 70 million C-bills each, and stripping the third for parts and stuffing them into the jumbo she had brought along for the purpose would only increase the profitability of the operation. The plant where the Denise was produced on Illyria and the town around it was defended, of course, the factory workers having formed their own militia for the purpose, but most of the military strength of the Palatinate in the system was to be found at the capital on a completely different continent. More importantly, all that brand new military hardware that the Illyrians were buying from the magistracy of Canopus hadn't arrived yet, so the timing just couldn't be better. Angelica Syrian didn't want a fight if she could avoid it. With luck a simple show of strength would cause the locals to lay down their arms, or perhaps just step aside and let her take the dropships if she promised not to attack the civilians in the town, and that was why she had brought along more firepower than should have been strictly necessary. Her Union-class dropship, the Bunga Bunga, carried a full company of mechs, and each of the Leopards another lance apiece. Between the 3 military dropships she had 6 aerospace fighters, plus the Leopards themselves as air power, and she also had an infantry platoon loaded aboard the Jumbo plus crews for the dropships she expected to seize. As the dropships reached atmosphere they detected fighters coming up to meet them and Syrian scrambled her own to deal with them. As expected the Illyrians couldn't even boast proper aerospace fighters to defend themselves with. According to sensors the conventional aircraft trying to take on her pilots were merely Angel light strike fighters, along with a couple of the larger Defender, both machines that were utterly outclassed by the ones her people had. You had to give the Illyrian pilots points for even trying. They definitely had some guts, but after her Ironsides and Sparrowhawk aerospace fighters knocked down 3 of them for no losses the rest had the sense to hightail it out of there. The factory complex where the Denise was built was situated on the southern continent, and with their aerospace fighters providing overhead cover the unmarked dropships belonging to the Black Warriors set down far enough away that they could unload their machines before the locals could try to assault them. Less professional troops sometimes made the mistake of landing right next to the opposition and getting hammered before they could deploy, putting too much trust in the ability of the weapons mounted on the dropship to secure a hostile LZ. But Angelica Syrian was no amateur. Once all her mechs were unloaded and formed up she would lead them in an advance on the town and the factory it was built beside. Only then, once her fighting strength was on display, would she get on the radio and tell the locals to surrender in order to prevent bloodshed. A few militia with shoulder-launched SRMs, some APCs, and a few aging Merkava and LT-4 tanks weren't a match for her 5 lances of battle mechs, and unless they were idiots they knew it. The Black Warriors in the mechs were already starting to think about how each of them would spend their share of the prize money once the dropships were seized and later sold when their comrades in the aerospace fighters above them started yelling that a freaking overlord had just popped up over the horizon, one escorted by a squadron of aerospace fighters, and it was heading their way plowing through the atmosphere in a ballistic arc like a gigantic projectile. What the hell? A suitably surprised Major Angelica Syrian asked the universe at large before her comms system notified her that someone was broadcasting a lot of wattage on one of the standard military radio frequencies. Syrian switched over to the frequency concerned, becoming only more vexed and confused as a result as singing blasted from the speakers in her cockpit. Oh, we'll rally round the flag, boys, we'll rally once again. Shouting the battle cry of freedom. And we'll rally from the sphere, we'll gather from the rim. Shouting the battle cry of freedom. The Star League forever, hurrah! Boys, hurrah! Down with Amaris, up with the star. While we rally round the flag, boys, we rally once again. Shouting the battle cry of freedom. What in the actual fuck? Syrian exclaimed, rephrasing her earlier statement to one more suitable for the current circumstances. Note from the author. There must be a reason why a perfectly habitable world like Illyria 3, capital world of the Illyrian Palatinate, which was first colonized way back in the 24th century, has such a small population. People just choosing to leave because the prospects for anyone not born into one of the wealthy ruling families are bad is just my fanon explanation. Although most of their income seems to come from exporting refined metals and metal ores, Illyria does make money off its annual Mech Warriors games, which I'm assuming were postponed during the interdiction, and the South books do mention shipbuilding happening on the southern continent. The Star League liked to restrict economic development in the periphery, but did allow worlds there to produce the Denise-class dropship, which is why I'm having that the type of vessel made on Illyria. It's not a huge high-tech operation, but the Denise isn't a huge high-tech ship either. Major MacArthur of the 295th is the son of General Lee MacArthur, who commanded the division before Jenna Romanoff, and the grandfather of Alice MacArthur. A veteran of the Amaris War, being Terran-born he looks good for his age. Lee MacArthur would have commanded the 295th around about the time General Frederick Hallis, father of Franklin Hallis, commanded the 331st. The Black Warriors of the Cercinus Federation are sometimes pirates, sometimes mercenaries, and sometimes the armed forces of Cercinus. Regardless of what hat they might be wearing at the time, they are very well trained and equipped, by periphery standards. They don't like the Free Worlds League, and there's usually someone from House Syrian in charge. In canon Angelica Syrian was a colonel in 2853, but this is a few years earlier than that, so she's still just a major. As a periphery militia, the Illyrian armed forces are not so well equipped. They still use old Merkava tanks and Apostle SPG artillery, and their pilots fly Angel and Defender conventional fighters bought from the Free Worlds League. Oh, and the Black Warriors having a Union-class dropship called Bunga Bunga comes from the novella Dying Dignity. I didn't make that up. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XXXIX. The Ironborn from the clan breeding program that Nikki K put into high gear in 2819 are going to form the backbone of the SLDF for the next 30 years, and they're arriving just in time because most of the 295th like yourselves are starting to move like they need to see a chiropractor. Except that a lot of your people need to retire and just put our kits in a cockpit to replace them. S.A. Contrish Eben speaks an uncomfortable truth to the senior officers of the 295th Battle Mech Division, 2837 CE. Illyria 3 Illyrian Palatinate 2839. Typically the flight path of an Overlord dropship through the atmosphere was strictly an up/down affair from surface to orbit or vice versa. If you wanted to travel in a rather more horizontal direction than normal, a more streamlined aerodyne-type vessel such as a Leopard or a Triumph tended to be a much better choice, mostly because they didn't have to follow a flight path like a gigantic mortar bomb in order to make rapid transit from point A to point B. A spheroid dropship was more aerodynamic than a brick if plowing sideways through the air, but not by nearly as much as you'd want if you planned to do it for very long. It was all very well saying that with enough thrust you didn't need to worry about what shape your craft was to make it fly. If you wanted it to fly well, it was still a good idea to take account of drag because all the atmosphere between you and your destination had to be pushed out of the way, and at supersonic velocities air compressibility was best not ignored. Anyone that needed convincing on this point should be directed towards any aerospace fighter pilot that had flown both a Stingray and a Hellcat through the air at supersonic speed and low altitude and ask them their opinion on which ride was the least pleasant. The SLDF Overlord had blasted off from where it had originally set down at the militia base near the capital Dalmatia and had entered a ballistic trajectory which would carry it over the ocean to its destination on the southern continent. This was an even less pleasant ride than an outside observer might assume because, thanks to being in a gravity well, there was a down which was not the same direction as the axis of thrust, and the angle of that down changed throughout the arc. Naturally, the worst part was when the Overlord had to flip stem to stern so it could use its main engine to decelerate and then set down as gently as possible. This all being left to the last possible safe moment in order to make the trip with the necessary haste that combat operations required. Describing the journey as uncomfortable, hair-raising, and tooth-rattling would be to drastically understate the reality. Fortunately, the SLDF trained its personnel to deal with such situations and had provided the necessary equipment. Thanks to all the harnesses designed to hold everyone and everything in place, multiple serious injuries were avoided, while mouth guards prevented several tongues being bitten off during the roller coaster ride of a trip. It was still disconcerting as all hell, of course, especially for the mech warriors who made it strapped into the cockpits of their machines for rapid deployment on arrival. Looking out from the cockpit of his Highlander secured within one of the mech bays within the Overlord, Major Robert D. MacArthur noted with satisfaction that the 6 huge external doors of the dropship were already starting to open even before the ship set down, and soon after that the landing was surprisingly smooth given the circumstances. Spitting out his mouthguard, MacArthur took a deep breath as magnetic clamps holding his Highlander and the other machines disengaged. "Go, go, go!" he bellowed into the microphone fitted to his neuro helmet as soon as the doors had opened, the first 4 mechs already heading out through the doors before he had even finished the order. The last time MacArthur had done an actual combat drop like this was on Terra while fighting against Amaris decades before, but General Romanoff had sure as hell made sure her people practiced regularly for these kind of deployments into a potentially hostile LZ, and the lights and then medium mechs under his command tore off the dropship to secure the area like they did this every day. The Overlord should have touched down far enough away from where the pirates had landed that they couldn't possibly hit his forces before they fully deployed, but Major MacArthur wasn't prepared to take any risks. While his 2 companies of battle mechs could be all off the ship and ready for action in minutes, that was not true for his armored unit, and he wanted that company of Manticore tanks crewed down the ramps and formed up before he ordered his forces to advance. According to the locals, the presumed pirates had a Union, 2 standard model Leopard mech carriers and an old jumbo. The latter dropship was unlikely to be carrying battle mechs or vehicles, it was probably just mostly along to transport loot, but there might be infantry aboard it, and between them the 2 military dropships could be carrying some 20 mechs. MacArthur himself had some 24 mechs plus 12 tanks to support them, plus whatever the local militia had, of course, which would have made him a great deal happier if he didn't know that his command was light on heavies and heavy on lights, to coin the old mech warrior joke. As his Highlander followed the smaller battle mechs off the ship, tank crews visibly already running to their own machines behind him in the vehicle bay, MacArthur wished he had come to Illyria to fight a war, not to train militia. "Suck it up, Robert," he said quietly to himself. "If wishes were mechs we'd all be riding an Atlas too," he observed wryly as he cleared the dropship and the only other assault battle mech under his command, a stalker, appeared at his side. The Overlord had set down on a small hill on what was otherwise mostly a wide open plain, with some farmland nearby and the town where the dropship plant was located visible on the horizon. Not too far to the north, just out of line of sight from here, should be where the pirate dropships were, and once his tanks were ready MacArthur intended to go for the throat, pin them down with his tanks and larger, slower mechs in the center with his lighter machines screening his flanks. It was a fair assumption that if these assholes had known there was a full battalion of mechs and tanks from Neops on the planet they wouldn't have landed at all, and while they would have seen the Overlord heading their way, the sight of 3 companies worth of heavy metal heading right at them was still unlikely to do their morale any favors. Things were more equal in terms of aerospace fighters. An Overlord carried a full squadron of 6, while their Union and pair of Leopard dropships would have brought 2 apiece to the fight, so numerically they were matched. Where they weren't matched was in terms of equipment. According to his fighter pilots currently jockeying for position in the sky above, the other side was using standard model Sparrowhawk Light and Ironsides medium fighters, which weren't actually bad machines, but they were no match for the souped-up Tomahawk and Rapier fighters that the SLDF had brought to the fight. Even if his pilots had only been flying Royals, it would have been a mismatch, but as it was the SLDF had upgraded their machines still further with improved clan technology and more armor. It would have been nice if some of his mechs, not just his Tomahawk fighters, were packing enhanced ERPCs, but his mech warriors had been there to act as a OP for, and the pirates they were training the Illyrians to fight wouldn't have that kind of firepower. Nobody this side of Strinomekti apart from Neops actually did. As such, what he had for the ground fight was strictly B-team equipment, Star League era gear or weaponry such as the improved large laser that hit just like an ordinary large laser. It was just lighter and more compact. From what he knew of the clans, those clowns would have bid away a couple of lances to make it an even fairer fight, but that just went to show how stupid and / or insane they were in MacArthur's opinion. Back during the war, a good day was the one where you arrived with a whole division and found the enemy waiting for you in battalion strength or less. If they were smart enough to surrender, then great. If not, you ordered a whole company to engage a single mech, and after the hilariously lopsided fight you praised their bravery while simultaneously mocking their utter stupidity for not waving the white flag or running away. Given that their jump ships would take nearly a whole week to recharge their drives, it wasn't like the pirates could just climb back in their dropships and flee themselves. Well, they could, but they wouldn't get any further than the Lagrange point. Given that Neops was widely known by now to possess armed jump ships, as well as actual warships, MacArthur assumed that the opposition would prefer to make a fight of it on the ground rather than in space, even if they hadn't yet detected the tramp at the zenith point which had transported his people here from Neops. A tramp-class jump ship was no warship, but compared to a couple of invaders it was still pretty formidable, and it could jump from the zenith point to where they were any time it liked, having already fully recharged its own KF drive while MacArthur's Overlord made its way from the jump point to Illyria 3. If the tramp had more armor, MacArthur would have considered having it make the jump, shoot the pirate jump ships up for a while, then use its lithium fusion battery to jump back to the zenith point, but that would have been risking damage to the tramp. The invaders weren't totally unarmed, they usually carried a couple of large lasers or PPCs, and they might also be carrying some fighters in their small craft bays as the tramp itself happened to be. It was unlikely any of their fighters were packing nuclear ordnance as the two Ahab aerospace fighters docked aboard the SLDF tramp were, but MacArthur knew that while just jumping in and nuking the pirate jump ships would be an easy win, General Romanoff would have his balls on a plate for doing it. Trying not to look as WMD happy as the successor states was part of the image Neops wanted to project to its neighbors. The association freely admitted possessing a large nuclear stockpile, but publicly stated this was only maintained as a strategic deterrent. Most of his mech warriors that day were from the 331st, the amorous war veterans of the 295th, tending to be found driving heavies in assaults these days where fast reaction times weren't nearly as important as experience and discipline, but many of his tank crews however were comprised of soldiers his own age hailing from his own division. Romanoff had felt that instructions being given to the Illyrian militia on how to operate a manticore would be better received coming from older, more experienced treadheads than snot-nosed kids, and so she had selected tank crews primarily on that basis. It all showed in just how much more excited and enthusiastic the radio chatter was between the mech warriors compared to that between the tankers as MacArthur listened in. The manticore crews were mostly long past the stage where they yearned for glory, or promotion, they just wanted to blast the enemy with PPCs and LRMs from range and then grind under their tracks, quickly and with minimal fuss and ideally minimal losses. That wasn't to say that the tankers were blasé or unmotivated. They clearly wanted to get at the enemy and teach them a couple of lessons, these being that the SLDF was still the finest military that had ever taken the field, and that old war horses could still kick ass, they just much preferred not to get killed doing it. In their youth, losing their lives to help rid the galaxy of Stefan Amaris had seemed a sacrifice worth making, doing so this close to retirement just to dispose of some pirate rabble not so much. They were in the right vehicles if they wanted to stay alive while dishing out the punishment, at least, MacArthur considered with satisfaction. A regular manticore was pretty tough to start with, but if you swapped out the original PPC and LRM launcher for the lighter improved versions of both, and then devoted that spare tonnage for even more armor, well, if nothing else it certainly did wonders for tanker morale. It still looked and handled much like the regular version, and the controls were the same, so they were just fine for training the locals how to operate the manticore. It was just even better at taking a hit now, and that suited MacArthur just fine because so many of his mechs weren't exactly designed to soak up a lot of incoming fire. With a screen of light mechs scouting a little ahead of the main force, Major MacArthur ordered the advance, making sure that his recon units knew that if they made contact they shouldn't try to be heroes, they should wait for the tougher machines to catch up. Like his mother liked to say, nobody ever won a war by dying for her planet, you make the other poor, dumb bitch die for hers. It was good advice, but she might have been invited to more social events in refined company if her language had been a little less salty when mixing with polite society, he knew. As for the fight to come, some artillery would have nice to soften the foe up before the fight, of course, as would having a Stuka squadron as air support, but MacArthur guessed that those under his command of the Wolverine Persuasion in particular weren't fazed too much by the idea of going in without them. During their days with him as their cult leader, Kerensky Jr. had apparently frowned upon proper combined arms warfare, so they thought of arty and airstrikes as something that was nice to have, not an outright necessity on the battlefield. Many of them were still a bit weird in his opinion, even after a decade of living on Neops with normal, albeit more than a little nerdy, people, but you certainly couldn't fault them on their ability to pilot a battle mech. The genetically engineered ones were still an unknown quantity as far as he was concerned however, and he didn't think his reservations were entirely due to being aggrieved that his granddaughter was involved with one, a goddamn Hallis no less. By messing with their fight or flight reflex their creators had made them react to stressful situations in a way that the vast majority of sane humans did not, which made them potentially unpredictable and undoubtedly difficult to relate to or always understand. This would be the first time any of them had seen combat, and MacArthur was certain how they acted and behaved would be studied in depth for quite some time afterwards, but he didn't think this would really answer any of the big questions about them. MacArthur expected to win this fight decisively, perhaps not bloodlessly but decisively nonetheless. The great unknown that would be faced at some point in the future was how the Gamma and Zeta Sibkits, or whatever the hell it was they called themselves, would handle defeat, or even just being ordered to retreat. They handled their machines wonderfully though, he had to give them that. Ethical considerations aside, if you started teaching your people how to fight at kindergarten age by the time they were in their late teens or early 20s they really knew their trade. MacArthur himself had been younger than any of the kids currently were when he fought his first battle, having been a mere 19 years old when as a second lieutenant he first followed General Romanoff across a battlefield on Apollo, and with only a fraction as much time spent in a mech cockpit when he got to do it for real the first time as they had, he certainly expected them to perform better than he had at least. The neurohelmet you wore used your own sense of balance and reactions to stimuli to keep your battle mech upright when something was trying to knock it down, and to stop you falling over when moving across broken terrain at speed, and it took years of practice to be really good at it. Watching the Locust, Wasp, Commando, and Stinger lights leading the advance, each with some gene-spliced weirdo barely out of their teens at the controls effortlessly dealing with any obstacles they encountered as they kept formation and maintained spacing, MacArthur hoped they could shoot as well as they drove, rightly assuming that they probably could. They knew their jobs well enough that they didn't think scouting just meant looking out for the enemy at least. As the light mechs advanced they reported on the terrain and the state of the ground so that the units following behind took the appropriate route. This was particularly important when you had a mix of different platforms working together such as mechs and tanks. Ground that was tricky for a mech could be easy for a tracked vehicle and vice versa. Wide tracks and low ground pressure per square meter meant that a 60-ton tank like a Manticore could traverse soft ground that the foot of a 20-ton mech would just sink into, while conversely a mech could step over or jump obstacles that would utterly stymie a tank. That was just another reason why combined arms formations were just objectively better in the majority of situations, they just weren't so stuck in the way they had to operate, stuck being the operative word in this particular example. Was the raw skill of the kits and a careful study of their trade in the academic classroom sense a match for actual combat experience though, Major MacArthur wondered, knowing that he would be finding that out sooner rather than later? A few kilometers away Major Angelica Syrian was counting on experience. Judging from the Overlord dropship's IFF it looked like she was about to be facing some kind of expeditionary force from the Neops Association, maybe there to train the Illyrians she wondered, but how good could they really be? She had heard the stories of course, even if you weren't connected to the HPG network like Cercinus both rumors and actual news tended to spread fast from the inner sphere to the near periphery, and Neops was close enough to Cercinus for her people to have paid attention. A self-styled Star League and Terran hegemony remnant, Neops had apparently been a high-tech scientific research station that was technologically sophisticated enough to not only make its own HPGs but even keep a small number of warships and an unknown number of battle mechs operational. It was supposedly Neops that had loaned the Palatinate the money they were using to buy the shipment of military equipment from the magistracy that was expected to start to arrive later in the year, so the association wanting to make sure the money wasn't being squandered made a certain amount of sense if they were conscientious, but the timing was pretty unfortunate from her perspective. Raiding Illyria before they had the new gear and couldn't put up meaningful resistance was the whole reason why the Black Warriors had chosen to strike now. Only idiots wanted a fair fight after all, but assuming that damn Overlord was fully loaded she could be facing 36 mechs, or perhaps a mix of mechs and combat vehicles, to her 20. It was best to assume the worst and plan for it, Syrian knew. The 295th Battle Mech Division which had somehow ended up on Neops wasn't a royal formation, so they wouldn't have the best gear the old SLDF had boasted, but they wouldn't have worn out junk either like most forces you encountered in the periphery. It was a good news/bad news situation, the two actually going hand in hand. The good news was that it was a reasonable assumption that the opposition hadn't really fought anybody since Alexander Kerensky put a bullet into Stefan Amaris, so they wouldn't have anybody much under 90 with combat experience. The bad news being that because they hadn't fought anybody since then they could well be bringing factory fresh machines to the party, ones with all the fancy bells and whistles still working. Guardian ECM systems, Beagle active probes and command mechs where all the electronics still worked just weren't a thing these days, particularly not way out here, and the other side having potential force multipliers like that wasn't exactly great. At least she had a fair idea of how they were likely to fight, or at least she assumed so given that the people that would have trained the opposition were almost certainly old SLDF regulars who had served in the 295th against Amaris. Most of the actual veterans would be retired by now of course, maybe excepting the senior officers and a few grizzled non-coms, but they would have taught their kids and grandkids the way they were taught, and given that SLDF doctrine had triumphed over the Rim World's Republic, it seemed unlikely they would have tried to reinvent the wheel in the intervening years. That could be their undoing. The Black Warriors knew Star League Defense Force battlefield doctrine as well as anyone. In fact, during the Amaris War they had actually been involved in training new recruits to Kerensky's cause and how the SLDF did things, thanks to Zachariah Syrian and his mercenary regiment siding with the anti-Amaris cause and doing what they could for the Star League. The people that trained Angelica and her generation of the Black Warriors had trained a lot of the people that went on to retake the Terran hegemony, the SLDF units at the sharp edge needing a constant stream of replacements as they took battlefield casualties. It was in fact one of the reasons why the Black Warriors weren't your typical pirate rabble. They were professional soldiers with proper training and the instilled discipline you would expect from that. They just happened to want a better paycheck and a laxer uniform code than a regiment with less flexible morals would get, and you couldn't even accuse them of being only out for number one. If somebody invaded Cercinus, the Black Warriors would fight for their home just as hard as any soldier anywhere in the inner sphere would, excepting perhaps the Drax, but those lunatics seemed to go out of their way to martyr themselves for the dragon. It was annoying that her aerospace fighters were too busy dancing around the sky looking for a positional advantage in the dogfight to come to do some better aerial observation, but as the Neops people advanced it was obvious from altitude by the tank tracks many of them left behind that it wasn't a mech-only formation. How Syrian handled this would depend on what tanks they were. The SLDF had relied heavily on the Manticore and the von Luckner as their main tank strength, and they needed to be dealt with in a very different way. The von Luckner was the heavier of the two machines, and the harder hitting thanks to its massive AC/20 that could utterly wreck a mech in one blow. But the AC/20 lacked range, so as long as you weren't stupid enough to get close those things could be dealt with. The Manticore was more of a problem at longer range. It didn't have the same knockout punch, but its PPC used in conjunction with its LRM launcher could tear the hide off you if you gave it the time to do so. As the enemy approached, her scouts made note of their composition before withdrawing back to her lines. Just the Manticore then, and the vast majority of their mechs were lights and mediums, Angelica Syrian considered as her scouts relayed on their findings. They had more hardware, but the average tonnage of her mechs was considerably higher, with armor plate to spare. If she tried to fight at range, then it would play into the hands of that company of PPC and LRM-toting enemy tanks, but if she went right at them, concentrating fire on anything that could be knocked out fast to even the odds, and was clinical in her target selection after that, this could work. Assault-wise they did have a Highlander and a Stalker, the Gauss rifle on the former being another particular reason not to want to shoot it out with them at long range. A lucky hit from that thing could blow the head of her Battlemaster clean off, and her ride being a command mech, it would surely be gunning for her. Syrian wanted to be up close where she could put all her medium lasers and her SRM launcher to work against it, burn the thing down with weight of fire in a brawl where the Highlander didn't have the advantage. That Stalker would have to be dealt with differently. It had a weapons loadout that meant it would hit you progressively harder the closer you got to it, but the Black Warriors could tackle that thing after thinning out the herd. This was going to be bloody, but it was winnable, Syrian decided. Bigger mechs and undoubtedly more experienced mech warriors should be enough to get the job done, especially if she could shake their morale by taking down a few enemy machines in the first few minutes. There was an area of more uneven and broken terrain nearby, and Angelica Syrian immediately ordered her mechs to move into it. If they had been fighting against von Luckner tanks instead, that would have been a bad idea, but in terrain like that where you could only get line of sight relatively close, the PPC on the Manticore wouldn't get a chance to shine, at least metaphorically. Being a blindingly bright charged particle beam with lightning flashing around it, a PPC always shined literally. Issuing her instructions over the encrypted command channel, Angelica Syrian told her troops what she expected of them, how she expected the fight to go, and what they needed to do in order to win. This wasn't turning out to be the battle they had expected against poorly equipped militia, but it wasn't like they had a battalion of heavies and assaults heading their way. Those Neops machines might look shiny and pristine, but that was because they hadn't fought a battle since her grandfather commanded the Black Warriors. As the opposition approached and the scouts' observations were confirmed that there was indeed an awful lot of diminutive bug mechs among them, Wasp, Locust and Stinger 20-tonners, as well as a couple of the slightly heavier Commando, the Black Warriors started to feel more confident, and a ripple of laughter over the comms followed Major Syrian's joke that she should have brought along a can of insecticide. It would be folly to completely discount even the smallest of mechs, of course. They might not be able to take much punishment, and they didn't mount the firepower to dish it out either, but they had a speed and maneuverability advantage over heavier machines, and if they could flank around and shoot you in the rear where the armor on your own ride was thinner, they could be a literal pain in the ass. For that reason Syrian told her own lights not to fully commit to the action until theirs were. They might be needed to counter a sudden piece of tactical chicanery. Ideally she would have moved her forces into the town for the fight, tanks with specialized long-ranged armament sucked at urban warfare, but the need to defend her dropships, and also the risk of local militia armed with shoulder-launched SRM launchers equipped with Inferno warheads, ruled that one out. As she formulated last-minute plans and issued final orders, her comms gear flagged up an incoming radio transmission from the other side over an open channel. This is Major Robert MacArthur of the Star League Defense Force issuing the first and final warning you will receive from me, the transmission began. Given your failure to identify yourselves, it is assumed you are unlawful combatants entitled to no protections under the Ares Conventions or any of the other rules and customs of war. As such, we will treat you as pirates, showing no mercy unless you immediately lay down your arms and surrender, thus preventing unnecessary bloodshed on both sides. Syrian grinned. There's no such thing as the Star League Defense Force anymore, she signaled back. No Star League either for that matter, so I guess you are operating under a false identity. As such, it is assumed that you are unlawful combatants entitled to no protections under the Ares Conventions, she retorted sarcastically, laughing. The SLDF as constituted serves the government of the Neops Association as the lawful continuation of both the Star League and the Terran hegemony. Regardless of that, we're not here to bandy words with criminals. You can surrender your arms and face a fair trial, or you can face us in battle. Choose the latter, and any of you that survive will then face a hangman's rope. I have a counter-offer, Syrian responded. You all turn around, get back on your dropship and just leave, because if you don't, then after I've beaten you and taken your mechs as salvage, I'll leave your corpses rotting in the sun to feed the carrion eaters, she said. In case it's not clear, that's me saying that I won't be meekly waving the white flag. Thank God. I was worried for a moment you might not want to make a fight of it. MacArthur out. Well, he was certainly out of his league anyway, Angelica Syrian thought to herself confidently as the enemy formation continued to bear down on her position. As with most ground battles in the 29th century, the festivities began with a massive storm of LRMs from both sides, missiles raining down like hail in a mostly indirect fire engagement that made up for in fire and fury what it lacked in accuracy. It was all so spectacular that it took Angelica Syrian a couple of minutes to register what her aerospace fighter pilots suddenly started screaming about. 2 planes down already? How the hell did that happen? Syrian wanted to know before the fighting on the ground took up all her available attention. It still itched in the back of her mind, however, where it was soon joined by another thought as her mech warriors started yelling about the first enemy machines taking direct fire, not reacting to solid hits like they should, and their return fire being unusually unflustered and precise, as if the man or woman at the controls was on a firing range, not in a battle. As the world became missile salvos, streams of autocannon tracer, PPC bolts, and laser beams lit up by clouds of smoke and dust, Angelica Syrian wondered if there was more to these Neops people and their machines than met the eye. Note from the author. The force dispatched to Illyria to train the locals in operating the Manticore is not properly balanced, and it's not ideally equipped to take on the Black Warriors. It would obliterate the average pirate battalion though. Despite numerical superiority, they have smaller mechs on average, and the Manticore tank specializes in long-range engagements that Syrian isn't stupid enough to give in them. If the SLDF's tank company had been a mix of the Manticore and von Luckner, then the Black Warriors would have been less happy at a close-in fight, but as it is, they prefer to brawl rather than get shot up by PPCs. Thanks to the first full production run Ironborn coming of age, the SLDF is now leaning younger. Particularly in terms of those sat in the cockpits of light mechs. Although the first use of the Iron Womb by the clans dates to 2816, it wasn't until 2819 that numbers were significantly ramped up as Kerensky embraced the technology fully as part of his breeding program. MacArthur would have much preferred to fight with some good artillery support, the kind that the SLDF used so effectively before against the Blood Rain on Algenib, but they don't have any volley or Thor batteries, so they're fighting with what they do have. The biggest edge they do have is in terms of aerospace fighters, and it's technological. The ASFs belonging to the Black Warriors are so outclassed by upgunned Royal Tomahawk and Rapier fighters, it's not funny. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XL. Cercinus? I like to think of it as Neops' dark twin, or perhaps the evil alternate universe version of Neops. Neops with a goatee, if you will. Giles Olsen, former High Associator, 2844 CE. Illyria 3 Illyrian Palatinate 2839. Cackling like a lunatic after his initial whoop of triumph, Nils Rayson brought the nose of his Tomahawk aerospace fighter around towards the next target on his scope as the wreckage of the pirate Sparrowhawk he had just shot down fell to earth, or rather the surface of Illyria 3, where the largest remaining chunk of the plummeting 30-ton airframe would make an impressive crater. While you could often salvage a defeated enemy battle mech, that didn't tend to be an option when it came to downed aerospace fighters. Generally they hit the ground very, very hard after being knocked out of the sky, and while some of the armor plate might still be intact enough to reuse, the valuable weaponry and electronics tended to end up a broken, tangled mess. If they hadn't been able to eject, what was left of the pilot was inevitably also a broken, tangled mess mixed in with what was left of their ride, but in this case the Sparrowhawk pilot had successfully managed to punch out when their engine failed. Slowly drifting down by parachute, Rayson correctly assumed that they would be bemoaning all the way down to the ground the fact that they had been suckered, but good. This wasn't Rayson's first aerial victory, but it was the first one in many years. Coming up nearly 2 decades ago now, as a rookie pilot he had shot down a couple of Trident ASFs belonging to one of the rebel groups over Circe, and a couple of years after that over Strana he had splashed a Zero being flown by a pilot from Clan Wolf, the Kerensky sight bastard spiraling into the ground just outside Bearcat while still in his cockpit, but it had been a long dry spell ever since. Now in his 40s, Racine had been starting to think that maybe he should consider swapping his beloved light fighter for something more suitable for middle age, a rapier or even a Stuka maybe, as his reaction times definitely weren't what they used to be. On the other hand, however, despite that enemy Sparrowhawk having clearly been flown by some twitchy, hyperactive kid who must have downed several large cups of espresso judging by how they had been throwing it around the sky, it wasn't Nils Racine dangling from a chute right now, was it? There was indeed a lot to be said for youth, but guile and being a sneaky underhanded sob with a plan and an ace hidden up the sleeve also had its merits. The Sparrowhawk was lighter and nimbler than a tomahawk, with a superior thrust-to-weight ratio that meant trying to outturn or outclimb it would be an exercise in futility unless the Sparrowhawk pilot was either a klutz or a complete idiot. The Sparrowhawk wasn't well armed or well armored, its advantage lay in its speed, and as they had started to tangle it had become obvious to Racine that his opponent was the type that liked to play with their food. Using the superior performance of their machine, the Sparrowhawk pilot had danced around the sky, making sure to stay out of the effective range of the large lasers that the standard model TKH-63 Tomahawk mounted as its primary armament. The enemy pilot effectively taunting Racine by occasionally getting just barely close enough to hit, Racine obliging by firing his lasers that missed by a mile each time. That the Tomahawk might be deliberately shooting wide apparently didn't occur to them. One of the ironies of 29th century aerial combat was that in many ways it resembled that of the world wars of the early to mid-20th century more than it did some slightly later wars, such as the Second Soviet Civil War of the early 21st, when fire-and-forget guided missiles launched at well beyond visual range had rendered old-school dogfighting an anachronism. The swing back to gunfighting in the skies had largely been as a result of the development of the aerospace fighter, these being powered by a nuclear fusion reactor that could generate an obscene amount of electrical power as well as the ability to take off from a runaway and reach orbit. The sheer wattage you could push into your electronic countermeasures, particularly brute force jamming, could so overmatch the capabilities of the seeker head in an incoming radar-guided missile that they just stopped being effective. Ironically, the very same reactors that had allowed for excessively powerful ECM had also made laser weaponry practical, quickly bringing back the age of the aerial gunfighter, and they had reigned ever since. Self-guided fire-and-forget BVR missiles small enough to hang under an aerospace fighter had been in effect just a short-lived historical oddity, a flash in the pan that lasted only a few decades. Gradually, as the Sparrowhawk pilot reached the conclusion that the incompetent schmuck in the Tomahawk couldn't hit the side of a barn if they were inside it, they let themselves get closer and closer, taunting their opponent though still making sure that they were far enough away that only both the best aimed and luckiest of shots could hit them. The Sparrowhawk was already within effective range, if barely, when the pirate in the cockpit reduced speed slightly more to let the Tomahawk on their tail catch up slightly more, as if mocking their skills. If any incoming laser fire did get too close, they would simply gun their engine again and leave the slower fighter behind to eat their dust. Eventually they would have likely gotten bored with their sport, but they never actually got the chance. If Racine's Tomahawk had been a regular Thank 63 model, the Sparrowhawk pilot would have gotten away with it, but it wasn't, not anymore. 2 years before, the fusion engine in Racine's fighter had been pulled out and replaced with the XL power plant, one originally designed for the Stag battlemech that had been put back into manufacture for the Hussar. With the same power output as the original engine, it didn't make the Tomahawk any faster, but it was considerably lighter, freeing up some weight for more weaponry and heat sinks. The upgraded machine was effectively now a Thank 63B, a Royal Tomahawk, the type that the SLDF had mounted an ERP-C on. Except that it didn't mount an ERP-C, it mounted an enhanced ERP-C. Not only that, by swapping the large lasers for improved large lasers, an additional 2 tons of weight was available that was used to install an extra pair of double heat sinks so it could actually use all that firepower more often without overheating so quickly, a problem the Thank 63B had been known for. The Sparrowhawk might have been far enough away from the Tomahawk that a large laser fired at its maximum effective range would have to be lucky to hit it, but as far as the EERPPC was concerned, this wasn't even long-range shooting. Taking careful aim for the first time, Racine lined up his shot on the rear of the Sparrowhawk and fired all 3 of his guns the instant it leveled off for a split second between maneuvers, the improved large laser in each wing and the EERPPC in the nose of his Tomahawk discharging all their stored energy immediately. One of the lasers missed. Racine was good, but for even one of them to make a hit at that range was pretty lucky. The lone enhanced ERP-C did not miss. Since light travels somewhat faster than a particle beam, the beam from the improved large laser actually struck the Sparrowhawk a tiny fraction of a second before the EERPPC did, but as far as the pirate in the cockpit was concerned, it happened simultaneously. A Sparrowhawk is not a well-armored machine, and like most aerospace fighters, it had less armor in the rear aspect than the front anyway, as such having both large laser and an EERPPC bolt suddenly, and extremely unexpectedly shot up its ass came as a very unpleasant surprise, as an impressive chunk of armor plate was instantly vaporized and every warning light in the cockpit of the 30-ton fighter lit up. "Got you now, you slippery jackrabbit son of a bitch," Racine said gleefully, hitting his overthrust to close the gap still further before the other pilot could get his act together and recover from the shock. To give them some credit, the pilot of the Sparrowhawk didn't take all that long to hit their own overthrust, making them faster than the Tomahawk again, but Rayson managed to get in a couple more good hits with all his guns before the Sparrowhawk managed to use its superior performance to get out of the effective range of Rayson's lasers, and even after that the pirate was still in EERPPC range. It wouldn't have worked nearly so well if the Sparrowhawk pilot had known they were up against a Royal, of course, but assuming that they were up against a regular Tomahawk where the third gun in the nose was a titchy, short-ranged, and weak small laser, not a massive long-ranged particle beam cannon, had likely seemed a certainty at the time. The SLDF that ended up on Neops weren't a Royal division with that kind of fancy gear, were they? No, they were not. Playing games with the relatively sluggish Tomahawk had seemed like it would be fun, and so instead of being a consummate professional the young Sparrowhawk pilot had fucked around, and then they had subsequently found out, the universe being no great fan of hubris. As mentioned before, Rayson had whooped in triumph as his EERPPC hit something that must have been vitally important for the Sparrowhawk to stay in the air, the pilot inside punching out fractionally before a large internal explosion sent a hefty part of its fusion power plant flying out of the engine's exhaust, but he had still kept his head in the game. Radio chatter on comms informed him that another pirate Sparrowhawk had been swatted, but also that the SLDF Rapier pilots were having fun with the enemy Ironsides. The Ironsides had punchier guns, its twin PPCs hit harder and had more range than the improved large pulse lasers of the upgraded Rapier in Neops SLDF service, but when they had tried to use that advantage they had found themselves being absolutely pummeled by seemingly endless salvos of LRMs that were hitting far too often for comfort thanks to Artemis 4 guidance. By replacing the original armament with improved types, enough tonnage had been freed up for the Rapier to carry considerably more armor, 2 additional double heat sinks and also a lot more LRM ammunition, the latter being of particular interest to the Ironsides getting constantly pelted with the things. With the Rapier tanking what PPC fire managed to strike home at long range better than the enemy pilots thought it should, which was disturbing in itself, the Ironsides closed so they could get more hits and eventually bring their multiple SRM launchers to bear, wanting to be the one giving not receiving the gift of missiles for once, but as they did so they started to take fire from large pulse lasers which were nasty in a dogfight because they spread the good news around, increasing the chance of a hit against a maneuvering target. It was all still far too much of an even fight for Rayson's liking, so he slotted in behind the nearest Ironsides that was shooting it out with a friendly Rapier and started blasting. Nicholas Kerensky might have wanted to bring back honorable single combat, but just because modern aerospace fighters might dogfight like it was the First World War, the Knights of the Sky crap went out with Manfred von Richthofen. This wasn't a game, and unlike the Sparrowhawk pilot he had already shot down, Nils Rayson wasn't playing around. As his Tomahawk and the Rapier ganged up on the unfortunate pirate Ironsides, Rayson idly wondered if the army guys and gals on the ground were having as good a day as he was so far. He knew they didn't have the benefit of all the equipment upgrades and improved weaponry he did, but if the pirate mech warriors were as overconfident as their aerospace pilots had been, then they were likely in for one hell of a shock, he decided as the enemy fighter desperately tried to shake him. Even more so than most light aerospace fighters, light battle mechs like the 20-ton Locust, Wasp, and Stinger tearing around on the ground far below the aerial dogfight relied upon their speed for protection, not their armor. As such, if forced into a pitched battle they would keep moving as fast as they could, almost as if the life of the mech warrior in the cockpit depended upon it, which of course it did. In the chair of a slightly upgraded LCT-1V Locust, the original armor plate had been replaced by ferrofibrous, and switching out the machine guns for lighter Clan Tech ones freed up half a ton that was then devoted to a concealed flamer. Mech warrior Dave Robertson was moving at nearly 130 kph as he looked for a potential enemy target he might actually be able to handle, or at least annoy enough to draw its attention from someone else that wasn't so hard to hit. The problem with that approach was, of course, that while going at maximum speed meant you were much more difficult to hit, it was also much more difficult to hit back. This intrinsic problem was amplified by the fact that the weapons mounted on a light mech tended to be incapable of the sort of one-punch knockout that was possible for something like a heavy mech carrying a Gauss rifle or massive AC/20 autocannon. Light mechs had to nibble the enemy to death, one tiny bite of armor plate at a time until something mechanically critical underneath was exposed, and if you weren't even hitting a high percentage of your shots anyway because you were running around like a lunatic, then chewing up anything that wasn't another thinly skinned light mech like yourself was like trying to consume a cauldron of soup with a teaspoon. I need to remember not to skip dinner before a battle, Dave Robertson thought to himself as he dodged autocannon fire from a pirate Centurion, a machine he had never seen before in real life. The metaphors in my internal monologue are all about eating today, he realized, firing back with his single medium laser before veering away to avoid getting lit up by a Jaeger mech that had taken a sudden interest in him. These guys sure do have an interesting mix of machines, Robertson considered. It wasn't even that they were a motley collection of various salvaged battlefield scrap. You wouldn't really expect any kind of uniformity from a band of periphery pirates, even one this size. The curious thing was that their eclectic collection of battle mechs all seemed to be in pretty good condition. If he had known at the time that he was facing the Black Warriors, formerly a mercenary regiment who had been given the job of training replacement personnel for the SLDF during the Amorous War, it would have made a lot more sense. Alexander Kerensky had needed new recruits who could operate most, if not all, of the machines in SLDF service, and this had resulted in the Black Warriors being assigned a wide selection of machines for that purpose, including some of the less common or more modern types. Add in what they had later captured from raiding worlds in the Free Worlds League, and occasionally the Lyran Commonwealth, and their extremely varied TONE made a lot of sense. As Robertson turned and put some fire into the flank of a pirate rifleman that had been near the Jaeger mech, presumably they were part of an air defense lance, it was all too obvious that what the other side lacked in numbers they made up for in the average weight of their machines. The company of Manticore tanks on his side that were just now arriving and throwing their firepower into the fray helped a lot, but they would have been much more of a decisive factor in a long-range engagement rather than a messy, close-in brawl, their PPC and particularly their LRM launcher being suboptimal for this kind of battle. Although lighter and more compact than a standard LRM launcher, the improved LRM system shared its big flaw of having an effective minimum range. It was an indirect fire weapon that launched salvos off in a ballistic arc, and that meant at certain ranges it just wouldn't depress enough to hit something right in front of it. A volley of LRMs passing harmlessly right over an enemy target might look spectacular, it would and leave them wreathed in smoke from all those vapor trails, but it wasn't all that useful. The particle projector cannon also had a minimum range, though that was pretty much point blank by comparison, being half that of the LRM, which being due to the need to protect the machine's own electrical systems from the PPC hitting something closer than 90 meters away. The lightning that seemed to crackle around a PPC beam wasn't just an amusing light show, it was absolute hell on electronics if you didn't try and mitigate the problem. That was another reason why the SLDF had always liked to use mixed companies of Manticore and von Luckner tanks by preference. The former combat vehicle wasn't good at brawling up close, the latter absolutely rocked at it. Major MacArthur had told his mech warriors that a priority task was to stop the enemy closing on the Manticore tanks, this being due not only to the need to make sure they were far enough back from the action to use their weaponry effectively, but also because one thing that battle mechs so equipped loved to do against tanks was use their jump jets to leap upwards and land on top of the poor bastards. Tanks were built tough, but their turrets, and the crews inside them, did not appreciate having 50+ tons of weight come suddenly crashing down on top. This was actually a move which MacArthur would have always thought about a lot as he drove a Highlander which specialized in the tactic, though massing 90 tons and despite that mounting jump jets which could send it high into the air, the Highlander would do it to everything, including mechs, and at every possible opportunity. They called it the Highlander burial because if the 90-ton assault jumped on a light mech, for example, it could literally drive it into the ground like a tent peg. It was risky for the mech too, of course. Unless the landing was performed perfectly, it could result in serious damage to the jumper as well as the jumpy, with the latter potentially toppling over and crashing into the ground hard, but it remained one of the quickest ways to end a fight and something tank crews rightly feared. Rolling into what had already become a confused mess of brawling mechs before they arrived, the tank company rolled in, guns and missiles blazing, Robertson happy to see that the experienced tank crews knew their trade, with a whole lance of them throwing everything they had at a pirate awesome. The assault mech in question mounted 3 PPCs, almost as many as the whole lance of tanks between them. But like the Manticore, it was a long-range specialist, and unlike them it didn't have a SRM launcher to help it cope a little better with these less than ideal combat conditions. As Robertson kept his Locust moving, speed was life, he noted other pirate mechs including the riflemen he had just shot at quickly coming to the aid of their beleaguered comrade in the awesome, indicating that they knew their trade as well. What they didn't know was that while a standard Manticore carried 11 tons of regular armor plate, these ones had not only been refitted on Neops with superior ferrofibrous armor, a type that nobody else in the inner sphere had been able to manufacture in nearly 30 years, they carried 3 more tons of it as well. The tanks weren't the only ones soaking up considerably more incoming fire than they should have been able to take. Most of the SLDF battle mechs had been retrofitted in much the same way, with thicker plates of tougher material which was slowing their descent towards a fateful combat loss grouping scenario. The outnumbered pirates had needed to even the odds, and their best way of doing that was to use their bigger, heavier mechs to knock a few of the smaller, lighter SLDF machines out of the fight quickly. Even if they weren't actually destroyed, a tank or mech stripped of most of its armor would usually seek to pull back from the middle of the action before it was, unless it was one of those glorious death-seeking maniacs from the Draconis Combine in the cockpit anyway. Objectively it was a perfectly sound tactic, and their commander's choice of ground synergized very nicely with it, as these ranges worked in her favor as well. The problem for the Black Warriors as the battle continued was that these Neops people just weren't starting to fall in droves like they should have been by now. Even the primarily autocannon and missile-armed SLDF machines that should have been more heedful of losing armor because of the risk of taking a hit to their ammunition magazines, and subsequently going up like Krakatoa from the resultant internal explosion, seemed far too content to take the hits and keep on firing back. Unlike the machines belonging to the Black Warriors, their firing rate wasn't noticeably dropping off after the first few minutes of frantic action either. Normally, as internal heat levels rose due to waste heat from firing near guns, more attention had to be paid to keeping mechs from overheating and potentially shutting down, something that tended to result in battles starting as a crescendo of fire which gradually petered off as cockpits started to get uncomfortably warm and warning lights started to blink. Watching a warmer that was painted up in regulation SLDF olive drab, one of the small handful of Neops mechs larger than a medium in the fight, deliberately moved to take on a larger Zeus assault, one that the Black Warriors had captured a few years earlier during a raid into the Lyran Commonwealth, something else became quickly apparent to Angelica Syrian. That son of a bitch must be using double heatsinks because otherwise it simply wouldn't be able to keep firing at that rate without overheating and shutting down, she realized. Syrian quickly assessed the other NEOPS machines as best she could, paying particular attention to those like the Warmer that were usually thought of as undersynced, unable to dump anywhere near as much waste heat as fast as their weapons generated it, and quickly concluded that the Warmer was not an isolated case. Double heatsinks had been getting rarer over time. There were very few factories in the inner sphere left that could still make them after so much of the former Terran hegemony had been blasted to rubble, and the great houses carefully husbanded their available supplies. They weren't actually Listec yet, but they were certainly scarce enough that you wouldn't expect to run into an entire battalion of machines that all seemed to have them. Bringing the guns of her Battlemaster assault mech to bear on an Orion that was hosing its AC/5 autocannon, SRM launcher, and lasers at one target, while volleying LRMs at a more distant one, Angelica Syrian opened up with her PPC and massed battery of medium lasers, aiming for the armor above where the internal ammunition stores were situated on the opposition heavy. Sitting in the cockpit of the Orion, Jennifer McKeevy winced as a big chunk of her armor plate was scorched off and instantly maneuvered so that the Battlemaster wouldn't be able to hit the same place again with their next volley. Her Orion was no faster than the pirate assault mech, so she wouldn't be able to just outpace the thing and get away, but she could at least make the thing work for it. Thanks to the retrofitting of case protection around the ammunition magazines, McKeevy didn't have to fear a catastrophic internal explosion that might have scattered both her machine and herself in small chunks over a wide area, but that Battlemaster was still a lot more mech than you would want to duke it out within an Orion, and she was about to request assistance when a PPC lanced out and caught the Battlemaster in the flank. Katrina in her Griffin medium, too close to the Battlemaster to use her LRM launcher as well, but just her PPC made for a nice distraction. Annoying little shit, Syrian growled as the particle projector cannon seared armor off her left torso. It wasn't that the Griffin was really a realistic threat to a Battlemaster from where it currently was, it was that she couldn't give her full attention to the Orion if she had to worry about the medium potentially working its way around and put shots into her rear where that PPC would hurt a great deal. Another enemy medium, this one a Shadow Hawk, arrived on the scene and opened up on Syrian's Battlemaster before a volley of SRMs caught it in the chest, these being fired by one of Syrian's lancemates and a Crusader who followed it up with their lasers. The Shadow Hawk switched targets and fired back at the Crusader as more mechs arrived on the scene from both sides, and the area immediately surrounding Syrian turned into a maelstrom of fire, the enemy mediums and occasional heavy seeming only too willing to go head-to-head with larger machines bearing the skull and crossbones insignia of the Black Warriors. Angelica Syrian wasn't inexperienced or inept, and she had always been able to keep a clear head under pressure, analyzing the situation dispassionately despite being in the middle of a firefight. Logically, she wasn't up against actual SLDF Royal mechs. For one thing, that Phoenix Hawk over yonder with the Red Cameron Star on it that was shooting at one of her pair of Ost-Sol heavies would have a visually very distinct ERP-C instead of a large laser on its right arm if it was an PXH-1B instead of a regular PXH-1. Nevertheless, it very much looked like these Star League stragglers had spent the decades since Kerensky picked up his toys and left upgrading their machines to a sort of pseudo-royal with DHS replacing the original sinks and, judging by the damage they were soaking up, presumably ferrofibrous armor plate as well. Syrian wondered if the reason she was finding that so hard to believe was her innate bias against anything so financially extravagant. The Black Warriors were mercenaries and privateers, pirates if you were going to be blunt about it, and they fought battles intending to make a handsome profit from them. Ferrofibrous armor was inarguably superior to regular armor, something like 12% better at absorbing incoming fire per ton if she was remembering correctly, but it cost twice as much per ton, so if your priority was the bottom line on the accounting ledger, you just wouldn't use the stuff. Thanks to the need to protect against directed energy weapons, lasers, and PPCs, armor had to be ablative, burning off to dissipate incoming fire. Even autocannon shells and missiles tended to carry high explosive armor piercing warheads rather than other types because they whittled down such armor faster than pure kinetic impact or shaped charges did. This meant that armor was effectively a consumable item, one that was used up in battle, and ferrofibrous was expensive. Even the Star League with its immense military budget had never up-armored all its war machines with the superior, but pricier, armor type Syrian knew. But then they had armed forces so large that they could sacrifice a little quality for quantity. If you didn't have vast armies, but did have good technical know-how, weren't planning on feeding your military continually into the grinder like the successor states and had the money to do it, then you could go all ferrofibrous like NEOPS apparently had. On the other hand, holy crap, you must really want to punch above your weight class to take that approach. Ferrofibrous replacing standard plate alone couldn't explain just how many hits they were taking without being brought down, so they must be enjoying a lot of luck as well, and that would inevitably run out at some point, but this was not how she had wanted or needed the battle to go in the early stages. It clearly wasn't just luck that was keeping their light mechs in the fray though, Syrian had to concede. This wasn't good ground for fast-moving machines, that being why she chose it. The terrain was uneven and rocky in places as well as being littered with features like ravines and depressions that restricted line of sight. Despite that, the olive drab 20 and 25 tonners were somehow rushing around like maniacs, dodging incoming fire as they went without tripping or stumbling, all while making an unlikely percentage of their own shots as they went. It wasn't freakishly skillful piloting, Syrian had known a number of light mech specialists in her own Black Warriors regiment who could have done it too. It was just odd that they could all apparently drive their machines so hard and so fast on unsuitable ground. In any military command there was always a gradient of abilities, a few aces at the top, a few people at the bottom who just barely scraped in, and the majority somewhere in between. If that rule was also true of NEOPS, then either they had left all their mediocre mech jocks at home or their average performance was bizarrely higher than could be expected. Again, the latter wasn't entirely unprecedented for an SLDF unit. The veterans that trained Syrian would occasionally mention with a degree of awe regiments such as the Black Watch who had put their entire roster through the old gunslinger program to hone their skills, not just their elite mech warriors as was the norm, this resulting in a frankly epic level of battlefield effectiveness, but the 295th Battle Mech Division was not the Black Watch. They weren't unbeatable either, far from it. Syrian watched as one of her Victor assaults blew the head right off a NEOPS Wolverine with its AC-20, all the fancy ferrofibrous in the world unable to stop that happening, and she herself pulverized that annoying Griffin, the mech warrior inside ejecting after the battery of lasers on Syrian's Battlemaster scorched off enough armor for its PPC to breach the engine compartment of the medium mech, but her losses were mounting faster than hers and they had more machines to start with. The crunch point came when a pair of Rapier heavy fighters came in on an apparent strafing run, her air defense lance doing their best to try and ward them off by opening up with their autocannons firing flak shells, only to start taking what seemed to be ERP-C fire from elsewhere in the sky. The Rapier heavy fighters had seemingly drawn fire so that other fighters above could get a beat on the riflemen and Jaeger mech air defense mechs and pin them down from beyond the range of their own guns. Accuracy wasn't great at that range, particularly not from a fast mover in the sky, but it didn't exactly do wonders for the aim of the mechs being plinked at with particle beam cannon fire either. Coming around for a second pass, a real one this time, the Rapier duo strafed anything in front of their guns that wasn't painted olive drab and then pulled up, climbing into the sky. At the same time the SLDF Highlander avenged the Wolverine that had gone down earlier to the victor by blowing the latter's own head off with its gauze rifle. By this point broken and fallen mechs littered the landscape, most belonging to the Black Warriors, and the situation was continuing to degenerate for Syrian's people. They could take a lot more of the NEOPS mech warriors and tankers with them, but they weren't going to get out of here alive if they did. Fighting valiantly to the last man in a glorious defeat surrounded by the corpses of the foe may sound romantic, but that wasn't really what the Black Warriors were ever about. Fortunately the Syrian family had always planned for what to do if an operation went spectacularly sideways like this one had, a contingency plan that relied upon the fact that they weren't your typical pirate band. This is Major Angelica Syrian offering my surrender and that of my unit to the commanding officer of the NEOPS forces on Illyria, she signaled on multiple frequencies. In order to save lives on both sides I request a cessation of hostilities. You had your chance to surrender before the battle, pirate, came the immediate response. We are not pirates, Syrian replied. We are the armed forces of the Circinus Federation conducting a preemptive strike against the Illyrian Palatinate on the orders of my government, she announced. If we lay down our arms we insist we are taken as prisoners of war with the customary protections afforded by the Ares Convention and the other rules and customs of war. I have official documentation with me to prove my claim and you can verify our identity with the government on Circinus who will confirm sending us on this mission. A long pause at the other end of the line indicated her opposite number was thinking about it. Bullshit, they said eventually. If I'm lying you can still hang me as a pirate, Syrian pointed out. I also insist that you not turn me over to the Illyrian militia, we're your prisoners not theirs. This had better not be some kind of fucking trick, because if it is you'll wish you died in battle, trust me. With the proviso that if this is a ruse I'll put the rope around your neck personally. I accept your surrender. Of course I trust you, you're the SLDF, Syrian replied smirking. Dad back home was going to be really pissed off about this monumental clusterfuck, but he'd get over it, and the current president was well aware of the deal her grandfather had done with his predecessor whereby the government of Circinus would go along with the cover story for a raid gone all to crap. Actually their just-in-case pre-planned cover story for this particular mission was better than most, being at least vaguely plausible. It wasn't what you'd call convincing, but hopefully it was at least good enough to spare her the hangman's noose. When he heard it later, Assyrian formally handed over her sidearm. Major Robert MacArthur described the cover story as bullshit, that quickly becoming his word of the day, but it wasn't quite bullshit enough for him to not decide that this was a problem for someone higher up the chain of command than him to deal with. Note from the author. The Royal and/or early clan versions of the Tomahawk and Rapier are considerably better than the standard models. If the Sparrowhawk pilot had any idea there was a fighter with an ERP-C on his tail, they wouldn't have played with them like they did. Ferrofibrous armor became less tech in the inner sphere in around 2810. It was superior to standard armor, about 12% more effective per ton at absorbing damage, but cost twice as much, meaning that it doesn't make good sense financially if you are trying to maintain a very large military, or are trying to turn a profit by raiding. NEOPS uses a lot of ferrofibrous, quality over quantity, in their machines, and since a lot of their improved weaponry is lighter and more compact than normal, they can also carry a greater weight of it. Double heat sinks, DHS, mean that a mech can keep firing for longer without overheating. They're not actually Listec by 2839, but they're increasingly rare, and you certainly wouldn't expect to see them retrofitted universally to machines that didn't have them originally. A rolling program of upgrades since they arrived at NEOPS in 2827, weapons first, then armor and heatsinks as manufacturing was spun up, means that an awful lot of SLDF machines can dish it out and take it to an excessive degree. Syrian actually chose her ground very well, and there was no way she could have known that her opposition were a bunch of genetically engineered freaks piloting mechs that were pseudo-royals armed with weaponry that she didn't know existed. For example, autocannon and LRM-armed machines such as the Orion and Shadow Hawk save so much weight on weaponry, thanks to the lightweight improved gear, that they carry far more armor than anyone would expect. Meanwhile, a warmer with DHS to deal with all the heat generated by its PPCs is a very different beast than a regular warmer, plus the improved PPC is a ton lighter, so you can up-armor it too. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XLI. Even at its worst, the Star League, or rather the Terran hegemony, was never nakedly imperialistic. It always preferred to operate under a veneer of paternalism, telling people that we're doing this for your own good, and you'll see that one day as it dispatched its military might off out into the galaxy, and raised the Cameron Star wherever SLDF boots hit the ground. With that inspiration and background, it is not perhaps surprising that as NEOPS expanded its own influence, it had a tendency to come across as well-meaning but also more a little condescending at times. People involved in quarrels with each other do not usually like being told, "Play nice, children, or we'll come over there and take your toys away," although this tended to be more the product of NEOPS being terrible at many aspects of regular diplomacy, while being very good at the gunboat kind, rather than deliberate antagonism. Stephen J. Tran, Red Star Rising, A History of NEOPS 2800-2900, NEOPS Press, 2915. Zenith Jump Point NEOPS System 2839. In all honesty, sir, I can't believe we're taking this crap seriously, Lieutenant Colonel Mary Heath, the station commander stated candidly as she escorted General Hallis from the airlock where his dropship had docked towards the brig where the prisoners waited. Anyone can say that they're soldiers, but if you ask me, these assholes are the most piratetti pirates that ever pirated. I can't say I disagree, Colonel, but actually proving that to a sufficient degree that we can hang them, or else just ship them to Alphard to dig up germanium for the rest of their lives, is another matter. Unfortunately, Franklin Hallis replied glumly. You know, I can never get used to just how smooth the grav deck on this thing feels, he added randomly, nowhere near as much sense that there's something a bit wrong with down as I remember from being stuck on the Zug all that time, and that was a better grav deck than most. It's over 1200 meters across, makes all the difference, Heath replied. I try and run the loop whenever I can. It's not a bad way to stay in shape, and the deck circumference is long enough that you don't feel like you're in a hamster wheel, she said. As for our guests, well, I mean, they literally have the Jolly Roger painted on their mechs, and their supposed uniforms would have to be a lot more uniform to be considered, well, actual uniforms, so it all seems ridiculous to credit their claims with any merit. Hallis stopped walking and sighed, taking a small pocket noteputer from out of a pocket on his jacket, pressing a few buttons and then turning it around to show Heath what was on the screen. It only took me a few minutes searching through the military database to find multiple units that have used a skull and crossbones design as their unit insignia over the years, he said, scrolling through a few of them to show her. All of these examples come from legitimate military commands. Hell, according to their pirate queen, her grandfather got the idea from a book about Frederick the Great he once read as a military cadet. They called it the Totenkopf in German. Heath smiled at the use of the phrase pirate queen, since it did indicate Hallis wasn't buying into what they were selling. Her grandfather? She queried. Zachariah Syrian, he started out as an SLDF regular. That's the other problem. The Black Warriors had already adopted their skull and crossbones insignia when they were still affiliated with the SLDF, at least tangentially as a mercenary regiment under contract, and nobody made a fuss about it when they were training new recruits for Kerensky, Hallis told her, putting the noteputer back in his pocket and starting to walk again. Heath frowned. That's true? They actually did that? I mean, I heard that's what they claimed, but... All true, we checked the records. Not just Zachariah himself, but most of regiment were originally SLDF who left to become mercenaries after putting in their time. Honorable discharges, not deserters, Hallis confirmed. They fell out with their employers in the Free Worlds League apparently, which is how they ended up out in the periphery in the first place, but when the Amorous coup happened they declared for Kerensky and returned to the colors. It's not like we're dealing with another blood rain scenario. These sons of bitches were on our side during the war. They were mercs, but they were still loyal to the Star League. Which makes a difference, I suppose, Heath responded with a shrug. General Romanoff thinks that it earns them a fair hearing, at least, Hallis replied. I assume Major MacArthur had similar thoughts on the matter, which is why he chose to have them all carted back here rather than just let the Illyrians have them. Heath nodded. She also suspected that MacArthur was smart enough to make them somebody else's problem. I stuck most of them in an empty barracks I could secure, placing the officers in the brig as ordered, Heath told him. No real problems with them causing trouble, they're disciplined enough, I'll admit, but they've been complaining about the fennel porridge I've been feeding them. Took me a while to get used to it when the first shipments arrived from Alfard a few years back. If you ask me, they should turn all of that grain into beer and stick to oats for porridge, Hallis opined. After I've talked to Ms. Syrian, I'll let General Romanoff know my assessment and then she'll discuss the matter with the High Associator. I sort of expected you to arrive with an interrogation team, Heath admitted. One of Gloria's protégés, or maybe even the scary old lady herself. The truth, drugs and thumbscrews are on hold, at least for now, Hallis replied with a wry smile. It's not just the foreign policy aspect of the political dimension involved, although Cercinus is a sovereign nation-state, so it's a factor. The truth is, Olsen wasn't all that happy when he signed off on enhanced interrogation techniques for Stephanie Marcus and her merry band of slavers and unapologetic war criminals. We've no indication that the Black Warriors are that level of irredeemably evil scum. They might just be amoral opportunists, so they get the kid gloves treatment unless our civilian masters decide otherwise. Just a suggestion, but putting them all on trial would cost the taxpayer a lot more than putting them out the airlock, Heath observed, only partly in jest. Here we are, sir, she told him as they arrived at the door to the security offices with the brig attached to them. Do you want me to sit in with you during your conversation with the ranking prisoner? She asked. That won't be necessary, Colonel, you've got a station to run, Hallis replied as she opened the door for him and led him inside. And a well-run station it seems to be. I'll let Brigadier General Nellis know that he put the right person in charge when the SLDF transferred command over to the militia. Nice of you to say so, sir, but I'd hope he knew that already, Heath replied, smiling. I'll have a security team escort the prisoner to the interrogation room. Everyone knows that you are to be referred to by your alias at all times for security reasons. I hope their memories are better than mine. I nearly forgot to only put 1 star on my collar when I got dressed on the dropship this morning. It only occurred to me when I switched the Hallis F name tag on my uniform for the Franklin H1. Heath chuckled. You don't mind me saying so, but your secret identity as Brigadier General Hal Franklin isn't the most difficult pseudonym to see through, she commented. You wouldn't be the first to say, Hallis told her. In my defense, it's refuge in audacity, because if the clanners ever caught wind of a General Hal Franklin on Neops, they're going to assume I couldn't possibly be so stupid as to adopt that as a fake identity, he said, grinning. Also, it's easy for me to remember, he added. Pity your real surname wasn't something a little more common, like say Smith. You could have kept using it, Heath observed. Yeah, but the thing that really chaps my ass is that the kids with the McKeevedy blood name could still get to use it because it's been suggested they pretend to be the descendants of that lunatic Alpheus McKeevedy, not Sarah, Hallis complained. That was another refuge in audacity move. If the clans ever found out there was a planet in the Neops Association called McKeevedy's Folly, it would ring a lot of alarm bells, but if they investigated further and found it had already been nicknamed that before the Exodus, and for an entirely different member of the wider McKeevedy family, that could throw them off the scent nicely. Still, the most amusing alias had to be the one that Kirsten Ross-Kiewis had suggested for those that bore her blood name after a lifetime of being asked how the hell do you spell that. On off-world deployments their name patches and dog tags now said Brtchizachikiwas instead. Assuming that they hadn't hauled her all the way from Illyria just to throw her out an airlock, Angelica Syrian was relaxed enough as she sat patiently waiting in the interrogation room. Her chair beside the grey metal table in the middle of the room wasn't exactly the most comfortable, but they hadn't roughed her up or mistreated her in any way, other than feed her that weird gruel with the suspicious taste and texture, and so far it seemed like they took this the SLDF thing seriously enough to still follow the regulations regarding the correct treatment of prisoners of war. Of course, if they concluded that she was a pirate, not a POW, that would all change. The Star League didn't believe in torture of brutality, but it did believe that pirates were legally hostes humani generis, the enemy of all mankind, and did not treat them leniently. The door to the room opened and a surprisingly familiar-looking man wearing an SLDF duty uniform bearing the rank insignia of a brigadier general entered, closing the door again behind him. Angelica Syrian. He checked. That would be Major Angelica Syrian, sir, she replied. I would stand up and salute, but, you know. She continued, rattling the handcuffs that were securing her to the table. Just be grateful they're not leg irons like we normally put on pirates, Franklin, Hallis replied evenly. Brigadier General Henry Franklin, he introduced himself, taking a seat across from her. If they're not calling me sir, most people call me Hal, both friends and enemies. Don't consider yourself the former. I think I've met your son, sir, Syrian replied. He's the spitting image of you. Yes, he was attached to our training unit's deployment to Illyria, Hallis confirmed. Scored his first kill according to the after-action report. He manhandled me aboard a dropship, none too gently either, Syrian told the senior officer. Probably a little sore that you and your people kill or maim a few of the kids he once helped train, Hallis replied placidly. Of course, not nearly as many as our people killed and maimed of yours, he added. The losses weren't as bad for either side as they could have been, of course. If MacArthur had rejected Syrian's offer of surrender under the terms she wanted, they would have been considerably worse for the SLDF even if victory was assured by that point in the battle. Forcing your opponent to fight to the death might be the most decisive form of victory, but it was rarely a good idea if you had any regard for the lives of your own people. More armor and the use of case to prevent internal ammunition explosions had minimized the number of SLDF personnel that returned to NEOPS in a box, and the medical technology available to the SLDF could fix practically anything short of outright death, being able to replace lost limbs with cybernetics or even clone replacement organs if necessary, but in Hallis's mind they were still just the little kids he remembered them being. The Ironborn might have been literally bred for war, but they weren't ultimately disposable military hardware like the machines they piloted. They were human beings and they needed to be regarded as such. Considering you had numerical superiority and better equipment, we didn't do too badly, sir. Syrian defended the battlefield performance of the Black Warriors under her command. I'll concede the point, Hallis replied with a shrug. For what it's worth, Major MacArthur actually praised your handling of the tactical situation in his report. He noted your intelligent choice of terrain on which to fight, the action and the piloting and gunnery skills of your people. We're professionals, Syrian responded, looking him in the eyes. Professional soldiers, definitely not the pirate rabble you're accusing us of being. That remains to be decided, Hallis told her without commitment. Major MacArthur also included your claims as regards your supposedly legitimate military reason for launching a preemptive strike on the Illyrian Palatinate in his report. Would you care to elaborate on the steaming pile of iglotharium shit you're trying to feed us? He asked sardonically. Are you really trying to say that you believed that the Illyrian Palatinate was preparing to invade Cercinus? No, Syrian replied. No. Hallis repeated, confused. No, Syrian confirmed. I didn't think that the Palatinate was going to invade Cercinus. My government got it into their heads that it was, based upon some pretty spurious thinking if you ask me, she told him. It's not like they just pulled the idea completely out of their ass though. Whose ass did they pull it out of then? Hallis asked wryly. Look, we've been living next to the Illyrian Palatinate for decades and we never considered them any kind of threat whatsoever until like the last 5 years or so, Syrian told him, spinning a carefully crafted yarn designed to keep her and her people away from prison, or worse, a gallows. To describe their military equipment as being reunification war or even age of war vintage, would have been generous. They were still using archaic rifled cannon on towed mounts as anti-mech weaponry for God's sake, but then a few years back we got word that they had started to substantially overhaul their military after basically neglecting it for centuries. Hallis frowned. In what sense? He asked. One day a load of Star League weaponry started to appear in their inventories. For a start, those old towed guns were being replaced by vehicle-mounted autocannons, decent ones in good working order. Not only that, they also had a load of good quality laser cannon they were hanging off everything that could move, as well as a whole bunch of SRM and LRM launchers, Syrian explained. At first we thought they must have dug up one of those Star League caches that are supposed to be hidden somewhere on Illyria, but then we found out that they had been bartering refined metals from their foundries and ore from their mines for the things. You seem very well informed, Hallis replied guardedly, and more than a little suspiciously. Cercinus keeps its ear to the ground and its eye on its neighbors. It's a dangerous galaxy out there, Syrian replied, not wanted to make it seem like a big deal. Don't be too impressed by our intelligence gathering though, the Palatinate isn't exactly a closed society, she continued. We eventually found out that they were getting the weapons from you, because someone that was part of the crew of a transport ship that hauls iron ore from Illyria to the Merix was talking about it in a bar, she said with a gentle chuckle. I guess you needed steel from the Palatinate so you could build things like this seriously impressive station, she suggested, looking around. But you had more military surplus than you did ready cash to pay for it, right? More of the case that we've had trouble getting people to accept the NEOPS dollar in the past, Hallis replied. Weaponry is even more of a universally accepted currency than C-bills are. Yeah, and you don't have to worry about Comstar giving you a shitty rate of exchange or scheming off the top, Syrian observed. Anyhow, the Palatinate were rearming, but still not nearly enough to add them to the list of people we had to worry about yet. But then last year we found out that they had done a deal with the Magistracy of Canopus to buy a huge amount of military hardware, mechs, tanks, and aerospace fighters, which is when our government became more concerned. Hallis tried not to look surprised. Why would that concern you? He asked. She was wrong about the mechs specifically but otherwise mostly correct. He wouldn't have necessarily described the arms deal between Illyria and Canopus as huge though. Are you kidding? They're our closest neighbor and compared to us the Palatinate is massive, Syrian contended. They've got several times our population and control 4-star systems to our 1. There's no slid diffs to keep people in line anymore. Big powers swallow small powers whenever they feel like it. Look at what the Lyrans did to the Finnmark Free Republic. It's not like Finnmark was a realistic threat but the Steiners still snuffed them out. Not a persuasive argument, the Lyran Commonwealth was also expansionistic. When was the last time the Illyrian Palatinate ever attacked anyone? Hallis asked rhetorically. Also, what's a slid diff? I'm not familiar with that phrase. You know, slid diffs, Syrian said again. As in the Star League Defense Force, S.L.D.F. Slid diffs, she explained. You don't use that one then, I guess. No, we most certainly do not, Hallis told her flatly. Might just be a Black Warrior thing, I guess, Syrian surmised. Granddad's generation always referred to themselves as former SLDF that way and it stuck I guess, she reasoned. You were talking about your government being concerned about the Palatinate rearming. Hallis brought the conversation back on track. Right, so not only are they upgrading the equipment they already have, now they're in a full-scale military build-up buying up brand new equipment which rang a lot of alarm bells because the ruling families in the Palatinate don't like paying taxes, they're tighter than an airlock seal when it comes to money, so why are they suddenly plowing cash into the military? Syrian asked rhetorically. It's not like they're expecting the Free Worlds League to suddenly invade, the Merrics have more than enough problems to deal with already and it's cheaper for them to buy the metal from the Illyrians than occupy the Palatinate anyway. Hallis rolled his eyes. So, you're trying to convince me that you thought the Illyrians were building up their military because they had a nefarious scheme to invade Cercinus? What for? To steal your grain, because that's the only thing you export as far as we can tell. Like I said before, I didn't believe it, so don't go accusing me of pretending to, Syrian replied. Although for the record Cercinus is actually pretty mineral rich, unusually so in radioactives, we just didn't have the mining equipment to exploit it or the industrial base to make it. Like you just said yourself, we're an agricultural society, but do you know who does have a load of mining equipment and people trained to use it? The Illyrian Palatinate. Hallis finished for her. Right, Syrian confirmed. Hallis leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. Still not buying it, he said. Still not selling it, Syrian retorted. We thought, and by we I mean the Cercinus military, that the Palatinate was just worried about pirates. There's been more and more pirate activity in our region of space over the years. The succession wars stripped a lot of planets of their militias and the majority of the former Rim Worlds Republic not annexed by the Lyrans is lawless, making it easy for pirates to operate out of there. Well, you've got a point there, at least, Hallis conceded. Cercinus was originally part of the Rim Worlds Republic and pirates do seem to be operating out of there, he continued, smirking. Very droll, sir, Syrian replied, tone indicating she didn't think so. The fact is, we're one of the few systems in the area that doesn't have a pirate problem because we actually have a military worth the name, not just a handful of militia. The Black Warriors might not have all your fancy upgraded mechs, but we're well equipped and well trained enough that Buccaneers look for an easier target. An alternative explanation being that they don't want to stray onto another pirate band's turf, Hallis countered. The flag of the Cercinus Federation literally has a skull on it, I mean hell, your currency is called the skull. It's not like you're even being subtle about it. This again. Syrian responded, rolling her eyes. Like I told your Major MacArthur, the Black Warriors have used the skull and crossbones insignia forever. We were already living on Cercinus when the refugees from the Lyran Commonwealth arrived and the new civilian government just adopted the symbol of their adopted homeland, tweaking it a little to differentiate the armed forces from the state itself because we're not a military dictatorship, she said. It's no different than Neops using a modified Cameron Star. The connotations are a little different, Hallis drily observed. Syrian looked at him askance. Depends on your point of view, just ask the Taurian Concordat, she replied, making a pretty decent point though Hallis wouldn't admit it. As for us calling our currency the skull, if you think you have trouble getting other people to accept the Neops dollar, then believe me, we have it worse. I wasn't just guessing that Comstar probably try to screw you on the exchange rate to see bills, they look at our money like it's carrying some kind of communicable disease. Ah, well, they're not always in the wrong, I guess, Hallis replied, uncrossing his arms again and leaning back forward. I'm still far from convinced that your attack on Illyria was just some kind of preemptive strike because your government thought the Palatinate was about to invade. They don't even have the armed dropships they'd need to pull something like that off. You're the one with military space lift capacity, although I guess you're down a Union and 2 Leopard dropships at the moment, not to mention some Star lift thanks to the jump ships we impounded as well. Syrian sighed. Our mission to Illyria was expressly aimed at kneecapping their power projection capability, she replied. Word reached Cercinus that the Illyrian Palatinate was building up a fleet of Denise-class dropships with the intent of converting them to armed Trojan-class vessels, she lied, although there was just a tiny grain of truth in there. After they captured the things and took them home to Cercinus, the Black Warriors' plan was to perform that very conversion themselves. Oh, come on. Hallis responded dubiously. Our intelligence people didn't give the rumor much credit either until they looked into it and found out that the Illyrians really had stopped selling the Denise-class dropships they've been manufacturing for export since the Star League days, but they were still making the things, Syrian told him. A Trojan might be a poor man's Union, but they're nearly the same size and with the right refit can carry a whole company of mechs or combat vehicles, she noted. We're not industrialist like the Palatinate, we can't make any new ships ourselves. The fear was that eventually they'd have enough quantity to beat our quality if we didn't chop them off at the knees before they could. If you weren't trying to paint the Illyrian Palatinate of all things as some kind of bogeyman regarding Cercinus with envious eyes and drawing their plans against you, you'd be a little more believable, Hallis suggested. Double standards, don't you think? Syrian replied chidingly. Hallis was confused. In what way? Your argument is that we're automatically pirates just because we use a skull as our national insignia and paint them on our mechs, but the notion that a bunch of Scandinavian descendants who literally use a Norse longship with shields arrayed along the side as their flag might have a hankering for some good old-fashioned Viking action never so much as enters your mind, Sirian replied, looking somewhat pleased with herself. Hallis narrowed his eyes. Very clever, he said eventually. I thought so, Sirian replied. Once again, I personally didn't think that the Palatinate was going to invade us to dig up our mineral wealth, my government did based upon their reading of the intelligence data, she continued. The president was persuaded that we needed to act before it was too late, seize or destroy the ships they had already built and wreck the factory that was building them while that was still an option. For a preemptive strike to work we had to make our move before the arms shipments from the magistracy started arriving because we can't absorb heavy losses to personnel or equipment, we don't have the population or military depth. As the old saying goes, one man's preemptive strike is another man's cowardly sneak attack, Hallis responded. If you'd actually identified yourself as being the armed forces of Cercinus rather than behave like a bunch of pirates conducting a raid, you might have a little more credibility here. Sirian laughed. You can tell that you guys basically sat out the succession wars and hid away from the rest of the galaxy in isolation, because you seem to have missed the memo being sent out that the old rules of war have been relegated to just guidelines these days, she replied. How is what we did different than what the great houses do all the time? She asked rhetorically. Just look at the Dracs and their chain gang missions intended to keep the Davians and Steiners from recovering too fast from the first succession war. You've got me there, Hallis conceded. I can certainly see the similarities given that the chain gang missions were also conducted by a bunch of criminals. Sirian chose to ignore that jibe. The Free Worlds League and the Lyran Commonwealth had an actual peace treaty in place, but that didn't stop Charles Merrick attacking them in 2830, claiming it was because he'd learned they were planning to attack him. I don't recall the forces Merrick sent to attack the Steiners at Diudon and New Hope failing to identify themselves like yours did at Illyria, Hallis countered. Okay, so I'm rude and we didn't fill out all the correct paperwork, that doesn't make us pirates, Sirian replied. Pretty sure I can find plenty of precedent for that, getting people treated as pirates and hanged, Hallis replied. We would have identified ourselves to the Illyrian militia on the ground when demanding their surrender, Sirian lied. We never got to that point because we were attacked by an unknown mercenary force that was presumably working for the Palatinate before we could, she added. Hallis narrowed his eyes. Unknown mercenary group? Seriously? Anyone can paint a few mechs olive drab, slap on a Red Cameron Star insignia and say they're the Neops military. It's not like the machines I was looking at backed up the claim. None of MacArthur's machines were late Star League designs that might have given the assertion some credence, Sirian argued. Hell, it's not like people pretending to be the 295th Battle Mech Division isn't a thing. The first thing we heard about Neops is when your General Romanov was sending out rants bitching about Raymond's redcoats lying about their origins and besmirching the good name of her command. If we'd arrived at Illyria and found a warship there, I'd have believed MacArthur's claim, but a bunch of mechs and tanks dating back to the reunification war or earlier isn't as convincing. To describe Hallis as less than convinced would be an understatement. If you didn't believe MacArthur's unit was SLDF, then why surrender like you did, assuming you would be treated according to the regs? He asked reasonably. I thought I was going to die and get the rest of my people killed into the bargain. A Hail Mary play seemed like a good idea at the time, Sirian replied, truthfully, although she hadn't ever really doubted that MacArthur's unit was from Neops, just sowing the seeds of doubt. You're not seriously trying to dismiss the idea that sailing under a false flag isn't something that happens, are you? I mean, we've heard stories about groups raiding planets who are clearly pretending to be us. Our assumption has always been if it's Lyran worlds getting hit, it's the Merricks and vice versa, but it's not like we can prove anything. It could just be a genuine pirate band cashing in on the fact we do paint something that looks like the Jolly Roger on our mechs. Sirian inwardly smirked. Maintaining a semblance of plausible deniability over the decades had been a cornerstone of the Black Warrior's approach to not getting crushed by an angry successor state. If not for that, then the Free Worlds League in particular would have most certainly come calling after the first succession war petered out, freeing up some of its military for such operations. Hallis was about to respond when he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Enter, he said loudly, wondering what this was about. The door swung open to reveal Lieutenant Colonel Heath wearing a bemused expression. Can I have a word with you outside, General Franklin? She requested. It is rather urgent, she added. I'll be back in a minute. Make yourself comfortable, Hallis told Sirian. Sirian rattled the chain securing her to the desk. How? She asked reasonably, Hallis ignoring her question as he got up and followed Heath outside into the corridor, closing the door behind him. What is it, Colonel? Hallis asked the NOM officer. We've received a government communication, along with a note General Romanov tagged on, Heath replied. The HPG net is live again between here and Illyria. Comstar must have gotten the station on Hednes Ford running again. We're not sure of the specifics, but the Palatinate government made contact with Cercinus, and after being told we had captured their raiding force, their government confirmed sending Sirian and her people to Illyria. Nice of Cercinus to not just disown them, I guess, Hallis replied. Of course, seeing as how it's her own father that commands their military, then Daddy might have leaned on their government not to hang her out to dry by denying all knowledge. Yeah, Heath agreed. Here's the awkward part, Cercinus has said themselves they launched the raid to preempt the Palatinate invading them, and given that it failed they are seeking negotiations and a diplomatic settlement. I suppose it's too much to hope for that the Illyrian Palatinate just told them to go fuck themselves. Pallas replied. Not really their style, their government sees the galaxy in terms of trade and war is bad for business after all, Heath replied. They'd prefer just to return to the status quo. After they lost people? After we did too. Pallas replied nonplussed. Oh, they're seeking financial redress for their losses, and they expect us to do likewise, they just don't want to deal with an actual full-scale war I guess, Heath replied. We could beat Cercinus into submission pretty quickly ourselves of course, but our government sure as hell doesn't want to occupy the place or end up having to defend it from other people because we robbed them of their defense capability. Pallas frowned. It would be more like robbing them of their offense capability, he responded. No arguments here sir, Heath concurred. Unfortunately it's being taken out of our hands because the politicians and diplomats are taking over, she told him. The Palatinate have requested our government to act as a mediator and guarantor in their negotiations with Cercinus, and according to her note General Romanov thinks the High Associator will agree. Something else to add to his legacy when he steps down next year, Pallas replied, sighing. Given the circumstances I think it's safe to say we won't be doing anything with the prisoners until the diplomats sort things out, Heath replied. Orders from up high say treat them as if they were POWs not pirates, but make sure they're told we don't officially recognize them as POW. It's an academic distinction but they'll probably be happy to hear they're not going to be flushed out an airlock anytime soon at least. Pallas sighed again. Anytime soon is right. Diplomatic negotiations can take years even if both sides actually want to strike a deal. These ones might go a little faster, Heath replied. Negotiations are supposed to take place on Cercinus, we'll be transporting the delegation from Illyria there ourselves, and I don't think it'll be in a civilian jump ship if you catch my drift. What makes you think so? Pallas asked. The fact that we've been picking up a bunch of transmissions from naval headquarters to Rickenbacker, sorry I mean the James Sever. Ah, so gunboat diplomacy, Pallas concluded, smiling. You can usually depend on getting better results with a kind word and a Congress-class frigate than you can with just a kind word, Heath rightly observed. Pallas nodded. Nothing like the possibility of facing orbital bombardment if you fuck around to concentrate the mind, he agreed. I still think it was all just a pirate raid gone wrong though, Heath opined. Yeah, but I'll have to give them credit, they spin a good yarn, Pallas conceded. Just plausible enough to make you wonder, even if you're still pretty certain it's just bullshit obfuscation. Muddying the waters has probably paid off for them a lot in the past, Heath commented. I've got to give them credit for being pirates pretending to not be pirates while literally using pirate iconography. If the name wasn't already taken they should have gone all in and renamed their planet Tortuga to really rub people's noses in it. Hard to believe they're an old SLDF unit. Don't you mean sliddiff? Is it wrong that I find that term more offensive than the damn skull and crossbones flag they use? Pallas asked rhetorically. Sets my teeth on edge. It gets worse, I've heard them call us Neopes, Heath told him. Pallas grimaced. That in itself should be enough to hang them, he stated firmly. Note from the author. Although the Jolly Roger definitely screams pirate, the fact is that a skull and crossbones or Totenkopf motif has been used by an awful lot of military units over the years, including some within the Battletech universe, so the Black Warrior's choice of unit insignia can't actually be taken as a slam-dunk proof of them operating as pirates. The Cercinus Federation itself uses a related symbol, and even named its currency the skull, which isn't exactly subtle, but they've never been stupid enough to outright declare they were a pirate kingdom like the Tortuga Dominions did. In canon the Black Warriors had been playing pirate for decades but they managed to keep that under wraps, successfully enough in fact that when they found out in 2853 the Eridani Light Horse, ELH, who ended up working with them were surprised. To me that indicates the Black Warriors were pretty skilled at covering their tracks and had a decent intelligence operation going. Having contingency plans in case everything went wrong on a raid feeds into that. Use of the term sliddiffs for former SLDF units by Angelica Syrian and her people comes from Dying Dignity, the ELH didn't seem to like it either. Cercinus 4 is fairly rich in certain minerals, including valuable gemstones and radioactives, but unlike the Illyrian Palatinate their economy isn't centered around mining. Stealing off other people must have better profit margins. At this point in history the Cercinus Federation only owns one system which itself only has a small population and by comparison the Palatinate is in fact much larger and with far more people. However, despite their Viking longship sigil the Illyrians aren't aggressive towards their neighbors, which is not to say they're pacifists. When the then 9-system-strong Cercinus Federation invaded the Palatinate in 3034 the Illyrians won. Syrian does have a point about the rules of warfare being mere guidelines by this point in Battletech history though, and converting Denise-class dropships to Trojan-class military vessels is very much a thing, if not something the Palatinate planned. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XLII. There are two types of people in the galaxy, people with warships and people that have to be obsequious. We have warships. Admiral Jacob Bremen, 2845 CE. Cercinus 4 Cercinus System 2839. Still wondering if jumping into the Cercinus system at the L1 Lagrange point like a pirate had been a little too much, even if her orders had been to make waves they can't ignore, literally and figuratively. Brevet Rear Admiral Sarah Mbeki was nevertheless confident that having the James Sever floating in space only hours away from Cercinus for not days should concentrate the minds of the authorities on Cercinus very nicely, both military and civilian. The Illyrians had been more a little surprised themselves when the Congress-class frigate had previously jumped into their own capital system, broadcasting a message that their ride was here. Even though they had been expecting a warship, Neops had told them in advance it intended to send a message to Cercinus via a show of force. They had assumed it would be one of the two destroyers Neops was known to possess and that it would send down a shuttle to collect them. The appearance of the vessel identifying itself as the NAS James Sever, a larger more heavily armed craft than any destroyer, which was hauling both a Titan aerospace carrier and a Lee-class battalion transport along with it had caused something of a stir. Sending the Lee down to the surface of Illyria 3 to collect their passengers, Mbeki had explained to them first via radio that if you are going to fly the flag then you send the flagship, hence Neops dusting off its only frigate. Hopefully this should lead, or rather mislead, the powers of the inner sphere and periphery into thinking that although they had clearly underestimated the size of the Neops fleet, if the James Sever was their flagship it wasn't like they had a bunch of battleships squirreled away. A 3-century-old design, multiple Congress-class frigates had once served in the navies of the great houses as well as that of the Star League, though how many of them were still operational after the great culling of warships during the First Succession War was unknown. It wasn't as if Neops had suddenly pulled an overpowered, modern, high-tech SLDF capital ship out of their ass, thus colossally freaking out the entire inner sphere, but it should at least scare the ever-loving crap out of the right people. The right people in this instance being Cercinus. Of course, since the Congress class was known to be poor at dealing with attacks by massed aerospace fighters, it was specialized for taking on other warships and comparatively lacking in anti-fighter weaponry and point defense. Bringing along a Titan with its 3 squadrons rounded out the package nicely. Sending a heavily armed and armored Lee as well, instead of a mere overlord, was just plain showing off, as was loading it up with a reinforced battle mech battalion that leaned very heavy in tonnage. Arriving at Cercinus 4 via a non-standard jump point, in this case the L1 Lagrange point, Mbeki made sure to broadcast that this wasn't an invasion, merely a diplomatic mission, although as they watched the frigate head straight towards them the locals were likely somewhat less than reassured. Mbeki's further claim in a later transmission that the warship itself, 2 heavily armed dropships, a combined force of 30 aerospace fighters plus the 40 battle mechs emblazoned with the Red Cameron Star that had journeyed to Cercinus should not in any way be misconstrued as a threat had reached the planet just before the frigate itself did. The government and military leadership of Cercinus likely gave that claim about as much credence as it deserved, but if they expected Neops to pretend to buy into their bullshit story then a little reciprocation was judged to be in order. The James Sever positioned itself in a geosynchronous orbit directly above the planetary capital, conveniently placed for orbital bombardment and with the Titan and its 3 squadrons of aerospace fighters acting as a fighter screen for the frigate, the Lee, and its various passengers headed down to the surface. Cercinus had a hot dry climate, indeed much of the northern continent was covered by the vast Ezo desert that made the Sahara on Terra look lush and verdant and even in the few areas suitable for agriculture, these being dry savannas, temperate it was not. As the Lee headed for the designated landing ground outside the city that the locals assigned to them, Mbeki made sure to remind her people that sunglasses were the order of the day, along with sunscreen for anyone paler in complexion than she was. Despite most people periodically using sunbeds back home to ward off rickets, not to mention depression, living under a red dwarf star wasn't exactly beneficial to maintaining a healthy tan. The local star was a Type G5IV, not quite as hot as the G2V Sol in the Terra system but nonetheless rather large, so despite the habitable planet being the 4th one out from the star, rather than 3rd, it still absorbed more sunlight than Terra did, hence the high surface temperatures. At least it wasn't quite as hot and arid here as it was on Westover. According to anyone from Neops that had been there while delivering PPCs to the Free Worlds League, that place was absolutely hellish. Cercinus meanwhile was merely far too hot for comfort. The 17,000-ton vessel kicking up a vast cloud of dust as it came into land, Mbeki let it all settle before she ordered the hangar doors opened and the loading ramps lowered. It wouldn't be diplomatic for the battle mechs to start to disembark, so they remained clamped in their bays, along with the single squadron of aerospace fighters the dropship carried, although the Lee itself was hardly defenseless. The multiple Gauss rifles, ERPCs, ER large lasers, AC-20 autocannon, LRM launchers, and lighter weaponry that littered the hull of the Lee had made it a formidable in the extreme even as originally built, but almost of its armament had been upgraded over the last few years and the tonnage and volume saved by using lighter, more compact hardware had been devoted towards adding Aero 4 launchers with concealed launch tubes as well. If the locals had thought the Lee was too far away from the city to hit it with anything from where they had instructed it to land, they were badly mistaken. Although finding themselves under the shadow of the James Sever floating high above their heads, it was not as if they were any happier in their ignorance. Eventually the plan was to adopt a revised Lee, tentatively being referred to as the Grant, as the primary battalion transport of the SLDF. However, given the current surplus of Overlord-class dropships already in the inventory, plus the need to prioritize producing cargo movers, the Grant was very much a longer-term project on hold. Maybe in 20 years after plenty of Cargo King and Cargo Master bulk haulers were in service, the Grant might look worth spending some money on, but for now it was just a paper project, one being revised every time a new piece of equipment became available. 10 minutes after arrival, a number of expensive-looking civilian passenger vehicles appeared and pulled up next to the dropship, their drivers no doubt acutely aware of just how much firepower was pointed at them. A woman in a well-made business suit popped out of one of the vehicles and with a smile plastered on her face that put Mbeki in mind of a real estate agent, or perhaps a used car salesman, she approached the ramp where Mbeki was waiting. Introducing herself as a government representative, the woman said she was there to escort the delegation from the Illyrian Palatinate, and of course the observers from the Neops Association, to where the president of Cercinus and his staff were waiting for them. Unable to resist the snark, Mbeki observed that from the air the planet's small capital city looked unusually well planned and ornate for that of a small agricultural colony situated way out in the boonies, and that the farms on Cercinus must be exceptionally productive for such a small amount of cultivated land under the plow, generating so much food for export that they could have paid for all that expensive construction. To her credit, the woman's smile didn't shift one iota as she said that she wasn't really familiar with the prices of crops or anything like that, but that she'd heard that there was a good market for grain from Cercinus out in the deep periphery, and it was taxing the income from that trade which paid for everything. She couldn't actually name any of the planets in the deep periphery Cercinus exported to, however, saying that Mbeki would have to talk to someone from the Department of Agriculture about that, or maybe the Department of Trade. Day to day she mostly just ran errands for the president, kept his diary up to date, and handled his mail. Later on that day, while watching them interact at the conference, Mbeki wondered if she handled something else for the president of Cercinus as well, something his wife wouldn't be too happy about, but mentally she filed that under idle gossip not worth repeating. Mbeki, along with Major Kirsten Roski, was from the army acting as her aide, were technically subordinate to the professional diplomats the High Associator had assigned to this mission to represent Neops, although by the standards of the inner sphere both of them would have been regarded as extremely amateur rather than professionals in the strictest sense. The lead diplomat, Gareth Jeffries, had basically stumbled into the career because he had minored in political science while taking a degree in a proper science, that being physics, and found his minor more interesting, ending up studying international politics at the postgraduate level as a result. It wasn't as if Neops was exactly awash with people that had any relevant qualifications in the field, so when the association started looking beyond its borders, Jeffries had found himself in a senior role in the new diplomatic corps, despite being barely out of his 20s at this point. Herself having a grandson who was older than Jeffries, Sarah Mbeki thought it was hilarious, and she fervently hoped that he wasn't going to present the deer caught in the headlights expression to Cercinus that he had when first meeting the delegates from Illyria, the youngest of whom was nearly twice his age. Given their oligarchic political structure, it wasn't surprising that all the Illyrian representatives hailed from one of the merchant families in the Palatinate. Their chief negotiator was a first cousin of the current administrator, as they called their head of state, but despite the nepotism they did at least seem to know their business and during the journey had discussed their objectives and game plan with Jeffries. The Palatinate had no interest in going to war with Cercinus, but they were equally clear that they wanted to leave no doubt in the minds of the opposition that if they thought Illyria could be pushed around without a fight, they were sorely mistaken. Much to the relief of everyone in the Neops delegation, the Palatinate government didn't really believe the claims by Cercinus that their failed raid was a preemptive strike resulting from a fear that the Illyrians were planning to invade them. It was just plausible enough that it might be true, providing everyone with a diplomatic out from actually going to war if that was what everyone wanted, but as the aggressor both Neops and Illyria expected Cercinus to be the one to formally apologize, make reparations and agree to terms set out by the Palatinate and the association. Since it was their planet that was raided, and their sovereignty violated, the directions given to Jeffries by the High Associator was to follow the lead of the Palatinate. If they were too amiable and lenient towards their hosts, then Jeffries was supposed to let Rear Admiral Mbeki growl a little and make some vague threats, but the association didn't really want to potentially get tied down militarily this far from the Neops system, they just wanted Cercinus to behave itself, or else. After warning the Illyrian representatives that once on Cercinus it was likely that they would be under electronic surveillance at all times, Mbeki had provided them with both a white noise generator and a bug scanner for if they ever wanted to discuss something, and using a scanner of her own once she, Jeffries and Roski was climbed into the vehicle that would transport them into the city, she was happy to see her caution was justified as the device immediately detected an electronic listening device hidden in the car. Not that they would have said anything in the car anyway, the driver could have overheard after all, but it did amuse Mbeki to loudly suggest the locals fumigate the vehicle because it was infested with bugs, the kind you needed EMP to exterminate them with, not DDT. After passing several grain fields and a large livestock ranch, the vehicles reached the city and it looked as prosperous on the ground as it did from the air. As they pulled up outside the government building in the center of town, Roski was observed while the car door was opened for her that the old saying was clearly wrong, crime actually did pay after all. After a low-key greeting at the entrance, the delegations from Illyria and Neops were led through into a rather grand hallway and then off into a side room where a man sat behind a desk was recording everyone's name, title, and any other pertinent information into a noteputer and then printing out name badges for everyone. Apparently there was a buffet laid on in the next room where the local dignitaries were waiting. Under the circumstances it all seemed weirdly amicable, their hosts cordial and polite, courteous even, and Mbiki idly wondered if they had planned for eventually getting caught red-handed, having contingency plans to smooth things over. It all certainly seemed very organized at least, and letting the Illyrians go first, Jeffries patiently waited his turn to be registered, receiving his badge and then joining the Illyrians again while Mbiki got hers next. Kirsten Roskiwas went last, which was where the fun began. Another from the Neops Association, I assume, the clerk behind the desk said in a bored tone, still looking down at his noteputer. Name and title, he requested. Major Christine Brtskizachikiwas, she replied. The clerk froze for a moment and then looked up. I'm sorry. He responded, looking perplexed. Major Christine Brtskizachikiwas, the SLDF officer repeated, completely deadpan. The clerk blinked. Can you spell that for me? He requested. Christine. Mrozki was obliged. No, I meant your second name, the clerk responded, increasingly sure she was yanking his chain. Mrozki was did so, the clerk's expression becoming ever funnier as she did so. That is not a real name, the clerk confidently declared. The damn Neopis probably thought that having a couple of warships meant they could play games with anyone they liked, he thought to himself. Kirsten Roskiwas reached under her collar and removed her dogtags, throwing them down on the desk in front of the clerk. Take a look and then apologize, she told him curtly. The clerk picked up the dogtags and examined them carefully. In order to fit the excessively long name on the tags, the letters stamped into the metal were absolutely tiny, the clerk assuming that the alternative would have been tags the size of a dinner plate. I'm sorry, he eventually said sheepishly, recording the name on his noteputer before handing back the tags. I hope you made sure to add the organic to the first letter E in my surname. The what? The organic, the little tail underneath. It's a diacritic that affects how the letter is pronounced, Mrozki explained. It might have been hard to see on the tags, she conceded. If you left it off, nobody would know how to say my name properly if they saw it written down. The clerk stared at her. Lady, if one person in 1,000 can look at this name and have so much as a clue how it's supposed to be said out loud, I'd be amazed, he told her. Kirsten Roskiwas, aka Christine Brtskizachikiwas, glared at him. Is this some kind of anti-Polish racism or something? She growled. I heard that most of the people here are descended from families who came from the Lyran Commonwealth, and I can hear a trace of a German accent in your voice too. Is it just Poles you've got a problem with, or any Slavs? She asked accusingly. Goddamn Krauts, she muttered under her breath. Let it go, Major, Mbiki interjected, mostly because the army officer seemed to be having far too much fun with her fake name. If you insist, ma'am, Roskiwas deferred to her superior. She had already had her fun anyway, though she did scowl at the clerk when he passed her the name badge he had printed out for her, in very small print. You know, an awful lot of people changed the spellings of their names by removing the diacritics to make it easier for the Anglos in particular to cope. My own family included. A young man wearing something that approximated a military uniform broke into the conversation. Originally our name wasn't Syrian, it was Syrian, he said, pronouncing the name the second time in a Spanish accent. Some of us aren't quitters, Mrozki replied sarcastically. Captain Zane Syrian at your service, the man introduced himself. You may have met my sister. He suggested, smiling. Mrozki smirked. So I assumed, I guess she was just following in the family tradition of giving up when she surrendered to our people on Illyria, she added. Not without putting up quite the fight first from what I've heard, Zane Syrian replied, still smiling. Enough to put my cousin Jacqueline in hospital minus a few internal organs, Mrozki told him truthfully. Jackie Mrozki had been piloting a Wasp that got itself almost completely wrecked by a heavy mech belonging to the Black Warriors. In retrospect, asking for a transfer from the Skunk Works on Neops V, where she had been the test pilot for the prototype of the new model Hussar, had not perhaps been Jackie's best ever decision, although it wasn't like anyone had expected the training mission to Illyria to end up facing actual combat. If they had, Jackie would have likely volunteered anyway, but would have insisted on bringing along the winged Hussar for proper live fire testing. With more armor, all that fancy electronics and a large laser to play with instead of the medium laser on the Wasp, she might not have ended up in the infirmary wondering if she was lucky to survive or unlucky to need almost as much repair work as her mech did. Terribly sorry to hear that, but c'est la guerre, Syrian responded. I hope her chances of pulling through aren't too bad. She'll be fine, she's just annoyed that it'll be a couple of months before they can clone her a new liver so she can drink again, Mrozki replied. Where are my manners? She asked rhetorically. Captain Syrian, may I present Rear Admiral Sarah Mbiki of the Neops Association Navy? Charmed, I'm sure, Syrian responded, formally bowing to Mbiki. If it wasn't for the unexpected appearance of that frigate hanging above our heads, I would have wondered if Neops actually had enough ships to warrant having a naval officer of that rank, but under the circumstances I guess you do. Given that I'm not even the highest ranked naval officer in the fleet, you might want to revise your estimates of our ability to project power a little higher still, Mbiki replied evenly. Should I assume that your father, Colonel Syrian, is also here? She asked, looking around. He'll be along later, once negotiations for an end to hostilities are formally underway. I was dispatched for the meet and greet in his stead, Syrian replied. On that note, I should probably go and say hello to the delegation from the Palatinate. It's been a pleasure meeting you both, and I hope that you've been treating my sister and those under her command with equal civility and the proprieties they deserve. We're fairly sure she deserves facing the gallows, so no, Mbiki replied, smiling sweetly. If she had been expecting an angry reaction, she didn't get one. Sounds like you've met her for sure, Syrian replied, smiling back. For a girl named for the angels, she tortured me rather more like a demon would have when we were growing up together, he joked. I'm sure we'll get the chance to talk again later. Admiral Mbiki, Major Britschizachikiu, as he bowed to each in turn before heading off towards where the buffet was. Kirsten Roski was blinked. I can't believe he got that right, she said quietly to Mbiki. Smooth little bastard, Mbiki whispered back as Jeffries rejoined them looking perplexed. Something wrong, sir? She asked the diplomat. Comstar are here, Jeffries told here. I just ran into a Prekenter and a couple of her stooges. Mbiki raised her eyebrows. Why the hell would Comstar be here? They don't have an HPG station on Cercinus. They say they're here as diplomatic observers, Jeffries told her. They're also talking about adding Cercinus to the network as a matter of priority. Why? Hardly anybody lives here. Mrozki was queried. There were periphery systems just as close to the inner sphere that were both considerably more populous, and far more important to interstellar trade than Cercinus that Comstar had never bothered with. Something about the misunderstanding between Cercinus and Illyria demonstrating how vitally important good interstellar communication is, Jeffries replied dubiously. I can only assume that their Prekenter on Illyria clued them in on what was going on. Yet. And wasn't the timing of the HPG stations in the Free Worlds League that Illyria and Neops are linked up to suddenly working again just then one hell of a coincidence, Mbiki observed sardonically, it being generally accepted that Comstar was still trying to get Neops to hand over control of Encomnet to them, being deliberately awkward as a result. Other than Orient, we must have been practically the last systems reconnected, and Orient has the excuse that its station had been blown up. Comstar does have a record of inserting itself into diplomatic negotiations between the great houses, and between smaller polities too on occasion, Jeffries noted, cautioning against an assumption that they were always selfing and Machiavellian. They like to portray themselves as being fair-minded neutral brokers, and that plays into that image. I suspect the new Captain General would laugh his ass off if anyone referred to Comstar as neutral after they provided intel on the Free Worlds League to their enemies, Mbiki replied wryly. Or he would if he wasn't still sore about his father's untimely demise. Jeffries nodded. Although officially Charles Merrick's death had been from natural causes, there was a very strong suspicion that someone in the upper echelons of power within the Free Worlds League had gotten him out of the way because he was refusing to make peace with Comstar. It might have even been his successor Gerald Merrick who now ruled that was responsible. House Merrick didn't have the best record as regards familial loyalty. The smart money, however, was on the League's parliament removing Charles from the equation after failing to get him to back down to Comstar despite the FWL heading rapidly towards military and economic collapse. That wasn't to say that the Free Worlds League had just rolled over during their negotiations with Comstar to end the interdiction. Garth Merrick, Gerald's little brother, had taken a fairly hard line with Raymond Karpov and the First Circuit, refusing to accept any greater financial penalty than the one Karpov's predecessor Konrad Toyama had originally demanded before his own death. Analysts on Neops considered it possible that the League's refusal to kowtow, rather than merely bend the knee slightly to Comstar, was partially down to the shipments of PPCs from the association strengthening their military position a little, but that was just supposition. Careful, we're probably being spied on by ROM agents right this moment, Jeffries cautioned. You could be right. In that case, let me just state for the record that Jerome Blake was a jumped-up telephone repairman. Konrad Toyama made up all the stuff he said Blake told him on his deathbed, and anyone that thinks it isn't at all suspicious that Toyama died from a stroke so soon after he named Karpov his successor is a freaking idiot, Mbiki responded, grinning. And with that, some poor ROM agent somewhere is having a heart attack because it's his job to repeat all that to his superiors, Mrozki was said, laughing as they made their way towards the buffet, confident that the locals were unlikely to try to poison them. Unbeknownst to Mrozki it was actually two ROM agents that were listening in via a directional microphone, one of them turning to the other saying, nodded with a pained expression on his face. Since by jumping into a non-standard jump point the Illyrian and Neops delegations had arrived about a week ahead of schedule, no 7.5-day journey on a dropship from the Zenith or Nadir points for them, it had been assumed that the locals would be caught on the hop, unprepared to get underway with negotiations immediately. Putting Cercinus on the back foot still further by them not being fully ready to respond when Illyria and Neops made their case should have worked to counter the home team advantage somewhat, it was hoped. Annoyingly, however, they seemed fully prepared and organized already, and were only too happy to begin the formal proceedings when the Palatinate representatives requested they move forward with the business at hand immediately. A large conference room had been fitted out for the occasion, opulently decorated and furnished. While at the buffet, Mbeki had managed to find a government official from the local Department of Trade and had queried just how a small agricultural colony managed to pay for all this finery. Without missing a beat, the official claimed that Cercinus had been selling on resources and technology stripped from Camp Amber, the old SLDF facilities on the planet situated under the Ezo Desert. These dated from well before the Amorous War, when the Rim World's Republic was just another loyal Star League member state and had later been fought over during Kerensky's campaign against the usurper. Camp Amber had been a major fortress, one that it had taken the SLDF some time to wrest back from the RWR army that had taken up residence after much of the Star League military was recalled back to the Terran hegemony by First Lord Richard Cameron, this being at the behest of his friend and loyal advisor Stefan Amorous. It was certainly plausible that enough valuable equipment still remained behind after the fighting for Cercinus to turn a tidy profit from salvaging technology from there, but Mbeki thought it more likely that the wealth on display was ill-gotten gains from illicit piracy and that what remained of SLDF resources and facilities on Cercinus was devoted towards keeping the Black Warriors fighting fit. For all Mbeki knew, the vast underground facilities of Camp Amber were piled high with stolen loot. Piracy was rife out here. The opportunities for successful raiding had been extensive since the fall of the Star League, with planetary militias near the periphery stripped of men and equipment as they were deemed better needed on the front lines as the great houses bludgeoned each other into a stupor. According to their prisoners back at Neops, the only reason the Black Warriors had not joined Kerensky's exodus was because the notification reached them too late, lacking in HPG and with regular interstellar travel still disrupted. The message had only arrived at Cercinus by courier months later, so they were accidentally left behind. Ironically, something similar had happened with Mbeki and the 295th her naval squadron was attached to, though in their case they weren't so delayed that they still thought they might be able to catch up with the main group and had tried to do so. If not for accidents of fate, both her people and the Black Warriors might have ended up in the Pentagon worlds as the 331st had done, though the history of the latter indicated that wouldn't likely have worked out for the best either. Fate was a fickle thing. Mbeki idly considered as their hosts announced that the armistice and treaty negotiations would begin shortly. They look confident, Jeffries whispered to Mbeki when the president of Cercinus arrived, accompanied by Colonel Syrian, effectively head of the armed forces. It's just bluster, but you look nervous, Mbeki whispered back. There's no need, we're not the ones in the weak position. In the worst case scenario we just decide, to hell with this diplomacy shit and just crush them like a bug, she told him, grinning. Jeffries smiled. I'm not sure the High Associator would approve, he replied. This time next year he'll be retired and boring people with stories about how he used to be in charge, so don't sweat it, Mbeki advised. Who cares if Cercinus doesn't like our brand of gunboat diplomacy as long as they keep out of our way? She asked rhetorically. Jeffries nodded and then straightened up, adopting a calm demeanor. Adherent dumb machuant, he quoted. Let them hate as long as they fear. Who said that? Caligula, not the nicest or sanest Roman emperor to be honest, Jeffries told her. Machiavelli meanwhile said it was better to be feared than loved if you couldn't be both. Mbeki chuckled. It wouldn't take a particularly perceptive person to realize you're an academic, she told him. Just try not to make your speeches and arguments sound like a doctoral thesis being presented, she advised. Let the Illyrians do the heavy lifting unless they're not up to it. Good afternoon everyone, the Comstar Precentor said loudly as everyone filed into the conference room and took their seats. At the request of the Cercinus Federation, and as a neutral party in this dispute, I will be presiding over the negotiations, she announced. Assuming there are no objections. She added, looking around. Can I just clarify something first? Jeffries replied. What exactly do you need clarification on? The Precentor queried. Are we supposed to be voicing possible objections as to your presiding, or to the laughable notion of the absolute neutrality of Comstar? Jeffries asked sarcastically. It wasn't too long ago that you were caught out feeding intelligence data on the troop dispositions of the Free Worlds League to its enemies, he stated flatly. To be honest, this all makes me wonder in fact how Cercinus seemed so well informed as to arms purchases being made by our friends in the Illyrian Palatinate from our friends in the magistracy of Canopus, he added. Attaboy, Mbeki thought to herself as the Precentor glared daggers at him. Such accusations are completely unfounded and I demand they are withdrawn. The Comstar official replied angrily. Merely supposition, not accusation on my part, Jeffries replied in an offhanded manner as if it didn't really matter. Without proof of any malfeasance by Comstar in this matter, an assumption of innocence follows as a matter of course. As such, the Neops Association voices no objections to the Precentor taking the role she has been requested to undertake in these proceedings, he said. Though we will of course monitor for signs of possible bias in favor of one party or another and may revise our opinion accordingly later, he added, now looking thoughtful and deliberative. The Illyrian Palatinate has no objection to Comstar's representative presiding, their chief negotiator added for his delegation. Fine. Then shall we begin? The Precentor asked, still glaring at Jeffries. Were these people always so lacking in decorum, or was it only when they had a warship above your head making them think they could be as obnoxious and imperious as they wanted and get away with it? Who did they think they were anyway? The Terran hegemony? Note from the author. Circinus 4 is another hot, dry planet like many of those in the periphery that have a breathable atmosphere but a low population. If the Star League hadn't fallen, it might have been eventually terraformed into a nicer world, but without that it's not exactly a paradise. The old SLDF facilities of Camp Amber under the Ezo Desert were fought over during the Amorous War and would have been very useful to the Black Warriors later on. The Lee-class dropship was pretty much the final word in SLDF battalion transports when the Amorous War broke out. It was better regarded than the slightly larger Colossus and very heavily armed. Replacing much of the armament with the lighter improved early Clantech versions frees up some weight to add more heatsinks and Arrow 4 missile launchers. Given that the communication from Kerensky inviting the Black Warriors never got to them until it was far too late, my assumption is that Circinus lacked an HPG at the time. It may have been destroyed during the fighting. It had one later on in canon, but by then it was the capital world of a multi-system polity, not a single-planet agricultural colony that only officially exported food. The exports of raiding missions and imports of pirate booty were somewhat less public. NEOPS lacking an experienced diplomatic corps led to people like O.C. Gareth Jeffries here being drafted into the role. He's actually pretty sharp but nonetheless rather inexperienced, this leading to him being a little undiplomatic, and ironically blunt. Syrian is not a real name, it actually comes from a character invented by Tolkien, however Syrian is a real name, so I'm assuming someone from the family changed it at some point. Feel free to speculate what Comstar is up to. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Parts Lyene. Neops Delenda EST. Raymond Karpov, Primus of Comstar, 2842 CE. Association Council Building Neops Association, Neops 7, 2840. You really came up with this on the spur of the moment? Giles Olsen asked the young man sat across from him. Gareth Jeffries nodded. Yes sir, the delegates from the Palatinate seemed far too forgiving for my liking. To be honest, I think Comstar might have been whispering in their ears, and although the final decision was their call given that it was their sovereignty which had been violated, both Admiral Mbeki and myself believed that Circinus was getting off far too lightly if we didn't tweak the final settlement against them some more. The High Associator nodded. Requesting that Jeffries attend his office to brief him as soon as he returned from the negotiations on Circinus had proven well worth some of his increasingly limited time left in office. It was filling in a lot of details that the summary report that arrived by HPG a few weeks earlier had left out for reasons of brevity. You believed they needed to be brought down a peg or two, Olsen surmised. Yes sir, frankly some of them looked a little too smug for my liking when the return of their jump ships was agreed, Jeffries replied. Looking at the matter from a purely financial perspective, money and trade being very much the prism through which the Illyrians view the world, the cash value of those jump ships far exceeds the losses that would have been incurred even if the raid had been completely successful. As such, the Palatinate judged keeping them a disproportionate penalty that would only guarantee future enmity with their neighbor, even if Circinus was generally seen as the initial aggressor and therefore the guilty party, he continued. It's not an entirely meritless argument. Overly harsh terms written into peace treaties have historically led to subsequent wars on occasion. For example, the Versailles Treaty of 1919 may have formally brought the First World War to a close, but it arguably set the conditions for the Second World War breaking out 2 decades later. Olsen nodded again. He might have been less lenient himself in the same position, but it was a decent point nonetheless, and it wasn't for Neops to dictate to another government how they behaved anyway, at least not a friendly government. Staying on good terms with both the Illyrian Palatinate and the magistracy of Canopus was a critical foreign policy goal. It was nice to only have to worry about the border with the Merrics. They weren't concerned that Circinus might use the jump ships to attempt a repeat performance later. He queried. Between the arms being imported from the magistracy, and their share of the battlefield prizes, Illyria believes they'll be too hard a nut to crack in future, Jeffries replied. About the only thing the prisoners said that we ever believed completely was that they made their play when they did because they didn't think they could once the Palatinate's military build-up was complete. It's even worse for them now that it would have been going forward because the Black Warriors are down a bunch of battle mechs, several of which will shortly be taking up a new life in Palatinate colors, making it worse, and they're also pretty sure we've also got the Illyrians' backs. Neops being the 800-pound gorilla out here in this neck of the woods, Olsen said, chuckling. We've come a long way since I won my first election, he said, mind always aware that the end of his final term was drawing close. The general election was only weeks away now, and since the Constitution restricted how long you could stay in office, he was unable to stand himself. Jeffries smiled. I wasn't actually old enough to vote in that one, he told the High Associator. Olsen looked at him askance. Please don't say things like that, it makes me feel ancient, he requested glumly. While I try and forget, you just told me that. What was their reaction when you insisted on the extra terms being added to the armistice agreement, he asked curiously. Initially they all just stared at me in disbelief until eventually their president stood up and bellowed, you want us to foot the bill for the repairs of the battle mechs you took from our people as salvage? Are you fucking serious? And then he looked to the Comstar Prekenter as if expecting her to back him up. And she didn't, Olsen responded, grinning. Nope. I guess she picked up on the vibes Admiral Mbeki was signaling, the ones that were screaming screw this. Let's just crush them like a bug and go home. To anyone paying attention, Jeffries replied, grinning. They'd already accepted that we were going to keep their dropships. The Palatinate was pretty happy with getting themselves a union in good condition as well as some mechs, and even if we just stick the 2 leopards we're keeping in mothballs for now, Becky's sure they'll be useful eventually. They thought that making them stump up the cash to fix the machines we broke was rubbing their faces in it though. Which it was, Olsen said flatly. Yes, that was the entire idea. I wanted them to know exactly how much further down the food chain they were than us, and they must have known deep down already because after some bluster, and a clearly fake threat to withdraw from negotiations entirely, they eventually agreed to our terms, as you know, Jeffries explained. In the spirit of trying to sound reasonable and conciliatory, and after letting them seethe for a while, I told them that we wouldn't expect the money to pay for the repairs right away just as long as the financial restitution for the casualties they caused wasn't too long in coming, he continued. They bitched about how much we wanted them to pay the families of the deceased, and they really bitched about covering the medical bills of our injured, but they shut up when we said if they didn't agree to pay we'd only return one of the jump ships, sell the other to the Free Worlds League or the Magistracy at well below market price, and send them what was left of the money after deducting the reparations from there. Jeffries leaned forward in his chair, thinking strategically. Since I played bad cop at the negotiations, it might be worthwhile for someone else from Neops to offer Cercinus a diplomatic olive branch in the near future, something to diffuse the situation somewhat so when they think of Neops they don't automatically just think obnoxious, overbearing assholes throwing their weight around, just not people we want to mess with instead, perhaps, he suggested. One of Admiral Mbecky's officers gave me an idea when he was complaining about the climate on Cercinus. We might want to consider supplying them with an industrial-sized Jamerson-Ulikov water purification system or 2 once we've got production of those ramped up. Ah, yes. The very best type of development aid, the kind that looks generous but also means they're dependent on us for replacement filters if they want the thing to keep running, Olsen surmised. Right, Jeffries confirmed his reasoning. If we offer to supply them at cost, as we're planning to do for the Magistracy and the Palatinate, we can portray it as being just an extension of an existing policy rather than a means to put a leash on the bastards, he said. If we really wanted to make it look convincing, maybe you could suggest to the incoming High Associator that they be the one that makes the offer. The change in administration being the reason for a more easygoing, less strident diplomatic policy than we had under your harsh regime. I was wondering about that when I read the HPG you sent summarizing how the negotiations went, Olsen told him. The cryptic part about the election coming up and your concern that the next High Associator might undo all your hard work to constrain future aggression by Cercinus seemed like a way to throw Comstar off the scent, Jeffries replied, smiling. As regards the rest of the HPG, sorry it was so brief, High Associator, he apologized. If we didn't have to utilize the Comstar network I wouldn't have left out so much information that wasn't misdirection, but they clearly read and copy everything that's placed in their care before delivering it, and besides which, have you seen what they charge per page of text? He asked rhetorically, shaking his head in disbelief. I'll never complain about how much Encomnet charged to send a letter to my sister working on Comstock again. Monopoly pricing and no regulation because that precious communications protocol of theirs lets them get away with fleecing their customers, Olsen replied with distaste. It's not like Slowcomnet didn't turn a profit back in the Star League days, they weren't altruists, they just didn't abuse their position to completely screw over everyone wanting to send an HPG. Jeffries smiled. The big difference was because the primary goal of the Department of Communications was to help tie the inner sphere together, not to make themselves rich, he replied. You really think Comstar's primary goal is to make themselves rich? Olsen asked, raising his eyebrows as if chiding the young diplomat. No. Their primary objective is the pursuit of power and influence. Information is one currency of that, money is another, that's why they seek to obtain and hoard both, Jeffries replied. The real question is how much military strength they have, that being another important currency of power. General Romanov for one doesn't buy the notion that they demobilized all those SLDF divisions Kerensky placed in Blake's hands after they took over Terra and handed it to Comstar on a plate, Olsen noted. It would have been a little foolish of them to do so when the great houses were annexing hegemony systems left, right and center, so I'd have to agree with her assessment, Jeffries replied. If I recall correctly, most of those divisions weren't hegemony-born royal formations, so most of their veterans are going to be long retired or dead by now, but they'll still have the hardware and presumably they had the foresight to recruit and train up replacements, he theorized. Olsen laughed. A few more years of the successor states battering themselves back towards the pre-industrial age and Comstar might start thinking they can retake the hegemony, he suggested. Yet, just in time for the clans to show up intending to do the same, Jeffries responded, laughing. I guess we'll just sit back and take on the winner. It's a plan, I'll write it up on a note and leave it in my desk for my successor along with the water purifier idea I'll make sure to take personal credit for, Olsen joked. Talking of plans, you're not entirely convinced by the Palatinates one that they think will prevent future unpleasantness between them and Cercinus, I believe. Jeffries sighed. In my opinion, it's just another example of how their cultural bias towards commerce and trade affects their critical thinking, he replied. Cercinus claims that they thought Illyria was going to invade them in order to take control of the valuable mineral wealth on Cercinus 4, a claim that is most likely just bullshit, but who can know for absolute certain. The Palatinate chose to take it at face value, perhaps just as a diplomatic courtesy, perhaps not, which is why they suggested a joint business venture with Cercinus to start to exploit that wealth. The High Associator pursed his lips. The Illyrians do have the mining expertise, he observed. Yes, but they also believe that if they forge mutually beneficial trade relations with Cercinus, then they won't have any more problems with them, Jeffries responded. It seems a reasonable position, persuasive even at first glance, but historically nations go to war with their most important trading partners all the time. I'll give you a historical example, again using the First World War as an exemplar, although now it's from the beginning of the conflict, not the end. In 1913 the two countries Germany traded with most were Britain and Russia. A year later they were fighting against them in the most destructive war in history to that date, something that surprised a number of theorists who thought that couldn't happen because their economies were too intertwined. It's not all about economics, Olsen observed. No, Sir, Jeffries agreed. Wars mostly ceased being profitable with mass industrialization. It's rare to gain back more resources even in victory than you had to spend on the military to do so, but just because invading someone would likely lead you worse off in the long term didn't seem to reduce the number of people starting wars. I assume you explained all this to the representatives from the Palatinate? Olsen asked. The young diplomat sighed. Of course, but they want to believe that everything revolves around trade, so they do, he replied. At least they're not naive enough to think we should give back both jump ships before Cercinus hands over the reparation money, trusting them to pay later when we have less of a hold over them. We'll give one back as a gesture of good faith. I'm thinking whichever is in the worst condition myself, but if they want the other one as well, then obviously we'll want to see the sea bills they owe us first. Have they even got the money? Jeffries shrugged. Honestly, we were kinda hoping they would say they had it on hand. Then I could have asked why they were so flush with ready cash and make a flippant comment about how that disproved the old adage that crime does not pay because they seemed to be making a good living from it, but no such luck. They asked if they could pay by installments instead of one lump sum. Just so long as they don't expect to get the damn ship back before the final payment, that's fine as far as I'm concerned, Olsen replied. It's just a shame that both jump ships weren't carrying dropships, or we could have ransomed a few of them too. The assumption is that they were expecting to capture those Denise cargo haulers, so they had to have the free docking collars to haul them away, Jeffries replied, which brings me neatly to something else, he continued. They were quite cute in sticking to their cover story consistently. As part of that, they refused to agree to anything without a concession from the Palatinate that Cercinus could send people to inspect those dropships in order to verify whether Illyria was in fact militarizing them, as their supposed intelligence source told them it was. Olsen laughed. I assume the Palatinate agreed. Well, yeah, because they weren't militarizing them, Jeffries replied. It was actually pretty funny. Cercinus was lying, we knew they were lying, and they knew we knew they were lying, but for the sake of diplomat niceties we all just pretended otherwise, he continued, shaking his head in amusement. It's very different seeing it all play out like that in real life, not in books, let me tell you, although the funniest part was Illyria offering to sell them to Cercinus at market price if that reassurance wasn't enough. The High Associator was very much reminded of the negotiations between Comstar and the Free Worlds League, which had led to the HPG interdiction being lifted. As part of the agreement, Garth Merrick, representing his older brother the new Captain General, had to formally state for the record that their father had been in error when he declared that Comstar had been passing on military intelligence they had on the League to its enemies. The fact that Charles Merrick had been right, that everyone in authority in the League knew he was right, that Comstar knew he was right, and that the other successor states knew he was right as well mattered little. The important thing was that an inconvenient truth be put aside for the sake of expediency and Comstar's preferred public image. How was the Illyrian offer received? Olsen asked, intrigued. In a way that let me know Colonel Syrian also has a sense of humor, Jeffries told him. He asked what they would charge the Black Warriors for one, seeing as how he was now down a Union, and then he asked how much extra he would have to pay to get it converted to a Trojan, assuming that hadn't been done already. Olsen chuckled. I do wonder how events might have panned out if one of the prisoners we took wasn't his daughter, he remarked. It would have made it a little awkward if his government had decided to simply disavow any knowledge. On the surface the Black Warriors do seem loyal to the civilian government, but it must have dawned on them, even if it was never actually said aloud, that he might have some issues with letting his little girl get hanged or thrown out of an airlock, Jeffries suggested. It's more than possible that Syrian's troops are more loyal to him, or rather his family, than they are the president. Notions of obligation to an individual or a dynasty rather than a state isn't just for the great houses after all. One of the best latter-day critiques of Marx is the failure of his model to predict that feudalism was effectively going to make a big comeback. It's not the wealthy industrialists calling all the shots. If it was, then I wouldn't be running NEOPS, Guan Yuanchun would be, Olsen remarked. The richest man on the planet had seen his wealth only increase over the last decade as he invested capital into various off-world enterprises that were paying off handsomely. The money he was plowing into Alphard and Comstock in particular, the future industrial heartlands of the hegemony, would likely see him become an actual billionaire presently. Other than Olsen himself, the man the press were most asking the question, which candidate do you endorse, was Guan Yuan-chun, but the man apparently had the sense to stay out of politics, a part that is for funding advocacy groups for those of Capellan refugee descent like himself. Privately Olsen knew who he wanted to win, of course, based on knowing all the candidates personally, a part that is from the weirdo who wanted to introduce the clan caste system to NEOPS and was running on that as a platform, but he wasn't saying. Regarding the aforementioned weirdo, inexplicably he was not even of Wolverine descent, he was actually NEOPS born, which only made it all the stranger. Olsen wondered if he was even grounded enough in reality to realize that if he did win, Franklin Hallis would promptly blow his head off, and rather doubted it. Apparently said candidate also believed in phrenology, the phlogiston theory and trickle-down economics, which probably explained a few things. It was a pity he didn't also profess belief in astrology as well, to be honest, because if he had, he could have been committed to a mental health facility for his own good and that of society at large. As per your prior instructions on the matter, I agreed that we would release the prisoners into the custody of the Palatinate ASAP and that they would return them to Cercinus, Jeffries told the High Associator. The agreed schedule for the return of the first jump ship to Cercinus only specified it occurring this year, and at our convenience. So, we give it back on December 31st, you think? Olsen replied, grinning. Jeffries grinned back. If we can jump in at exactly at 23:59 on that date, that would be ideal, he agreed. We wouldn't want to break any agreements, but there's no need to go above and beyond the minimum required. The heady joys of malicious compliance are not to be underestimated, Olsen remarked. Goddamn Comstar do it to us all the time. Did you hear yet that they're still dithering over releasing our access to the funds we deposited with them at Hednes Ford? He asked. Still? I thought that would have been sorted out by now, Jeffries replied, surprised. They keep changing their story. The latest one is that they need to make sure that the data in their Hednes Ford accounts from before the interdiction perfectly match the backup records on Terra, just in case Safe meddled with them somehow, Olsen explained. As if we didn't know, Rom spent the entire Comstar war running rings around Free World's intelligence. To be fair, it wasn't like Safe had completely failed in its efforts to deal with Comstar's intelligence operations within their territory. They had captured quite a number of Comstar personnel, including members of ROM, passing on some of what they learned to NEOPS because they were trying to keep the association on side and not risk their source of PPCs being cut off, but overall Safe had lived up to its rep of being a distinctly second-rate intelligence organization. If the League had been a little less desperate at the time, it was unlikely that they would have been so willing, perhaps even eager, to share intelligence information with some minor periphery nation like NEOPS, but at the time they had needed all the help they could get. Needless to say, once HPG access had been restored, and the military situation stabilized, Safe had almost immediately stopped feeding potentially valuable information they had learned about Comstar and its intelligence agency to NEOPS. It simply went against the grain to do so except in the direst of circumstances, but for a while keeping their PPC supplier on-site had outweighed other considerations. It was considered likely that Comstar was aware that the NEOPS Association was better informed about them thanks to Safe than they would wish them to be. After all, Safe's own reputation was that it leaked like a sieve at the best of times, while the messy, near-chaotic political structure of the Free Worlds League likely made infiltration of the various structures within its government a less onerous task than doing so would be in the Capellan Confederation or the Draconis Combine, for example. How the phone company would treat with them in future as a result was uncertain as yet, but they were certainly being a pain in the ass at the moment. Olsen adopted a serious expression. It's possible that you might be required to undertake a diplomatic mission to Terra on our behalf in order to try and normalize our relations with Comstar, he told the young man. Normalize? Not in the sense that everyone else kisses their ass so they won't switch off their HPG access, or pass on their secrets to someone else, not that normal, Gareth, Olsen explained. I mean our normal in the sense that they pass on our messages and we pay for the privilege, nothing more than that. What makes you think our relationship with Comstar is becoming rocky enough to warrant a little amiable chat to clear the air? Not just their interceding in the Cercinus issue, surely? Olsen shook his head. No, that's just one of the indications we have that Comstar is starting to think we need to be put in our place, he said. As you know, during their interdiction on the Free Worlds League we were routing communications via the Magistracy, Thraxa having the closest available HPG that still worked. Jeffries nodded. I really like those cuts of Tascan meat we've been importing from there too, he replied. Amazing depth of taste. I know, right? Olsen enthusiastically agreed. I've asked the Department of Trade to see if we can import a few Tascan and raise them here. They'll probably do better in our climate than most herd animals, but that's a digression, he said. Apparently the HPG on Thraxa is expected to fail at any moment and Comstar have no plans to repair or replace the thing. But that's ridiculous, Jeffries replied, visibly surprised. I know they don't prioritize systems where there's not much trade, or data traffic, but I thought that we agreed with the Duchess of Thraxa that we'd route all our trade with the Magistracy through there from now on. We did, and we are. It's the closest system in the Magistracy to us anyway and she's proven a reliable person to do business with, Olsen replied. We're assuming that Comstar are doing it to try and lean on us, their options for doing so are limited, and while letting Thraxa fall off the grid doesn't impact us directly, it's an annoyance at the very least. The director of Encomnet has been pushing me to establish an outpost in the Alfargani system. No habitable planets, but there's a moon that could be terraformed eventually and a decent enough asteroid belt. More importantly, it's within HPG transmission range of both Comstock and Thraxa, so we wouldn't be so dependent upon the Hednesford station to get a message out. But it wouldn't be any use doing that if Thraxa isn't going to have a working HPG anyway, Jeffries noted. Nope, Olsen confirmed. Encomnet wanted to send a curt demand to the Primus himself, saying that if Comstar didn't keep the Thraxa station online, then we'd install an HPG of our own there, he said. I told them it was a bad idea. Is it? Jeffries asked rhetorically. Isn't it? Karpov would likely go ballistic, Olsen stated with certainty. According to Garth Merrick, the man practically had steam coming out of his ears when the Free Worlds League refused to completely supplicate themselves. I'm sure he would, that's why Encomnet would send the message to him with you countersigning, and then once the malevolent Giles Olsen is out of the picture, the new High Associator can apologize for their behavior and request a reset on diplomatic relations between Neops and Comstar, he suggested, smiling evilly. Naturally, as an act of goodwill, it would be nice if they kept the Thraxa station running, but we'd be willing to pay some of the costs if Comstar is short of cash at the moment. The interdiction itself, and the costs of restoring the network in Merrick territory, must have drained their coffers severely, unless that is they've been overcharging everyone drastically all this time. Olsen burst out laughing. They won't know how to respond to that at all, he said eventually. They don't want to have to justify letting Thraxa fall off the grid, especially if we're offering to foot some of the bill. Better than that, if they claim it's some exorbitant sum, we can say that we could do it all ourselves for less than that and suggest they're being screwed by whoever is making the HPGs for them, Jeffries replied, grinning himself. They've clearly been trying the carrot and stick approach with us, but ever since the interdiction it's been a lot less carrot and a lot more stick, Jeffries argued. If they get to thinking that the stumbling block was the man that's been running Neops for 15 years, and that the new guy or girl might be less intransigent than you've been in telling them to get lost when they ask to take over control of Encomnet, we might get a couple more years of carrot. Olsen frowned. At some point they're going to realize we're screwing with them. Yeah, and we'll know that they'll know, but diplomacy is like that, Jeffries responded. It'll be out of my hands soon, of course, but as it happens I've personally come to believe that our best approach to relations with Comstar is aloof, bordering on antagonistic, so that approach would lean into that, Olsen responded thoughtfully. It's something that'll give us a distinct identity as not just being another periphery microstate. We don't have to suck up to the phone company because we still know how everything the Terran hegemony invented works and can reproduce it, and we don't have to bow and scrape to any of the great houses because we've got the firepower to inflict crippling losses on any aggressor, he said. My military attaché Colonel Eben came to me last week with a motto the armed forces wants to adopt, something that they feel as being appropriate to our circumstances, irrita me invenis quid valim. Provoke me and find out what I am capable of. Jeffries translated from Latin. Olsen nodded. A true scholar I see, he observed appreciatively. Although that's not quite how she translated it. Yes. Jeffries queried. Fuck around and find out, Olsen told him, trying not to laugh. Jeffries laughed himself. Not very literal, but it might be a more accurate translation as regards the message it want to convey, nonetheless, he had to admit. Perhaps we need an informal motto for our foreign policy position too? Something like, Neops sumus. Simus omnia et numquam pairs, perhaps. He suggested. We're Neops. We know everything and we're never outmatched, the High Associator translated himself. Sounds a little boastful, but when you can back it up, why not indulge in some swagger? He asked rhetorically. Only boastful, sir? I was going for downright obnoxious, Jeffries replied. The Latin makes it sound a little too classy for that, Olsen opined. Perhaps just say it in English and then you can also substitute outgunned for outmatched. Jeffries thought about that and nodded. You've got a point, he conceded. English and unmistakably obnoxious it is. Keep the Latin version in your back pocket in case you feel the need to be condescending as well, Olsen advised. I suspect that maintaining an air of intellectual superiority while talking down to Comstar in particular would render the most stoic of them completely incensed and totally throw them off their game. Well, they really don't like it when you correct them in public, I've seen that for myself, Jeffries told him. The precentor attending the Cercinus negotiations quoted Metternich and said it was a something Jerome Blake came up with. Metternich? Olsen queried. He was an early 19th century statesman and diplomat, served the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, Jeffries explained, unsurprised that Olsen was unfamiliar with the man. I corrected her in front of everyone and she was not happy about it. They claim to be preserving knowledge but they're more like a religious cult every day, I swear, Olsen remarked. They actually refer to their former leaders Blake and Toyama as saints, did you know that? They'll be claiming they grant miracles next, the Catholic churches should sue. I think they're still too busy arguing with each other to pay attention. The High Associator blinked as something occurred to him. Forget Comstar itself for a moment, I think I might have something else for you to do, he said suddenly. What would happen if we contacted the church in Rome and offered to hand over Bernard Critchley? I suspect they would be very pleased, Jeffries assumed. Not the kind of news Comstar could suppress even if they tried. The Pope would likely spread the word far and wide, don't you think? Olsen asked. Billions of very happy Catholics right across the inner sphere, I would imagine. Olsen smirked. Public relations gold just when Comstar might be looking to badmouth us because we won't dance to their tune. And we get to spread the story about how the 295th Division of the SLDF fought and won the last battle of the Amorous War by defeating the Amorous Dragoons, Jeffries considered. They'll wonder why we're only going public with this now though. We'll make something up about keeping it quiet while we pumped the prisoners for information about other possible Amorous holdouts and didn't want to possibly tip anybody off, Olsen decided. It's not even a complete lie, we did find out who Raymond's redcoats were from them. Jeffries looked thoughtful. If we delivered Critchley to the Vatican on Terra personally, we could make it a full-blown diplomat mission, he said. The Vatican is still technically an independent state, so we could present our credentials to the Pope, formalize diplomatic relations with them and then ask if we can address the First Circuit of Comstar since we're on Terra anyway. Olsen nodded. Lots to think about here, but well worth discussing with the Council, he said. At the very least it'll be another example of NEOPS being the small pebble making ripples in the big pond, and we're getting to the stage where that works in our favor. I wonder if the history books will agree, Jeffries remarked. If the Second Age of War doesn't come to a close soon, we'll be the only ones left who are literate enough to write the history books of the future, so we should be fine, Olsen replied wryly. What about Comstar? Their history books will say that Jerome Blake rose from the dead and captured Critchley before returning to the grave, Olsen joked. So is undead Jerome Blake a vampire or a zombie? Disagreements over that will be the schism that they'll fight a civil war over, heretics being burned at the stake because they refuse to recant their belief that he cast a reflection in the mirror. Blasphemy. May the light of sweet zombie Blake shine upon you, my child, Olsen solemnly intoned, wishing that he had a few more years left in office so he could be in charge when things got really interesting. Note from the author. Comstar had gradually become less secular and more akin to a religious order under Konrad Toyama, but during Raymond Karpoff's reign it really began to embrace the idea with robes, chanting, and an increasingly use of clerical language. I suspect the Roman Catholic Church on Terra didn't know whether or not to be flattered by the imitation or not. Comstar's habit of crediting Jerome Blake with saying things others came up with to make him look good is canon. With Rom and Safe literally fighting it out with each other during the Comstar War, the former was no longer quite the mystery organization it might have been before. For the Free Worlds League, in wanting to keep NEOPS on side and paint Comstar as the bad guy, to pass on information they learned about Comstar, and Rom, to the association seems likely, they were in truly dire straits at the time. Giles Olsen won't be High Associator much longer, but he's still trying to make a mark. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XLIV. The ace in the hole of the BJ-1N Blackjack was its AC/5S disguised to look like the AC/2S of the original model BJ-1. The mech warriors that operated the BJ-1N called it the 5-card trick, and in conjunction with the machine being far more mechanically reliable in reality than was in legend, they reveled in the tactical advantage that being badly underestimated provided them. When the secret got out, as it had to eventually, they just swapped out the autocannons on the Blackjack for large lasers and the heatsinks needed to keep them firing, and the various militias of the NEOPS hegemony continued to happily match their machines against all comers. Weekend Warriors, Militia against Professionals during the Lestec War, NEOPS Press, 2920. Hydri Battle Mech Manufactory, HBM, Alphard 2840. Shielded from the blazing sun by a large awning, Giles Olsen looked out at the crowd who had assembled outside the newly completed factory complex to hear his speech before he officially declared the manufacturing facility open. They all looked a great deal less uncomfortable in the sunshine than he would have, most of them being either Alphard-born or having been living and working here now long enough to have acclimatized by now. Stood behind a podium on a raised dais, one set up in front of some truly gigantic hangar doors, the High Associator looked out at his audience and smiled. Leaning in closer to the microphone connected to a loudspeaker so everyone could hear. I'll try not to use up too much of your time, he began. I'm sure you've all got better things to do than listen to a politician a couple of weeks away from retirement ramble on, he continued, looking around. Could be worse, I suppose. At least it's not raining, he deadpanned. The ripple of laughter that passed through the crowd confirmed to Olsen that he had hit the right note. Situated by a natural harbor on the west coast of the Hydri continent, the annual rainfall in this area measured less than 10 centimeters per year, although the river that flowed into the harbor not far from the factory meant that the area was still generally greener than most of Hydri was. In order to house the factory workforce, and to cater to their needs, a town had been built beside the river, one that was expected to double in size within 5 years and then double again in population within 5 more as more industry sprang up nearby and more people arrived looking for work. The Corps of Engineers had already laid out a grid system for future roads, making certain it wouldn't develop into some kind of haphazard shanty town, and was now breaking ground for a future commercial district. Plans for a large public park were also being considered, though the amount of irrigation needed to keep grass and trees properly watered in this climate was a stumbling block to the more grandiose schemes. Alfard was one of those places where it was well worth using solar panels even if you had fusion power generation. There was even a scheme to build a production facility to produce umpteen square kilometers of the things, cover a huge area of otherwise useless arid land in them and use the shade underneath for farming. The electricity the panels generated would power pumps bringing seawater inland and then convert it to fresh water using industrial JU purifiers. It wouldn't really be a sensible, economically viable proposal until all the land suitable for farming elsewhere on the planet was under the plow, but in the long term it would allow Alfard's population to grow somewhat beyond normal limits if someone in the future hankered for the days when the Star League Department of Mega Engineering saw the obstacles Mother Nature threw in the way of humanity as a challenge, not a block. The dropship which had transported Olsen here had set down at the partially completed spaceport situated a few kilometers away, after which a hovercar ferried him onto the factory for the official opening ceremony. The day before he had visited what was effectively the planetary capital city, a large and growing town surrounded by farmland on the Typhon continent, one of the two large land masses that lay near Alfard's North Pole, and to say he had been somewhat surprised by the warmth of the welcome he had received from the locals was a massive understatement. Back home on Neops the people still treated the High Associator in much the same way that people on most planets in the inner sphere would treat the mayor of a big city. He was someone you might run into at the supermarket or at a coffee shop during lunch break, not some high and mighty figure of authority that needed to be bowed and scraped towards, or regarded with something remotely akin to deference and awe. Finding himself at a huge parade being held in his honor and treated as if he was the Director General of the Terran Hegemony, or even First Lord of the Star League, by cheering locals rather than some bureaucrat was the sort of thing that might well have gone to his head if not for the fact that he knew he would be merely a private citizen again soon. His wife who was accompanying him on this trip must have caught on to his mood because she had leaned in close and whispered "Remember thou art mortal" in his ear while some local dignitary waxed lyrical about his supposedly great achievements while in office, giggling at the expression that appeared on Olsen's face when she did so. She was actually the one that had nudged him into politics in the first place, though of course that was back when being elected as High Associator might get you a nice table at a restaurant on Neops 7, not something akin to a Roman triumph in another star system entirely like Alfard, and she liked to take some credit for how things had turned out for him as a result. There was an old saying she was fond of that claimed, behind every great man there was a great woman propelling him forward and, although Olsen didn't really consider himself great as such, he didn't generally disagree with the sentiment. Comstar might not accept the premise, but if they did agree they would probably attribute the quote to a putative MRS Blake. Fortunately for the crowd who had come out to see him on Typhon, Giles Olsen was actually pretty good at giving a rousing address when the occasion called for one, and recycling some material from a few of those he had given in the past whilst electioneering he had delivered an impromptu but stonking speech to the masses, one that featured references to cooperation and a shared vision of a brighter future for all as the hegemony both expanded and deepened the ties between its member worlds. If each planet, and each person living upon those planets, contributed what they could for the common good, then they could build something far, far greater than the sum of its parts. While the great houses continued to bathe each other in blood and nuclear fire, razing civilization itself to the ground as they did so, out here Neops, Alfard, and the other member worlds were building each other up, creating a vibrant, dynamic new nation that they could all be proud to bequeath to their children and grandchildren. Fortunately it didn't seem like he had laid it on too thick yesterday, and the locals reacted enthusiastically enough to his words that Olsen not only didn't feel he had overreached with the manifest destiny shtick, but he was also pretty sure that if his successor, whoever it was going to be, visited Alfard and gave a speech of their own it would probably seem lackluster by comparison. As a rule politicians on Neops tended to be somewhat boring, not particularly inspiring, technocrats that weren't exactly all that thrilling to listen to, Olsen being unusual on that score because he could carry a crowd. The underlying scientific meritocracy did at least weed out those unable to actually do the job, however, which was more than could be said of people running things in a lot of places, and until the last few years an inability to stir up the mob hadn't really been a deal breaker for a council member or even the High Associator themselves. That was yesterday though. Given the rather different audience present at the new Battlemech factory being opened, Olsen had opted not to go with stirring oratory in favor of relaxed, earthy good humor, and after running a few jokes past his wife earlier just to make sure they were actually funny, he delivered an entertaining enough speech that seemed to deliver the goods, at least judging by the laughter and occasional applause. Olsen laughed along with crowd for a while before becoming a little more serious. "Before I forget, can I offer my heartfelt thanks for all the hard work you men and women have put into this project over the last few years," he addressed the crowd. "If it wasn't for the sterling efforts of people that hail from Comstock, Francas, Neops, plus of course Alfard itself, all coming together for a common goal, we wouldn't have been able to get this factory completed both ahead of time and, even more amazingly for a government project, actually on budget." The High Associator sighed. "You have no idea of how much trouble it caused when the project manager tried sending the unspent money back to the treasury, dozens of bean counters staring blankly into space trying to figure out what they were supposed to do because nobody had ever done that before," he said, trying to sound sincere but not so sincere that they wouldn't know he was joking. Olsen paused, sighed again and then shook his head sadly. Given that the paperwork is too hard to figure out, I guess we'll just have to pay everyone a bonus instead, he said. Just make sure to spend it before the new guy or gal takes over from me or they might want it back, he very obviously joked now as some very enthusiastic cheering broke out. It wasn't actual largesse on his part, of course. The assembled engineers, technicians, and construction workers who had just completed building the factory complex would be moving on to other work. Indeed, some already had been released from working on the new water purifier plant for this occasion, and if word got out that there was an actual benefit to going above and beyond, then more people would do so. There was certainly no shortage of work that still needed to be done, but there was a severe shortage the skilled labor needed to do it, which meant getting the most out of everyone was paramount. As an increasing number of workers who had signed up for 5-year contracts arrived from the Illyrian Palatinate, it looked like they would be able to get the new mines running to capacity at least, but hopes to drastically increase the amount of land under the plow on the northern continents of Alphard were still stymied by a serious lack of manpower. In some ways the system was a victim of its own success. The new factories being opened paid better than signing up as a farmhand did, and with manufacturing starting up again on Comstock as well now, people there were starting to reconsider plans to take jobs on other planets, even ones that might pay a little more than the ones back home. It certainly didn't help that Comstock had a more pleasant, temperate climate than Alphard. Toiling in the fields on Typhon or Echidna was bad enough, but working construction on Hydri was hellish. There was a good reason why the native population didn't live near the equator despite the vast mineral wealth to be found both on Hydri and the island continent Crux. At least food imported from the Stafford system could help feed the expanding urban population on Alphard for now, although it was considered risky to see that as a long-term solution. Planets being capable of feeding themselves was safer. Just look at what happened to Comstock when interstellar trade collapsed. So while it wasn't like anyone was actually going to go hungry on Alphard, the Department of Trade and Industry was starting to push for large-scale recruitment from poorer worlds in the Free Worlds League nonetheless. There were several worlds under Merrick rule within a few jumps of Neops that had been rendered poor and destitute by the wars. It was hoped their inhabitants might well jump at the chance to obtain a new home and steady well-paid work, especially in a place that wasn't in the line of fire. That would have to be handled very carefully though, for both diplomatic and security reasons. The government on Atrus might be too preoccupied at present to make a fuss about some small periphery power poaching its people. In fact, they might even be quietly happy about it because they were having trouble supporting the populations of some of their smaller colonies, but eventually they might make a fuss about it, and that required prior forethought and planning to deal with. Waiting for the latest round of applause to settle, Giles Olsen looked around. Not far away in the distance another large manufacturing facility for mechs was already beginning construction, this one however not intended to eventually produce war machines but rather agromechs and loggermechs that would hopefully increase productivity, and therefore output, while demographics caught up with soaring demand. Back home in Neops another project workshop had just been brought online, PWIIIC on Neops V, which should ease production bottlenecks in high-tech manufacturing equipment a little, and eventually they would be in a position to build a factory making robotics advanced enough to need a lot less human supervision, but for now they still had to prioritize on what really needed to have been done yesterday and allocate labor accordingly. Doing everything in a rush certainly showed in the design of the buildings here, Olsen thought to himself. Plain, boring concrete boxes put together in a hurry that actually looked much like the majority of new construction back home, only cheaper because weatherproofing and insulation to keep out the cold wasn't really much of a design requirement here. The buildings were blindingly bright here though, painting everything white helped keep them cool inside, and they dazzled you almost as much as the G3 IV type star high above. On Neops 7 the boxy concrete blocks many people lived and worked in were made darker to try and catch as much sunlight as possible. The other thing that caught the eye that differentiated the buildings here from buildings back home was all the air conditioning vents, and Olsen was now very much looking forward to getting inside before his suit jacket was completely drenched in sweat. Supposedly down in the deep germanium mines on Crux some of the workers wore modified versions of the cooling suits worn by mech warriors, and it was easy to understand why. A few hours of having to swing a pickaxe down there where it wasn't just hot, it was also humid, sounded horrific. The workers on Crux were actually convict labor of course, so a little suffering was par for the course, but if they collapsed from the heat then they couldn't work, and so making sure conditions for them weren't too terrible paid dividends. If they met production quotas they even got aircon in their cells and ice cream as dessert, which reputedly did more to keep them complaint than armed guards ever did. Olsen had considered visiting the penal colony while he was here but had eventually decided against in favor of getting back to Neops a little sooner. Ensuring that the handover of power after the election was as smooth as possible was important. He had been running things for 15 years now, the only high associator to ever make it the full 3 terms of office permitted by the Constitution, and leaving on a high note with no hitches was important to his legacy. More importantly, he needed to make sure that the big wooden desk that he had paid for himself was moved out of the High Associator's office well before his successor took over and claimed it. Olsen loved that desk. It had been made from an unusual hardwood imported from Buffalo Meadows, and the study in his private home was just big enough for it to fit inside. The carpenter who made it had originally been an Aztec in the 295th, as the military called assistant technicians who worked on mechs and aerospace fighters, who had found a talent at woodworking during their years marooned on Buffalo Meadows. They operated very successful business now back on Neops 7 making bespoke furniture, though the timber was mostly imported from Stafford these days, that being rather closer. The forests that had been planted on Neops 7 using imported species of trees grew very slowly given the temperature and limited sunlight, so while they would eventually produce useful lumber, for now they weren't much use for anything but a habitat for recreated aurochs and giant moas, both transplanted from McKeevedy's folly. Once he was out of office and back to being an ordinary citizen, Olsen planned to invest some of his savings in that fast food chain that was starting to get off the ground. He had tried a Moa burger and he was pretty sure it was going to be a hit throughout the hegemony. The same however could not be said of Kentucky Fried Dodo. Unfortunately, those things going extinct had clearly been no great loss to gastronomy, assuming Alpheus McKeevedy's recreated dodo tasted as much like the original species as it looked. Nobody would ever be raising herds of Moa here on Alphard though, regardless of how tasty they were. The recreated Moa had been engineered to live in considerably cooler climes than could be found on this arid rock, Olsen thought to himself. Fortunately there were regions of Francas that were expected to be extremely suitable for rearing the Moa in commercially viable quantity, and the people there were certainly well experienced in livestock farming and ranching, albeit with imported Terran species. They already farmed ostriches on Francas, the giant Moa shouldn't be too different. Some people on Stafford meanwhile had expressed an interest in perhaps importing both the crested mammoth and the aurochs, not as meat animals but as beasts of burden. The aurochs would probably be easier to domesticate, but on the other hand an 8-ton mammoth could pull one hell of a plow and unlike a tractor used plants as fuel and was also a good source of manure. The diversity of worlds within the hegemony made Olsen regret not visiting any of them before now, although he certainly couldn't have found time for the long trek all the way down to Frobisher and McKeevedy's Folly. He would have probably gotten a decent reception on Frobisher though. They seemed very pleased with the iron wombs that would mean Homo sapiens amphibia not going the way of the dodo, since the epic comeback, and all the advanced genetic engineering equipment salvaged from the Folly added to their own meant that Frobisher had a very bright future ahead of itself as the likely bioscience hub of the hegemony. The fact that there were children who had been born on Neops while Olsen was in office that might potentially still be alive at the dawn of the next millennium was mostly down to the genetic engineers on Frobisher. As soon as the first clinic providing anti-agathic gene therapy treatments had opened back home, it had been running full tilt to try and meet demand, and although priority was being given to the genetically enhanced infants coming out of the iron wombs, given the financial investment in creating the new sibling companies, the military wanted to get as many years of service out of them as they possibly could. The treatments were available to all. True, if you were wealthy you could jump to the front of the queue, but the income from that was being used to fund additional clinics with an expansion of the service to the rest of the hegemony worlds planned soon. Given the far greater populations of the other member planets, however, production of the treatments would have to be ramped up drastically in order to cope with potential demand, and with increased immigration another factor, it might be a generation before every child born in the hegemony could be guaranteed such an extended lifespan. It was expected however that when the magistracy of Canopus in particular caught word of the treatments, they would be throwing money at Neops to try and get access themselves, and if they were willing to pay as much as some analysts thought they would, that might actually bring in enough income to subsidize the whole thing. Certainly the year before, when news that Neops could not only likely repair their ever-dwindling number of precious Terran hegemony tech stasis tubes, but even potentially make new ones, reached Canopus, this had resulted in a handwritten letter sent by the magistratrix herself arriving on Olsen's beloved desk via the Duchess of Thraxaw, the note asking how much it would cost to get this expedited. It wasn't quite a heap of blank checks being thrust into the hands of the Neops Association, but the Department of Trade and Industry were pretty happy about it and started pushing for another delay in working on the new shipyard, while a project workshop was assigned to reverse engineering and then manufacturing the stasis tube technology. Fortunately for both Admiral Bremen's blood pressure and his mental health, the High Associator had immediately nixed the suggestion. The magistracy would just have to wait until at least 2845, by which time another workshop, PW2B, should be completed on Neops 6. After cracking a few more jokes and waxing lyrical on the sterling job being done by everyone in the hegemony to build a brighter future, Giles Olsen told the crowd that he had wasted more than enough of their time already and that they should all head inside where cold drinks, sandwiches and ice cream waited for all in the factory canteen. While they got to enjoy themselves, he would be shown around the plant and would ceremonially push a large button to start the whole production line running for the first time. It would be a pleasure to get inside for him too, with or without ice cream, and while his wife played court in the canteen, herself having no interest in looking at machinery, Olsen looked around outside one more time before entering the building, with the factory foreman acting as guide and a couple of men from his protection detail hanging back. Virtually every machine in the factory had already been tested, of course. Indeed, several pre-production blackjack battle mechs had already been produced there. They had just never run the entire factory all at the same time, from raw materials to finished product, in one smooth run rather than in fits and starts. As Olsen was escorted inside by the factory foreman, Neops born of Capellan refugee stock, he passed by one of the blackjack mechs the factory would soon be turning out by the lanceload and noted it was painted up in unusual livery. "What's with the bright yellow Cameron Star?" he queried, pointing up at the insignia. "The Alphard militia adopted it as their insignia. They're getting the first dozen machines," the foreman explained. If the idea catches on, then I guess the ones we'll make for the Frobisher militia eventually will have an orange Cameron Star on them instead, he said, grinning. Olsen smiled. Alphard will probably want to add their name to that insignia because otherwise people will confuse them with all the other systems in the hegemony with G-type stars, he suggested. For that matter, McKeeves' Folly is also an orange dwarf like Frobisher. Good point, though I hadn't heard that the genetic abominations on the Folly were forming a planetary guard, the foreman joked. They are, but they won't need mechs, just a flak jacket big enough for a Thunderbird to wear, Olsen replied, playing along. The factory workforce are all considered reliable, I assume? No security risks. The foreman nodded. Nobody whose parents and grandparents weren't born on Neops, Alphard, Comstock, or Francas has been allowed to get a job here, he replied. We're going to expand that to people from Stafford and the other hegemony systems that joined more recently, but we're keeping the rule regarding ancestry. Makes foreign infiltration a little tricky. Same rule for militia membership, I suppose. Olsen checked. Yes sir, only people whose families have lived in the Neops hegemony worlds for generations, the one that don't really identify with anywhere else as a homeland, the foreman confirmed. There's certainly plenty of other work for non-hegemony immigrant labor here on Alphard anyway, mining, farming up on Typhon or Echidna, or a job at one of the other factories cropping up making civilian goods. I nearly lost a good machinist last week to a firm that's about to start turning out ATVs for local use and export, quad cycles, you know, lots of demand for those as we start developing planets out here in the wilds. I guess they imported the plant and machinery for that from the magistracy. Olsen supposed. Yeah, but the same firm is looking to start making tractors and construction machinery next using a line imported from the Free Worlds League, I've heard. Fire sale prices there at the moment, the foreman told him. A lot of that is really just the exchange rate between the Neops dollar and the League Eagle at the moment, Olsen told him. The Eagle has fallen a lot against the Sea Bill at the same time Comstar bucks have slipped in value compared to ours. It won't last though, the League's economy is mostly back on its feet and once people realize that confidence in their money will go back up. The factory foreman smiled. Sounds like you know what you're talking about, he replied. Olsen laughed. Nah, just 15 years of practicing pretending that I do, he confided, tongue-in-cheek. I assume the local militia are happy with the blackjack now, they'll be getting the things. Yes sir. In concert with SLDF instructors we've started training a few locals up on the pre-production machines already. Fortunately the blackjack doesn't handle much differently than most mechs in its weight class, other than being a little more sluggish than some, so the prior experience they've been getting before now on other machines in preparation for the BJ-1N being available is proving valuable, I'm told, he said. Just to be clear, she's sluggish when walking or running. If you use her jump jets as well, she's maneuverable enough to be effectively on a battlefield. Olsen smiled. Yes, I do read the briefing papers that cross my desk, he responded. If the blackjack was really the third-rate war machine most people think it is in the inner sphere, we wouldn't have chosen to put it into production, he said. The autocannon upgrade helps, but, to quote my military liaison, if the blackjack wasn't a fundamentally sound design, then swapping out the AC/2 for an improved AC/5 would have just been putting lipstick on a pig. The foreman laughed. Great analogy, he opined. I liked it. Most of my staff aren't as entertaining in their phrasing as Colonel Eben, Olsen told him. The Alphard militia is getting the first 24 machines off the production line if I recall correctly. He asked. Yes sir, the foreman confirmed, nodding. After that we'll start shipping them out to Comstock, Francas, Stafford, and the other member worlds to equip their planetary defense forces, but for obvious reasons it'll still be a while before we'll be able to meaningfully scale back the SLDF garrisons already there. As you can see by just looking around, this isn't some slick, fully automated Star League factory that can churn out hundreds of mechs a year with half a dozen staff sitting around without much to do. I mean, we're not low-tech by any means, but if we can eventually ramp up to 36 mechs a year we'll be doing well, though we'll need considerably more inflow of raw materials than we have at present to achieve that goal, as well as another production line for fusion engines. I'm told that there are more mining operations being planned for upriver that will provide the raw materials, at least, Olsen remarked, looking with interest at a large piece of machinery he thought was some kind of press. Everything was at a huge scale, of course, even a medium battle mech like a blackjack was a hefty beast of a machine by human scale. The rivers on Hydri were very important, not just because they provided fresh water, Jamerson-Ulikoff water purifiers could go a long way to meeting that need, but because they were also a trade highway to the various mining towns further inland. The number of barges full of ore making their way downriver to factories situated on the coast would increase exponentially over the next few years, the plan being that they would be eventually supplemented by roads and maglev lines that would allow more ready access to mineral wealth located further afield, but they already delivered enough to keep the factories running, if not to capacity. Yes, but we'll need to expand the river port to handle it first, the foreman replied. You can't just magic infrastructure out of thin air, unfortunately. Olsen laughed. Honestly, it seems like we already have sometimes, he joked. 10 years ago there was nothing here but rocks baking in the sun, now look at this place, he said, sweeping his hand around. You can get a lot done with some project workshops, money to import plant and machinery and a motivated workforce, that's for sure, the foreman agreed. As the town grows around the factories we're building here and we've got more indigenous manufacture going, it'll make things easier certainly, he said confidently. We can already produce our own ferrofibrous armor and older type double heat sinks right here in the factory. I'll show you the armor forge and the DHS line later, but we're still having to import endo steel frames from NEOPS, and that won't change until we get some more orbital infrastructure right here in Alphard. It's on the to-do list, believe me, it's just a very long list, Olsen replied. Not much point telling me about it anyway, I'll be looking for a new job soon, he said, before smiling. Talking of which, are you hiring and what's the pay like? He asked, jokingly. Salary would probably be a little lower than you're used to, sir, the foreman replied. Yeah, I'm just kicking myself now that I wasn't corrupt. Could have built up a nice retirement fund, Olsen replied, feigning regret. That's unfortunate. I was going to suggest you get a job in the marketing department, but if you're honest then it's really not the career for you, the foreman replied, shaking his head sadly. There's a marketing department? Well, not yet, but eventually every budding militia mech warrior in the NEOPS hegemony is going to have a blackjack, and then we'll have to either sell them to other people or shutter the factory, the foreman replied. Shutter the factory? We're the Star League, we'll just dig a big hole, fill it up with mechs, bury them and call it a cache just like our forefathers did, Olsen said wryly. Seriously, the great houses keep turning them up all the time, even ones most of the SLDF didn't seem to know about are scattered around everywhere. Yeah, makes you wonder when they're all going to run out. The foreman asked rhetorically. Judging from the news reports, they're already wrecking their ability to make new battle mechs, so eventually they'll only have the caches left to feed into the grinder. Maybe by the 4th succession war, Olsen suggested. Nah, more like the 5th, he reassessed his answer. That won't mean peace though, they'll fight the 6th with sticks and stones if they had to, he said. More seriously, they're bound to see sense eventually, and they'll stop flinging nuclear weapons at each other while there's still something worth actually fighting over. Just as long as they don't all decide we're worth fighting over, the foreman observed. It might not exactly be the Valkyrie factory on New Avalon, he said, referring to the most productive battle mech manufacturing facility still operating in the inner sphere, but this place is going to get more and more valuable as more and more factories elsewhere get destroyed. True, but whoever tries to take it away from us is in for a much harder fight than they're expecting, and not just because our blackjack is punchier than it looks, Olsen replied, reaching out to touch a piece of heavy machinery, the feel of the cold metal making it more real somehow. We're building the future here. Well said, High Associator, the foreman replied, glad he had voted for the man 3 times and wishing he could have done it again. Yeah, if I say it again later in front of other people when we're in the canteen, pretend it's the first time you've heard it, okay? Olsen requested, grinning cheekily. That goes for you guys too, he added loudly to his security detail, who had maintained a polite distance while he talked to his guide. Will do, the foreman agreed before they moved onto the part of the production line where the ferrofibrous armor was mounted to the endo steel frame of the mech, pointing out where some design changes had been made to the original specs so that they could more readily switch out the autocannons on the blackjack for extended range large lasers if required later. It was best to future-proof when building the future after all. Note from the author. Just as a reminder, Hydri, Typhon, Echidna, and Crux are the names used here for the continents on Alphard that were known as Italia, Alba, Gaul and Ostia in canon, where the Roman-themed Marian hegemony exists, not the Neops hegemony. Hydri isn't nearly as suitable for farming as Typhon and Echidna are near the poles, but it has some rivers that can be usefully exploited for water and transportation. The BL-1N version of the Blackjack medium battle mech being put into production in the new factory on Hydri will equip the various planetary militias of the hegemony. As noted above, it's not exactly the largest, most automated battle mech production facility in the inner sphere, but it's by no means the most primitive either. As a comparison, the Valkyrie plant on New Avalon was turning out well over 100 mechs a year right throughout the succession wars, which made it the most productive known factory, but that was basically Listec automation. How people in Neops view their High Associator is likely to be rather different than how outsiders would. I was trying to give a little window on that here as Giles Olsen nears retirement and visits Alphard for the first time while in office. It's been theorized that the reason why certain ancient megafauna, perhaps including the giant moa, went extinct after encountering mankind was that they were cursed with being tasty. There would be other reasons too, of course, such as being easy to hunt. The moa burger is going to be a big hit as the ranchers on Francas and their financial backers take the interstellar fast food business by storm. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XLV. Producing and maintaining the necessary infrastructure to allow a doubling of the population of the Neops system every 25 years is well within our capabilities. It should even be possible to raise the overall standard of living as we do so, because increased automation of industry will increase average productivity at the same time. If we aim for noticeably faster population growth than that, however, then simply building enough schools, hospitals etc. while staffing them properly will require a reallocation of resources that will result in necessary cutbacks elsewhere, consumer goods in particular, given the obvious reluctance to cut defense spending. Summary report into the proposal to encourage population growth in the NEOPS system via tax incentives, 2838 CE. Capital City NEOPS Association, NEOPS 7, 2840. Judith was still standing there obstinately in the middle of the family living room, hands on hips, looking up at Frederick as if trying to stare him down, an attempt doomed to failure because it was inordinately cuter than it was intimidating. I don't need a babysitter, she insisted. I'm not a baby. You're my baby sister and you'll always be my baby sister, Frederick countered. This wasn't exactly how he had originally been planning to spend his Saturday either, but Barbara had asked a favor earlier in the week when her appointment was rescheduled. Your mom's got a doctor's appointment and then after that she's going to see your grandma, and because dad's at work you get me, he told her. When you were my age you didn't need a babysitter, Judith persisted. When I was your age they were teaching me how to live off the land and where I should stab people in order to bleed them out, Frederick replied wryly. As far as I know that's not something they teach at elementary school here, he added, trying not to laugh. In retrospect, telling her stories about what he used to get up to when he was little might have been a mistake because it had clearly left her with a rather distorted impression of the sort of things that were generally considered acceptable for preteen children in normal society. The society that Frederick had lived in when he was his little sister's age was, of course, decidedly abnormal, and he was fully aware of that, as was the girl, of course, although it didn't suit her to say so. He had been less than a year older than she was now when he picked up a rock on Liney, a moon in the Arcadia system, to get ready to fight a detachment of ghost bears that were hunting for any stranded Wolverine survivors in the wake of Operation Switchback. Fortunately their commander wasn't someone that considered slaughtering children either just or honorable, orders be damned, so he had let Star Captain Francis and his charge's sibling company Gamma go free. There was a standing order because of that event that if the Wolverines somehow ever returned to the clan homeworlds for revenge, the ghost bears were to be shown mercy. They had earned it. Frederick sometimes wished he had kept the rock he had picked up to throw at the ghost bears as a souvenir, but at the time it had just been a rock and they had been on Liney collecting something far more important, supplies for the journey back to the inner sphere. They should. School's boring, Judith complained. Based on his stories, Frederick's old school on Circe sounded like much more fun to go to than hers ever did. They taught him how to navigate and read a map and to call in artillery strikes and everything. Daddy always said that artillery was the king of battle, so knowing how to do that must be more useful than knowing how to write in cursive, she was sure. And I got into trouble because I keep calling Alice, Alice instead of Miss MacArthur, Judith continued her complaining. I've always called her Alice, it's not my fault she's a teacher at my school now. Why couldn't she get a job at a different school? The little girl wanted to know. It's like I'm being spied on, she added suspiciously. Judith knew what spies were. Her daddy used to catch spies for Jennifer McKeevity's mommy. That was before Con McKeevity died and he became Con instead. Being a Con was special. When she started school, the children there whose parents were also Wolverines like her best friend Samantha Callahan used to treat her like she was sorta special too, just because of who her daddy was. The kids whose parents were born on Neops didn't really understand why though, and when a couple of them had asked Judith about it, the best answer she could come up with was, I'm kinda like a princess, kinda but not really, because I don't get to wear a tiara and I won't get to be Con one day just because my daddy is. Although both her daddy and Sarah McKeevity did kinda end up in charge of the Wolverines because their daddies had once been in charge of the 331st Royal Battle Mech Division, which later became the Wolverines, so maybe it was possible she might be Con one day? Unless her big brother did, or Jennifer McKeevity did, or maybe even David Robertson, who was also kinda Wolverine nobility too because his daddy had been SA Con before her daddy was. And no, she didn't dress all fancy sometimes because she was kinda like a princess. That was just because sometimes her mom dressed her up like a doll because she was really into clothes and worked for a company that made them. Princess or not, she was definitely part of House Hallis though, that was a real actual thing for sure, she had told the non-Wolverine children. It had originally been what they called a martial house, one based in North America in the Terran hegemony, a family that owed allegiance to House Cameron and produced soldiers to fight for them like her grandfather, the Franklin Hallis her big brother was named after. She had cousins on Royal in the Federated Sons because her daddy's older brother had ended up there after the Terran hegemony fell and he had re-established House Hallis there. Not that she had ever met them, or even sent them an HPG to say hello, she only knew they existed because her daddy had sneakily checked up on what happened to his family when he returned to the inner sphere. Most people who had followed Alexander Kerensky on his exodus had tried to do that by reading newspapers and books and stuff, even though they knew they couldn't actually get in contact. Judith supposed that the House Hallis on Royal owed allegiance to House Davian now, which wasn't as good as serving House Cameron, but at least the Davians weren't completely horrible like House Kurita or House Liao were. Her mommy was actually named after Barbara Liao, who wasn't too bad by Liao standards but still wasn't a very nice person. It's not some conspiracy against you, Munchkin. Your school was hiring when she graduated teacher training college. You can ask her that yourself if you don't believe me, she's coming over later, Frederick told his little sister. We're going to watch a movie on the Holovision. Yours is better than the one in her apartment, and if I want to watch a movie in barracks I have to fight a trial of possession for the remote control first, he told her, not being entirely truthful about the remote control. No, you won't, you'll just make out with each other on the couch. I don't want to watch my brother make out with one of the teachers at my school in front of me, it's weird, Judith protested. It was bad enough when her parents did it. Of course, Judith planned to deal with that particular issue tactically. She would just plant herself between them on the couch, which would also give her better access to the popcorn. Fred would probably be proud of her if she was stupid enough to explain her plan to him, which she wasn't. It'll be worse when you get married. My teacher will be my sister-in-law, she complained. Frederick laughed. Who says we're getting married? He asked. Henry Callahan is getting married, and Mom says you'll have to get married and start having kids too soon because you are going to get old faster than Dad did, Judith replied. I won't have to have children until I'm Dad's age though, because I've been getting the anti-ag. The girl stumbled upon the word, agrath. She tried again. Anti-agathic treatments. Frederick helped her out. He also knew that the reason Henry was getting hitched at a fairly young age was because he had made a vow to himself during the worst of the battle on Illyria against the Black Warriors that if he got out of this alive he was going to ask his girlfriend to marry him. Right, those, Judith agreed. You didn't get them when you were my age, and neither did Alice, I mean Miss MacArthur, she corrected herself. I mean Alice, damn it, she swore, correcting herself again because now she wasn't at school. Language, Frederick chided. I bet you swore way worse than that when you were my age, Judith defended herself. No, I didn't, Frederick told her truthfully. When I was your age, anytime I swore in front of an adult I had to do 25 push-ups, Frederick told her. Did that work? Barbara asked, entering the room after coming down the stairs while trying to fasten her overcoat over her belly and failing. After Frederick arrived for babysitting duty, exactly on time as she had assumed he would be, she had gone to her room to get changed. When she had phoned him earlier in the week to ask if he would be okay with babysitting on Saturday, since she knew he wasn't on duty that weekend, Frederick had prevaricated at first, but Barbara had wheedled him into it, saying that his little sister wanted to spend time with him. That was apparently an outright lie. Judith would have much preferred to have been left alone in the house, but there was no way that was happening. Eventually it did, Frederick told her. At first I just got really good at push-ups, he continued. Maybe you should try wearing a poncho instead, he suggested to his now very pregnant stepmother as she continued to struggle with her overcoat. I mean, you'd look like a tent, but... He trailed off, grinning. Barbara looked at him askance. Father make exact same joke, she told him. You definitely clone, not just 2/3 copy of original. Judith frowned. How come when Grandma calls Fred a clone you tell her off but you get to do it? She asked rhetorically, not expecting an answer because Mommy didn't answer questions like that. And for the last time, I don't need a babysitter, she said, stamping her feet. I'm not a baby, I'm going to be a big sister soon, she pointed out. That's true, can't be too much longer until tax break in there arrives and your clothes fit again, Frederick observed. Stop calling your new brother or sister tax break, it might stick, Barbara ordered her stepson while touching her pregnancy bump. It wasn't as if the new tax code that looked to encourage people having larger families was the only reason she and her husband had decided to have another child, even if it did admittedly have something to do with the timing. One thing was for sure though. If they decided to have yet another child in a year or two, she wasn't going to argue with her husband about using an iron womb next time like he had actually suggested for this one. Her back was killing her, her feet hurt, and her ankles were so swollen she couldn't wear her favorite boots, the gorgeous knee-high leather ones from Comstock. Barbara always liked to dress very stylishly. Fortunately, by working for her uncle in a company that made clothing, she could justify the excessive size of her wardrobe by saying it was expected of her in her business to look good. By contrast, if he didn't need multiple uniforms in different camouflage patterns for different terrains and weather conditions, you could have fitted her husband's entire wardrobe in a suitcase. Just getting him to get fitted for a civilian suit rather than wear his dress uniform for any formal or semi-formal occasion had taken years. Dad does it, and looking at the size of you, are you absolutely sure it's not a new brother and a new sister in there? Frederick checked, not entirely in jest. Definitely not twins, told the doctor doing the scan not to tell me what sex they are but did want to count because I wasn't this big with Judith, Barbara responded. I remember, Frederick replied, recalling her first pregnancy back when he was still a high school kid, not a serving soldier. But look at the size of her now, he added, nodding towards his little sis. Yes, I'm big now, thanks for agreeing with me. And what do big girls not need? A babysitter, Judith declared triumphantly. You're 7. 7-year-olds need a babysitter. It's the law, Frederick told her forcefully. If I wasn't here, someone else would be. Thank you, Frederick, Barbara responded as her daughter pouted. You're welcome. I called for a taxi like you asked, they should be here soon, Frederick told his stepmother. A few more weeks and I guess you'll be able to fit properly behind the wheel of your car again. Can fit now, just uncomfortable as heck, Barbara replied, correcting herself just before she swore. Frederick scratched his nose. Any chance that I could borrow your wheels tomorrow to take Alice out for a drive since you're not using it at the moment? He asked. The forest they planted out near Arecibo is starting to actually look like an actual park, not just a bunch of shrubs, and I thought it might be nice to go out for a walk with her there. Barbara nodded. There was a paved road heading out there now, so it wasn't like he was asking to taking her precious automobile off-roading. Style didn't just mean clothes, it meant driving a sleek expensive car too. Alice still homesick for Buffalo Meadows sometimes, is she? She asked. A little, I guess. With trees it probably looks a lot more like it did where she grew up here than it does without them, Frederick replied. She used to climb them and swing on them when she was Judith's age, he added. Your memories of where you lived when you were little always stuck with you. For Frederick, he still pined a little for Great Hope and Bearcat sometimes, even though his fond memories of the cities were interspersed with having to flee them before old Nick had his sicko put up against a wall and shot. Frederick also wondered if her childhood on Buffalo Meadows was the reason that Alice had decided to become a teacher. She had a thing for kids, and that might be because there had been so few of them around when she was little herself. Although the 295th stranded on Buffalo Meadows had managed to make a home for themselves there, they had not managed to produce enough offspring to make the colony viable in the long term. Once all the long-lived Terran hegemony-born first generation had eventually died off, it would have been likely only a matter of time before the colony did if the Switchback fleet hadn't run into them instead. The Iron Wombs were saving their bloodlines now though. Even General Romanoff herself had a child on the way, although she had found someone else to raise them. Even with the anti-Agathics, you wouldn't want to have to deal with a newborn when you were over 100 years old as she was now. Buffalo Meadows is a red dwarf system like Neops, but it was warmer than here because it's an M1V class star, not an M5V, Judith piped up. Right, the girl's mother confirmed. And if the star was a little bigger it would be? She asked, waiting for the answer. A K9V orange dwarf, Judith answered. It's not easy to tell the difference just by looking at them though, she continued. When Miss MacArthur started at the school she introduced herself to everyone in the assembly hall, she said, calling her Miss MacArthur rather than Alice because it was at school. She told us where she was from, I mean I knew already of course, and said that the big tree they planted in front of the school a few years ago was from where she was born. There's no big trees on Neops, Frederick corrected her. Not yet anyway, some of them won't be fully grown until you've got adult grandchildren, he said. I remember full-grown Circean oaks that were as tall as dropships. Circe is a weird planet, Judith opined. Sometimes it's colder than Neops 7 and covered in glaciers, sometimes it's as hot and dry as Alphard. Most of the time it's kinda between the two though, like when Frederick and Dad lived there. Do you know why? Barbara asked, testing her. Mr. Armitage at school taught us it has an eccentric orbit, Judith replied, remembering being shown a hologram of the Circe planetary system that was sped up to show what happened. It's only inside the habitable zone when the planet's not too close to the star and not too far away either, she said, then giggled. They call it the Goldilocks zone because it's not too hot and not too cold, like the porridge in the story, she added. They taught you a lot about stars and planets and stuff at school here, more than they did in other places, Judith knew, but she didn't really understand why not. Stars and planets were super important after all, the whole universe was full of them. That's right, Frederick confirmed. On Circe we had what they called a great year as well as a normal year. Every 700 years the planet goes from really cold to really hot and then back again. It's the reason why the plant life there was so hardy. Not hardy enough to grow here very well, Judith countered. Not enough sunlight. Circe is a lot brighter and a whole lot bigger than Neops, Frederick replied. I think your taxi is just pulling up outside, he told his stepmother, spotting it out of the window. Thank you, Frederick, Barbara replied. Be a good girl for your brother, Judith, she instructed her daughter, carefully and slowly bending down to kiss her on the top of the head before heading for the front door. I'm always a good girl, Judith replied. Right, and you always tell the truth too, Frederick replied wryly. I do, Judith insisted. Bye, bye mommy, she bade her mother farewell. Bye, bye Judith, Barbara called back, opening the front door and stepping outside. I'll be back well before your bedtime. Frederick will make you dinner, she added, making a hasty retreat. That wasn't in the agreement, Frederick called out as the door slammed shut. So, pizza? Judith asked hopefully. We'll see, Frederick replied with a sigh. Ham and pineapple pizza. Judith persisted. Frederick looked at her utterly appalled. Pineapple? He repeated with dismay. But pineapple's not really expensive now like it used to be, they import them from Stafford, Judith told him. They could offer to pay me to eat pineapple on pizza and I wouldn't, Frederick told his baby sister. If we're getting pizza it'll be with anchovies on it. Anchovies? Judith exclaimed. Yuck. Nobody likes anchovies. I like anchovies, Philomena loves anchovies, Frederick disagreed. Philomena's part fish, she doesn't count, Judith argued back. Frederick frowned. I hope you're not saying that just because she's genetically engineered she's not a real person. No, I'm saying that she's a real person that's part fish, so what she thinks about fish is going to be different than what other people think about fish, Judith replied, clearly finding her own logic unassailable. Sam said that Philomena ate all the shrimp at the Callahan family barbecue too, she added, reinforcing her case. According to Henry, Philomena also steals the bacon off his plate when they have breakfast, so maybe she just really likes food that's salty, not just food that swims. Frederick offered a counter-argument. Maybe Judith conceded. Sam says she's going to be a flower girl when Henry marries Philomena next year, she told him. Can I be a flower girl too? Not up to me, Munchkin, it's not my wedding, Frederick replied. But you're going to be the best man, aren't you? Frederick laughed. I could be the groom and it still wouldn't be up to me, he replied. You could ask Alice to ask Philomena, or better yet ask Philomena yourself. Yeah, I guess, Judith replied. Oh, and don't think I've forgotten that you lied earlier about never telling lies, Frederick told her. I don't, Judith insisted. Frederick gave her a disparaging look. Yes, you do, he stated flatly. When you got me to come to your school that day to talk about what it's like on McKeevedy's Folly, you promised that the kids wouldn't just want to ask about me and the Thunderbird. That wasn't my fault, I told them not to, Judith defended herself. When I asked if anyone had any questions after I gave my talk, the very first one I was asked was, were you really nearly eaten by a giant chicken, and it got worse from there, Frederick pointed out. Somehow he'd thought they'd want to hear more about the feathery pink mammoths and how fluffy they were, or even the goofy-looking saber-toothed toucans, but no. It is kinda a funny story though, Judith opined. I mean, lots of people have stories about fighting pirates, or clanners, or rim jobs, but you fought a really big bird, and lost. You shouldn't say rim job, Judith, Frederick told her quickly. Why not? The little girl wanted to know. It's rude, Frederick responded. It's supposed to be rude, they're the bad guys, you're supposed to say mean things about them, right? Judith queried. Frederick grimaced. It's the way that it's rude, he explained as best he could. How? Judith asked, confused what all the fuss was about. Well, it's like when people say clanner bastards when talking about Nicholas Kerensky and his people, Frederick replied, improvising fast because he really didn't want to explain to his baby sister what a rim job was, other than being an insulting name for people from the Rim World's Republic who fought for Stefan Amaris. Oh right, Judith responded. She wasn't allowed to say bastard because it was a swear word, although in her defense she didn't know clanner bastards was actually two words said really fast together. Wait, since when is rim or job a swear? She wanted to know. Frederick considered his situation. This is one of those things you need to talk to Dad about, not me, he said eventually. He could have suggested she ask Barbara instead, but that wouldn't have been as funny. So is Alice a good teacher? He asked, less than smoothly changing the subject. She's okay, you wouldn't need to know her to tell she hasn't been doing it very long though, Judith replied. Too young. Tries too hard to try and make the kids like her by trying to be fun, Judith explained. The real teachers don't do that. Frederick laughed. She is a real teacher, Judith, he told her. Nuh-uh, Judith disagreed. Can I have a candy bar? She asked. Mom put them all in the top cupboard in the kitchen and I can't reach them, she explained the problem. Her brother was good for things like reaching high shelves, he was even taller than Dad and Dad was pretty tall to start with. If she put them there to stop you having one, then I shouldn't get one for you, Frederick replied, shaking his head no. She put them there to hide them from Dad, Judith replied honestly. They were supposed to be for me, but he kept eating them instead. Now that sounded plausible enough, and given that he wouldn't have minded having a candy bar himself, Frederick attributing that to an inherited sweet tooth, he went into the kitchen with Judith following. Not that cupboard, that's where Dad puts his beer, she told him when he initially reached for the wrong one. You're not allowed any, she told her big brother forcefully. You go crazy when you drink beer. I go crazy when I drink enough beer to get drunk, not just from 1-2 beers, Frederick corrected her, but I wasn't planning to have one anyway, he added. This cupboard. He checked. Yes, the candy is behind the jars of pickled tomatoes, Judith confirmed. Never liked the pickled tomatoes, Frederick muttered to himself as he moved them out of the way. Barbara's Chinese cooking was pretty good, but her dabbles into traditional Russian cuisine left something to be desired. How's your Chinese these days? He asked. Lalao says my Mandarin is getting pretty good, but my Cantonese still needs a lot of work, Judith replied as Frederick handed her a candy bar. That means maternal grandmother, she explained. I'm not totally monolingual, Mei, Frederick replied, using the Mandarin word for little sister as he closed the cupboard again after taking a candy bar for himself. Barbara tried to teach me some Mandarin when I was younger, but then you came along and she found herself with a much better student. I still think the only reason she doesn't always speak English as well as she can speak English is to annoy Dad because it's the only language he can speak, Judith shared her theory. Frederick laughed. I remember a time around about when you were just learning to walk that he once told her that the whole point of the Terran hegemony was to make everyone learn English so that people like him that grew up with it wouldn't have to ever bother learning anything else, he told his little sister. The reunification war was just a smokescreen. Really? Judith asked doubtfully. Nah, not really, Frederick replied. Well, he really said it, but he was only joking. What did Mom say? That there was no doubt that he was definitely English, Frederick replied. Supposedly the Hallis family directly traced its roots, albeit via North America, all the way back to England before the Norman invasion of 1066, so they really were about as Anglo-Saxon as it was possible to be. Of course, it was well known that the Terran hegemony was actually a Scottish conspiracy, not an English one. The first Director Generals had all been McKennas, then the Camerons took over. Even if you looked closer to home, the 331st Division had been commanded by a McKeevy, the 295th by a MacArthur, and the Neops Association Militia was currently commanded by a Nellis, the Nellis family also being of Scottish descent. Moreover, with Giles Olson gone, the new High Associator was now former Councilman James Murray. Franklin Hallis had joked that anyone would think the Jocks had won the Battle of Culloden. "You didn't have candy bars when you were little, did you?" Judith asked, taking a bite out of hers. "No, but I really liked the Odie cereal bars that they gave us when we went hiking, they were flavored with synthetic honey," Frederick replied. "Whoever it was making the stuff was better at his job than the person that made the artificial maple syrup, not that I knew that until I got to try real maple syrup for the first time on Camelot Command." "What was it like living there?" "Much better than living on Yukon, less cramped, and we got to eat lots of fruit," Frederick told her. "But you've heard all my stories before, so why are you asking?" "So I can tell them to our new little brother or sister and make sure I get them right," Judith explained. "You never know when you are going to be sent off on a mission, so you might not be there to tell them yourself," she said. "It's important that they know the stories so they know our history. Wolverine history, so it's not forgotten when you're gone. You know, just because I'm not going to live to 150 like you are, that I'm not going to die of old age anytime soon, right, Munchkin?" Frederick asked wryly. "I'm not stupid," Judith replied, rolling her eyes in a very familiar fashion that reminded Frederick of when he did it himself, or when Dad did it, which was basically the same thing. It was likely a very good thing that other people couldn't read Franklin Hallis's body language nearly as well as Frederick Hallis could, especially considering he was having his first meeting with the new High Associator next week and he didn't really rate the man all that highly. "Okay, so do you want to hear the story about Liney again just to make sure you've got it right?" Frederick asked his little sister. "Nah, you've told that one loads of times, and you always say that you wished you'd kept that rock you picked up to throw at the spook teddy," Judith replied. She did like that nickname for the ghost bears though. It was almost as good as calling the Jade Falcons the Green Turkeys or the Smoke Jaguars the Mist Kittens. Clan Widowmaker was only ever called Clan Widowmaker though, no cutesy nicknames for those jerks. "Tell me again about visiting Bearcat and Kadiosha City," Judith requested instead. "Okay, but only if you agree to having anchovy pizza later," Frederick bargained. "Fine," Judith agreed unenthusiastically. "And you admit that putting pineapple on a pizza is desgra?" "Neg," Judith replied, glaring at him. She couldn't just speak English, Mandarin and some Cantonese. Her clanner was better than you'd expect from someone that had never been within 2,000 light-years of Strina too. Challenging Frederick to a trial of possession for the holovid remote control later while sitting between him and Alice on the couch proved to be a mistake though. He still won even after bidding himself down to the index finger and thumb on one hand. Stupid genetically engineered strong grip and freakishly fast reaction times. He always beat her when they played Grande Circuit Challenge 3 on the game's console too. At least he'd be old and slow one day and she wouldn't be. Then she'd whoop his ass but good at everything. Note from the author. The last time we saw Judith Hallis, daughter of Franklin and Barbara Hallis, she was a baby, but that was back in part XXV in 2833 and time marches on. She's now 7 and doesn't think she needs a babysitter because when her big brother was her age he was already a future member of the warrior caste in training. The laws regarding the treatment of young children on Neops are a little different than they were in the clan worlds though. Judith has a new sibling on the way, which her parents insist is not just because of the tax break. Given the expected big hike in population growth expected due to the tax breaks for having more children, and more ironwombs each year, Alice MacArthur choosing to go into teaching is probably a savvy career move. One thing they did not have many of on Buffalo Meadows was children. Roger Callahan is older than Franklin Hallis and has a few grandchildren now at this point, one of his granddaughters going to school with Judith. He still looks younger than you'd expect because he was Terran hegemony born and got the anti-aging treatments as a child that Neops has brought back. We get to meet the new High Associator in the next part. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Part XLVI. Terraforming isn't a magic trick, but a lot of it does involve smoke and mirrors. Building Better Worlds, The Unofficial History of Slowdome, Neops Free Press, 2890. Capital City Neops Association, Neops 7, 2840. If it had been raining or snowing, or if he had been running late for his meeting, Franklin Hallis would have requisitioned a vehicle to ferry him from SLDF headquarters to the Association Council building, seat of government in Neops, but as it was he needed to stretch his legs anyway, so he decided to walk. Although the capital continued to grow in population and geographic size, it still wasn't exactly a teeming, sprawling metropolis by any means. Frankly, describing it as much of a city at all would still be a bit of an exaggeration, and most of the government buildings were to be found near the center of town anyway, so it wasn't much of a hike in any case, just enough to get the circulation going and take in some fresh air. There was certainly more traffic on the roads than there used to be, Hallis noted idly as he trudged along the pavement, glad that his new boots were more comfortable than the old ones. If he had known how well made the new SLDF issue footwear coming out of Comstock was these days, he might have dumped his old pair months ago, but after you've polished the same pair so many times it was a little hard to let go. The new uniform was better too. After much deliberation, and more than a little procrastination, General Romanoff had finally admitted that the original SLDF pattern uniforms weren't the flawless design classic they were supposed to be, and authorized a few changes to be made going forward. To the untrained eye, the new issue jackets weren't actually that much different than the old ones, certainly not different enough to warrant a mass changeover to the new pattern all at once, but the cut more closely resembled that of Terran hegemony uniforms from before the foundation of the Star League. The rank insignia on them had been made slightly more prominent, and the Red Cameron Star of Neops was on full display. It wasn't quite as stiff and binding to wear with extra layers underneath either, something that was very important when you were outside on Neops 7 and you didn't want to have to drag a heavy overcoat with you all the time. Hallis still actually preferred his old Clan Wolverine issue dress uniform, the one with the even spiffier Prussian collar and the Sam Brown belt that not only looked good but was practical for hanging your personal weapon, or weapons from, but even if Romanoff had liked the look too, which she didn't, it was way too clan looking to risk wearing it outside the Neops system. With more people than decade ago, and higher wages thanks to the ongoing economic boom, it wasn't a surprise that there was so much more traffic on the streets, Hallis considered as he waited at a pedestrian crossing near the planetarium for the lights to change so he could continue his journey. People he encountered on the way generally fell into three groups based on how they reacted to coming across him, and there were quite a few of them out that day because it was a Saturday and not particularly cold out by Neops 7 standards. The majority were Neops-born civilians that either ignored him completely or at most vaguely registered his military uniform, whereas the smallest group were uniformed military themselves that saluted as they passed him going the other way along the sidewalk, Hallis crisply returning each salute. The third group were those civilians, presumably of Wolverine origin, that greeted him with Con Hallis and a nod of recognition, some of those nods verging on a bow, even though that certainly wasn't something he ever encouraged. If people had expected clan culture to die out completely, a puddle less than 100,000 strong immersed in a Terran hegemony sea, albeit it with some Capellan admixture, they had been proved wrong, though not for the reason they might expect. It wasn't so much a top-down dictate from the Con or SA Con that Wolverine identity needed to remain, nor even the influence of what had been the warrior caste, it was broader than that. Nicholas Kerensky had ordered the annihilation of Clan Wolverine, the summary execution of any of its warriors that were captured and the sterilization of its civilians. If Clan Wolverine ceased to exist, then that would be letting old Nick win, if not in the way he had necessarily desired, and letting that tyrannical, murderous bastard win was simply unacceptable. In reality, of course, any Wolverine cultural traits weren't going to end up much as more than a thin veneer plastered over the overwhelming late Star League era Terran hegemony culture of Neops eventually, and Hallis knew it. After a while it would likely exist as merely a few odd quirks, such as referring to military schools as sibling companies, being more tolerant of settling disputes with your fists than civilized society would usually deem acceptable, and of course still having a con, even if the role was now essentially honorary. It was important to still have a con just in case they ever returned to Strinomecti. Somebody had to formally declare that the trial of annihilation had failed, and that Clan Wolverine had won in the end before they raised the Wolverine banner over Bearcat once more and then reclaimed their holdings on Cersei. Also, someone had to piss on Nicholas Kerensky's grave. Ideally that person would be named McKeevety, but a Robertson or a Hallis would do. Arriving at the Association Council offices, Hallis returned salutes from the guards outside, the soldiers from the Neops Association militia assigned to protect the building looking less bored than he might have considering the lack of an actual threat to its inhabitants, and then he entered being greeted by the receptionist. "Good afternoon, General Hallis. The High Associator hasn't finished his meeting scheduled for before yours, but I'll let you know when you can go up," the receptionist told him brightly. "Thank you, Deborah," Hallis replied. "Working this weekend, I see." "Getting next Wednesday off in lieu," the receptionist replied, smiling. Most civil service employees worked a standard Monday to Saturday week, but things tended to get busier and less rigid when a new High Associator took over. So much to do in order to get them up to speed. The receptionist herself would have still likely been in junior high the last time that had happened. Olsen had won his first election in 2825, a couple of years before the SLDF showed up at his doorstep, but older members of staff had the institutional memory to deal with all the temporary chaos and hubbub that accompanied such a change in leadership. Naturally, it still went very much easier on Neops than it tended to do in the Draconis Combine or the Free Worlds League, for example. For one thing, you didn't have to clean up the remains of the former boss after their assassination, suicide. Despite having access to the best medical technology outside of Terra, the average life expectancy of rulers of the successor states was actually rather lower than it was for their subjects, Hallis knew. Hell, people on less developed planets in the periphery probably had a better chance of getting to 100 than your typical coordinator, captain general, or whatever. A political system that led to a smoother, less violent transfer of power, in this case democracy, didn't necessarily lead to the best person for the job getting it however. Franklin Hallis was of the opinion, one kept to himself naturally, that the new high associator wasn't up to the job and that if it wasn't for an unlikely happenstance they might not have won the election at all. An astronomer by background, James Murray PhD had failed to gain a majority of the vote in the first round nor anything like it. He had obtained a narrow plurality, getting more votes than anyone else managed in an election where there were several candidates, but not by enough to avoid a second round of voting with only the two candidates who had obtained the most votes in the first round eligible to stand. Depending on your point of view, it was either a system that guaranteed that whoever won in the second round runoff election had the support of more than half the population, and was therefore democratically legitimate, or it was a system that made sure that the most unpopular of the two candidates couldn't become high associator, but either way it produced a result that the majority were willing to accept as the better outcome. In both the 2830 and 2835 elections, if not the one in 2825, Giles Olson had actually managed to obtain more than half the vote in the first round of voting, which had ended the process there and then with no second round required. That was unusual though. Most politicians in the NEOPS Association just didn't have his level of voter engagement, or frankly his charisma. 52% of those who voted in the second round of voting in the 2840 election had either liked James Murray, or else actively disliked their opponent more, so now he was in charge. The winning margin was small enough to make Hallis wonder if not for the other James Murray whether the outcome would have been the same. Given that the majority of candidates were dull technocrats promising to both continue the policies of Giles Olson and maintain the status quo if elected, they had all looked for something to make them stand out a little from the crowd. In the case of former astronomer Councilman James Murray PhD, that issue was orbital solar mirrors. The expeditions to McKeeves Folly had brought the topic of using such mirrors to warm a planet into the public consciousness on NEOPS 7. Back in the day, the Star League Department of Mega Engineering, SLODOME, had constructed an array of them around the world then known as Project Sagittarius Umbrella to reverse the severe ice age that was gradually turning it into a snowball. It would in fact have ended up frozen solid from one pole to the other in only a few more centuries if not for the engineers of SLODOME and their habit of only using dictionaries that had the entry for the word impossible crossed out. Some accused the terraforming crews of SLODOME of hubris, or of even playing God. Their usual response to that was, God made the universe, but the Department of Mega Engineering made Venus habitable before getting back to work. By comparison to reversing an apocalyptic ice age on McKeeves Folly, warming up NEOPS 7 a few degrees would be a piece of cake surely? Not only could they make the planet a more pleasant place to live, reflected sunlight beaming down on arable farms and forests could increase grain yields and rates of tree growth. It was an argument that had caught some political traction given that NEOPS had space lift capacity to spare, increasingly large-scale asteroid mining to provide the raw materials, and the undeniable truth that no matter how high the standard of living got on NEOPS 7 it was no substitute for having a pleasant climate. Councillor James Murray PhD didn't give a crap about crop yields, or being able to enjoy a barbecue in your back garden without freezing your balls off. He cared about astronomy and hated the notion of honking great orbital mirrors blocking out the view. NEOPS being a colony founded expressly for the purpose of astronomical research, and having a population weirdly obsessed with stargazing as a hobby, not just as a profession to boot, Murray's strident opposition to orbital light pollution caught some traction with the electorate, not much but some at least. Then he was invited to speak about the issue by the news channel, who thought that broadcasting a segment that combined politics and astronomy as part of their pre-election coverage might be good for ratings. The producer, knowing little about orbital mirrors, had sought out an expert, and when he found one realized he had struck gold, quickly inviting them onto the show as well. Thus it was that when Councillor James Murray PhD appeared on the news channel to talk about orbital mirrors and his objection to constructing any around NEOPS 7, he was confronted with a man who, in his youth, had once actually helped construct some of the things elsewhere. Captain James Murray Meng, Star League Navy, retired, formerly of the Star League Department of Mega Engineering, was only too happy to go on television to advocate the use of a well-established and proven terraforming technology that would improve the lives of everyone on the planet. James Murray, the engineer not the astronomer, had officially retired from active service on his 115th birthday, although he still worked part-time as a consultant because he knew more about the SLODOME tech recovered from McKeeves Folly than anyone else, and he was just old, not useless. Famously irascible and short-tempered within certain circles, the last time he gave a crap about civility or politesse in his dealings with others, Kerensky was still in charge, Alexander Kerensky, and given free rein to express his views he proceeded to lecture James Murray, the astronomer not the engineer, about how gosh darned awesome orbital mirrors were. James Murray, the engineer not the astronomer, did not of course use the phrase gosh darned. The phrase he did use had to be bleeped out by the news channel. He was also bleeped out later when he called James Murray, the astronomer not the engineer, a narrow-minded, parochial, Luddite motherfunster. He didn't actually say funster either, needless to say. Eventually James Murray, the astronomer not the engineer, snapped and started yelling at the other James Murray, bawling him out for lacking a soul, saying that every child on Neops should have the right to look up at the stars on a cloudless night and wonder in awe at the majesty of the universe without unnecessary orbital junk getting in the way before launching into a diatribe about how Neops had fallen too deeply under the sway of engineers, bean counters and military types and how people were losing sight of what the Neops Association was founded to do. Changing demographics would erode the power and authority of what was effectively the ancien regime over time, but until then they were still living in a society where interfering with people's stargazing was a hot-button political issue. Jenna Romanoff had observed to Hallis after the broadcast as polls subsequently indicated a surge of support for the James Murray running for office. They also indicated that quite a few people wished that the other James Murray was running instead, these being mostly SLDF types. In her opinion they were witnessing the last hurrah of the old guard as James Murray, the astronomer not the engineer, was suddenly thrust into the limelight as the reactionary champion of the ancient regime. He wasn't actually that in reality, of course. Councillor James Murray PhD was in fact broadly speaking actually very much in favor of Neops stepping up and restoring civilization in a galaxy that had gone all to hell since the Terran hegemony collapsed. His televised rant however struck enough of a chord with enough people that it put him just ahead in the polls as the standard bearer of what some called the Great Purpose. While it had all made for great ratings, in retrospect putting a fairly strong-willed scientist up against a strong-willed engineer regarding what was a contentious issue had inevitably led to conflict. Scientists and engineers were natural enemies like Englishmen and Scots, or Scots Highlanders and Scots Lowlanders, or Malays and other Malays. Damn Malays, they ruined Moray. The High Associator will see you now, General Hallis, the receptionist spoke up, breaking Hallis away from his thoughts. Don't mention the desk, she advised awkwardly. Wondering what exactly she meant by that, Hallis made his way up to the High Associator's office, something he had done dozens of times before when it was his turn to brief them on behalf of the Joint Chiefs, and after told to just knock and enter by his secretary sat outside he did so. At which point the desk thing made perfect sense because newly elected High Associator James Murray wasn't in fact sat at a desk, he was sat behind a folding table situated where Giles Olson's very nice desk used to be. Good afternoon, sir, Hallis announced himself, stopping to salute while waiting for an invitation to sit down in front of the folding table. You're probably wondering about the desk, Murray said, sounding rather aggrieved about the furniture situation judging by his tone of voice. I wasn't going to say, Hallis replied honestly, he certainly would have done if not for the warning though. Olson took his desk with him, Murray said bitterly. Private property apparently. I see, Hallis replied comprehendingly, it was a very nice piece of furniture after all. They're trying to find the old desk that used to be here before he replaced it, the government owned one, Murray told him. If they can't I'll have to get a new one made, he added with a sigh. Oh, I think that went to Admiral Bremen. It's in his office at Navy HQ by the spaceport, Hallis replied, instantly regretting saying it. Aha! Murray exclaimed, sitting bolt upright in his chair. Please tell him I want it brought back, he requested, tone indicating that it was not actually a request so much as a command from on high. Will do, sir, Hallis replied. Jacob was going to be really annoyed about this, Hallis knew. The Admiral had only gotten the desk because he had always gotten on very well with Giles Olson. They even socialized outside of work, Bremen claiming that Olson was a surprisingly good rapper when he had a few drinks in him. Hallis had never really gotten the rap thing even though it was big on Neops. Listening to a nerd on the radio rhyming about thermodynamics wasn't his idea of a good time. Given him good old-fashioned classical dubstep any time. Take a seat, General, at least Olson left those behind, Murray said, sounding a little happier now he thought he might have a proper desk to sit behind soon. I thought it might be General Romanoff that gave me my first briefing. He queried. General Romanoff was injured yesterday morning, she's supposed to stay off her feet for a few days, Hallis explained her absence. That was the reason he was here now instead of at home looking after Judith even though he was supposed to be off duty this weekend. Fortunately Frederick was available to babysit his little sister. The boy had his uses even if he was still almost as such of a sarcastic pain in the ass now as he had been in his teens. The General offers her sincere apologies for not being able to attend. Injured how? Nothing too serious, I hope? Murray asked, sounding genuinely concerned. Running an assault course, Hallis explained, trying not to laugh. The General doesn't seem to have mentally adjusted to the fact that she is over 100 years old now and her ability to leap over obstacles isn't what it was when she was only 80. Good grief. I'll have a word with her about that, Murray replied, rolling his eyes. I know you Terraborn people are long-lived but you're not immortal. You're a third-generation Neops citizen yourself, I believe. Hallis noted. Third-generation astronomer too, although I was the first in the family to go into politics, Murray replied. But enough about me, I believe you have some updates regarding military deployments and developments. He asked, looking down at his notes. Hallis nodded. The expanded training mission to Illyria progresses according to schedule, he began. A number of the candidates for mech warrior training picked out from the ranks of the Palatinate militia show sufficient promise that they should be able to field a combat-effective battle mech lance alongside their tank formations by the end of the year. They're using battle mechs captured from the Black Warriors, correct? Correct, Sir, Hallis confirmed. We repaired the battle damage they took ahead of receiving the reparation payments from Circinus in order to speed up the process of getting them operationally ready and available to take the field when needed. At which point we can withdraw our ongoing commitment there presumably. Yes. It hasn't been too taxing logistically supplying a small expeditionary force in the Palatinate. We already had jump ships operating between Neops and Illyria hauling cargo and people seeking work on Alphard, but we never intended the commitment there to last quite this long. Mostly because we never expected somebody to attack Illyria while we were there, particularly not anyone that was a lot more formidable than your regular band of pirates. Very well, Murray replied. Battle mech production on Alphard progresses as expected. A few teething troubles with some of the plant and machinery, but nothing you wouldn't expect from a new factory that's still ramping up production, Hallis told him. We're ahead of the game in terms of training mech warriors on Alphard, so while we will want to maintain a garrison of our own there to protect what will increasingly become the industrial heartland of the hegemony, we can restrict that to no more than regimental size rather than up it to a full brigade as would have been necessary otherwise. I was under the impression that most of the Alphard militia is still infantry and that will remain the case even once they start receiving battle mechs. Murray responded quizzically. If fighting a defensive battle and properly dug-in infantry shouldn't be underestimated, sir, but in any case our long-term plans for the various planetary militias don't just revolve around handing them a few mechs, Hallis replied. We're already looking into putting the old ballista self-propelled gun into large-scale production to give the planetary guard units some useful artillery support, and the magistracy would be only too happy to sell us more Manticore tanks if there's room in the budget to push some more in the direction of the militias. The High Associator frowned. I thought we were already in the process of developing indigenous tank production. He queried. Why import them rather than simply make more for the militias? Hallis raised his eyebrows. I'm sorry, sir, I thought you knew about the decision to manufacture the von Luckner instead of the Manticore. It was featured prominently in the briefing documentation you were sent when you won the election. I'm afraid I'm still working my way through a mountain of paperwork, Murray replied, truthfully, although he had opted to read it in a different order than the one suggested by his staff. Oh, well, we were going to put the Manticore into production to save importing them from the magistracy, but the opportunity to obtain a license to manufacture the von Luckner instead for absolute peanuts came up, so we jumped at it, Hallis told him. The company that makes them, or should I say made them, Hartford CO Industries, just had their factory on Bryant leveled, and given their financial situation, not to mention the extreme weather conditions prevalent on the planet, they're in no position to rebuild. Bryant. Murray repeated. Isn't that the planet where Amaris destroyed the storm inhibitors? Yes, sir, Hallis confirmed. Without Slowdome around to fix them, the planet's been gradually falling to rack and ruin ever since, he said. After we heard about their factory being totaled, we sent Hartford CO an offer to buy a license to produce the von Luckner, and after accusing us of being vultures they agreed. Bryant is under occupation by the Capellan Confederation at present, but as we don't currently have beef with them, they didn't try and block the deal. Murray nodded his understanding. Bryant was a former world of the Terran hegemony and hence deemed to be under occupation according to Neops, even if the Capellans might not see it that way. It was strange how the subject of orbital mirrors kept coming up in his life though, the storm inhibitors on, or rather over Bryant being exactly that. When extreme weather events just as hurricanes formed, they would be disrupted by carefully aimed beams of reflected sunlight to dissipate them, it being just another slow dome trick to tame planets that would otherwise be unsuitable for colonization. Our armored units operate a mix of the von Luckner and Manticore tanks. The former is most effective at short-range engagements, the latter at long ranges, so they complement each other very well, Hallis explained. If our tank units on Illyria had fielded such a mix, instead of just the Manticore alone, it would have likely led to a quicker victory with reduced losses. If we were forced to only field one design, it would be the Manticore. Incidentally, it's a better all-rounder, but since we can buy those from the magistracy, while now making the von Luckner ourselves, we don't have to compromise. I assume High Associator Olsen signed off on all of this. Yes, sir, not long before he left office. It was all done in a rush though, so it's not surprising you hadn't heard given how busy you were with the election, Hallis replied. It was definitely one of those situations where we had to jump in and grasp the opportunity quickly before someone else might have. As I said before, we really did get the license from Hartford CO for absolute peanuts. It was even more of a steal than when we got the license to produce the Thug after Maltex Corporation had their own factory blitzed. Murray leaned forward in his chair. Forgive me, General Hallis, but if I recall correctly, one of the selling points in the military's proposal to build a factory producing the Manticore was that it presented an opportunity to repurpose surplus fusion power plants stripped out from Stingray aerospace fighters imported from the Free Worlds League. Will that also be the case for the von Luckner? No, Hallis admitted. The von Luckner utilizes a Class 225 standard fusion engine rather than the 240 SFE power plant of the Stingray and Manticore. However, by the time the factory is complete, we plan to have started importing Sabre light aerospace fighters from the magistracy which do use a Class 225 SFE, so we'll modify those to power the von Luckner instead. It's that easy. Well, the Vox 225 engine in a von Luckner isn't exactly the same shape and size as the Nissan 225 in a Sabre, but since we're making our own von Luckner tanks we'll just change the design of the engine compartment to suit," Hallis responded. "We were going to do the same with our version of the Manticore, modify the design slightly to carry a VOX240A instead of the regular Pitband 240. I suppose when you get right down to it they're all just fusion reactors, it's just what the machine they're installed inside does with the power they generate that changes whether they're an aerospace fighter, a tank, or a battle mech," Murray reasoned. "Very true. We actually use a few old WASP power plants as emergency generators in our bunker complex on Jane's Island," Hallis replied. "For what it's worth, in the longer term I do still have a plan for the surplus engines from the Stingray, they won't go to waste. I'm hoping we'll eventually get a license to produce the Shrek PPC carrier made by Aldis Industries. They also use a 240 SFE power plant, although since Aldis is safely headquartered on Terra we're unlikely to get the license at the bargain price we did other machines. Importing the Stingray and eventually the Sabre with a standard fusion engine already installed by the manufacturer, and then immediately switching those engines out for superior extra-light fusion engines to turn them into Royal equivalent aerospace fighter, would have been a terrible waste of money if those surplus engines weren't going to be repurposed. As it was, if those engines were still going to be gainfully employed, then the bean counters and bureaucrats were generally willing to accept the argument made by the military as to why it was a good idea to go about it this way. It wasn't a secret that NEOPS was importing the Stingray from the Free Worlds League, and it wouldn't be a secret when they started importing the Sabre from the Magistracy of Canopus either. What was going to be a secret was that those aerospace fighters in NEOPS service were going to be much better than the regular models of each type in service elsewhere. The advanced extra-light fusion engines the upgraded fighters would require would have been a problem to put into production if not for the fact that NEOPS already had a couple of production lines for such engines crated up in storage. Retooling the machinery that used to produce the XL engines for the Mercury 2 and Stag 2 was a lot easier than having to create whole new manufacturing capability completely from scratch, and it was inordinately quicker than having to wait for project workshop time to be freed up. The line that used to make the engine for the pulverizer was already in the process of being retooled to make the power plant for the Thug instead. Those machines were going to be handmade in project workshops as and when they were available, rather than put into mass production, although the definition of handmade when it came to high-tech artisanal production in a project workshop was a slight misnomer. Especially with the engine being made in a separate facility, a project workshop could hand-build an assault mech around an endo-steel frame, itself also made elsewhere, somewhat faster than a bunch of guys in a garage could have managed. Eventually, when he had a project workshop of his very own working for the Army full-time, Hallis was aiming towards round-the-clock production of hand-built assault mechs, not just the Thug but also the King Crab if they could get the license. The Devastator and the Rifleman too wouldn't need a license, nobody was making them anyway, and as far as Hallis was concerned the designs were SLDF/Hegemony property in any case. "I believe that construction of the dropship maintenance facility has begun." Murray checked. "Yes sir, once completed the Alliance station now being assembled in orbit will not only be able to service our existing dropship fleet but will be able to put the Cargo King into production," Hallis confirmed. "It's coming at a useful moment. We're starting to suffer from a shortage of available cargo transportation as our interstellar trade increases and they're automated enough not to put as much of a strain on our labor resources as older types such as the Mule would. The military model, the Cargo Masta, will also help us out a lot logistically as the Hegemony expands." "Admiral Bremen is pleased I'm sure," Murray surmised. "He is, Sir," Hallis replied. "Though I don't think he'll be happy until we get the first orbital shipyard built over Neops 8, or maybe not even until the second over Neops 9. Murray's eye twitched. "By Neops 8 and Neops 9 I assume you mean the astronomical objects known as Elizabeth as Helena which are situated in the Neops asteroid belt?" he asked coldly. "Yes," Hallis replied, slightly vexed by the man's reaction and manner. "Those are dwarf planets, merely large asteroids," the High Associator stated firmly. "As such they are not to be designated as Neops 8 and 9. Hallis raised his eyebrows. "But they're actually round and both well over 1500 clicks in diameter, Helena is closer to 2000. Nevertheless, they are dwarf planets according to the official criteria established for such by the Neops Astronomical Union," Murray told him sternly, cutting him off mid-sentence. "I suppose you're one of those people that thinks Pluto in the Sol system is a planet too?" he asked sarcastically. "Well, it is, isn't it?" Hallis replied, confused. The High Associator stared at him. "Get out and don't come back!" he bellowed, jumping to his feet and pointing at the door. Since it was a direct order, General Franken Hallis immediately shot out of his chair to comply even if the entire situation was insane as far as he was concerned. "No, wait," the High Associator said more quietly, sitting back down. "Get out and come back with my goddamn desk," he corrected himself. Later, while Franklin Hallis explained how his day went to his wife back at home, Barbara had stared at him. "You called Pluto a planet?" she asked him in horror, staring at her husband aghast and making him wonder if he was the mad one or if everyone born in this system was completely nuts. Note from the author. Our first look at High Associator James Murray PhD, although we've met Captain James Murray Meng before in Part 19, in universe the two men having the same name is a coincidence. James Murray was originally an astronomer who ran for political office, becoming a member of the Association Council and now the High Associator. Meanwhile, James Murray worked for the Star League Department of Mega Engineering, Slowdome, and then the SLDF. They have very different opinions on the subject of orbital mirrors. NEOPS uses a two-round voting system to elect the High Associator. France uses it to elect their president too. In an election with multiple candidates, it stops someone getting elected that a clear majority don't like on a fraction of the vote, which can easily happen in first-past-the-post elections with 3 or more candidates. The storm inhibitors used on Bryant, and other worlds, kept the severe weather in check there until Amaris and the Rim Worlds Republic blew them up. With their planet a mess, Hartford CO Industries, manufacturer of the von Luckner tank, was unable to rebuild their factory after it was destroyed in 2840. In the universe of Battletech, Pluto retained its status as a planet, a political decision no doubt. Regarding it as a dwarf planet is more logical given the other rocks floating out there in the outer solar system. On Neops, however, during their isolation the astronomers had their way. Like Ceres in our own asteroid belt, Elizabeth and Helena in the Neops asteroid belt are also dwarf planets. High Associator James Murray has a berserk button or two. Hallis hit one of them square on. I don't own the rights to Battletech and don't claim to, just borrowing the universe for a while. Who actually does own Battletech isn't always necessarily clear, but it's definitely not me. Parts EI. We are not as brothers, the Widowmakers and the Ghost Bears, we are brothers. Joint Declaration of S.A. Con Hans Jorgensen of Clan Ghost Bear and S.A. Con Cal Jorgensen of Clan Widowmaker, 2842 CE. Hall of Con Strinamekti 2840. While our reconnaissance team should be commended for carrying out their mission in an exemplary manner, Con Kesser Jericho of Clan Coyote spoke up. About the only good thing I can say regarding the intelligence they have brought back is that at least the deployment of nuclear ordnance by the traitor lords seems to have been scaled back somewhat, he observed. If I was more certain that was because they were starting to regain their sanity, rather than simply running out of targets actually worth expending thermonuclear weapons on, I would view that knowledge in a more positive light. Sandra Tseng of the Ghost Bears responded wryly. I would have to concur with Con Tseng. Con Nicholas Kerensky added for himself. This so-called second succession war that has now raged in the inner sphere for a decade, and which shows no sign of ending anytime soon, is no less horrifying to me than the mindless slaughter of the first succession war was when we learned of it 5 years ago, he said. That fewer continents are routinely scorched by thermonuclear fire, fewer worlds are poisoned with chemical and biological weapons, and fewer cities are devastated by orbital bombardment than before is likely due as much, if not more, from a lack of capability as it is a sudden recognition of basic morality, he opined, the assembled cons nodding their agreement. As regards orbital bombardment capability in particular, James McKenna of the Snow Ravens interjected, judging by the intelligence data our operatives collected, it is logical, indeed undeniable, that the navies of the great houses are incapable of fielding anything close to the number of warships they used to, he suggested. During the first succession war, fleet actions were seemingly commonplace, certainly in the early decades of that conflict at least. Now, however, for even a single warship to be deployed into combat seems to be a noteworthy event much spoken of. Rafe Cardon of the Cloud Cobras nodded. They threw too many of them away, attaining Pyrrhic victories that proffered only short-term advantage and now cannot replace their losses because their shipyards are evidently just debris in decaying orbit for the most part, he concurred. After the Snow Ravens, the Cloud Cobras were the clan that most concentrated their focus on the arena of aerospace warfare rather than ground combat and viewed the universe through a similar prism. Holding the high ground was the best way to achieve dominance. Their merchant fleets have suffered less but are still demonstrably only a shadow of what they were, the Khan of Clan Sea Fox, Karen Nagasawa, chipped in. Based on admittedly limited data, my analysts conclude that their economies have most likely been as devastated by the precipitous drop in interstellar trade resulting from losses to jump ships as they were destruction of industrial facilities. Planets that were once economically vibrant and productive wither on the vine for the lack of shipping needed to transport raw materials and finished products. Given that this economic strife has not resulted in a noticeable slackening of their constant warfare against each other, my assumption is that they heavily prioritize their remaining resources towards their military at the expense of the standard of living of their civilians, Kerensky said, then paused for a moment looking thoughtful. It could be said that we do the same. I am sure many a malcontent would contend so, but our people are not starving to death by the millions amidst cratered radioactive hellscapes, nor are they dying of thirst in droves for the lack of basic water purification technology, he stated, looking suitably appalled by the reality of life across much of the inner sphere these days. The society we created is one of warriors, based upon martial competition, but with the goal of creating a military able to protect civilization from any threat, not to war mindlessly with itself while civilization collapses around us, he continued, now looking to Khan of the Coyotes. Your clan's innovations, Elbrigen, Khan Jericho, which I embraced after Klondike and the needless death of my brother, seeks to limit losses of lives and resources so that we do not spiral into the kind of apocalyptic madness and mindless slaughter that has befallen the inner sphere, and we need only look to the current state of what was once the glory that was the Star League to see what happens if war is practiced without restraint, he said, casting his eyes towards the holographic projection of the colonized star systems within 1,000 light-years of terror that currently dominated the hall. As well as the stars themselves, the projection showed the route that the reconnaissance mission had taken. 2 tramp jump ships belonging to the clans, both armed and equipped with lithium fusion batteries though disguised as mere periphery traders, had followed the Exodus road back towards the inner sphere together, only separating as they neared the Draconis Combine. One of the 2 vessels had started at Nutstad and then skirted the inner sphere in an anti-clockwise as far as Akar and Steelton, systems that once been part of the Fallen Rim Worlds Republic but now belonged to the Lyran Commonwealth. Meanwhile the other jump ship began at Farstar and travelled clockwise, eventually passing through the territory of the Outworlds Alliance as far as Hainesville in the Federated Suns. The intelligence they had brought back was considerable, far more than the previous mission had obtained 5 years before. Although they had deliberately not penetrated more than a jump or 2 into any of the successor states at any point, mostly for fear of encountering naval forces and being potentially unmasked, they had gathered data relating to the current situation in the inner sphere as far away as the magistracy of Canopus, which seemed to be coping better than most. As for the rest of the near periphery, most of the former Rim Worlds Republic had fallen to brigandage and piracy, with only those systems annexed by the Lyran Commonwealth retaining some semblance of order. The Outworlds Alliance was falling apart, with Wind's Roost seceding and most the traders' domain region following them, and the Taurian Concordat was apparently stuck in an inward-looking decline and still somehow convinced that Davian was going to invade them any second, despite the Federated Suns being far too busy already fighting the Draconis Combine and the Capellan Confederation. Meanwhile the so-called pirate kingdoms such as the Tortuga Dominions were enjoying a golden age, raiding with near impunity as they exploited the military weakness of the great houses in their periphery regions. According to the pirates, the clan scouts had captured, interrogated, and subsequently executed near Star's End. The only exception to that situation was apparently in the region between the Magistracy and the Illyrian Palatinate. That area was reputedly the Bermuda Triangle of space if you were of a buccaneer persuasion. Pirate bands that went and had a nasty habit of never being seen again, and as word of that had spread, few still chanced it. As regards intelligence on the great houses themselves, simply the opportunity to collect newspapers in Steiner and Davian-controlled space had proved extremely fruitful, certainly more so than it had before on worlds belonging to House Kurita, where public access to information was much more tightly controlled. Stories concerning the HPG interdiction that Comstar, the former Slocomnet, had placed on the Free Worlds League recently and its effects were of particular interest to the clans, since it demonstrated that Comstar was no mere observer but an active participant in the affairs of the inner sphere. Nicholas Kerensky looked away from the star map. Based on what we have learned, my opinion remains unchanged that the clans have a moral obligation to return to the inner sphere on day, and this destructive second age of war, impose order and restore the Star League, he declared before sighing. Unfortunately, however, it is my belief that the combined militaries of the so-called successor states still outweigh our own forces by too much to believe that we are in any position to attempt such an undertaking with any realistic chance of success, he added. Quantity has a quality all its own, and what they lack in weapons technology and skill they more than make up for in sheer numbers, he said, feigning regret. Are there any among you that disagree, Quineg? The assembled cons chorused Neg's response, all of a like mind, although many of them were looking at Ellie Kinnison of the Steel Vipers as they did so, thinking that if anyone there was crazy enough to think that they could actually conquer the inner sphere, it would be her. On a more positive note, the precipitous reduction in their naval strength and their apparent inability to replace their losses does provide some hope, Nicholas Kerensky told the Grand Council. Not only does it mean our naval strength is unmatched, the fact that they threw away their warships in foolhardy frontal attacks, heedless of the loss of capability that resulted from doing so, leads me to believe that they may do the same for other increasingly irreplaceable assets. From what we have learned, they certainly do not shy away from squandering their battle mech regiments in unfavorable terrain, Elizabeth Hazen of the Jade Falcons observed, checking her notes. At some point you might expect the Combine to realize that the mountains and dense jungles of Hesperus heavily favor defense, but they just keep flinging themselves against the Lyran Commonwealth there over and over, she said, rolling her eyes. The Steiner forces can literally replace their own losses straight out of the factory, and their casualties are always lower in every engagement because Kurita has to come to them. Their supposed sense of honor and an unwillingness to ever retreat even when it is foolish not to blinds them, the Khan of Clan Blood Spirit, Colleen Schmidt, noted. As you all know, I am not exactly one to downplay the importance of honor and duty, she continued to polite laughter, but our tradition of Hijira, allowing retreat without dishonor, exists for a reason. There are times when everyone sane must recognize that enough is enough and accept that the sunk cost fallacy is an actual thing. Do the traitor lords strike you as sane, Con Schmidt, Quineg? Ellie Kinnison asked sarcastically. Af Schmidt replied, choosing to disagree with the woman on principle. Selfing, immoral, verging on malevolent, and seemingly incapable of seeing the big picture, but not necessarily insane, not most of them anyway. If they were truly mad, I would not harbor such hatred towards them because I would assume them incapable of understanding the gravity of their crimes, she said. On that note, may I suggest that the IL-Con has much of what we have now learned declassified and distributed to all of our people, regardless of clan or caste, so that all are aware of why we are calling upon them to continue to sacrifice for the greater good of humanity. I agree, Sandra Tseng concurred. Given how many of our people, or at least their parents and grandparents, hail from one of the worlds that the traitor lords have burned to ashes in their constant struggle to try and come out on top. It would likely drive them to greater effort for their clan, and the clans as a whole, if they were as cognizant of the facts as we are. Ilkhan Kerensky frowned. While I believe that our people should obey lawful orders without question or hesitation, should already strive to do all they can as best they could in undertaking whatever task they are assigned, I concede your proposal has merits. He seemed to concede reluctantly while inwardly smiling. Kerensky believed that the clans needed a goal to unify around, the people themselves an enemy to direct their hatred towards, so that hatred might not be directed towards him one day instead, and if the absent Wolverines were proving to be an elusive boogeyman, then the successor states would do very nicely instead. The fact was that a disproportionate percentage of the SLDF that had followed his father on the Exodus were from the Terran hegemony worlds, few of the units that had decided to remain behind being from the Star League Navy or the Royal Divisions of the Army. As such they, and their descendants, looked upon what had befallen their former home worlds with a mixture of horror and rage, and for Nicholas Kerensky in particular the whole situation was a blessing, because even the most heinous things he had ever ordered done himself paled in comparison to what had been going on back in the inner sphere at the same time. Over the last few years Nicholas Kerensky himself had even on occasion openly, if mildly, criticized some of his own orders given while seeking to pacify the Pentagon worlds after Operation Klondike, referring to them as necessary evils that he regretted before comparing them with the truly unforgivable and unjustified actions of others such as the Kent Aries massacre. A limited application of brutality to restore order and compel obedience in dire, chaotic circumstances was one thing, but to order millions of unarmed civilians to be literally put to the sword because you were angry about the death of a close relative was quite another. As he put it himself in an address that was broadcast by HPG to every world under clan rule, he had been personally devastated by the death of his younger brother during Operation Klondike, but having everyone on Eden put to death because of it, even the ones living on the other side of the planet from where it happened, did not cross his mind for an instant, because unlike those that held sway in the inner sphere these days he was neither evil nor mad. The clans had of course slain those directly responsible for the death of Andrei Kerensky, but only those directly responsible, because to do more than that was insane and unjust. All things considered, Nicholas Kerensky had weathered the storm of the Wolverine secession and their successful escape better than he had hoped for at the time, albeit more by luck than judgment, because the news from the inner sphere had been so appalling it eclipsed everything else in people's minds. If there was one thing about the current situation however that did annoy Nicholas Kerensky somewhat, it was that if anything clan society seemed to be operating considerably more smoothly and efficiently now that the other castes were happier to go along with things by choice, than it had when they were coerced into compliance. To give one example, productivity in munitions factories was up by a statistically significant amount in nearly every clan, as the laborer and technician castes were no longer grudgingly doing the minimum they could get away with, but saw themselves as contributing to a higher purpose that they actually agreed with. You can force someone to work at bayonet point, but getting them to do the best they can is another matter entirely. Part of the reason why production was up was that some of the workers themselves had made suggestions on how to improve it, something that happened rarely before because so many of them were unhappy about their lot. The change was actually so stark that even Jerome Wilson, the Khan of the clan Kerensky had chosen to join himself, had been heard to remark that they were probably seeing why the damnable Kalkas clan had been able to outperform the others economically and scientifically. Their laborer, technician, and scientist castes had not just doing the minimum required to stop them getting put up against a wall and shot. The truth was that even now only a small minority of the population had actually been born and raised within clan society, most of the workforce being from the Pentagon worlds, and many of them had bristled against the shackles, usually metaphorical but occasionally literal, being placed upon them under clan rule. The seething criminal underbelly of clan society, the so-called dark caste of rebels and malcontents, had been ever expanding until news started to arrive as to the state of the inner sphere, but these days dissent was noticeably more muted. Sarah McKeevety had loosened those shackles, and it had paid off because her workforce had looked at how their opposite numbers fared in other clans and it made her look good, much as the bloody succession wars were now making Nicholas Kerensky look good, or at least not nearly as bad. Nearly everyone that had followed Alexander Kerensky on the Exodus had expected the inner sphere to collapse into war once the SLDF was no longer present to act as a constraint on military adventurism, but few had predicted just how bad it was going to get. Most had assumed that the scale of destruction and death toll would be similar to that of the Age of War before the formation of the Star League, the more pessimistic arguing it would be like the Amorous War, or even the Age of War was itself before the signing of the Aries Accords put some constraint on how the factions behaved. In reality the succession wars had proven orders of magnitude worse than almost anyone had predicted. So bad in fact that it forced clan society, all castes of clan society, to reassess their place in the universe and consider what they were going to do about it. Majority opinion was that the SLDF should have stayed and fought, and would have if it had known what was going to happen. Given that they couldn't wind the clock back and do it all again, they should at the very least go back, save the inner sphere from continued strife, and give the murderous scum ruling over the great houses a much-deserved shellacking. As Nicholas Kerensky had declared in a fiery speech, billions, tens of billions of dead cried out for vengeance, and it was their duty as the Star League in exile to answer that call. With any luck however, Kerensky had thought to himself, he would be dead long before they were remotely in a position to do so. If not, then the successor states would surely come to their senses, scaling back on the war crimes and lessening the clamor for the clans to intervene, but for now having the Khans grumbling less about his rule and the lower castes mollified somewhat was a undeserved win he happily embraced. I do not know if any of the rest of you have noticed, John Fletcher of the Hell's Horses spoke up. But it appears that the various armies of the great houses seem to have forgotten how to properly conduct combined arms warfare, he observed professionally. It is certainly possible that I am extrapolating too far based upon limited data, but the only time we see mention of tank and infantry formations being used is when there are not enough battle mech regiments available to undertake a particular task. Much of what we know comes from open source intelligence, newspapers, rumor, and the like, Raymond Saints of the Fire Mandrills noted. Battle mechs are sexy in media terms, mention of them is likely to attract more interest, so they are likely to be disproportionately featured in accounts of battles. Fletcher shrugged. You may be right, he conceded, however I took note of a mention of the mercenary brigade known as the Crater Cobras, an appellation they seemingly earned because they were deemed mere crater makers by a critic due to their heavy employment of artillery during combat operations, he continued. The fact that their heavy use of artillery was itself seemingly so noteworthy makes me wonder how rarely it must be encountered. Mercenaries are cowards, hungry for profit and loath to risk their lives, Ellie Kinnison said dismissively. To criticize them for bombarding their foe from tens of kilometers away rather than facing them honorably makes perfect sense to me, she said. Her Steel Vipers actually paid more attention to the effective employment of ground forces other than battle mechs than any clan other than the Hell's Horses themselves, the Viper infantry arm in particular being unusually large and chock full of those that had failed to make the grade in a clan where the standards for qualification as a mech warrior was unusually high, but even they regarded artillery with distaste. John Fletcher looked at Kinnison askance. Whether artillery gave you the warm fuzzies or not, failing to give the great killer of the battlefield its due respect was foolhardy. The clans might play fair in trials, but the great houses most certainly would not. The Crater Cobras are our lost brethren, formed from several former SLDF units that chose to stay behind rather than join the exodus, he pointed out. Their original commanding officer was Lieutenant General Alexander Baldwin who, unlike certain people, earned his spurs fighting Amaris in an actual full-scale war where combined arms operations were the norm, he replied, the dig at Kinnison having been too young to fight Amaris like he had obvious to all. It is more than possible that the reason why they earned their nickname is because Baldwin still followed SLDF doctrine while commanding his brigade, employing his artillery to support his infantry, tank, and battle mech units as he was trained to do, Fletcher continued. The point I am making, which should be obvious, is that the armed forces of the inner sphere have forgotten the lesson. Which is a good thing, Elizabeth Hazen realized. Like Fletcher, she was old school SLDF by background, both of them were fast approaching their 100th birthday and were starting to look it despite the anti-agathic treatments of their youth, living hard lives had aged them. Which is a good thing, Fletcher confirmed. Battles where artillery is used less frequently greatly favor the clan way of war, it plays to our strengths. The skill of our warriors and the greater effective ranges of our new autocannon and direct energy weapons, he noted. Incoming high explosive fired from beyond the horizon cares little for your skill or courage, it only cares if you are present in the grid square it was aimed at when it arrives, he said, expression very much one of a man who had been stuck in a trench while a battery of howitzers showed great interest in shuffling him away from both the location itself and his mortal coil. Coincidentally, while reading the reports I too made note of that particular mercenary command, admittedly at first because I could not help but approve of their choice of name, crater-making notwithstanding. Rafe Cardon of the Cloud Cobras spoke up smiling, his choice of words triggering some polite laughter from the other cons. It is worth consideration that these Crater Cobras, as well as being former SLDF, include the Cameron Star on their unit insignia, which indicates to me that despite choosing not to join the Exodus they still bear some admirable allegiance to the Star League, he said. Although they chose to become mercenaries, I have to wonder if that was only because they did not believe that any of the great houses were deserving of their fealty. He added. The Eridani Light Horse continue to fly the Cameron Star also, I believe, Colleen Schmidt said, pursing her lips as she considered what the Khan of the Cloud Cobras had said. Indeed, Cardon responded, nodding. I realize that my clan is slightly unusual in paying as much attention to base political considerations as we do, but given that there does still seem to be a degree of loyalty to the Star League remaining in the inner sphere, a number of those loyalists being under arms, might we not consider reaching out to them when the time comes to launch our crusade? Quiaf. F. Schmidt concurred. I would not wish to slay those that still fight under the banner of the Cameron Star unless I had to. Me neither, but I was actually thinking more in terms of swaying them to our cause. Cardon explained his thinking on the matter. James McKenna scratched his chin, looking thoughtful. Although it ended badly, and I confess I am not sure how much of the blame for that rests with me, my Snow Ravens would not have so easily dealt with the Empire of Hidalgo as we did on Circe during Operation Klondike if the forces of the Kerensky Dominion, who still professed loyalty to their former commander, had not fought by our side, he said. Even if we were only able to get the likes of the Crater Cobras and the Eridani Light Horse to stand aside, it would be of help in our campaign, even more so if they joined our cause to re-establish the Star League, he suggested. Given our gross numerical advantage, I can only agree, Il Khan Kerensky interjected. We should find time to discuss this further, and I would also suggest that when we send our next intelligence gathering mission to the Inner Sphere, we instruct our operatives to gather as much information of former SLDF units that did not formally sign up with one of the House armies as possible without them risking being captured and identified. If there is one thing that we do not need, it is the traitor lords being given the opportunity to prepare for our crusade. Even with the element of surprise, the scale of the undertaking is daunting to contemplate, he said, frowning for a moment before suddenly smiling. On a somewhat related matter, learning the fate of the 295th Division came as something of a pleasant surprise, and I would personally hope that we could avoid crossing swords with them also. They were one of the units that fought in the Battle of Moscow in 2777, an event that I think you can all understand is dear to my heart, he said honestly. He vaguely recalled his mother mentioning once that she had been introduced to a General Romanova by his father after the battle, the officer's family name being something that had caught her attention for obvious reasons. Apparently the officer was unable to speak Russian, something which had disappointed Katiusha Kerensky somewhat, but still for a direct descendant of the Tsars themselves to command a division involved in the liberation of Moscow was portentous, she thought. The 295th fought their way from Apollo all the way to Terra. It was a shame they were left behind during the exodus, though in their particular case it seems to have been largely by accident, not choice, Colleen Schmidt commented. I was also pleased to hear that, finding themselves stranded in the Inner Sphere, instead of abandoning their duty they decided to establish themselves on a Star League colony to protect it from the predations of others, she said. Incidentally, do we know much more of this NEOPS association than is mentioned in the report, Quiaf? She asked hopefully. Af Nicholas Kerensky confirmed. As well as being a self-sufficient colony of the Terran hegemony established for astronomical research, a study of old files in the SLDF databases indicated some connection between the NEOPS association and the XXXIV Corps, which had been stationed in the periphery bordering region of the Free Worlds League before the Amorous War, he said. NEOPS provided logistical support to the XXXIV Corps, supplying technologically advanced spare parts that would have otherwise had to come all the way from the hegemony itself, the ILCON continued. It seems that a manufacturing base sophisticated enough to maintain cutting-edge hegemony astronomical sensors and the like was also up to the task of producing short production runs of late Star League military equipment, including that only in the possession of royal formations at the time. Which explains nicely how they were able to keep the war machines of the 295th operational in the years since, Elizabeth Hazen remarked. I was wondering about that. In fact, it even vaguely crossed my mind that the Kalkas clan might somehow be involved, what with the rumors of NEOPS still operating equipment regarded as Lastek elsewhere in the Inner Sphere, she added. It seems more the case that NEOPS never lost the ability to manufacture Star League equipment, rather than having it reintroduced thanks to someone like the cursed Kolchas arrive at their doorstep a few decades after the 295th did, Kerensky replied. Being able to manufacture and maintain your own HPG network might seem like some kind of dark sorcery to those living in the technologically regressed successor states, but before the traitor lords burned much of the rest of the hegemony in nuclear fire, knowing how an ERP-C works would not incur accusations of witchcraft, he said sardonically. I also doubt that the Kalkas clan would like the NEOPS association flag. To my eye, their Red Cameron Star resembles the clan dagger star a little too much for them to embrace it, he joked. Stephen McKenna chuckled for a moment before becoming more serious and professional again. The 295th did have warships assigned to them, which included the destroyers mentioned in the report as being operated by NEOPS, although I have seen no mention of the Potemkin-class cruiser that we know General Romanov had at her command at the time of the Exodus, he said. I wonder if NEOPS has been keeping her existence a secret. Something to surprise the Free Worlds League with if House Merrick casts envious eyes in their direction. He suggested. It would be sensible to keep an ace up their sleeve given what the loathsome Merricks did to Brownsville and New Dallas. Kerensky agreed with the theory. The mention of NEOPS boasting of the size of their nuclear deterrent indicates they are aware of the threat they are under. We should not be surprised perhaps that a planet full of astrophysicists and SLDF military personnel who served against Amorous is somewhat knowledgeable regarding both the theory of nuclear fusion and its practical application to warfare, Raymond Sains Riley observed. Given that we know the 295th are on NEOPS and still apparently a cohesive unit, I wonder if the SLDF divisions that aligned with Jerome Blake and took control of Terra are still mobilized and battle-ready as well. Our intelligence regarding the current situation on Terra and Comstor generally is sparse, unfortunately, the ILCON replied regretfully. Erring on the side of caution, we must assume that the 8 divisions that my father left under the command of General Loren Hayes, those that joined the cause of Jerome Blake, are still capable of taking the field, even if by now they lack a strong core of veterans to stiffen their ranks, he said. Given what was happening to the other worlds of the Terran hegemony, I have to assume that Comstar is not stupid enough to have demobilized. It is possible they have warships too, Stephen McKenna warned. The Titan shipyards survived the Amorous War after all, and if it suits this NEOPS association to keep a secret capital ship in reserve just in case, then the same would be true for Comstar, he said. They might conceivably have even begun to rebuild the SDS system, he added with an involuntary grimace. As a naval officer who had commanded warships during the liberation of the Terran hegemony during the Amorous War, his nightmares were haunted by M5 Casper warships and M3 Pentagon drones. Since talking up the potential difficulty of the task of liberating the inner sphere very much suited Nicholas Kerensky, he was only too happy to entertain such a notion, and he steered the conversation over the next few minutes along those lines. Even without warships and murderous artificial intelligences opposing the clans, he then warned, their achieving uncontested dominance of the high ground of space was still in doubt because of the sheer number of aerospace fighters and armed dropships that could be thrown at them, many loaded down with nuclear-tipped ordnance. With broad agreement from the Grand Council that the time was not yet right to contemplate launching their crusade to save the inner sphere from itself and restore the Star League, the Il Khan proposed 2 votes. The first vote was whether or not they should send another reconnaissance mission to the inner sphere in 5 years or leave it for a full decade, with Kerensky advocating the latter, arguing that the clan's ongoing military buildup would not bear fruit for at least a decade anyway. The so-called Second Succession War was highly unlikely to end anytime soon, and that every time they sent people back they unnecessarily risked exposure. Nicholas Kerensky won the first vote by a comfortable margin, with only the lunatic fringe, which included his lover unfortunately, dissenting. The second vote was on whether the Grand Council should in future once again have the SA Khan of each clan attend as well as the Khan, as had been the norm before the Wolverine secession. After Franklin Hallis had blown the original Great Hall to rubble via orbital bombardment, a concern that the man might well come back one day and do it again had led to a decision that having all the Khans and SA Khans in one place was a bad idea in terms of ensuring continuity of government after a decapitation strike. The second vote was tighter, but seeing as how they had heard nothing of the Kalkas clan in a decade and a half and Strana was much better protected now anyway, the majority voted to go back to the old way of doing things. Kerensky took note of the fact that Jason Courage of the Widowmakers, who had spoken little throughout the rest of the proceedings, had become quite animated when the name of Franklin Hallis was said aloud in the context of the vote. Nicholas Kerensky could not help but conclude from the man's demeanor that he still lay awake at night fretting that Hallis was going to sneak into his room just before dawn, cut his balls off and then gut him like a fish. That was certainly how Kerensky himself daydreamed about getting rid of the man, at least. If not for Courage scheming, the whole business with Sarah McKeevdy might have turned out very much differently. The death toll would have certainly been much lower. The Il Khan wanted to break the Wolverines, make an example of them to encourage the others, not nuke their capital city in a massively excessive false flag operation. As the years went by, Nicholas Kerensky occasionally wished he could turn back the clock and pick Clan Widowmaker to be the one he made an example of, citing their underhanded backstabbing and plotting as being even more in opposition to the basic principles of clan society than McKeevdy and her loosening of the caste system. Courage was definitely up to something, Kerensky knew, using his Sakan's ties to his own brother who served as the SA Khan of the Ghost Bears to weave together an alliance to rival the one clan Wolfhead with the Coyotes. The prospect was almost as disconcerting as the way Clan Mongoose and the Snow Ravens were seemingly falling into each other's arms, with the Cloud Cobras and Buroks also starting to align themselves into that new power block. If the great houses of the inner sphere were not such monsters, providing a unifying foe to rally against, the clans might have even been facing a major schism with his position as Il Khan itself under threat. As it was, Nicholas Kerensky could only breathe a sigh of relief and offer thanks to the likes of Jinjiro Kurita for making him look so damn good by comparison. Note from the author. Clan society is not developing as it did in canon. Power blocks are forming and becoming deeper, the Mongoose/Snow Raven axis being the one which is most suspicious of Nicholas Kerensky, with the politically adept clan Cloud Cobra moving their way, and if not for the horrible news still reaching them from the inner sphere, the clans would not be near as unified as they still are. Kerensky does not have the untrammeled power and authority he had before the successful Wolverine secession, but had gained some figurehead status as someone to rally behind when contemplating a crusade to restore civilization in the inner sphere. In canon, the supposedly annihilated clan Wolverine were referred to by the clans as the not named, with saying their actual name out loud a strong taboo which would cause great offense. Here saying Wolverine will not get you physically assaulted, but a clanner in the vicinity might spit on the ground when they hear the name, and it is considered more polite, or politically correct, to call them the Kalkas clan, with Kalkas, or challenging the caste system, being greatly frowned upon in clan culture. The clans are far weaker militarily here than they were in the 31st century when they launched their campaign against the inner sphere in canon. Simultaneously, the successor states are stronger in 2840 than they were in 3040, and there are still plenty of veterans around that fought in the Amorous War that they understand logistics and strategic depth. Most of them would like to go back and paste the traitor lords, being rather angry about all the billions of deaths back home, and it's not just those of the warrior caste who support military action, but they know full well that they'd lose if they did. Clan Cloud Cobra having a particular soft spot for the Crater Cobra's mercenary brigade seems appropriate. The clans do like their totem animals. The fact that the Crater Cobras are made up of former SLDF units and still feature the Cameron Star on their insignia makes that easier to justify. On the subject of insignia, the clan's dagger star really isn't that far removed from the Red Cameron Star being used by Neops.